Chapter 1. Test sample number 24 has been injected with Valkyrie solution. Survived for 2 minutes and 45 seconds time of death, 4:22 a.m. I am alone in this place. Who is speaking? Han Xiao abruptly opened his eyes, greeted by blinding white light. The familiar game pod was nowhere to be seen. Instead, he found himself staring at a stark white ceiling, surrounded by cold, metallic walls that exuded a sci-fi ambience. The room resembled an intensive care unit, and he lay on a metal table, his bare torso connected to several wires from various instruments, the frigid metal pressing against his back, sending chills deep into his being. A group of individuals clad in lab coats surrounded him, their faces contorted in expressions of sheer terror. Hadn't I just accepted a client's request to practice a new account, opting for a standard opening? Where am I? Han Xiao's head throbbed painfully, his thoughts a chaotic jumble, as if an overwhelming torrent of information had been thrust into his mind. His last memory was of just having accepted a power-leveling task, the screen displaying the creation of a character in Star C, followed by the acrid scent of burnt protein wafting through the air. Quickly, notify Ms. Hella. The test subject has revived. Call security. Immediate containment of the test subject. The lab-coated individuals shouted in alarm. Although Han Xiao could not comprehend their language, he grasped the meaning behind their frantic words. Test subject, survival time, security, and a sense of foreboding washed over him. The sound of hurried footsteps echoed from outside, drawing nearer with alarming haste. Should he remain motionless or make a run for it? After a brief moment of hesitation, Han Xiao decisively chose the latter. Passively awaiting demise was not in his nature. He rolled over, severing all the wires connected to him, and stumbled towards the laboratory door, the lab-coated personnel hastily retreating, offering no resistance. Bang! He burst through the door, finding himself in a long, white corridor where a dozen guards in black combat uniforms, armed with stun batons, surrounded him. Han Xiao recognized the half-sapling insignia emblazoned on the left chest of their uniforms and gasped. The budding organization of version 1.0 of Ocean Blue Star? Wasn't it already annihilated? One guard swung his stun baton down with force. Han Xiao instinctively raised his arm to defend himself, the jolt of electric pain reverberating through his body, causing him to convulse violently, as if his bones might shatter. Is this pain perception at 100%? Han Xiao exclaimed in shock. In Star C, the maximum pain threshold was set at 40, anything above that would inflict nerve damage on the player. The game pod was equipped to monitor player vitals, and such a malfunction should have resulted in an automatic disconnection. What was happening? Was the game pod, which had been serviced just 7 years prior, malfunctioning again? Damn it, the technician had charged me 300 just days ago, adamantly assuring me that there would be no issues for 6 months. What a liar. He'll definitely call customer service for a refund later. A dozen robust guards surged forward, and Han Xiao experienced the sensation of being overwhelmed by sheer muscle. He was forcibly relocated to a small, dark room, the guards locking the door behind them as they exited. Surrounded by darkness, he was left utterly alone. Han Xiao grimaced in pain, rubbing his wrist as he regained his composure. A headache returned, a torrent of disjointed information flooding his mind. After some time, Han Xiao finally pieced together the sequence of events. I've crossed over into Star C. His eyes widened in astonishment. Star C was an immersive holographic game with servers spanning the globe, boasting a peak concurrent user count nearing 60 million. Do not doubt the severity of population inflation in the parallel timeline of 2060. The game was set against a backdrop of cosmic expanse, with maps and scenes evolving automatically based on parameters input by the latest generation of light brains, accommodating over 100 million players online without strain. Countless guilds and factions thrived within, grinding for resources and completing dungeons, with a single piece of premium equipment fetching prices in the hundreds of thousands, if not millions of dollars. As a wildly popular game, its balance was undoubtedly exceptional, catering to wealthy players while ensuring casual gamers did not feel disadvantaged. The primary method of maintaining this balance was to enhance the game's competitiveness and technicality, and Star C was no exception, giving rise to professional players in competitive leagues as a byproduct. At this juncture, one might expect me to recount the legendary prowess of Han Xiao as a professional player. Alas, that is not the case. Though Han Xiao made his living through gaming, The term professional player bore no relation to him. He was a despised botter, a solitary wolf without a studio. As a veteran power leveler in Star C, Han Xiao had witnessed all iterations of the game, gaining moderate fame and consistently securing a position within the top 100 of the Huaxiao region's leaderboard. He recalled ranking 47th in the most recent standings. Given his skill, he could easily compete professionally, yet he remained a matter fact that would be elaborated upon later. The budding organization, the 1.0 version of Star C, the incident on Ocean Blue Star, Han Xiao muttered to himself. Before his crossing, Star C had been operational for over a decade, and the events of 1.0 had long since faded into history. Was he truly sent back to the past? A grim expression settled on Han Xiao's face. This implied that the 300 he had spent was irretrievable. Smack! Han Xiao slapped himself in frustration. Here he was, having crossed over and still thinking about refunds. What a fool I am. His memories seemed fragmented. He had no knowledge of the original owner's experiences and was even oblivious to his own name, retaining only basic knowledge of this world. For instance, he knew he was in the year 687 of the Star C calendar, with the official public release set for 688. During the era of version 1.0, the Luminary Federation, the Crimson Empire, and the Ethereal Cult were three colossal cosmic forces that had maintained a peace lasting thousands of years since the end of the age of self-exploration. The Silver Revolutionary Army had yet to be formed, and the source of the superpower catastrophe lingered on some desolate planet, barely clinging to life. The Shining World had not yet come into being, and the World Tree Civilization had not begun its massive invasion of the unexplored cosmos. The shattered star ring where Ocean Blue Star resided remained on the periphery of the visible universe, merely existing. To maintain the game's allure, Star C drew inspiration from a long-ago game called Mountain Mouth Mountain, wherein each update heralded disasters and major events. Gul'dan had caused chaos for years, only to be vanquished by a single egg weight. Why add again? The Burning Legion would invade, once more. Who could say how many times they would return? In this regard, Star C had thoroughly absorbed the lessons from Mountain Mouth Mountain, which made for exhilarating gameplay. But if one truly crossed over, would there be a return ticket? In comparison to the interstellar cataclysms of later versions, the budding organization seemed trivial, yet for Han Xiao in his current predicament, it posed a significant threat. Ocean Blue Star's modeling closely resembles Earth, and the budding organization is a faction aiming to subvert major national powers. If memory serves, test subjects in the Valkyrie experiment undergo brainwashing, turning them into cannon fodder. The origins of this body were materials used for human experimentation by the budding organization. Memories of the past were fragmented, leaving only disjointed images of captivity and experimentation. In his 20s, his appearance bore a vague resemblance to his former self, but his health was uncertain. He recalled the lab coat's words. He had been injected with the Valkyrie solution. This substance was one of the budding organization's genetic agents, designed to enhance brain function, with a mortality rate as high as 70%, yet it had triggered a mutation within him. Suddenly, a line of semi-ethereal blue text flickered before his eyes. You have been injected with the Valkyrie solution. Stamina Potential 1. Gain proficiency in heightened focus. Gain proficiency in low-level mental resilience. Panel information. Han Xiao's heart surged with excitement. His vision was met with a translucent blue holographic screen, strikingly sci-fi, yet unobtrusive. Name: Han Xiao. Race: carbon-based human yellow. Template: NPC 1.0 version beta countdown. 358 days, 11 hours, 03 minutes. Total level: 1. Experience: 0. Secondary profession: civilian LV1050. Primary profession: none. Personal attributes: Strength 2, Agility 2, Stamina 3, Intelligence 3, Mystique 1, Charisma 2, Luck 1. Free attribute points: 0. Energy: 0, LV 0. Power level: 12. Rank: F Mortal. Combat power: a meager 5. Any random NPC on the street could easily subdue him 100 times over. Health points: 2,330 sprained. Stamina points: 3636. Proficiencies: heightened focus increases learning and crafting speed by 10. Low-level mental resilience grants 3 willpower rolls. Skills: none. Potential points: 0. Professional knowledge tree: Unopened. Influence, none. Legendary status, 0. Equipment, none. Thank heaven for the game panel of stars seed his reassuring element still existed truly. The heavens favored the handsome. However, Han Xiao soon detected an anomaly. NPC template? Was he not a player? Countdown to the 1.0 beta launch? Furrowing his brow, Han Xiao recognized several critical factors. Firstly, though he was uncertain why his attribute panel had crossed over with him, this was a tangible world where every life was vibrant. Should he perish, he would not respawn as in the game point 2. Having traversed into the realm of an NPC, yet possessing the system panel of a player, this was undoubtedly a stroke of good fortune, allowing him to level up and grow just like any player. 3. The countdown to the public beta made him realize that the real world had likely reverted to the time before the launch of Star C. He had truly returned to the past. Does this mean that those former players will reappear once more? 4. The crux of the matter was that he now found himself in a perilous situation. Han Xiao felt a profound sense of discomfort. Observing the experiences of others who had traversed realms, he noted that their beginnings were far more favorable: 500 gold coins and a population of 10, abundant resources and allies, perhaps even an ex-girlfriend to accompany them. Even in the absence of such luxuries, at least the environment was relatively safe. Should a foe wish to bring about one's demise, their actions would typically be covert and underhanded. Yet here he was, embarking on a battle as a solitary hero, ensnared within enemy territory. One misstep, and the deity might well send him back to the Hall of Heroes, assuming such a place existed. Presently, Han Xiao lacked the ability to resurrect. As a player he had but one life, and losing it here would be a lamentable waste. Indeed, his thoughts dwelled on the concept of waste, a subtle deviation from the typical mindset of "I must survive." As for the grandiose declarations of "my fate is mine to command, not dictated by heaven. If heaven seeks to extinguish me, I shall extinguish heaven, or with a golden elixir swallowed, I shall tread upon the threshold of life and death without fear." Such sentiments were typically the musings of those suffering from latest-stage adolescent delusions. What on earth? Am I the only one trapped in Sword Art Online? Han Xiao scoffed. Despite his senses feeling indistinguishable from reality, a profound sense of bewilderment gnawed at him. What was the essence of his existence? Was he a true being, or merely a collection of data? Had his soul traversed realms? Since I am here, I might as well make the best of it. I can only take one step at a time, Han Xiao mused. Regardless of his true nature, if he wished to avoid a heroic sacrifice, he had no choice but to find a way to survive. With a year remaining until the public beta, he had a precious year to prepare before the players arrived. This was the only glimmer of hope that invigorated him. He had a deep understanding of the destructive power players wielded, akin to a locust swarm, synonymous with chaos and madness. Clang! At that moment, the door of the dimly lit chamber swung open, and several individuals entered. Due to the backlighting, Han Xiao could not discern their features clearly, but he could vaguely make out the silhouette of the foremost figure, a woman of striking allure. How was the condition of the test subject? The woman inquired of her subordinates, her voice possessing a subtle rasp, reminiscent of a rich cup of coffee, languorous yet laced with seduction. It appears he has exited the frenzied phase. The head of the experiment, Lin Weixian, remarked, his gaze ablaze, appraising Han Xiao as if he were a prized possession. Han Xiao croaked, "Who are you?" It seems there is a discrepancy in his memory. The woman arched an eyebrow. "The Valkyrie has stimulated the brain. Memory loss is a normal reaction," Lin Weixian replied, squinting. As his eyes gradually adjusted to the light, Han Xiao beheld the woman's visage and was instantly captivated. Her long, wine-eared curls obscured half her face, and she donned a form-fitting black combat uniform that accentuated her voluptuous figure, as if it might burst forth at any moment, igniting primal instincts. Her features bore the sharpness of Western descent, yet retained the gentleness of Eastern beauty, resembling a stunning mixed heritage, a captivating sight. With coal-black eyeshadow accentuating her gaze, she exuded an air of mature languor, akin to a beguiling siren. If Daji possessed such beauty, one could hardly fault King Zhou for his demise, Han Xiao mused. Hell, the supervisor here, the red-haired beauty, fixed her gaze upon Han Xiao and waved her hand, commanding, "Take him down for blood tests. I want to see the report immediately." Two expressionless elite guards stepped forward, gripping Han Xiao's arms, one on the left, the other on the right, and began escorting him out. Han Xiao glanced at the formidable figures clad in guard uniforms and the firearms strapped to their waists, promptly abandoning any thoughts of resistance. He recognized Crimson Serpent Hell, a challenge scenario from the Aquamarine star known as the Valkyrie Laboratory, one of the subsidiary bases of the burgeoning organization. During version 1.0, Hell, as a boss, had mercilessly tormented countless novice players on Aquamarine Star, leading them to lament their fates on forums, earning her the moniker Discouragement Sister. In the future, she would ascend to become an interstellar powerhouse within the Coralton Star Cluster, her strength surpassing even that of Calamity-level beings, earning her the title of Goddess of Death, renowned throughout the Shattered Star Ring. Han Xiao couldn't help but chuckle bitterly. His circumstances truly felt like a frigid winter, chilling to the bone. Though it had taken a bit longer than anticipated, primarily due to my own procrastination of half a month, yes, I admit it boldly. Such details are inconsequential. The important thing is that the book has finally been published. This new work requires your nurturing support. Please recommend, bookmark, and bolster it in every way possible. P.S. I initially wanted to title it Mechanical Overlord, but that name was already taken. I consider Mechanical Sovereign, yet that too was unavailable. After cycling through over a dozen titles, I finally managed to find a usable one. All the good names have been snatched away, leaving me with naught but a tender sprout. P.P.S. I have an existing work, Demon Royal Family, with 150,000 words, which you can read with confidence. This chapter, nearing 6,000 words, contains numerous settings. Thus, I opted for a single chapter format. If you wish to skip the settings, feel free to do so. They are not of paramount importance. Serious face. The utterance reverberated like a thunderclap, causing all present to be engulfed in a cacophony of thoughts, rendering them momentarily dazed. Chinchongan's declaration of a relentless pursuit of vengeance was no mere idle threat. Indeed, the ninth master of the Chen family was a figure of undeniable significance. Good heavens, it was no surprise that the ninth master possessed such a fiery temperament. His reputation for volatility and lethal intent was well known. Even the sovereign had to concede a measure of respect to him. Moreover, it appeared he was also a master of the blade. To think, the most stunning beauty of the great Zhou kingdom could be so audacious. She sought to annul her engagement, yet was unwilling to return the lavish gifts bestowed upon her with marriage in mind. True, her beauty was remarkable, but her heart, oh, it was rather dark indeed. Undoubtedly, she now looked down upon Chun Xiao for having lost his powers, likely wishing to attach herself to some lofty young master from a sacred land. Yet, she was loath to part with those gifts he had given her. What a perplexing mindset! Surrounding spectators whispered and pointed, their chatter rife with speculation. Gu Qingqing's expression darkened further, akin to one who had just ingested a mouthful of flies. This was entirely beyond her expectations. A year prior, Chinchongan would have implored her not to leave, constantly showering her with gifts to win her favor. Yet now, he had changed. Humph, truly, no man is to be trusted. They are all so capricious. How could he have spoken so sweetly before, only to transform into this? A swell of indignation bubbled within Gu Qiqing, her visage contorting into one of feeble, pitiable helplessness, tears brimming in her eyes. Yet, rather than elicit sympathy from those around her, her display was met with derision. Good heavens, did you see that? She dares to act aggrieved, someone remarked. Though her tearful expression was indeed heart-wrenching, her earlier callousness left a sour taste in the mouths of onlookers. How theatrical. She seems to be portraying herself as a victim, as if Chun Xiao had wronged her. Indeed, Chun Xiao had stated that he would agree to the dissolution of their engagement, provided she returned all the spiritual treasures. Such a simple request. Perhaps she was hoping to have her cake and eat it too. The words of the crowd pierced through Gu Qingqing's heart like daggers, compelling her to wish for a place to hide. Resolutely, she relinquished the spatial ring and the shueji sword to Chinchongan. As she cast aside the black ring and the sword, a pang of anguish coursed through her. However, in the eyes of the public, she could not retract her actions, especially with the ninth master of the Chun family watching her intently, as if she owed him millions, which only served to further irk her. Moreover, her master, under the ninth master's threat, dared not utter a single word. Seething with frustration, Gu Qingqing stamped her foot, her body trembling. Under Chinchongan's silent command, she reluctantly began to shed her adornments and treasures, tossing them one by one into his hands. Each item felt like a piece of her flesh being severed, leaving her heart heavy with reluctance. Even Lu Rumeng beside her couldn't help but feel the ache of loss. The resources Chen Chang'an had provided to Gu Qiqing were such that even her master benefited. For Gu Qingcheng would surely show her gratitude. Is that enough? I've returned everything to you, Gu Qingcheng said, her face a mask of displeasure. Chen Chang'an's gaze swept over her attire. Chen Chang'an, must you be so shameless? Do you wish for me to strip off this precious garment right now? Gu Qiqing retorted angrily. The eyes of the onlookers widened with intrigue. With an air of indifference, Chen Chang'an replied, in 3 days. Prepare your father to gather the spirit stones. Also, have the precious garments I gifted you ready, for I shall personally come to annul our engagement. With that, Chen Chang'an turned away, unwilling to spare her another glance. Humph, Cece, let us depart. Gu Qiqing, her eyes reddened with grievance, huffed, linking arms with Lu Cece, and together with Lu Rumeng, they stormed away in indignation. Chen Chang'an cast a brief glance at their retreating figures before turning to leave with the 9th master and other members of the Chen family. Heading towards the academy's exit. As the uproar subsided, the crowd murmured in contemplation. Meanwhile, Gu Qiqing, departing, felt a tumult of emotion swirling within her. Men, they truly change. If it were the past, he would never have spoken to me in such a manner. The more she pondered, the more aggrieved she felt, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Qingcheng, that Chen Chang'an is not worth your tears. After all, even after a year, he still dares to reclaim what he has gifted. Today, I have truly opened my eyes, Lu Cece exclaimed indignantly. Do not dwell on it. Qingcheng, even with his cultivation intact, he is unworthy of you. Only the young master of the Jun family from the sacred land, Jun Wujian, is your true match, Lu Rumeng interjected coolly. Lu Cece nodded in agreement. Initially, upon hearing that Chen Chang'an's soul lamp had extinguished, she had felt a twinge of sadness, but soon, she realized it was merely the absence of someone who used to shower her with gifts and concern, a void to which she was unaccustomed. A month prior, the young master of the Jun family, one of the 4 great families of the sacred land, Jun Wujian, had arrived in the royal city of Great Zhou, seeking to select a batch of young disciples for training in the sacred land. This news had sent shockwaves throughout the Great Zhou kingdom. Thus, all the talented disciples of the academy were to compete in a grand tournament to win the favor of the sacred land. Moreover, Jun Wujian had taken a liking to her and began to pursue her. The thought of entering the sacred land lifted Gu Qingcheng's spirits. Furthermore, the resources offered by Jun Wujian would undoubtedly surpass those of Chen Chang'an. Let us go, Qingcheng. We must seek out young Master Jun to advocate for us. We cannot possibly return the spirit stones Chen Chang'an provided. Moreover, we must also demand he return today as precious sword and any treasures you have returned to him. Lu Cece declared with fervor. Before the talents of the sacred land, he is nothing. With a scheming glint in her eyes, Lu Cece envisioned a brilliant plan. Gu Qingcheng's eyes gradually brightened, the clouds of despair lifting from her heart. Cece, you are truly my dearest friend. I am so fortunate to have you by my side, Gu Qingcheng said earnestly, bidding farewell to Lu Rumeng as she hurried off to seek Jun Wujian. In the Qin family estate, the foremost family of the Great Zhou Kingdom, the scale of their residence was monumental. Within the grand hall, all clan elders and family members had gathered. The return of Chen Chang'an filled everyone with exuberance. He's back, he's back. Ha! Our young master, possessing the demeanor of a sacred emperor, could not have so easily fallen, exclaimed Chen Xiantong, the family head, his face aglow with satisfaction. The burden on his heart had finally lifted. Everyone present radiated smiles, collectively exhaling a sigh of relief. For the past year, they had endured poor nourishment and restless nights in their quest to find Chen Chang'an. In their search, they had even lost several lives. However, the 9 clan elders appeared to harbor divergent thoughts, their gazes laden with inscrutable significance. Unbeknownst to Chen Chang'an, the implications behind the elders' expressions escaped his notice. The warmth and enthusiasm of the gathering stirred his heart. He had never anticipated that the Qin family would treat him with such kindness. With a solemn demeanor, he declared, "Family head, I possess no cultivation now, and am unfit to continue as the young master of the Qin family. You should select another from among my younger cousins." At his words, the hall fell into an immediate silence. Before Chen Xiantong could respond, a strikingly beautiful woman in a flowing black gown stepped forward, her presence commanding attention. With an icy demeanor and piercing eyes that seemed to disdain all, she regarded Chen Chang'an. He met her gaze with respect, performing a courteous bow. "I pay my respects to the elder." This was the first among the clan elders, a young woman who, despite her gender, commanded the title of elder among the family. A sword, dark as ink, hovered behind her, exuding an aura of destruction and death that made Qinchang'an's heart race each time he beheld it. Shaoan, what nonsense are you speaking? The position of young master is yours. It always will be yours. No one else has the right to claim it. In the Qin family, there are 9 esteemed elders, ranging from the eldest to the 9th. Among them are 6 men and 3 women, each possessing extraordinary abilities and formidable strength. Indeed, even if one loses their cultivation, it is possible to practice anew. I refuse to believe that with the combined might of the entire Qin clan, we cannot assist this young man in regaining his former prowess. The 9th elder, who brought back Qinchang'an, boldly proclaimed, "Yes, the honor and resources that the young lad has brought to our Qin family are indeed unattainable for the younger generation. This is beyond question." The 6th elder, a refined middle-aged man, smiled and added his agreement. His eyes, deep as the starry sky, seemed capable of penetrating the very essence of the world, sometimes revealing a mysterious glimmer that left all in attendance inexplicably shaken. "You speak wisely, and I, the 2nd elder, concur," chimed in the elegantly composed 2nd elder, clad in a scholarly robe, his long beard cascading to his chest, his complexion rosy and his gaze profound. He appeared to embody the essence of heavenly wisdom. His hair was meticulously arranged and secured atop his head with a wooden hairpin, while his robe was embroidered with exquisite cloud patterns, each stitch exuding an air of transcendence. "Brother Chang'an, please do not belittle us. None of us possess the capability to replace your position. Even without your cultivation, you remain our young master," exclaimed several youths from the younger generation, their voices ringing with sincerity. Implicit in their words was a refusal to covet the position of the young master. As Qinchang'an gazed upon the united assembly in the grand hall, his heart swelled with emotion. Just as he was about to speak, he was interrupted by an elderly man with a white mane, exuding the fragrance of medicinal herbs and wearing a kind expression. "Little one, do not speak of the position of young master any further. Instead, share with us where you have been this past year." Qinchang'an looked at the venerable elder and respectfully replied, "Yes, 5th elder." He then surveyed the eager faces around him and, with a sigh, said, "I ventured into the abyss of the demon burial." The abyss of the demon burial. The room fell silent, each face reflecting a mixture of surprise and disbelief. The abyss was known to house countless bronze coffins and a pervasive, ominous mist, making it a perilous realm indeed. "How did you enter? And how did you emerge?" Qin Xiantong, the family head, asked, his expression a mix of shock and tension. "I know not who cast me into it," Qinchang'an confessed. "When I awoke, I found myself lying within a coffin." And his gaze grew complex as he continued, "I had no idea that a whole year had passed by the time I emerged." The assembly exchanged incredulous glances, all grappling with the implausibility of surviving a year within the coffins of the abyss. "Damn it!" Qin Xiantong clenched his fists, fury igniting within his eyes. "We must uncover the identity of the scoundrel who cast Chang'an into the abyss. The Qin family will not rest until justice is served, and that villain shall face dire consequences." Indeed, the hall echoed with a shared resolve, a palpable aura of vengeance enveloping the gathering. "Enough, our young master has returned, and he must rest well," interjected a remarkably beautiful woman, her demeanor gentle, yet her eyes glinting with an icy determination. "Yes, the 3rd elder speaks wisely. Let us allow the young master to retreat to his chambers." Several elders nodded, concern etched on their faces. Thus, under the watchful eyes of the concerned assembly, Qinchang'an returned to his quarters and secured the door. Sitting cross-legged on his bed, he rolled up his right sleeve, revealing a striking red character inscribed upon it, "Dien. Bury, they divine. Coffin," Qinchang'an murmured, articulating the 3 words that as he did. An ancient, blood-soaked bronze coffin materialized before him, suspended in the air. He gazed at the coffin, lost in contemplation. A year prior, he had been ambushed, his bloodline stolen, and subsequently discarded into the abyss of the demon burial. Within that treacherous realm, he encountered an overwhelming number of decaying coffins and countless malevolent spirits. He battled fiercely against these entities for days on end, until he was ultimately forced to take refuge within a bronze sarcophagus. To his astonishment, within that coffin lay an infinite expanse of starry cosmos. He remained there for a century, yet upon his emergence, only a year had elapsed in the outside world. Furthermore, his physical form had been refined and reforged within, leaving him without his previous cultivation. Now, he had no choice but to start anew. This realm is known as the Holy Martial Continent, where the paths of cultivation are divided into stages: yellow martial realm, profound martial realm, earth martial realm, heaven martial realm, heavenly king realm, saint emperor realm, saint monarch realm, saint venerable realm, saint emperor realm, and divine realm. Each stage comprises 10 levels that as he pondered, he glanced at several spatial rings nearby, most containing the Chun family's resources. Sent to aid him in quickly regaining his strength. 1 ring, however, was a pure black, exuding an ancient aura, vast enough to contain living beings, albeit they rarely survive long within it. This was the sole memento left to him by his mother. Inside lay hundreds of thousands of spirit stones, remnants of what he had once gifted to Gu Qi. Yet, due to a protective barrier, the ring could only be accessed periodically. After a year, a considerable amount remained. Having spent a century in solitude within the divine coffin, Chun Chang'an's character had been forged into one of resilience and clarity. Reflecting on his past actions, he recognized their immaturity. Moreover, he had gradually discerned the true nature of Gu Qi over the passage of time. Upon his return, he learned that the Qin family had exhausted much of their fortune in the search for him. Thus, he resolved to reclaim the spirit stones from Gu Qi to assist his family. To his dismay, her first demand was to dissolve their engagement, further solidifying his understanding of her character. "Old Coffin, I hope you do not deceive me," Chun Chang'an spoke softly. "Ha. During this century, I have dissolved your physical form, scattered your cultivation, and reformed your body with chaotic energy. The primordial essence now fuels your spirit and consciousness. While the blood of ancient evils has been melded into your lineage, the eternal abyss shall serve as your dantian. And the myriad stars shall weave your veins and bones. All of this is to forge you into the body of a creator deity. Do not be dissatisfied." As the coffin spirit spoke, the lid gradually opened, revealing a scene reminiscent of the cosmic expanse. Chun Chang'an remained silent, uncertain of the coffin spirit's assertions, yet he had no alternative but to trust. After all, the Chun family had treated him with such kindness, and he had no desire to disappoint them. Thus, he poured the hundreds of thousands of spirit stones, along with all the resources provided by the Chun clan, into the coffin, the divine coffin, capable of engulfing the seas and stabilizing the realms. Housed a universe of its own, capable of refining life and incinerating the ancient past. From within, the coffin spirit's voice echoed, shaking the very essence of existence. This declaration sent ripples of excitement through Chun Chang'an. Such a powerful proclamation. Suddenly, a tremendous roar emanated from within the coffin, and overwhelming waves of energy surged forth, causing Chun Chang'an's expression to shift. Soon, all the resources he had previously placed within, be they elixirs, weapons, or treasures, were swiftly melted down, transforming into the most primordial form of energy, which manifested as wisps of white smoke. These wisps floated into Chun Chang'an's mouth, nourishing him and sinking into his dantian, revitalizing his entire being. With a resounding hum, Chun Chang'an's aura surged dramatically, propelling him from the realm of mortals into the path of martial prowess. Huangwu Realm Level 1, Huangwu Realm Level 2, Huangwu Realm Level 3, Huangwu Realm Level 10, Xuanwu Realm Level 1, Xuanwu Realm Level 10. Upon reaching Xuanwu Realm Level 10, Chun Chang'an's cultivation ceased. He opened his eyes, and a fleeting glimpse of chaotic energy flashed within, emanating a terrifying light that have surged 20 minor levels at once. This is utterly inconceivable. Chun Chang'an was taken aback that a century spent within the god burial coffin had already tempered his resolute spirit, yet at this moment, he was profoundly shaken. TSK, just reaching the Xuanwu realm, and you are this ecstatic. Such a naive lad. A voice, aged and mocking, resonated from within the god burial coffin. "Youngster, if you wish to ascend swiftly, you might consider slaying more foes, incinerate their corpses within, or introduce more rare treasures. Anything with spiritual essence will suffice. This Grandmaster will refine them, converting their energy to you, enabling your rapid ascendance." The voice from the god burial coffin filled Chun Chang'an's heart with joy. Yet he was also engulfed in confusion. "Coffin Elder, why have you chosen me? What do you truly seek from me?" Chun Chang'an inquired, perplexed. "Say, among the tens of millions of coffins, you managed to rest in the embrace of this old man. Perhaps this is destiny. Or you might say, you are the chosen one." Listening to the coffin elder's words, Chun Chang'an fell into silence. He quickly dismissed further contemplation. Currently, he was still too weak. It seemed that only by growing to a certain level could he uncover more secrets of this world. Over the past century, the coffin elder had described a vast world to him, broadening his horizons immensely. Thus, Qin Chang'an sat cross-legged in meditation, diligently consolidating his cultivation. Meanwhile, in the core chamber of the Qin family, 9 clan elders and the family head, Qin Xiantong, were gathered. The group exchanged glances, all feeling a sense of relief. Old 10, after such a monumental reincarnation technique, it appears the endeavor has succeeded flawlessly, and that object seems to have completed the task we concealed in our minds. As well as the plan to forge the body of the Creator God, the second master spoke softly, a meaningful smile gracing his lips. Were outsiders present, they would be astonished to learn that the Chun family's second master addressed the family head as Old 10. Yet, Chun Xiantong paid it no mind, smiling as he remarked, "The fellow above the starry sky communicated to us, stating this is Chang'an's calamity and also his fortune. We must bide our time. Otherwise, we shall all go mad this year. Patience is a virtue." The others nodded slightly, satisfaction evident in their expressions. However, soon the space twisted and blurred, as if someone were interfering with events, leaving the clan elders' gazes vacant once more. It was as though some memories had been sealed, their imposing presence transforming back into the roles of the Chun family elders. Chun Xiantong looked at everyone and sneered coldly. "It seems we have been too low-key, leading others to underestimate the Qin family. From this day forth, if anyone dares to employ underhanded tactics or bully our young master, they shall be met with merciless retribution, regardless of who they may be." Yes, the 9 clan elders nodded slightly, their momentum surging, distorting the space around them. This was not simply the heavenly sovereign level known to others, but, indeed, family head. The young master is to visit the Gu family in 3 days to annul the engagement. However, according to our intelligence, that Jun Wujian resides within the Gu family. What attitude should we adopt in facing him? At this moment, the 9th master spoke, a teasing smile on his lips. What attitude could it be? "The young master shall act as he sees fit. Anyone who defies him shall be taught a lesson," Chun Xiantong replied coldly. "Understood." The others nodded in agreement. The 9th master then stepped forward, stating, "Allow me and the 8th master to accompany him to confront those 2 old fellows of the Taitsong sword domain." "Ha ha, certainly." The 8th master stepped forward, nodding slightly. He was an elegant middle-aged man. He bore a sword wrapped in cloth, exuding a sense of calm and weightiness. Yet his eyes sparkled with a sharp light. "Family head, I did not expect that after a year, the young master has become so mature. Understanding our family's difficulties, he has directly sought to reclaim the resources he bestowed upon Gu Qingqing. This is something I had not anticipated. The second master spoke with a look of satisfaction. "Indeed, quite right." Qin Xiantong nodded in agreement, "Yet we must still feign some struggle, allowing him to comprehend hardship, so he may strive harder and not become a debauched scion." The clan elders exchanged knowing glances, sharing a smile. Meanwhile, in the Gu family, the entire Gu clan was fervently attempting to curry favor with a young man known as Jun Wujian. In the hall, Jun Wujian sat at the head, his gaze disdainful and haughty. Listening to Gu Qingcheng's lamentations, he scoffed. "Qingcheng, fret not. Should that Qin Chang'an dare to appear 3 days hence, this young master will ensure he kneels before you, begging for your forgiveness." Upon hearing Jun Wujian's words, everyone in the hall sighed in relief. The Gu family head, Gu Qingshan, ingratiatingly smiled. "Qingcheng, do hurry and thank young Master Jun. Were it not for him, we might have faced bullying from the Qin family." "Very well." Father Gu Qiqing smiled sweetly, bowing gracefully to Jun Wujian. "Thank you, young master. Your great kindness is something I shall never forget." "Ha ha, Qiqing, you are too kind. Your affairs are my affairs. To bully you is to bully me." Jun Wujian's eyes narrowed as he gently grasped Gu Qiqing's delicate hand, speaking softly. "Indeed, Qiqing, do you not understand young Master Jun's intentions? You must not let his goodwill go unappreciated." Beside them, Lu Cece chimed in, her expression filled with innuendo as her words fell. Gu Qingqing shyly lowered her head. This made Jun Wujian restless, yearning to steal a kiss. Yet the presence of many others around restrained him. Ahem. Ha ha ha. Cece speaks true. Observing the flirtatious atmosphere between the two, Gu Qingshan was overjoyed. If young Master Jun were to take a liking to my Qiqing, once she is freed from her engagement with that Qin boy, I shall take it upon myself to betroth her to young Master Jun. Upon hearing this, the crowd broke into smiles. Gu Qingqing's head lowered even further, mumbling, "Oh dear, father, why do you suddenly say such things?" After speaking, she bashfully took Lu Cece's hand and hurriedly left as they departed. Lu Cici's gaze intertwined meaningfully with Jun Wujian's in the air. Watching Gu Qingqing's shy retreat, laughter erupted among the crowd. Yet, Jun Wujian's smile was but a facade, inwardly scoffing. Still wishing to marry into my Jun family? Such delusions. However, a dalliance could be entertaining. For it appears her primal essence remains intact. Chinchaman, you treat her so well, not even claiming a drop of blood. How utterly laughable. While such thoughts lingered in his mind, what Jun Wujian expressed was quite different. To marry Miss Qingqing would be the honor of my life. However, I must first cultivate my relationship with her, lest I come on too strong with the fair maiden. Ha ha. Indeed, young people delight in such playful banter. I understand. Gu Qingshan chuckled. His spirits lifted. It was the support of the Qin family that allowed the Gu family to establish themselves swiftly in the great Zhou royal city. Now, to find an even greater benefactor, he mused. I have truly raised a good daughter. I shall take my leave to seek out Qi. Jun Wujian remarked. Young Master Jun, please feel free, Gu Qingshan responded with a beaming smile. Subsequently, Jun Wujian departed with a single attendant and 2 elders, heading towards the Gu family's rear courtyard. Young master, do you truly wish to marry this Gu Qingqing? I fear the Lord may not consent to such a union. On the journey, an elderly man beside him spoke softly. Moreover, this Gu Qingqing seems to be constantly hinting at the young master, suggesting that you bestow upon her various spiritual treasures. Young master, this woman possesses considerable cunning. Hee. Naturally, I shall not take her as a wife. Let us indulge first and discuss later. Jun Wujian disdainfully remarked, his gaze slightly askew. As for gifting her spiritual treasures, I would rather not. As he walked, Jun Wujian casually declared, money is meant for women to admire, not for them to spend. Do you understand? The old man behind him paused in surprise before slowly nodding in agreement. However, this Gu Qingqing is rather intriguing, coyly resisting while simultaneously inviting pursuit, seeking to ensnare, yet feigning release. She wishes to receive the fruits of my labor while attempting to keep me dangling. Such a thought is utterly preposterous. I shall not enjoy the feast while she reaps the benefits. Jun Wujian scoffed. He had captivated countless women in the sacred land. As soon as Gu Qingqing made a move, he would know precisely what stance she desired. 3 days swiftly passed. During this time, news of Chinchang's return spread through every corner of the royal city, creating significant ripples. After all, he was once the most dazzling genius, now stripped of all cultivation, inevitably stirring various thoughts among many. Today, all eyes were fixated on the Gu family, Qin residence, the abode of Chinchang. How strange, I cannot sense that lad's presence at all. Is he not in his room? One of the 2 men, the sword-bearing 8th master, voiced his confusion, along with the 9th master, who clutched a large blade. It's impossible. For the past 3 days, Chang'an has not shown himself, and he specifically instructed us not to disturb him. Their eyes mirrored profound shock. For the 2 of them, with their capabilities, to be unable to detect Chinchang's aura was indeed perplexing. Meanwhile, in the depths of the starry sky, where chaos reigned supreme, a colorful bridge spanned millions of miles across the cosmos. The heart of this bridge floated an ancient oval mirror, emanating an overwhelming divine might, seemingly capable of suppressing all under heaven. Within the mirror, a shadow observed the happenings in the Qin family, emitting a sound of disdain. The ancient deities of the eternal life divine palace play such elaborate games, merely a fragment of their essence. Yet they must seal their memories to engage in trivial family games. Tsk, how dull. The voice of the sentient mirror went unheard by anyone. At that very moment, within the Qin family in Chang'an city of the great Zhou kingdom, upon entering the god burial coffin, Qin Chang'an seemed to vanish entirely from this world. He found himself amidst an infinite expanse of cosmic stars. Sitting cross-legged, his aura surged with escalating intensity, accompanied by a ferocious energy contained within him, exuding a terrifying presence akin to an ancient ferocious beast. After an indeterminate time, Chinchang'an slowly opened his eyes, exhaling a breath of turbid air. Evil demon, bloodline, he murmured, his eyes brimming with excitement. This was the bloodline bestowed upon him by the god burial coffin. Additionally, there were a technique and a sword art. Evil demon blood god technique, and the burial world sword art. Young man, you have now acquired the inheritance of the evil demon god, his bloodline, his technique, and his swordsmanship. In these 3 years, as I anticipated, you have successfully mastered the first 3 moves. Splendid, splendid. The voice of the Coffin Elder resonated through the vast cosmos, filled with approval. Thank you, Coffin Elder. Chinchang'an rose, his expression respectful as he bowed toward the void. At this moment, He was indeed within the god burial coffin. Outside, merely 3 days had passed, yet here, 3 years had elapsed. During these 3 years, he not only received the inheritance from the Coffin Elder, but also mastered the Chun family's techniques, yielding immense rewards. The Coffin Elder possesses neither corporeal form nor shape, only a soft chuckle in response, seeming both distant and near. To unlock the thousandfold temporal realm, one requires the Wheel of Time. This time, the activation has completely consumed the energy of the previous Wheel of Time. Henceforth, you must locate the Wheel of Time to continue your cultivation within the thousandfold temporal realm. Upon hearing this, Qin Chang'an's expression soured with disappointment. After all, 3 years of cultivation here had only resulted in 3 days passing in the external world. He quickly recalled an inconsistency. Coffin Elder. If I were to cultivate here for 100 years, wouldn't that mean only 100 days would pass outside? Why was it a year last time? The Wheel of Time varies in purity of the time divine authority. Different purities of the Wheel of Time will yield different time discrepancies. The Coffin Elder explained. Qin Chang'an fell silent, feeling a tinge of regret. If he could cultivate here for another century, upon exiting, only a year would have passed outside, meaning he would emerge far stronger. Alas, the previous century was spent by the Coffin Elder reconstructing his physical form, recently activated. The past 3 years had merely helped him recover his cultivation and inheritance. However, soon he regained his spirits. He firmly etched the phrase Wheel of Time into his memory. Contemplating this, Qin Chang'an's breath quickened, and he hurriedly bowed once more. Coffin Elder, I have taken note. Very well, then step outside. At that moment, the space warped, revealing a swirling vortex. Qin Chang'an stepped forth, and when the scenery before him solidified once more, he found himself back in his own room. Evil demon. God, the name was unfamiliar to Qin Chang'an, yet he understood it might refer to a formidable existence from a higher dimension. The Coffin Elder had not divulged the entirety of these matters to him. Clenching his fists, Qin Chang'an felt an overwhelming surge of power, 5th level of the heavenly martial realm, within the god burial coffin. He had not only broken through to the heavenly martial realm, but also restored his cultivation to the level of a year prior. Moreover, the current him bore a stark contrast to his former self. The person who had severed my bloodline and cast me into the abyss of the demon burial. Once I uncover your identity, I shall slowly drain your blood. Qin Chang'an coldly uttered, a tempest of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. Taking a deep breath, he regulated his emotions. Sensing the presence of 2 individuals outside the door, he promptly rose and stepped out. Upon opening the door, he found the 8th Master and the 9th Master waiting, to whom he offered a respectful bow. Greetings, 8th Master, 9th Master. The 2 men were momentarily taken aback. Chang'an. You have regained your cultivation, they exclaimed in astonishment. Qin Chang'an smiled slightly. Thanks to the resources of the family, I shall not disappoint their nurturing. Ha! Excellent, splendid, truly worthy of being our Chun family's young master. The 9th Master laughed heartily. The 8th Master, too, wore a look of satisfaction, nodding repeatedly at Qin Chang'an. 8th Master, 9th Master. Let us head to the Gu family now, Qin Chang'an declared. Given that the Chun family was in financial distress, reclaiming those millions of spiritual stones would be prudent. Very well, the 8th and 9th Masters nodded in agreement. Following closely behind Qin Chang'an. At that moment, a voice echoed in Qin Chang'an's mind. TSK, your Qin family is no ordinary clan though. In what way is it extraordinary? Qin Chang'an inquired. Intrigued, he discreetly glanced at the excited 9th Master and the refined, gentle 8th Master. I have unlocked the thousandfold temporal realm for you twice, losing my perceptive abilities. However, if I am not mistaken, the 9 clan elders of your Qin family are certainly not at the heavenly king level you mentioned. Upon hearing this, Qin Chang'an's heart stirred. Could it be that they had entered the Saint Realm? Entering the Saint Realm refers to the 3 tiers of Saint Emperor, Saint Monarch, and Saint Venerable. With this thought, Qin Chang'an's heart raced with excitement. Could it be that his family background is remarkably powerful? This world is quite peculiar. It seems something is suppressing it. You may interpret it as you wish. Qin Chang'an utilized his spiritual perception to sense the 2 individuals before him. Yet he still discerned the aura of a celestial king. Subsequently, he chose not to dwell on it further. The formidable strength of these clan elders was, after all, advantageous for him. This would inevitably influence his stance towards the Gu family, whether to adopt a stance of dominance or to be even more tyrannical. Before long, the 3 of them arrived at the entrance of the Gu family estate. The young master of the Qin family, Qin Chang'an, has come to pay a visit. Chun Chang'an addressed the guards stationed at the door with a tone of indifference. The guards exchanged scornful glances. So it's the young master of the Chun family who has fallen from grace. Please wait a moment. I will notify them shortly. Indeed, our family head is currently entertaining important guests. And you shall meet him when he is free. The guard at the entrance languidly emphasized the word guests. In his previous visits to the Gu family, Chun Chang'an had always exhibited politeness and courtesy as he was pursuing their young lady. However, given that their young lady was now aiming for a higher status, these guards had grown increasingly arrogant. Chun Chang'an scoffed disdainfully, narrowing his eyes before lifting a leg and delivering a fierce kick to the chest of the guard before him. Boom! The dull thud resonated like thunder. With a resounding crash, blood erupted from the guard's chest, and he was sent flying, crashing violently against the Gu family gate as the guard landed heavily on the ground. He lay there like a dead dog, unconscious and possibly lifeless. You dare to lay a hand on me? The remaining guards trembled in shock. Chun Chang'an stepped forward, declaring, if you don't wish to die, then get lost. A mere dog dares to bark in front of me. The guards, now filled with terror, scattered, shrinking back in fear. Chen Ba and Chen Jiao exchanged glances, grinning broadly before leisurely following suit. The commotion caused by Chun Chang'an's intrusion quickly reached the main hall of the Gu family, where it fell upon Gu Qingshan's ears. His expression darkened instantly. This audacious youth was beyond reason. And today, he would ensure that the Qin family received a proper lesson. How amusing. I wonder who has the right to represent the Qin family in teaching me a lesson, just as Gu Qingshan finished his thought. A contemptuous laugh echoed from outside. Dressed in white, exuding charm and elegance, the handsome Chun Chang'an strode in, prompting Gu Qingshan to bellow furiously, Chun Chang'an, kneel before me. Unfazed, Chun Chang'an scanned the room, noticing Gu Qiqing, Lu Sisi, and all the clan elders of the Gu family present. Among them was a young man clad in splendid yellow-orange robes, flanked by two elderly figures. This young man bore an arrogant expression, seemingly disinterested in even glancing at Chun Chang'an. Chun Chang'an, what do you mean by this? Why have you resorted to violence? Kneel and apologize at once, or I shall teach you a lesson in place of Qin Xiantong. Gu Qingshan spoke coldly. Upon hearing this, Chun Chang'an scoffed. You lack the standing to demand my submission. Moreover, you, a mere second-rate clan head, presume to act on behalf of the first-rate Qin family. Who gave you the audacity? Gu Qingshan was momentarily taken aback, staring at the strikingly handsome youth before him. Previously, Chun Chang'an had shown him utmost respect and decorum, but now he seemed to emanate an aura of cold hostility. Furthermore, a dog thinks it can obstruct me, not crushing it to death would be an act of mercy on my part. Chun Chang'an disdainfully remarked, carelessly disregarding Gu Qingshan's ashen countenance, before producing the marriage contract from his possession. Enough pleasantries. I have come to annul the engagement, Chun Chang'an declared, slowly tearing the marriage contract in his hands. The fragments danced through the air, scattering like confetti, filling the grand hall. Impudent? Gu Qingshan suddenly roared. You are utterly disrespectful. Has your family not instilled the concept of manners in you? As he spoke, a pressure emanating from the celestial king realm enveloped Chun Chang'an, seemingly intent on forcing him to kneel. Yet, to everyone's astonishment, Chun Chang'an stood tall and unyielding, his demeanor relaxed. Manners? I have been exceedingly courteous, Gu family head. Do not make this awkward for both sides. The marriage contract is already torn. Kindly return the 3 million spirit stones I presented to you. A faint smirk tugged at the corners of Chun Chang'an's lips as he spoke. Gu Qingshan's expression darkened further. He had intended to intimidate Chun Chang'an, believing that even if the engagement was annulled, the subsequent gifts and spirit stones would not need to be returned. However, this arrogant Chun Chang'an was proving difficult to subdue. His gaze shifted towards the calm figure of Jun Wujian, who appeared to be watching the spectacle with amusement. Clap, clap, clap. Jun Wujian gently applauded before rising. Marvelous, simply marvelous. This little Dezhou kingdom, with its so-called first-rate families, how imposing. It has truly opened my eyes. Jun Wujian sauntered over to stand before Chun Chang'an, his eyes narrowing with disdain as he sneered. A frog at the bottom of a well, enjoying its reign in this Dezhou kingdom. Yet, in the Holy Land, you would likely not even comprehend how to meet your end. Upon hearing Jun Wujian speak, the Gu family members collectively sighed in relief, their faces now adorned with smirks as they turned their gaze towards Chun Chang'an. Gu Qiqing and Lu Sisi gazed at Jun Wujian with stars in their eyes, as though they were admiring a male deity. This only served to inflate Jun Wujian's ego further as he dramatically fanned himself with a folding fan. Qin Chang'an cast a sidelong glance at the individual before him. Scoffing, TSK, who is so lacking in integrity that their trousers can't be tightened, causing you to spill out like this? At his words, gasps rippled through the crowd. Some turned to glance at Jun Wujian, clad in yellow-orange, who indeed bore a resemblance to a pile of excrement. In an instant, countless individuals suppressed their laughter, their faces turning crimson, audacious. At this juncture, Lu Sisi interjected, Qin Chang'an, do you even know who he is? He is the young master of the Jun family, one of the 4 great families of the Holy Land, and the son of the Holy Sovereign. To speak so recklessly, are you courting death? Jun Wujian maintained his smile, but upon hearing Lu Sisi's words, the smirk on his lips morphed into a more disdainful and playful expression. The son of the Holy Sovereign. I trust you comprehend the significance of the status he represents. His gaze fixated on Qin Chang'an, as if surveying an insect. What's wrong? Are you frightened? Prior to this, your words have offended me. Do you wish to wait for death obediently? Or would you rather wag your tail in submission? Hoping for my mercy. Ha! Qin Chang'an chuckled lightly. The illustrious son of the Holy Sovereign, a transcendent existence in the entire central continent. Yet here you are, propping up a minuscule family in this remote kingdom. TSK, it seems your status in the Holy Land is quite lowly as well. Qin Chang'an's words rendered Jun Wujian's previously genial face rigid. If he truly were a noble-born, exalted son of the Holy Sovereign, he would not deign to come here to flaunt his power and assume such an arrogant demeanor. Indeed, in the Holy Land, he might merely be a worthless individual, unworthy of his own parents' regard. Thus, he had come here, basking in the flattery of the masses to bolster his fragile self-esteem. Hadn't he? Each of Qin Chang'an's words struck with precision. A layer of ashen pallor crept over Jun Wujian's face, as Qin Chang'an's remarks pierced deeply into his vulnerabilities. Observing Jun Wujian's increasingly sullen countenance, Qin Chang'an extended a finger, shaking it lightly, and scoffed, even I, a mere frog at the bottom of a well, surpass you, a despised piece of refuse. Even as the son of the Holy Sovereign, you remain the filthiest, most repugnant trash, with parents who care not, and siblings who regard you with shame, coming to Dezhou. Perhaps they would rather see you perish here? Qin Chang'an's words were like daggers, rendering the grand hall silent. Everyone stared, mouths agape, while the guards at the entrance wore expressions of utter astonishment. Old 8. How has Chang'an become so eloquent? TSK, it seems he is set to confront the Holy Land family, the son of the Holy Sovereign. How intriguing. Elder 8 and Elder 9 exchanged amused glances. Entirely unperturbed, within the hall, Jun Wujian's reaction exceeded Qin Chang'an's expectations. His face turned a shade of deep crimson, akin to that of a pig's liver. He slowly raised his hand, fingers twitching violently. His eyes filled with malice and a twisted glare. Ha! Jun Wujian emitted a sinister laugh, momentarily at a loss as to how to vent his fury by torturing Qin Chang'an to death. Very well, exceedingly well, a mere border nation, where even the utmost realm of the Holy Emperor is but a distant dream. How dare anyone provoke the might of Jun Wujian? I shall make you understand that this insolent mouth of yours will usher forth a nightmare of annihilation upon you and the Qin clan behind you. You, a mere warrior of the heavenly martial realm, dare to prance about here? Qin Chang'an retorted unceremoniously, gesturing towards the 2 elderly men. Or do you intend to rely on those 2 ancient relics of the heavenly king realm? His words undoubtedly ignited a blaze of fury in Jun Wujian's heart. With a menacing glare and gritted teeth, he proclaimed, Very well, I shall methodically tear your flesh apart and shatter your bones. Enraged, Jun Wujian lunged forward, his fingers reaching for Qin Chang'an's head. The Gu family members gasped in shock, their eyes filled with pity for Qin Chang'an. That Jiyu Qingqing and Lu Sisi simultaneously spat in disdain. Truly, he knows not the peril he invites. Facing the murderous intent of Jun Wujian, Qin Chang'an's palm shot out to meet the incoming attack. The pressure he unleashed surpassed the confines of the heavenly martial realm, leaving the arrogant Jun Wujian gasping for breath, his pupils dilating in terror. Bang! Their hands collided with a forceful impact. A piercing scream and the sound of splintering bones erupted. In that fleeting moment, Jun Wujian beheld an inconceivable sight. His entire hand shattered in an instant, and his arm began to crack inch by inch. In the next moment, countless fragments of bone flew about, before Jun Wujian could let out a despairing howl. A chilling hand pierced through his ribcage, plunging directly into his heart, cruelly seizing his heart within its grasp. Stop! A thunderous roar reverberated as two figures charged towards Qin Chang'an from above, their presence overwhelming. Boom! Just then, two more figures appeared beside Qin Chang'an. They effortlessly sent Jun Wujian's two elderly companions flying with a single punch. The entire grand hall trembled violently, as if an earthquake had struck. You dare! The two gray-robed elders, with short hair and long beards, fixed their terrified gazes on the 8th and 9th lords beside Qin Chang'an, but they were merely outer elders of the family. They were both at the pinnacle of the heavenly king realm. How could they have been dispatched with a single blow? Who are these two? We are the clan elders of the Qin family. The 8th lord said nonchalantly. The two gray-haired elders knitted their brows deeply. I care not who you are. You must know he is a member of the Jun family from Zhongzhou, the son of the holy monarch. You should understand how foolish it would be to kill him. The gray-robed elder spoke coldly. The other added, release him, or else. But before he could finish, a sharp cracking sound echoed through the air. Qin Chang'an tightened his grip, crushing an unknown part of Jun Wujian's body. Ugh! Jun Wujian emitted a wretched cry akin to a dying duck. You! The two gray-haired elders stepped forward, their eyes bulging with rage. Yet, they were wary of the 8th and 9th lords, hesitant to act recklessly. Or else what? Will you kill me? Qin Chang'an replied nonchalantly. You insolent brat, if you dare to lay a hand on him. The Qin family will be utterly extinguished. Do not say I did not warn you. As soon as the gray-haired elder's words left his lips, Qin Chang'an had already crushed Jun Wujian's heart. Bang! Jun Wujian's eyes widened in terror, his expression filled with dread. Before they glazed over, his head drooping lifelessly as he collapsed to the ground, dead on the spot. You! The gray-haired elder's eyes bulged in disbelief. The other immediately grasped his arm, panic-stricken, and hissed, flee. With a loud crash, the two burst through the roof, darting away into the distance. Yet, at that moment, a flash of blade light surged towards them. Swish! The blade sliced through the air with unmatched ferocity. And in an instant, two pristine heads flew off, their bodies thudded to the ground. Qin Chang'an narrowed his eyes, a knowing smile upon his lips as he remarked, 9th Lord, you truly are a hidden gem? Haha, I'm merely a tad stronger than them. The 9th Lord laughed awkwardly, attempting to mask his embarrassment. That I believe you not. Qin Chang'an scoffed inwardly. His gaze then fell upon Jun Wujian's lifeless form, recognizing that the intent to kill had been mutual, thus justifying his retaliatory strike. Otherwise, the circumstances would have been exceedingly troublesome. That it was better to eliminate the threat entirely. The acrid scent of blood pervaded the grand hall, causing all members of the Gu family to shrink back in terror. Qin Chang'an's eyes landed on the ashen-faced Gu Qingshan as he spoke coolly. The engagement between Gu Qingcheng and myself has been annulled. Are the items I requested prepared? This. Gu Qingshan trembled in fear, then bellowed at several elders. Quick, return the resources given by young Master Chun. Yes. The other elders hurriedly scurried away, eager to comply. Before long, a series of spatial rings were presented. After receiving them, Qin Chang'an didn't even glance at Gu Qingcheng, who was pale and nearly incapacitated with fear. He turned to collect the remains of Jun Wujian and the two gray-robed elders. This peculiar action left the 8th and 9th lords astonished. Young master, what do you require these corpses for? The 9th lord inquired curiously. I have my reasons, Qin Chang'an replied with a smile. Are you suggesting you intend to destroy the bodies? There is no need for that. With our connections and strength, we need not fear the Jun family, the 8th lord remarked nonchalantly. Qin Chang'an was taken aback. He looked at the 8th lord, hesitatingly asking, 8th lord, are we not also members of the Holy Clan or perhaps the Imperial Clan? Ye Ba was taken aback. The Holy Clan signifies that there is at least a powerful figure at the Saint Monarch level within the family. The Imperial Clan indicates the presence of a Saint Emperor level powerhouse. Ha. How could that be possible? You grew up in the great Zhou royal city. If we were a Holy Clan or an Imperial Clan, wouldn't your keen intelligence have uncovered that? Jiu laughed heartily, his expression remarkably sincere. This caused Qin Chang'an's eyes to narrow, and his heart was filled with deeper confusion. As the three of them departed, the once silent Gu family was thrown into chaos. It's over, father. They killed someone from the Jun family. What shall we do? Will the Jun family blame us? Gu Qingcheng's face was filled with panic. Lu Sisi was utterly at a loss. Jun Wujian is dead? The two protective elders he brought along are also dead. Slap! At that moment, Gu Qingshan forcefully struck Gu Qingcheng across the face, huffing, "This is all your fault. If it weren't for your desire to cling to Jun Wujian, we wouldn't be in this predicament. That Qin Chang'an's cultivation must have recovered, and his family's elder is no simple character. We have offended not just the Qin family, but also the Jun family. Humph, this is all due to you, foolish woman." Gu Qiqing was stunned by the slap, her face immediately contorting with grievance as she cried out, pointing at Gu Qingshan in anger, "Wasn't it for the betterment of the Gu family? If I hadn't utilized the resources given by Qin Chang'an to support the Gu family, would you be where you are today? Could you have entered the heavenly king realm? And now you strike me." Whoa. Watching Gu Qingqing's tearful outburst, Gu Qishan felt a pang of regret. He stared blankly at his own hand. He had just struck his daughter, whom he had always taken pride in. Enough. Just then, an elderly matron leaning on a cane slowly entered the grand hall. Ancestor, Gu Qingshan, Gu Qingcheng, and others respectfully addressed her, their expressions filled with excitement. The newcomer was none other than the Gu family's matriarch, Gu Changhong. "I am aware of everything that has transpired." Gu Changhong slowly made her way to the main seat, her gaze falling upon the bloodstains in the hall, her expression grave. "Ancestor, what should we do?" Gu Qingshan inquired respectfully, feeling uncertain. "Ancestor, father hit me." Gu Qingqing approached Gu Changhong, clinging to her arm, sniffling, her eyes red. "Qingshan, how can you blame Qingqing for this?" Gu Changhong shot a stern glance at Gu Qingshan, gently patting Gu Qingqing's hand, her tone softening. "Since we have offended the Qin family, we must fully embrace the Jun family's support." These words. All present in the hall were momentarily stunned. "Ancestor, you mean?" Gu Qingshan's gaze wavered. "Indeed, we will publicly announce that Jun Wujian has entered into a betrothal with our Qiqing, and they have also consummated their marriage." Everyone was taken aback. Gu Qingqing's face turned beet red. "Ancestor, what are you saying? I am still a maiden." Gu Changhong patted her hand, her expression kind. "I understand. This is merely a strategy." As she spoke, a glint of cold light flashed in her eyes as she addressed Gu Qingshan and the others in the hall, her voice icy. "You all must follow my orders. We will declare that Qiqing and Jun Wujian are married and that Qin Chang'an harbors resentment, leading to a conflict with Jun Wujian. We will utilize the 8th and 9th lords of the Qin family to have him killed and ensure that his body is disposed of." In the hall, everyone was stunned, gasping in shock. Bang! Gu Changhong forcefully struck the ground with her cane, as if striking the hearts of all present. "Do you understand?" "We understand." Everyone replied in unison. They all felt that Gu Changhong's plan was brilliant. Not only would they secure the Jun family's support, but they would also isolate the Qin family. After all, who would dare to befriend the Qin family after offending the Jun family? Moreover, Qin Chang'an might earn himself a reputation as petty, narrow-minded, and lacking discernment. "Qishan, you will be responsible for contacting the Jun family, informing them that Jun Wujian was killed by the Qin family. Furthermore, even if Jun Wujian is dead, Qiqing remains their daughter-in-law, and we shall request them to send someone to handle the matter." Gu Changhong spoke with authority, her gaze profound. "Understood," Gu Qingshan replied. "Ancestor, you are wise." At that moment, Gu Changhong's gaze fell upon Lu Cixi. "Miss Cixi." Lu Cixi snapped back to reality, her mind still in a whirl. But soon, she grasped the situation and quickly responded. "Ancestor of the Gu family, I know what to do. I, Lu Cixi, am willing to testify." "Yes, good. Also have your mother exert some influence to ensure that Qin Chang'an cannot remain in the Great Zhou Academy. At the very least, when the Jun family takes action against the Qin family, the Great Zhou Imperial family and the Great Zhou Academy must remain uninvolved." Gu Changhong stated solemnly. Lu Cixi's eyes lit up, and she promptly replied, "Ancestor of the Gu family, I understand. All right, everyone may disperse." Gu Changhong waved her hand, "And if this matter is handled well, it may even become our opportunity to enter the Holy Land." Hearing this, Gu Qishan and the others' eyes brightened. "Ancestor, you are wise." The crowd bowed respectfully, filled with admiration, before departing to carry out their tasks. Before long, news spread throughout Chang'an City that Qin Chang'an had come to withdraw his engagement with the Gu family, only for the Gu family to quickly establish a new betrothal with Jun Wujian, particularly the tale of Qin Chang'an's jealousy leading to a deadly confrontation with Jun Wujian, with the 8th and 9th lords of the Qin family getting involved and ultimately killing Jun Wujian, sent shockwaves throughout the city. In an instant, the people of Chang'an were filled with trepidation, buzzing with discussions. After all, that was the young master from a family of the Holy Land, tragically dying in Chang'an City. It would be difficult for the great Zhou sovereign to explain. Thus, storms of criticism began to converge upon the Qin family, creating an overwhelming momentum. Qin family. Upon returning, Qin Chang'an made his way to the council hall. Patriarch, these 300,000 spirit stones were given to me by you, and I now return them to the family to alleviate our urgent needs. Qin Chang'an presented a black spatial ring to Qin Xiantong. Qin Xiantong and the other elders looked at Qin Chang'an with expressions of appreciation. Keep it for yourself. I am pleased by your thoughtfulness. Our family still has resources, and you need not worry about it. Qin Xiantong replied with a smile. Patriarch, over this past year, the family has expended considerable manpower and resources searching for me. Qin Chang'an began to speak, but was interrupted by the elder, since Chang'an is so filial. Then Patriarch, you should accept half of it. The elder regarded Qin Chang'an, her stunningly beautiful face as cold as ice, resembling a celestial being, yet she smiled gently at Qin Chang'an and said, Chang'an, there is no need for further sentimental words. The remaining half is for your cultivation. You need not refuse. Hearing this, Qin Xiantong did not decline and accepted it, returning half to Qin Chang'an. Qin Chang'an nodded. Refraining from further comment, he could see that the elders regarded him with concern in their eyes, which filled him with warmth. At that moment, Qin Xiantong said with a smile, Chang'an, regarding the matters with the Gu family. Both 8th and 9th have informed us. It was Chang'an's recklessness. Please punish him. Patriarch. Qin Chang'an immediately cupped his hands in apology. Ha ha ha, punish what nonsense. Qin Xiantong laughed heartily. You did well. From now on, you should boldly pursue any endeavors. If the younger generation or those at a significant realm difference challenge you or pursue you, we will not assist. However, if the older generation attempts to intervene, we old folks will not permit it. As for Jun Wujian, if he is dead, then he is dead. There is no need to fear the Jun family, a mere outer sect elder's son, who is likely not favored. Even if the Jun family dares to come, we will let them witness the might of our Qin family's bloodline. Upon hearing this, Qin Chang'an felt a profound stirring in his heart. Qin Chang'an's expression grew peculiar, and an overwhelming sense of confusion surged within him. Patriarch. Could it be that I am the young master of a certain mysterious family? In truth, you are not my true uncle. Moreover, my biological parents are still alive, and they are powerful beings. I am merely being raised externally? TCH. Qin Xiantong scoffed, curling his lip. How could that be? You are my own nephew. Qin Chang'an touched his nose and curiously gazed at the 9 elders, inquiring, are you not concerned that I might inadvertently cause a catastrophe? You still encourage me to venture forth. Are you not afraid that one day I might tear apart the heavens? Ha ha ha, tear apart the heavens? Well, the Qin family would simply mend it, at this moment. The 9th elder laughed heartily, adding, moreover, our Qin family has always been united, prioritizing kinship over reason. Indeed, if you cower in fear, how can you ever grow? The 8th elder remarked with a smile. The eldest elder then spoke solemnly. Old 8 speaks wisely. You are clearly a rare gem. How could you forge yourself gently? The 2nd elder, holding a feather fan, slowly chimed in. Chang'an, as cultivators, we must shoulder everything with our lives. We do not bow to fate, nor do we yield to destiny. Nothing should obstruct our path. The multitude of beings should not weigh upon our hearts, and the divine should never compel us to bend. The rest of the assembly nodded in agreement, their eyes gleaming with pride in being part of the Qin family. Qin Chang'an's gaze flickered, his blood stirring with fervor. Each of these elders supported his audacity to confront challenges, unafraid of the cosmos. Henceforth, his approach would be characterized by dominance. Of course, this did not equate to bullying the weak without reason, but rather standing resolute against tyranny and formidable foes. After all, he had the backing of the Qin family and the god-burial Coffin. Such formidable foundations indeed. Master, trouble has arisen. At that moment, the family steward, an elderly man named Chen Wu, rushed in, breathless with urgency. What has occurred? Qin Xiantong's brow furrowed slightly. Master, esteemed elders, young master. Chen Wu entered with a flustered expression. Gasping for breath before continuing, the other 3 prominent families in the royal city, Lu, Wang, and Wu, have all announced the cessation of business relations with us. Moreover, our various enterprises and spirit stone mines are facing opposition from all major families. Even the royal family has issued a proclamation stating that the actions of our Qin family have nothing to do with the Great Zhou Kingdom. As these words fell, the atmosphere turned instantly silent. What on earth is happening? Qin Xiantong's brow knitted in concern, and he quickly grasped the situation. Could it be that the Gu family was making a move? Qin Wu cast a furtive glance at Qin Chang'an. Lowering his voice, what the master said is indeed correct. It is the Gu family. Rumors from the Gu family suggested that Gu Qingqiang had entered into a marital relationship with Jun Wujian. And the two had made a pact. What? The ninth elder's eyes widened. What did they say? They claim our young master, driven by love and resentment, has prompted the eighth and ninth elders to eliminate Jun Wujian. Hence, all families in the royal city wish to distance themselves from our Qin family. As Qin Wu's words echoed, the ninth elder erupted in fury. What utter nonsense. Is that what the Gu family is saying? Ah, yes, indeed. Qin Wu trembled under the ninth elder's imposing presence. The crowd fell silent, their gazes narrowing. Chang'an, what do you have to say? At this moment, the second elder, dressed in scholarly robes and holding a feather fan, inquired with a smile. Qin Chang'an scoffed disdainfully. I never anticipated the Gu family would choose to persist in their folly rather than seek reconciliation with us. His eyes narrowed, pondering that such a strategy could hardly have originated from that fool Gu Qishan. Indeed, it must be a ploy devised by their ancestral figure, Gu Changhong. The second elder smiled slightly. It seems they intend to isolate our Chun family entirely within the royal city. How interesting. Indeed, quite fascinating. Qin Chang'an replied coldly. My earlier restraint in not executing members of the Gu family stemmed from their lack of murderous intent towards me. However, should they provoke me further and cross my boundaries? I shall not hold back. I do not initiate conflict, but if others provoke me, I shall retaliate, Qin Chang'an declared with a cold gaze, instilling fear in Qin Wu. The other elders nodded in unison. Let them isolate us, if they wish to extend their malevolent grasp towards our Qin family. Whoever dares to extend their hand, we shall sever it. Chun Xiantong spoke icily, showing utter disdain for the families isolating the Qin family. Yes, Qin Wu responded respectfully. With matters concluded, Qin Chang'an returned to his chamber. He placed Jun Wujian and the corpses of the two old men directly into the god burial coffin. Soon, the three bodies disintegrated entirely. Streams of pure energy flowed back into Qin Chang'an's body, nourishing his dantian. Too little, Qin Chang'an muttered his dissatisfaction that he then procured a sword, an imposing heavy sword measuring nearly 8 feet in length and a foot wide. A heavenly-grade weapon, the Overlord Sword. This was a treasured heavy sword of the Qin family. Weapon grades are classified as Huang, Xian, Di, Tian, Wang, Huang, Jun, Zun, and Di. Each realm corresponds to a weapon grade. Qin Chang'an then began to practice the buried world sword technique. First move, instant kill. Second move, throat seal. Third move, shatter the heavens. The following day, a servant hurriedly approached Qin Chang'an's door, panic evident in his voice. Young master, trouble. Xian Xiao has been bullied at the academy. The master requests your intervention. Upon hearing this, a glint of cold light flashed in Qin Chang'an's eyes as he secured the Overlord's sword around his neck, placing it in a spatial ring tied with a string. He then strode out with purpose. Upon seeing the anxious servant outside, Qin Chang'an coldly commanded, "Lead me there." Yes, the servant exhaled in relief, promptly leading the way. Qin Chang'an's mind involuntarily conjured images of a youthful face and a slender figure. Xian Xiao, referring to Qin Xian, the biological son of Qin Xiantong, Qin Chang'an's cousin. The two had shared a close bond since childhood. How dare anyone bully him? Truly a death wish, Qin Chang'an murmured coldly, quickening his pace. Meanwhile, at the Great Zhou Academy, in a corner unnoticed by many, crack, the sound of bones shattering echoed as a frail figure crashed to the ground. Crimson blood rapidly stained a large area of the ground. Oh, quite sturdy bones. A young man clad in blue, exuding a sinister aura, sauntered over, looking down at the incapacitated youth. TSK, Qin Xian, your Qin family is on the verge of annihilation, yet you remain so arrogant? Two other young men approached slowly, arms crossed, faces filled with disdain and mock sympathy. I ask it just 100 spirit stones. Simply hand them over, and perhaps when your Chun family faces extinction, our 3 families might spare your life. Lu Hang, Wang Gang, and Wu Hong. With an arm broken and numerous wounds covering his body, the immense pain rendered Qin Xian pale, sweat pouring down his face. Through gritted teeth, he retorted, my elder brother is returning. If you dare to strike me, prepare to meet your end. Oh, your elder brother? Lu Hong, Wang Gang, and Wu Hong exchanged glances before bursting into laughter. Your elder brother Qin Chang'an, is it? He can barely protect himself. Do you believe he will come to your aid? What a grand joke. Indeed, he is nothing more than a pitiful wretch. The woman has been taken by Jun Xiao, and he himself, lacking martial virtue. has compelled the family elders to resort to murder. Tiaskakiste. It won't be long before the wrath of the Jun family descends upon your Qin family. At that time, none shall be spared. Wang Gang sneered. His eyes narrowed in mockery. You fiends. Chun Xian lay on the cold ground, filled with rage, coughing up several mouthfuls of blood. Lu Heng leisurely approached, placing his right foot atop Chun Xian's head. Speaking slowly, Chun Xian, my little junior, let us not forget that even if your elder brother Qin Chang'an regains his strength, what then? We three have the backing of the other three major families in the royal city. Behind him stands the second prince, providing unwavering support. Even if you were to be killed today, your father wouldn't dare utter a word of protest. Do you believe it? Chun Xian clenched his teeth in silence. Unable to utter a word. Since the disappearance of Qin Chang'an, the Qin family members at the Great Zhou Academy had adopted a low profile. The students within the academy were categorized into 4 ranks: A, B, C, and D, corresponding to the realms of Tianwu, Diwu, Xuanwu, and Huangwu. He was merely a C-ranked student, and thus no match for the 3 B-ranked students, ever since the news of Qin Chang'an killing Jun Wujian had spread in recent days. These individuals had begun to bully the Chun family's disciples, leaving him feeling utterly stifled. Heh, today I shall slay the 3 of you, and your families wouldn't dare utter a peep. Do you believe it? At that moment, a chilling voice suddenly resonated behind the trio, causing them to shudder. Who dares to speak so audaciously? Lu Heng, Wang Gang, and Wu Hong were all filled with fury and disdainfully refused to turn around. Suddenly, all 3 stood frozen in shock. Then, in unison, they exclaimed, You, Chun Chang'an. Ignoring the trio, Qin Chang'an slowly approached Chun Xian's side. Be brother. The 15-year-old Qin Xian stammered as he looked at Qin Chang'an. The cruel bullying had never made him yield. Yet at this moment, he found himself on the verge of tears. Lu Heng, Wang Gang, and Wu Hong took a moment to regain their composure. Lu Heng smirked and sneered. Oh, look who it is, the cuckolded young Master Chun. What brings you here? Shouldn't you be hiding? Qin Chang'an crouched down to assess Chun Xian's injuries, then raised his head, his gaze icy as it fell upon the 3 before him. How do you wish to die? Ha ha, how arrogant. Lu Heng scoffed. Qin Chang'an, weren't you stripped of your cultivation? You think you can intimidate us just because you borrowed the power of your clan's elder to kill Jun Wujian? Indeed, you have already offended the Jun family. Do you really think you can afford to offend the Lu, Wang, and Wu families as well? Do you dare? Do you dare to kill us? Pfft, nothing but a fox assuming the majesty of a tiger. Wang Gang chimed in with derision. In their eyes, the Qin family, now in the Great Zhou Kingdom, could only seek to ally with other families for self-preservation. They absolutely must not commit the foolish act of offending other families again. B brother, they took my spirit stones, and they don't even regard our Qin family. Chun Xian spoke with a face full of grievance. His eyes reddened. Enough, focus on your recovery. Do not speak. Qin Chang'an frowned and fed Qin Xian a healing pill. He then slowly rose to his feet. Drawing the Overlord's sword into his hand, he swung it with a single stroke. Swoosh. The burial world sword technique instantly claimed a life. In an instant, Lu Heng's head flew from his shoulders. His eyes wide with terror, the burial world sword technique sealed the throat. Pfft. Wang Gang's neck was swiftly pierced by a sword. Boom. In the next moment, the sword roared, shattering his neck in the blink of an eye. Chun Chang'an's figure appeared above Wu Hong. Burial world sword technique. Shattering heaven. Bang. A colossal pressure descended like a mountain. As the sword fell, Wu Hong's body could not withstand the immense force and disintegrated into countless fragments with a resounding crash. Having slain 3 men, Qin Chang'an stared expressionlessly ahead. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. There, 3 figures approached at great speed. Qin Chang'an narrowed his eyes, observing the trio before him. These 3 were A-ranked students, possessing the strength of Tianwu, and were the elder brothers of the previous 3. Upon witnessing the carnage of dismembered bodies and the grisly scene, the newcomers roared in outrage. Qin Chang'an, how dare you kill my brother? Qin Chang'an, are you insane? Do you wish to become enemies with the Lu family? Qin Chang'an coldly snorted. They have insulted and beaten the son of the Qin family head. They have already sought their own demise. As he spoke, he slowly raised the massive sword in his hand. If you wish to stand out, come forth and meet your end. Arrogant. One of the Lu family's A-ranked students shouted in fury, brandishing a sword that he thrust toward Qin Chang'an's neck. Burial world sword technique, sealing the throat. Uffed. With a peculiar swordplay, Chun Chang'an swiftly drove the sword into his throat. You. The Liu family disciple stared in horror at the sight of his neck pierced through. The other two gritted their teeth. Chun Chang'an, how dare you kill? You have doomed the Chun family, and you still dare to kill our family as disciples. But the only response they received was a sweeping strike from Chun Chang'an's sword. This strike was laden with immense force, the terrifying pressure crashing down upon their bodies like a mountain. Boom! Amidst the harrowing screams, as the two attempted to block with their arms, their limbs shattered, and their remaining mangled bodies were violently sent flying. Chun Chang'an pressed on, stepping onto the neck of one of them, slowly twisting and crushing. His eyes narrowed, a chilling light glinting within. Those who bully the disciples of the Chun family shall die. With that, Chun Chang'an raised the broad longsword and brought it crashing down. In an instant, the head of the A-ranked student was nailed to the ground. Chun Chang'an, why you? The remaining one was so astonished that his eyes nearly bulged out. Stumbling over his words, a profound terror surged within his very soul, and he immediately took out a communication stone, his voice trembling in panic. Elder, save me. Someone wants to kill me. Help me. Help me. Stop, you insolent wretch. Let him go. At that moment, 6 formidable figures rushed over at great speed. Tianwang Realm. Upon reaching the Tianwang Realm, one can fly briefly. The 6 who approached were the protective elders of the Liu, Wang, and Wu families. Elder, save me. Upon seeing the newcomers, the last one cried out in terror, a sense of surviving a calamity washing over him. But in the next instant, Chun Chang'an crushed his skull with a single kick. The horrified cries abruptly ceased. You audacious fool. The 6 elders glared with disbelief at Chun Chang'an. They never imagined that upon their arrival, their family disciples would still meet their demise at Chun Chang'an's hands. Chun Chang'an planted the enormous overlord's sword beside him, crossing his arms and snorting dismissively, uninterested in responding. His gaze fell upon the trembling servant who had brought him here. You, come here and escort young Master Xian back to the family. Oh, yes, young master. The servant timidly approached and helped Chun Xian to his feet. Young Master Xian, let us return. No, I want to wait for my brother. Despite his injuries, Chun Xian remained resolute, gazing at Chun Chang'an's back. Brother, this trouble was caused by me. You must leave quickly and ignore me. Chun Chang'an shot him a glance. What nonsense are you speaking? I am the young master of the Chun family. Who dares to touch me? Chun Xian was taken aback, his eyes filled with admiration. He then turned to the 6 elders, urgently stating, It was Lu Heng and the others who attacked me first, my brother only. Humph, no need for explanations. One elder coldly interrupted Chun Xian, his gaze filled with murderous intent as he looked at Chun Chang'an. He has killed 6 disciples from our 3 families. This is an undeniable fact. Indeed, Chun Chang'an. What more do you have to say? Another elder chimed in coldly. Chun Chang'an sneered. They bullied my brother and sought to kill. They fully deserve their fate. If you dare to lay a hand on me, I shall kill you too. Chun Chang'an's words ignited a blaze of fury in the 3 elders. Do not waste words with him. Seize him and bring him back for the family head to deal with. One elder declared, charging toward Chun Chang'an, a terrifying pressure enveloping Chun Chang'an's entire being, as if fingers capable of tearing space were reaching for his neck. Chun Chang'an remained expressionless, not moving an inch. Just then, a mocking voice slowly rang out. Oh, you 6 old fools bullying the young. Boom. With a thunderous crash, the charging elder was sent flying by a single punch, his arm shattered, his face pale with shock. Beside Chun Chang'an stood a young woman. She was petite, her expression resolute, her skin as fair as snow, breathtakingly beautiful, clad in a blue outfit that exuded an air of confidence. Upon seeing her, both Chun Chang'an and Chun Xian hurriedly bowed. We greet the 7th master. The individual approaching is none other than the 7th elder of the Chun family, known as 7th master. Among the 9 esteemed elders, the 1st master, 3rd master, and 7th master are all women. Chun Chang'an was aware that there were protectors behind him, hence he remained unfazed earlier. Shaoan, well done, 7th master exclaimed with a smile, hands on her hips. Chun Chang'an returned a slight smile, responding, caring for my clan's younger members is my duty. You dare to shield him, 7th master. He has slain our kin. An elder opposite them spoke bitterly. The esteemed elders of the Chun family, you may not know their names, but you are certainly aware that our clan boasts 9 exceptionally talented and discreet elders. 7th master retorted coldly, however, it was your kin who first bullied my Xiao Xian and even harbored murderous intent against him. You. The elder seethed with rage, yet was restrained from taking lethal action. What of it? This is self-defense. If you continue to meddle, I will not hesitate to end you, Seventh Master declared, her demeanor imposing. You. The 6 elders opposite exchanged glances, their chest heaving with suppressed anger, unable to utter another word. Enough of your nonsense. If you wish to fight, then let us fight. If not, be gone, Seventh Master scoffed. The 6 elders, after a brief moment of contemplation, waved their hands and swiftly departed, gathering the remnants from the ground. Upon witnessing their retreat, Seventh Master turned back to Qin Chang'an. You, young man, upon your return, have offended the Jun family, and now you add the Liu, Wang, and Wu families to the list. Impressive, seeing that Seventh Master bore no sign of anger. Qin Chang'an respectfully bowed. With the formidable 7th Master by my side, I fear no family. Oh, now you have a sharp tongue, 7th Master smirked, her stature not reaching Qin Chang'an's shoulder, yet her presence emanated an aura akin to an abyss. It seems you, 7th Master, are a master of physical cultivation, your physique as formidable as a divine being. Deity. That moment, the voice of the Coffin Master echoed in Qin Chang'an's mind. Let us return. Young Qin Xian is also gravely injured, 7th Master suggested with a blink. Thus, Qin Xian, supported by a servant, accompanied Qin Chang'an and the others back to the Qin residence, in the grand hall of the Qin family. As the onlookers beheld the nearly recovered Qin Xian, their faces darkened with anger. Just 2 days, and these scoundrels dare to bully our Qin family. 9th Master scoffed disdainfully. It seems the other 3 families, along with the royal family, believe we are destined for annihilation at the hands of the Jun family. What a farce. 8th Master chimed in. At this juncture, Qin Xian turned to Qin Chang'an. Chang'an, what are your plans? After a moment's contemplation, Qin Chang'an replied, Qin Xian, is the grand competition of the Great Zhou Academy about to commence? Upon hearing this, Qin Xian's eyes lit up. Indeed, tomorrow marks the competition for the elite students. Are you planning to participate, brother? Oh, the competition for the elite students at the academy? Absolutely. The top 10 will represent the Great Zhou Kingdom in contests against the 4 major nations, determining the number of participants allowed into a secret realm rich in spiritual energy for cultivation. Moreover, there is a chance to enter the sacred land and join the Taitsong Sword sect. Brother, you must participate. You are destined to claim the first prize, Qin Xian exclaimed enthusiastically. The others in the hall turned their attention to this conversation. The patriarch, Qin Xiantong, contemplated before placing a hand on Qin Chang'an's shoulder. Chang'an, you should enter. Gather as many resources as you can. As you can see, our family is in dire straits, isolated by the entire royal city. The other elders exchanged glances, nodding in agreement, their faces reflecting deep sorrow and indignation. Indeed, young master, this is an opportunity for you to hone your skills. The secret realm in the eastern province is replete with dense spiritual energy and treasures. It is a veritable paradise for cultivation, they urged. Qin Chang'an cast a skeptical glance at them, thinking how these individuals, despite their formidable prowess, feigned helplessness too poorly. Very well, I shall participate. I am eager to see if they will conspire to oppress our Qin family. Qin Chang'an declared coldly, his eyes shimmering with disdain. Furthermore, the troubles instigated by Gu Qiqing must be addressed. Thus, subduing the other prodigies of the Great Zhou and reclaiming his reputation as a genius would serve as the finest proof and retaliation. Both the competition and entry into the secret realm presented an avenue to amass considerable resources. Additionally, he intended to observe who possessed his bloodline of tyranny during the competition, Qin Xiantong remarked. You have already killed the scions of those 3 families. They do not wish to engage in direct conflict with us yet. Thus, they may seek to challenge you to a life-and-death duel during the competition. Exercise caution. Understood, Patriarch. Qin Chang'an nodded slowly, his eyes glinting with determination. The following day, when Qin Chang'an and a group of Qin family disciples appeared at the Great Zhou Academy, they instantly stirred a commotion. Isn't that Qin Chang'an? He dares to show his face here. Weren't we told he harbored a grudge and incited the elders to slay the Jun family's young master? Why has he not fled? Yet still dares to come to the academy. My word, he possesses audacity beyond measure, risking retribution from the Jun family. Let us hope he does not bring calamity upon the Great Zhou Kingdom. They whispered, You seem unaware. Just yesterday, Qin Chang'an had a dispute with the 3 top-tier families. What transpired? The discussion swirled around them. When encountering the Liu, Wang, and Wu families, their disciples glared at Qin Chang'an and his companions with animosity. Unfazed, Chen Chang'an led his fellow clan members straight into the academy. Before long, they arrived at an expansive arena. It was at this moment that an excited voice rang out. "Brother Chen, it is indeed you." At the sound, Chen Chang'an halted and turned to face the speaker. The others promptly bowed in respect. "Greetings, Second Prince." Chen Chang'an narrowed his eyes. The figure before him was strikingly handsome, with sharp brows and bright eyes. It was Ji Songhai, the second prince of Great Zhou. The academy distinguished its students into 4 categories: A, B, C, and D. Chen Chang'an had long held the title of the top A-grade student. This individual, the perennial second, had consistently occupied the second rank. Among the ranks were Lu Tianla, the Lu family's young master, at 3rd place, Wang Desui, the Wang family's young master, in 4th, and Wu Meiling, the Wu family's young master, at 5th. "It is you, second prince," Chen Chang'an replied coolly. "Ha! I knew you wouldn't perish. Indeed, not only have you returned, but your cultivation has also been restored." Unfazed by Chen Chang'an's indifference, Ji Songhai approached, throwing an arm around his shoulder with warmth. "By the way, Brother Chen, you may have gone a bit overboard with your actions. There could be serious repercussions. I have discussed it with my father, and our great Zhou kingdom will firmly stand by your side." Ji Songhai whispered earnestly in Chen Chang'an's ear, concern etched across his face. However, Chen Chang'an was no longer the person he had been a year prior. In truth, he was now around 120 years old. At this moment, he detected a fleeting glimmer of jealousy in Ji Songhai's eyes. Chen Chang'an's heart stirred. He had been deprived of his bloodline of tyranny and cast into the abyss of demon burial. The first to be suspected were the young masters of the Lu, Wang, and Wu families. Now, it appeared that his once closest friend, second Prince Ji Songhai, also seemed to harbor a hint of suspicion, as only Ji Songhai frequently displayed a hint of jealousy towards his overlord bloodline. The two exchanged formal pleasantries and soon arrived at the dueling arena within the academy. The moment Chen Chang'an and Ji Songhai made their entrance, they instantly captivated the attention of countless onlookers. "Wow, Brother Chang'an, how wonderful! You are indeed safe." At that moment, a breathtakingly beautiful young woman strode towards them, appearing to be around 17 or 18 years of age. Her enchanting eyes sparkled, her cherry lips glistened, and her delicate brows resembled crescent moons. A fragrant breeze accompanied her, and a delighted smile adorned her face as she hurried to stand before Chen Chang'an. Beside her was a tall, handsome young man clad in a white robe. Upon seeing them, Chen Chang'an slightly nodded and clasped his fists in greeting, addressing them as Your Highness, Prince Ji Songshan, and Princess Ji Mingyu. The newcomers were none other than Prince Ji Songshan and Princess Ji Mingyu. It seems that our nation, de Zhou, has welcomed back an unparalleled prodigy. However, Chen Chang'an, your return has stirred quite the trouble, which is truly worrisome. Ji Songshan spoke nonchalantly, appearing less than fond of Chen Chang'an, and before Chen Chang'an could respond, Ji Mingyu, with a look of concern, interjected, "Royal brother, we cannot blame Brother Chang'an for this matter. There must be a reason behind it." Turning her gaze to Chen Chang'an, her beautiful eyes filled with worry, she urged, "Brother Chang'an, why do you still dare to appear here? You should leave Chang'an City at once to avoid the storm. The Jun family is one of the 4 great families, and the consequences could be severe." "I am perfectly fine. I appreciate the princess's concern," Chen Chang'an replied with a reassuring smile, a rare gentle expression gracing his face. He understood Ji Mingyu's feelings for him all too well. It was unfortunate that, at that time, his heart had been solely focused on Gu Qingqing, failing to recognize the true gem that had always been by his side, a childhood companion with whom he had grown up. Ji Mingyu was momentarily taken aback, but then her expression brightened with joy. Although Chen Chang'an had previously treated her with respect, there had always been an air of natural distance between them. However, it seemed that something had shifted. "Not good. Big brother, the young master of the Lu family is approaching, along with Gu Qingcheng and Lu Cici." At that moment, Chen Xian, standing behind Chen Chang'an, whispered, while the other Chen family members wore grave expressions. "Oh, I thought it was someone significant. Turns out it's just the useless young master relying on the clan elders to act high and mighty." A mocking voice accompanied a group of figures as they slowly approached. Leading them were Lu Tianlu, Wang Deshui, and Wu Meiling, followed closely by Gu Qingcheng and Lu Cici. Accompanied by a throng of family members. "Greetings, Your Highness, Second Prince, Princess." Upon their arrival, they all bowed in respect to the 3 members of the Ji family. It appears to be Lu Xiong and his companions. "I hear you 3 have advanced to the Tianshan realm. level 10. It is indeed impressive. Ji Songhai remarked warmly as he regarded them. Ji Songshan merely huffed in acknowledgement, his pride unmistakable. While Ji Mingyu completely ignored them, her gaze lingering on Chunchang and observed the expressions of those around him, casting a sidelong glance at the newcomers, and disdainfully remarked, "Whether I am a useless young master or not, you can simply descend into the depths of hell and ask your brother for clarification. Chunchang, you are audacious and lawless. Do you truly believe that no one can bring you to justice?" Lu Tian seethed with fury upon hearing Qin Chang's words. Beside him, Wang Deshui and Wu Meiling also wore expressions of anger. The three of them unleashed their Tianshan realm. Level 10. Aura, creating an overwhelming pressure directed at Qin Chang'an. Boom. The atmosphere in the arena turned tense and deadly serious. The commotion drew numerous onlookers, who gathered to witness the unfolding drama. Qin Chang'an narrowed his eyes slightly, regarding Lu Tianlu with disdain as he retorted, "Indeed, there are those who can bring me to justice, but I assure you, that person is certainly not you. Qin Chang'an, your arrogance will not last long. The Jun family will soon send someone here. Just wait and see how you meet your end." Gu Qingcheng glared at Qin Chang'an, her voice cutting through the air. Qin Chang'an cast her a dismissive glance, his contempt for a woman willing to sacrifice her own reputation to align with a powerful family palpable as he scoffed. "Fool. You ungrateful wretch." Gu Qingcheng fumed, realizing that the man who once cherished her now regarded her as mere refuse. A painful regret surged within her heart. "Qingcheng, do not concern yourself with him. He is merely a clown who will not last long." Lu Cc comforted, clutching Gu Qingcheng's arm. "Oh dear. Qin Chang'an, after all, you were once my beloved. Why speak so harshly?" Wang Deshui chimed in, his tone dripping with mockery. "No wonder you are so enraged. Your woman has become another's plaything. TSK. No wonder you are consumed by hatred, leading the clan elders to slay Jun Shao. I truly admire your audacity. You are a real man." At Wang Deshui's words, laughter erupted among the crowd, their gazes fixated on Qin Chang'an's head, as if it were adorned with a green glow. However, his words also caused Gu Qingcheng's face to flush with indignation. What did he mean by calling her a plaything? She was still a maiden, after all. Yet, she could not refute him. After all, her family had already spread rumors portraying her as Jun Wujian's woman to forge an alliance with the Jun family. Amidst the jeers from the crowd, Qin Chang'an's expression remained calm. He would not turn a blind eye to it all. While he could not eliminate everyone, silencing the most boisterous few would suffice. Endurance? Impossible. He surged forward, instantly positioning himself beside Gu Qingcheng, and with a swift tug on her sleeve, he tore it apart. Rip! The sound of fabric being ripped echoed through the air, revealing Gu Qingcheng's snowy white arm, which bore a distinct mark, the guardian sand. Upon witnessing this scene, the crowd erupted in astonishment. That was the guardian sand. What? Wasn't it said that Gu Qingcheng had already slept with Jun Wujian? Did Qin Shao act out of fury and take drastic measures? Could it be that they never consummated their union? TSK. This woman is truly formidable. Qin Shao did not claim her maidenhood, yet she still failed to secure Jun Shao. This woman is truly beneath contempt, joking with her own reputation. The murmurs of the crowd finally snapped Gu Qingcheng back to reality, and she seethed. "Qin Chang'an, what are you trying to accomplish?" "Ha!" Qin Chang'an sneered. "I seek nothing at all." He then fixed his gaze on Gu Qingcheng, his voice laced with menace. "While I do not care for the reputation of being arrogant and indiscriminately killing the innocent, should you employ such despicable and ignorant tactics to provoke me again, I would not hesitate to end your life." Faced with Qin Chang'an's murderous glare, Gu Qingcheng stumbled back, her face ashen. How can you treat me this way?" Qin Chang'an chose to disregard her, considering she had once been the object of his affection a century ago long, as she did not overstep her bounds. He had no desire to act against her. However, if she persisted in her folly, he would not hesitate to send her on her way. As he pondered this, his gaze shifted to Lu Tianlu, Wang Deshui, and Wu Meiling, disdain evident on his face as he remarked, "Heh, you three were once beneath my feet, as humble as dogs. Now that you have reached the Tianshan realm, level 10, you remain timid, merely chattering away while refusing to act. TSK, you still fear me, do you not? A trio of incompetent and useless fools." As his words fell, the arena fell into a heavy silence. Wu Meiling, the young mistress of the Wu family, scoffed, "Qin Chang'an, you may have bested us a year ago, but that does not guarantee your victory now. Allow me to teach you a lesson." You arrogant brat. With that, she lunged forward, her fingers poised to grasp Chen Chang'an's neck with deadly intent. I in her view. Even though Chen Chang'an had regained his cultivation, he could hardly be her match now. However, to her horror, Chen Chang'an raised his right hand with astonishing speed, akin to a fleeting shadow, slap. A resounding slap echoed throughout the grand hall. Every person present heard it clearly. Wu Meiling was sent flying through the air, crashing down heavily. Boom! This single slap left the entire crowd in stunned silence. All eyes were wide with disbelief that Wu Meiling was a Tianshan realm, level 10 cultivator, when Chen Chang'an made his appearance a few days prior. He exuded not even a hint of martial prowess. Even if he had resumed his training during this time, it was inconceivable that he could have regained enough strength to contend with someone at the pinnacle of the Tianwu realm. At this moment, a profound bewilderment enveloped everyone present. Haha, a year ago, the three of you were nothing more than refuse in my eyes. Now, a year has passed, and you remain as worthless as ever. You shall forever be deemed as worthless, truly making no progress whatsoever. Defeating you is merely a matter of a single slap. Chen Chang'an spoke with utter disdain, casually flicking his wrist as he turned his gaze toward the battered Wu Meiling. Sneering derisively, TSK, Wu Meiling, your skin has grown remarkably thick, to the point that my hand is beginning to ache. Ah, you seek death. I shall kill you. Wu Meiling, consumed by humiliation, was now utterly enraged. With a furious roar, she raised her hands, which erupted with violet radiance, charging fiercely toward Chen Chang'an. The crowd instinctively parted, revealing a vast circle in the center. The Wu family's Tiger Rush fist was unleashed by the 10th level Wu Meiling of the Tianwu realm. Radiating an overwhelming force exceeding 10,000 pounds, the aura was terrifying. Brother Chang'an, be careful. Ji Mingwei instinctively cried out, having been pulled aside by Ji Songhai, yet still acutely sensing the dreadful power emanating from Wu Meiling's hands. Die! Wu Meiling's eyes glinted with ferocity, intent on annihilating Chen Chang'an in a single blow. In this moment, she disregarded everything else that a triumphant smile spread across Chen Chang'an's lips. His earlier provocations were designed to infuriate her, enabling him to kill without reservation. The burial world sword technique was ready to strike. Boom. Suddenly, a colossal sword materialized in Chen Chang'an's grasp, sweeping violently, shattering Wu Meiling's violet glow. Simultaneously, the massive blade continued its arc, slicing directly toward Wu Meiling's neck. Sizzle. In the next moment, her head was sent flying. Gurgle, gurgle, as the bloodied head rolled on the ground. Its eyes blinked repeatedly, seemingly unable to comprehend the unfolding events. That a profound silence enveloped the surroundings. Every student within the academy widened their eyes, breath caught in their throats. In unison, two words echoed in their minds. What the hell? Ji Songshan and Ji Songhai's pupils constricted sharply. Ji Mingyue's mouth was agape, nearly capable of accommodating an EGG. Ji Yuqiqing and Lu Sisi instinctively clung to one another, gazing at Chen Chang'an in terror. Bang! Chen Chang'an drove the colossal sword into the ground, leaning against it lightly. His gaze fixated on Lu Tianla and Wang Desui. You two, cease your prattle and come forth. Let us engage in a life and death battle. Since I have already made enemies, it is best to eliminate them all. Chen Chang'an, do you dare to commit murder within the academy? You believe you can escape? You are doomed. Indeed, how dare you kill her? She is the young mistress of the Wu family. Lu Tianla and Wang Desui growled in response. Such excessive chatter. Chen Chang'an's figure flickered, lunging forward with ferocity. Lu Tianla and Wang Deshui's pupils dilated, hastily preparing to defend themselves. 1,000 illusion sword, limitless blade slash, one wielded a sword, the other a blade, unleashing their full cultivation to strike at Chen Chang'an. Burial world sword technique to seal the throat. Sizzle, a sword thrust shattered Lu Tianla's 1,000 illusion sword technique, and then pierced his neck. In the next instant, Chen Chang'an withdrew his colossal sword and was before Wang Desui, swinging the massive blade down with ferocity. Burial world sword technique to shatter the heavens. Boom. A tempest of energy surged, obliterating all of Wang Deshui's limitless blade slash power. Subsequently, the colossal sword struck his right shoulder and violently slashed downward, cleaving Wang Deshui's body in half. Splutter. The stench of blood spread throughout the hall. The atmosphere returned to an eerie silence, as if a pin could be heard falling. Everyone stared in disbelief at the scene before them. In mere moments, Chen Chang'an had slain the heirs of the Lu, Wang, and Wu families. How could he dare to do this? Even Ji Songshan, the prince, wore an extremely grim expression. The ferocity of Chen Chang'an was astonishing. Before the academy competition had even commenced, he had already killed the heirs of 3 prominent families, boldly, who permitted you to act so violently here. At that moment, an enraged roar echoed through the hall. 4 furious figures rushed into the grand hall at last. The mentors have arrived. The crowd collectively exhaled in relief. The immense pressure exerted by Chen Chang'an had rendered them breathless. The 4 who entered were Lu Rumeng and 3 elderly figures, Gu Qi, He Wenyan, and Jiang Zheng. All 3 were the mentors of Lu Tianle, Wang Desui, and Wu Meiling. Upon their entrance, their faces were as dark as pitch. Gu Qi surveyed the gruesome sight of his dismembered disciple, then turned his gaze to Chen Chang'an, fury surging within him. Why did you kill them? Lu Rumeng swiftly turned to her disciples, Gu Qiqing and Lu Sisi. What transpired here? Lu Sisi quickly replied, Mother, Chen Chang'an killed senior brother Lu, senior brother Wang, and senior sister Wu. Upon hearing this, the 4 mentors' expressions darkened significantly. Elder Gu, this Chen Chang'an is utterly lawless, treating our great Zhou Academy with disdain. Lu Rumeng spoke coldly, continuing, he has committed murder within the academy. Disregarding the rules of the Great Zhou Academy. We should apprehend him and hand him over to the law enforcement hall for punishment. Indeed, the other mentor, He Wenyan, added grimly, Chen Chang'an, murder warrants death. Even if the Chen family protects you. I shall see if Chen Xiantong dares to defy the entirety of the Great Zhou Academy and the Great Zhou Kingdom. There is no need to waste words on such a despicable person. Someone, seize him. If he resists, execute him on the spot. Another mentor named Jiang Zheng bellowed angrily. Soon after, a dozen individuals stormed into the grand hall. Leading them was the elder of the law enforcement hall, Gu Tianma. The Chen family disciples surrounded Chen Chang'an, their faces brimming with a fighting spirit. Brother, what should we do? Chen Xian's gaze hardened as he whispered. The other Chen family disciples displayed ferocity in their eyes. Watching Chen Chang'an, it seemed that upon his command, they would fight to the death. Chen Chang'an raised a hand to calm their emotions, then turned to the elder of the law enforcement hall, stating indifferently, I acted in self-defense. At these words, everyone paused in surprise. Gu Tianma glared at Chen Chang'an coldly. Are you implying that you are innocent? Of course. Chen Chang'an waved his hand dismissively. Wu Meiling struck first, charging at me with murderous intent. Naturally, I had to defend myself, but I never anticipated she was so weak. The crowd was momentarily taken aback. Wu Meiling. Weak? Upon reflection, it was indeed true that she had been the first to harbor murderous intentions. Elder, our Lu family's young master did not act first. It was Chen Chang'an who struck first. Yes, our Wang family's young master was also killed by Chen Chang'an's initial attack. The disciples of the Lu and Wang family shouted angrily. Chen Chang'an shrugged. They both had motives to kill me. I was merely mitigating losses, an act of emergency avoidance. Mitigating losses, emergency avoidance. The crowd was astonished, staring at Chen Chang'an in disbelief. Ha ha, Chen Chang'an. The Great Zhou Academy does not adhere to the rules you speak of. Gu Tianma sneered at Chen Chang'an. Ha. If there are no such rules, I shall establish them now. Chen Chang'an surveyed the crowd, his gaze indifferent. My rules are the rules. What? You are too arrogant. Who do you think you are? Lu Rumeng's voice rang out sharply. Elder Gu, why do you not apprehend this vile scoundrel? Gu Tianma's expression darkened as he advanced to seize Chen Chang'an. Suddenly, Chen Chang'an pointed at Lu Rumeng and shouted, Old hag, I have tolerated you for long enough. What are you? Chattering incessantly. Now, I challenge you to a life and death battle. Do you dare to accept? Old hag, challenge, life and death battle. The crowd collectively gasped, their faces filled with astonishment as they gazed at Chen Chang'an. Lu Rumeng's expression turned ashen. Just as she was about to erupt, Gu Qi, He Wenyan, and Jiang Zheng, standing beside her, all bellowed in unison, Chen Chang'an, you are exceedingly bold. How dare you act so arrogantly? Showing such disrespect to your elders. Chen Chang'an suddenly pointed at the 3 of them, shouting fiercely, Are you all dissatisfied? Then you may come at me together. The eyes of everyone present widened in astonishment, nearly popping out of their sockets. The second prince, Ji Songhai, narrowed his gaze, observing Chen Chang'an's silhouette, his eyes gleaming with intensity. The crown prince, adorned with an air of disdain, muttered under his breath, Fool. Only Ji Mingyue wore a look of deep concern. She hurried to Chen Chang'an's side and anxiously implored, Brother Chang'an, you must leave at once. How dare you challenge the mentors? They are all at the king level. Seeing Ji Mingyue's worried expression, Chen Chang'an smiled gently and patted her head reassuringly. It's all right. With that, he strode towards the 4 individuals, chuckling, I could easily dispatch the 3 of you little mutts, and I wouldn't mind sending a few old hounds to hell as well. After all, your bond as master and disciple is quite profound. Ji Minghui stood frozen, her face flushed with embarrassment. Brother Chang'an just patted my head, but soon, her concern for Qin Chang'an returned, just as she was about to intervene. The crown prince stopped her, scoffing, "Royal sister, since that fool seeks death, why must you interfere? Crown prince, how can you say that? He is my brother Chang'an," Ji Minghui exclaimed, her anxiety palpable. Yet, Ji Songhai also restrained her, evidently unwilling for her to meddle. Meanwhile, Lu Ruming, filled with rage, laughed coldly. "Qin Chang'an, I never anticipated your return after a year, to be so audacious. You must have lost your mind. If so, let me grant you the end you seek." With that, she leapt onto the dueling stage, causing an uproar among the crowd. Gasps of disbelief echoed as countless individuals were left stunned that a student challenging a mentor to a life-and-death duel was unprecedented in the millennium of the Great Zhou Academy. In that moment, the atmosphere ignited with fervor. Although Qin Chang'an appeared arrogant and reckless, his domineering demeanor and stern countenance captivated many female students, particularly accentuated by his handsome features and elegant stature, which left their eyes sparkling with admiration. "Well, with Mentor Lu stepping in, it saves me the trouble of intervening." Elder Gu Tianma from the law enforcement hall spoke coldly, then turned to Lu Ruming, saying, "Mentor Lu, break his hands and feet, but spare his life for now. After all, a student who so blatantly disregards the rules of the Great Zhou Academy should be left in a pitiful state for others to witness." "Rest assured, Elder Gu," Lu Ruming replied with a chilling smile. While she feared the Chun family's elders, she held no fear of Qin Chang'an. Moreover, given that she was engaged in a life-and-death battle with him, she believed even if she killed Qin Chang'an, the Chun family's elders would not seek vengeance against her. In the crowd, the Chun family members were filled with worry. "Elder brother, this is not good." Qin Xian grasped Qin Chang'an's arm. "You." Qin Chang'an offered him a comforting glance and whispered, "Do you really think our family elders would allow me to be killed here?" Hearing this, Qin Xian finally felt reassured. After all, he was well aware of the Chun family's protective nature. "Qin Chang'an, do you not wish to engage in a life-and-death battle with me? Come forth and let the mentors witness what fortuitous encounters you have gained during your year of absence. That you now exhibit such arrogance and ignorance," Lu Ruming declared contemptuously. With a cold smile, Qin Chang'an leaped lightly onto the dueling stage. He wielded the heavy overlord sword, his gaze slightly askew, and began to channel the evil blood god technique. This technique was designed to enhance explosive power, allowing Qin Chang'an's combat prowess to soar, enabling him to engage in battles beyond his rank, while the storage capacity of spiritual energy is limited among individuals of the same realm. Various martial arts and techniques can unleash even greater power, illustrating the distinction of tiered techniques. The evil blood god technique could unlock the full potential of one's body, causing an explosive and even berserk state. As he activated the first level of the evil blood god technique, his meridians and dantian began to stir with growing intensity. Simultaneously, the first form, Bloodbath Demon Light, was initiated. Boom. In an instant, Qin Chang'an's aura surged, surpassing the confines of the martial heaven realm and entering the terrifying domain of the king level. What? Lu Ruming, a third-level king, widened her phoenix-like eyes in shock. She felt an overwhelming pressure emanating from Qin Chang'an, making it difficult for her to breathe. "Old hag, enjoy the last few seconds of having your complete body." Heh. Qin Chang'an's lips curled into a sinister smile, his body radiating a faint crimson and black glow as he suddenly surged forward, transforming into a black shadow aimed at Lu Ruming. Heavens, Qin Chang'an's aura is terrifying. Though he is merely at the martial heaven realm, he exudes the might of a king level. Hiss, what kind of monster is this? That is the Qin family's Thunder Extreme Phantom. What astounding speed. The entire hall was engulfed in shock. Gasps filling the air. In the blink of an eye, the two figures were already engaged. Clang. A deafening clash resonated as a terrifying wave of energy erupted, creating a hurricane that violently pushed many individuals away. In the midst of the chaos, Qin Chang'an's heavy sword crashed down upon Lu Ruming's slender blade, bending it downward, pressing forcefully against her heaving chest. Her ample bosom visibly contorted with alarming speed, and along with Lu Ruming's body, she was sent flying amidst her horrified gaze. Pfft. As Lu Ruming regained her footing, blood trickled from the corner of her mouth. By the heavens, how is this possible? Mentor Lu was sent flying. Mentor Lu has been injured. How could Qin Chang'an be so formidable? Countless voices in the crowd exclaimed. At this moment, they gazed in disbelief at the cold youth draped in black robes, wielding a massive sword, as if seeing a ghost in broad daylight. With a single strike, he sent Lu Rung flying, and Chen Chang'an pressed forward, his heavy sword erupting with unimaginable power. All spiritual energy surged into the Overlord sword. The Burial World sword technique unleashed a devastating blow. Swoosh! Chen Chang'an's Overlord sword sliced horizontally toward Lu Ruming's neck with a speed that defied belief. The combination of the evil blood god technique and the Qin family's Thunder Extreme Phantom unleashed a speed that rendered the previous technique incomparable. The sword's momentum was fierce, stirring up a tempestuous storm. The sheer force of this strike took many students aback, causing them to gasp in astonishment. Boom. The overwhelming power crashed through Lu Ruming's defenses and landed heavily on her chest. Bang. Even though Lu Ruming was at the third level of the King Realm, she could not withstand such terrifying strength. Her body once again propelled backward, spitting blood midair. When she landed heavily on the ground, she was already on the brink of unconsciousness. Mother. Lu Cece, witnessing the scene, snapped back to reality from her shock and was about to rush over to check, only to suddenly see Chen Chang'an's figure once again before Lu Ruming. The massive Overlord sword poised to strike down fiercely. Chen Chang'an, if you dare to kill my mother, the Lu family will not spare you, Lu Cece threatened, but as her words fell, the other three mentors reacted swiftly. Rushing toward him, stop this, you insolent brat. How dare you halt? Yet, a wicked smile spread across Chen Chang'an's face as he disregarded the mentor's furious shouts, his massive sword still descending with ferocity. Buffed. Gurgle. In an instant, Lu Ruming's head rolled to the ground, continuing to roll a great distance away, blood splattering everywhere. You shall pay for this. Gu Qi, he winking, and Jiang Zheng's eyes widened in disbelief, staring at this scene. Furious beyond measure, they charged toward Chen Chang'an with vengeance. The Burial World sword technique aimed for the throat. Chen Chang'an's massive sword swept violently again, unleashing a torrent of spiritual energy. With a heavy sword in hand, he conjured a terrifying array of sword shadows. The cacophony from the heavy sword was akin to a windmill, sealing all avenues of attack for his opponents. Boom, 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 boom. The three mentors dared not underestimate the situation, unleashing their full cultivation in a desperate bid. Employing every trick in their arsenal, in an instant, the four engaged in a fierce battle. Even so, Chen Chang'an continued to dominate against the three of them. The chaotic energy wreaked havoc upon the seemingly indestructible dueling platform. All the students present, be they crown prince, princes, or elder Gu Tianma from the law enforcement hall, were left utterly dumbfounded. Chen Chang'an battling against mentors. To everyone's eyes, this was undoubtedly a fight to the death. Yet, none could have anticipated that Chen Chang'an would dispatch Lu Ruming in mere moves and now have the upper hand against three mentors. It was utterly absurd. Boom. At this moment, merely a dozen heartbeats had passed since the duel commenced. When once again, a furious surge of sword energy erupted in the arena, the three mentors were sent flying, spitting blood, their eyes wide with terror and disbelief. All eyes were fixed on the three figures soaring through the air. Silence enveloping the crowd for what felt like an eternity. They were unable to witness the downfall of Chen Chang'an. Instead, they were met with yet another shock. The three mentors had been defeated once more. Ah! The arena echoed with cries of despair as Chen Chang'an pressed on, unleashing a relentless series of lethal sword strikes, causing the mentors to wail in agony and spurt blood. In a secluded corner of the competition grounds, an elderly man with white hair observed Chen Chang'an in the midst of battle, his heart trembling with astonishment. Chen Chang'an's cultivation level was startlingly still at the 5th level of the heavenly martial realm. Yet, upon striking, the eruption of his spiritual energy was astonishingly formidable. What could possibly explain this? Had he concealed his true power? No. That was impossible. He had not hidden his strength at all. Rather, his spiritual energy was being unleashed in a manner that defied the heavens. 100-fold release, the white-haired elder murmured in shock. Beside him stood a middle-aged man, gently fanning himself with a goose-feather fan, his eyes alight with evident delight. Hearing the elder's words, he cast a disdainful glance at him and spoke. Lord Duanmu, you have used my family's young master as a pawn to eliminate the remaining 3 major factions of Wang City. Do you not intend to offer the Qin family an explanation? His words dripped with arrogance as he regarded the head of the great Zhou Academy with little regard. What was even more astonishing was that the esteemed Lord Duanmu, head of the academy, was now addressing the middle-aged man with utmost respect. Second master, our sovereign has always held the Qin family in high esteem, viewing them as the protectors of our great Zhou kingdom. After this matter concludes, a satisfactory response will surely be provided to the Qin family. The middle-aged man, holding the goose-feather fan, was none other than the second master of the Qin family. The white-haired elder was Duanmutsang, the head of the Great Show Academy. Upon hearing Duanmutsang's statement, the second master remained silent, his gaze narrowing as it fixated on the competition arena. At that moment, the arena was enveloped in utter silence. For Qin Chang'an had astonishingly slain the mentors Gu Qi, He Wen-Ian, and Jiang Zheng, their three heads rolling upon the ground, instilling dread in the onlookers. These three had previously sought to subdue him. And Qin Chang'an would not submit without a fight. His counterattack was entirely justified. Thus, he showed no mercy. Qin Chang'an, you dare to kill my mother? I will fight you to the death. At that moment, Lu Cixi, eyes ablaze with fury, lunged at Qin Chang'an. Cixi, do not go. Gu Qingqing exclaimed in alarm, intending to pull her back, but was abruptly restrained by an elder beside her. Miss, do not act rashly. It is evident that Qin Chang'an has gone berserk. Anyone who approaches him shall meet their demise. Indeed, as Lu Cixi charged forward, Qin Chang'an showed no compassion, cleaving her in two with a single sword strike. This so-called best friend had been most bothersome. Were it not for her instigation, Gu Qingqing might not have become increasingly outrageous. The surrounding crowd was left in shock, their eyes wide with disbelief, mouths agape. Miss, we must leave. An elder from the Gu family seized Gu Qingqing. His face etched with terror, Chun, Chong, and witnessing her friend's tragic demise, Gu Qingqing's eyes brimmed with blood-red fury, her gaze fixed on Qin Chang'an, inhaling deeply before quietly turning to depart. Her heart was a tumult of emotions. Initially, she had thought Qin Chang'an had become a worthless being, provoking her endless disdain and contempt. She had expected him to be dismissed from the family, reduced to a pitiful state. To her astonishment, not only had he not been dismissed, but he was also shielded at every turn. Furthermore, his cultivation had been restored, and his combat prowess was terrifyingly potent. In that moment, Gu Qingqing was engulfed by regret. Yet she bit her teeth in determination, resolute that she would not be mistaken. Qin Chang'an, you cannot be the man I have overlooked. You are merely a small prodigy from this remote nation. Just wait. I will contact the Sacred Land's Jun family immediately. Once I arrive at the Sacred Land, I will possess the power to make you regret your actions. With her heart ablaze with indignation, Gu Qingqing departed quietly under the escort of the family elder. The arena remained shrouded in a deathly silence. Everyone was at a loss for what to do. Moments later, whispers of disbelief began to circulate. The four mentors were actually killed by Qin Chang'an. Goodness, this Qin is truly terrifying. What realm were these mentors? How could they have been slain by him? At just 21 years of age, at the 5th level of the heavenly martial realm. His spiritual energy is astoundingly profound, and his movement techniques are utterly unpredictable. Truly, he is Qin Chang'an, the unparalleled prodigy renowned throughout the Great Zhou Kingdom. Such talent and strength could likely only be rivaled by those exceptional beings from the Sacred Land. Gasps of astonishment filled the hearts of the onlookers. Elder, what should we do? The disciples of the law enforcement hall were left utterly dumbfounded, directing their gazes towards Gu Tianma. Gu Tianma felt an overwhelming sense of dread as he beheld Qin Chang'an, who resembled a deity of death, uncertain whether he should pursue him. What a farce! The four mentors of the 3rd level of the Heavenly King realm had perished at Qin Chang'an's hands. He himself was merely at the 3rd level. He had no desire to meet a similar fate. Rules are merely set by the strong to restrain the weak. They cannot bind the strong. Moreover, Qin Chang'an had the Qin family backing him, with 9 clan elders and a family head that amounted to at least 10 peak experts of the Heavenly King realm. Had they been able to subdue Qin Chang'an earlier, pinning a crime upon him and eliminating him, perhaps they could have united with the other families to contend with the Qin family. But now, Qin Chang'an was beyond control. Gu Tianma's thoughts were a whirlwind of confusion. How audacious, Qin Chang'an! You dare to slay mentors. You truly are lawless. Finally, someone spoke up. Upon seeing who it was, Gu Tianma breathed a sigh of relief, stealthily retreating behind the crowd to watch the unfolding drama. Whoever emerged victorious, he would lend his aid to them. Yet, he was filled with curiosity. Such a significant event should have summoned the Academy's head and the esteemed elders, yet none had appeared. Something was amiss. Gu Tianma's gaze fell upon the speaker, who was none other than His Highness, Prince Ji Songshan. Qin Chang'an turned to him, speaking with indifference. I am engaged in a life-and-death battle with the 4 mentors. Even so, you cannot resort to lethal force. Do you not possess any respect for your elders? Ji Songshan was taken aback by Qin Chang'an's rebuttal, momentarily stunned, as if his dignity had been bruised. Unable to endure it, he quickly questioned again. Ha! Qin Chang'an scoffed coldly. Are you deaf? We are in a life-and-death battle. You. Jeet Songshan's face flushed red. Here he was, the illustrious prince of the great Zhou kingdom, publicly humiliated by Qin Chang'an, his face burning with shame. Your Highness, do not say any more to at that moment. Jeet Songhai interjected. Ji Mingyue immediately pulled her elder brother aside. Prince, do not engage with him. Humph, in consideration of my royal sister. I shall not hold it against you. Jeet Songshan, feeling cornered, took advantage of Ji Mingyue's words to extricate himself. The second prince, Jeet Songhai, surveyed the chaotic scene, contemplating before addressing Qin Chang'an. Brother Qin, your actions here are indeed rather impulsive. Qin Chang'an regarded Ji Songhai coldly, suddenly stating, Ji Songhai, I know you are the one orchestrating this from behind the scenes. Both the provocation by the three major families against my Qin family and my disappearance a year ago are your doing. Are they not? Heh. Now that the academy competition is underway, the other three prodigies have been eliminated by me. It is your turn now. Come, I shall grant you an opportunity. Step forward, and let us engage in a life-and-death battle. At his words, the crowd fell into a stunned silence. Then, they all turned their gazes toward the second prince, Jeet Songhai. Jeet Songhai's expression froze, his face turning pale as he stammered, Brother Chun, I do not understand what you are saying. You, come here. Qin Chang'an bellowed furiously, enough of your nonsense. As a dignified prince, do you not dare to engage in battle with me? Come, let me see how much of my bloodline you have assimilated. The arena erupted once more. Countless eyes turned to Ji Songhai and Qin Chang'an. Was it possible that Ji Songhai was responsible for Qin Chang'an's disappearance a year ago? No wonder Qin Chang'an was so brazen. Even the prince and Ji Mingyue were left in a state of bewilderment. Only Jeet Songhai's countenance darkened ominously. He had never anticipated that Qin Chang'an would dare to confront him. Furthermore, how did Qin Chang'an come to know that it was he who had been stripped of his bloodline? He simply could not admit it. Contemplating this, Jeet Songhai forced a smile. Brother Chun, have you perhaps misunderstood me? Enough of your nonsense. Come, let us engage in battle. If you possess my bloodline, you cannot conceal it. Qin Chang'an retorted coldly, without a hint of courtesy. Isn't this the grand competition of the academy? It is merely you and I vying for the first place. How fortuitous. Observing the twitching corners of Jeet Songhai's mouth, Qin Chang'an scoffed. What is the matter? The esteemed scion of the Zhou royal family, are you afraid? Have you turned into a coward? As these words fell, the surrounding students began to exhibit peculiar expressions. Whether he conspired against Qin Chang'an would be revealed in their duel. Yet, surprisingly, he hesitated to accept the challenge. Ji Songhai's gaze gradually grew colder. He understood that a confrontation with Qin Chang'an was inevitable, no matter the circumstances. Brother Chang'an, have you misunderstood my royal brother? Ji Mingyue stepped forward, her face a mask of bewilderment. My royal brother has always regarded you as kin, addressing you as brother. How could he plot against you? Ji Mingyue's disbelief was palpable as she turned to Jeet Songhai. Royal brother, you must speak. The disappearance of Brother Chang'an and the loss of his bloodline cannot possibly be your doing. Qin Chang'an remained silent. Jeet Songhai said nothing either. The atmosphere grew unbearably tense, as if suffocating. Meanwhile, the crown prince, Ji Songshan, wore a mocking smile, his heart inexplicably relieved. Ji Songhai was too extraordinary, causing his position as crown prince to waver. Moreover, his camaraderie with Qin Chang'an left him feeling insecure. Now, the situation unfolded precisely as he desired. In the arena, the twists and turns of the conflict left countless students in shock, their hearts in turmoil. Yet, members of the Chun family glared at the second prince with murderous intent. Should their young master be harmed by the second prince, they would undoubtedly be the most enraged. In a certain corner, Lord Duanmutsong felt a chill coursing through him. For the second young master of the Qin family had already cast a shadow of murderous intent upon him. He felt immense regret, a stampede of thoughts racing through his mind. Oh, second prince, how foolish you are. With such a close relationship with the young master of the Qin family, how could you commit such a blunder? The only course of action now was to sacrifice the second prince to quell the Qin family's wrath. With this thought, Duanmutsong wore a bitter expression. Second young master, I shall provide your family with an explanation. Saying this, he stepped forward into the arena. Qin Chang'an, let your duel with the second prince be scheduled for 7 days hence, shall we? After all, you have fought so many battles. Your spiritual energy must be greatly depleted. And we cannot let the second prince take advantage, can we? As his words echoed, everyone turned their gaze towards him. It is Lord Duanmu. Cheers erupted. The Lord has finally arrived. How splendid. Countless individuals bowed in deference. Duanmutsong paid them no mind. instead focusing on Qin Chang'an, whispering, "Qin Chang'an, grant me this favor. Let your duel with the second prince occur 7 days from now." Qin Chang'an narrowed his eyes. His mind raced with understanding Duanmu, Song's intentions. Having offended the Liu, Wang, Wu, and Lu families, as well as the Jun family of the Sacred Land, if the Qin family were not annihilated within 7 days, it was likely that the Lord would truly sacrifice the second prince. After all, the Qin family's fury was not to be underestimated. Even by the royal Ji family, Beiti that moment, Qin Chang'an received a message from the second young master of the family, nodding slightly. He replied, "Very well. I shall allow him to live for another 7 days." His words were exceptionally arrogant. They exuded an air of dominance, as if the prince were inconsequential. Yet to everyone's astonishment, Duanmu Song did not take offense. He swiftly led the increasingly sullen Ji Songhai away. The crown prince glanced at Qin Chang'an, then at his glum younger brother, feeling an immense sense of relief before turning to leave. The remaining onlookers regarded Qin Chang'an with transformed expressions. Having slain the heirs of the Liu, Wang, and Wu families, as well as 4 mentors, and now trampling upon the dignity of the second prince, how could the young master of the Qin family emerge unscathed? Even the Lord was willing to concede to Qin Chang'an. Countless individuals gasped in disbelief, yet the Qin family members were filled with exuberance. "Elder brother, you are my idol," Qin Xian exclaimed excitedly. "Young master, we take you as our role model. Young master, we too shall strive to cultivate and not tarnish the Qin family's reputation." The fervor surged among the Qin family members. Qin Chang'an regarded them, his demeanor softening as he smiled. "Let us return." "Very well." The crowd nodded, surrounding Qin Chang'an as they departed the academy's arena. "Brother Chang'an." Outside the academy, Ji Mingwei chased after him. Upon witnessing this, Qin Xian led the others away. "Brother Chang'an, my royal brother," Ji Mingwei began, but upon meeting Qin Chang'an's frigid gaze, she fell silent. Instead, she produced a spatial ring from her bosom and offered it. "Brother Chang'an, here." Qin Chang'an's eyes narrowed as he probed the ring with his spiritual sense, discovering a fortune of over 100,000 spiritual stones, along with some precious materials. "Brother Chang'an, this is my humble token. I hope you will accept it," Ji Mingwei said, lowering her head. Previously, Qin Chang'an would have refused. But now, "Thank you." He accepted it, adding, "You are you, and your royal brother is your royal brother. I will distinguish between the two. Your kindness toward me will be repaid separately." Ji Mingwei intended to say more, but realized Qin Chang'an had already departed. "He actually accepted the resources I offered. But if my royal brother is indeed the one who coveted Brother Chang'an's bloodline, what shall I do?" Ji Mingwei's heart was a tumult of emotions as her captivating eyes flickered with turmoil. "At the Qin family estate. I in the council hall. Second young master, why must we postpone my duel with the second prince for 7 days?" Qin Chang'an inquired respectfully, surveying the 10 individuals present. All smiled warmly at him. The news of his exploits at the Zhou Academy had reverberated throughout the entire Zhou royal city, creating tremendous waves. Qin Chang'an's reputation now surpassed that of a year prior. The labels of arrogance and unparalleled dominance were aplenty. Yet none of this concerned the Qin family. As long as Qin Chang'an and the family members were not bullied, that sufficed, for there were too many rogue elements buzzing about, and should they come one by one, it would be exceedingly vexing. Thus, they planned to prepare thoroughly for a collective confrontation, ensuring a decisive victory. The second young master fanned himself with a feathered fan, smiling as he spoke. Qin Chang'an squinted, quickly grasping the second young master's intentions. If he were to eliminate the second prince today, it would only force the powers backing him into hiding, and the Qin family would find themselves openly at odds with the Ji family. It would be wiser to let him return and prepare, allying with the Liu, Wang, Wu, and Lu families to contend against himself. However, Qin Chang'an couldn't help but feel that the Qin family truly exuded a formidable presence. "The second young master is indeed mighty," Qin Chang'an chuckled. "Very well. As long as you've understood, return to your cultivation." The second young master smiled. Qin Chang'an nodded, and upon returning to his courtyard, he immediately commenced his training. Whether it was the evil blood divine art, the burial world sword technique, or the Qin family's heart technique, the tyrant's fury, all were exceedingly domineering. He then proceeded to refine and absorb the resources Ji Mingwei had gifted him within the god burial coffin, ultimately advancing 2 minor realms, reaching the 7th level of the heavenly martial realm. Following this, he began to consolidate his cultivation, not rushing to ascend further, for he knew that haste makes waste. Sometimes, a man moving too quickly, solely in pursuit of pleasure, was not a good thing. After all, true mastery requires a slow and steady flame to extract genuine skill. On the following day, Chen Chang'an commenced his quest to seek out the clan elders for a sparring match. The first to be approached was none other than the ninth master. Hee, young Chang'an, I never expected you would wish to spar with me. Come, I shall grant you one hand and half of my strength. The ninth master jested. Very well, ninth master. Here I come. Chen Chang'an's gaze turned sharp as he brandished the overlord blade and charged forward. Boom. However, in an instant, with a single punch, he was sent flying by Chun Jiao. His left eye darkened and swollen. Goodness, ninth master, could you refrain from striking my eyes? Chen Chang'an grimaced in pain, wincing and lamenting. Hee, all right. The ninth master, with one hand tucked behind him, playfully beckoned Chen Chang'an with the other. Thud, thud, thud. Chen Chang'an rushed forward once more. Yet, he was swiftly propelled back again, his right eye now equally bruised. Now it is symmetrical, the ninth master chuckled, seemingly pleased with his handiwork. Ninth master, I mentioned that you shouldn't strike my eyes. Nor my face, for that would affect my handsomeness. Chen Chang'an groaned, touching his throbbing eye. I forgot. Come here. This time I promise not to hit your face. The ninth master grinned and waved him over. Bloodbath, demon light, demon soul, activate. Chen Chang'an unleashed the evil martial aperture, his spiritual energy surging in an instant. He transformed, resembling an ancient ferocious beast, before bellowing a challenge. World burial sword technique. Instant kill, swish. The overlord blade was swung with great ferocity, slicing towards Chun Jiao's neck with breathtaking speed. Tisk teske. You little rascal, your strength is commendable, your speed is adequate, your might is formidable, but alas, you lack decisiveness, the ninth master remarked with a smile, effortlessly sidestepping the attack. Then flicked his finger against Chen Chang'an's overlord blade. Clang! A crisp sound of the blade rang out as the overlord blade veered off course, sending Chen Chang'an hurtling away. Splash! He crashed heavily onto the ground. Utterly astounded, he had not anticipated the ninth master's overwhelming strength. Once more, he cried out, lifting the overlord blade to charge at the ninth master again. Yet soon, he was sent flying once more. Again! Boom! In an instant, he was flung backward again. Chen Chang'an rose, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, and charged once more. The arena echoed with his anguished howls and cries of again. Until an entire day had passed, that night, Chen Chang'an soaked in the medicinal concoction prepared by the fifth master, howling in agony. The fifth master was an alchemist and an exceptional healer. As for the extent of his prowess, even Chen Chang'an could not fathom. Yet, many ailments were mere trifles in his capable hands, which allowed Chen Chang'an to learn much by his side from a young age. In the residence of the second prince. Boom! A remarkably handsome man struck a decorative mountain with his fist, shattering it into dust. Bare-chested, his robust muscles glistened with a golden sheen, seemingly harboring tremendous explosive power. It was none other than the second prince. Ji Songhai, congratulations, your highness. You have reached the third level of the heavenly king realm. A sycophantic young eunuch exclaimed from nearby. Ji Songhai remained silent, his gaze shifting to the gray-haired elder standing beside him. And he respectfully bowed. Master. The elder acknowledged with a slight sound, his eyes gleaming with a sharp light. That Chen Chang'an dared to publicly provoke you, it seems. He must possess the confidence to defeat you. Furthermore, he would undoubtedly dare to kill you. Master, how could that be possible? Ji Songhai's face contorted with resentment, his eyes flashing with venomous fury. By what right does he challenge me? This great Zhou kingdom belongs to the Ji family. Why does the Chen family act so arrogantly? Because of strength, the gray-haired elder scoffed. If the founding ancestors of the great Zhou kingdom were present, or if the royal family had a saint emperor at the 10th level, who would dare show disrespect to the great Zhou royal family? The Chen family has only resided in the great Zhou kingdom for 2 decades. Why have they firmly established themselves as the foremost family? Is it not because they have 9 unfathomable clan elders? If no one has the means to contend with those 9 elders, no one would dare to act rashly. The elder continued, his gaze distant. Master, I am confident I can defeat Chen Chang'an. Ji Songhai clenched his fists, his expression twisted in malice. He is merely at the 5th level of the heavenly martial realm, whereas I have reached the 3rd level of the heavenly king realm. And I am not one of those useless mentors. But are you confident you can slay those mentors within 3 moves? The gray-haired elder suddenly inquired. Ji Songhai fell silent, although he possessed the strength to fight above his level. He was not as monstrous as Chen Chang'an. Unless you activate the overlord bloodline, correct? The elder narrowed his eyes. But if you do that, you will be branded as the murderer of Qin Chang'an. And even your father would not dare to protect you. Am I to be humiliated by a mere commoner? I refuse to accept this. Ji Songhai retorted coldly, filled with indignation. What right does he have? With a fierce growl, Ji Songhai abruptly turned to the gray-haired elder. Master, you must have a way, do you not? Naturally, the elder replied, producing a jade slip and a sword that floated before them. Royal-level combat technique. Royal-grade weapon. This is the royal sword. Ji Songhai's expression shifted dramatically, swiftly turning into delight as he bowed deeply. Thank you, Master. No need for thanks. Defeating Qin Chang'an and becoming the ruler of the Great Zhou Kingdom also pertains to the interests of my sect. The elder spoke indifferently. In the coming days, aside from mastering this royal-level combat technique and royal-grade sword, you shall secretly contact the factions within the Great Zhou Kingdom to stir trouble for the Qin family. Please, Master, enlighten me. Proceed as I have instructed. The entire Great Zhou royal city became rife with intrigue. Countless gazes fell upon the Qin family and the other three prominent families, naturally. The impending duel between Qin Chang'an and the second prince in 7 days was also a topic of immense interest. TSK, have you heard? The three prominent families, along with the Liu family, seem to be uniting against the Qin family. Could a great battle be on the horizon? My goodness, that would be exhilarating. Not only that, but the other 4 major sects of our Great Zhou Kingdom have also banded together, seemingly intent on confronting Qin Chang'an. What do they want to ask? Don't you know? It is said that Qin Chang'an emerged from the abyss of the demon burial. Initially, he had no cultivation, but within 10 days or so, he could slay mentors. Hiss! How terrifying. Could it be? He obtained tremendous fortune within the abyss of the demon burial. It can only be explained that way. Others enter and face certain death, yet he emerged alive, and even stronger than a year ago. Indeed, his temperament has drastically changed. First, he broke off his engagement with Gu Qinsheng, then audaciously killed Jun Wujian, ultimately slaying mentors and annihilating the 3 great prodigies. Hiss! The streets of the Great Zhou royal city buzzed with chatter as people began to connect the dots regarding Qin Chang'an's enigmatic circumstances. The matter snowballed into a sensational uproar throughout the entire Great Zhou Kingdom. However, 3 days before the duel with Ji Songhai, a multitude of unexpected guests arrived outside the Qin family estate. Among them were the 4 major sects of the Great Zhou Kingdom: Liu Yun sect, Wangqin sect, Wu Ji sect, and Hongqin Palace. Additionally, several prominent families from within the Great Zhou Kingdom congregated. With over 100 at the Heavenly King realm and more than a dozen at the half-step Saint Emperor realm, they sought to confront Qin Chang'an directly. Such a formidable assembly naturally drew the attention of countless onlookers. On this day, the front of the Qin family estate was abuzz with activity. Powerful auras emanated, permeating the surroundings and captivating the attention of various factions. However, what astonished many was that the gates of the Qin family stood wide open. And the steward, Qin Wu, greeted all with neither servility nor arrogance, ushering everyone into the estate. Then, with a resounding boom, the gates were shut. The countless powerful individuals outside were left in shock. What was the Qin family up to? Did they intend to close the gates and fend off intruders? Yet, that seemed utterly implausible. As the over 100 formidable figures entered the Qin residence, their faces were awash with disdain. What did it matter if the doors were closed? This group, the most powerful within the Great Zhou, regarded a mere Qin family with utter contempt. Particularly notable were the more than a dozen who stood at the threshold of the half-step Sacred Emperor realm. They strolled into the Qin household, where the Qin disciples, armed with sharp blades, bore expressions of cold determination. This sight left the newcomers astonished. Despite their overwhelming numbers, the Qin disciples exhibited no hint of fear, but rather an overwhelming fighting spirit, each akin to a tiger poised to pounce. Witnessing the Qin family's demeanor, the visitors could not help but feel a mix of admiration and envy. Within the grand hall of the Qin family, the patriarch sat at the head of the table, flanked by 9 esteemed elders. Each of them exhibited an air of nonchalance, seemingly unfazed by the presence of over 100 Heavenly King realm warriors. Their demeanor more one of disdain and boredom. Alas, they are too weak. Playing with these ants is a disgrace, should the other divine clans learn of it, murmured 7th Master, a cryptic remark that vanished from her mind almost as swiftly as it was spoken. As if time itself had erased it, the others remained oblivious to her words. At that moment, the intruders entered the grand hall of the Qin family, their aura aggressive and their gazes unfriendly. Ah, Esteemed guest of the Qin family, pray tell, what brings you here? Qin Xiantong inquired with a smile, sipping from his cup of tea, the elder leading the group, an esteemed elder of Lu Yun's sect. One of the four major sects of the Great Show, named Lu Gu, a half-step sacred emperor, stated, "You, Qin Xiantong, must know our purpose. Hand over Qin Chang'an." Beside him stood Lu Mingjing, the head of the Lu family. Along with the heads of the Wang and Wu families, all of whom glared at Qin Xiantong with fury and resentment. Oh, you come here with such fervor merely to seek my family's young master? What a curious affair. Qin Xiantong feigned ignorance. Humph, Qin Xiantong, spare us the pretense. Lu Mingjing stepped forward, his voice laced with anger. He killed my daughter, a mentor at the academy. Let him come forth to pay for his crime. Indeed, hand over Qin Chang'an. The heads of the Lu, Wang, and Wu families echoed with indignation. Qin Xiantong narrowed his eyes, surveying the others. And what of you? What brings you here? Patriarch Qin Chang'an has entered the abyss of demons. Has he not? Spoke an elder with white hair, Wu Bufan, the esteemed elder of Wuji sect. His gaze bore down on Qin Xiantong, exuding an intimidating aura. It was widely known that those who entered that place had little hope of returning. If Qin Chang'an had emerged, there must be something amiss. Exactly. Several other powerful figures chimed in. When Qin Chang'an returned, he possessed no cultivation, yet within days, he regained his strength, suppressing his peers and overwhelming mentors. We suspect. As the elder's voice trailed off, his gaze sharpened, transforming into that of a demon. The mere mention of demons sent shockwaves through the hall. A demon was one who had lost all reason. Becoming a mindless killer, their methods merciless and their powers significantly amplified. This fit perfectly with Qin Chang'an's recent behavior. Indeed, Qin Chang'an has undoubtedly transformed into a demon. Otherwise, his methods would not have been so brutal. Resulting in the death of my family's young master, the head of the Lu family declared angrily. Qin Xiantong, please hand over Qin Chang'an so that we may subdue him together. This is not just a personal matter. It concerns the safety of countless lives in our eastern state. Qin Xiantong's gaze narrowed as he looked at the Lu and other family heads, scoffing, my Chang'an, in slaying Lu Ruming and the other mentors. That was a battle of life and death. As for the deaths of the young masters from the Lu, Wang, and Wu families, they instigated the violence first. My Chang'an acted purely in self-defense. How does this involve the term demon? And as for his formidable strength, that is simply the natural talent of the Chun lineage. Must you blame others for your own inadequacies? If others surpass you, you label them as demons? The crowd fell silent, taken aback by Qin Xiantong's retort. Humph, Lu Gu scoffed, Patriarch Qin. This matter pertains to the demons and is of great significance. You should allow Qin Chang'an to appear. Let us confront the truth and conduct a soul search. Then we shall know. The mention of soul search ignited a chilling gleam in the eyes of the Qin elders. For those subjected to a soul search, the consequences were dire. Not only could their souls be damaged, but they could also be rendered imbeciles. More importantly, it was a profound insult. Among the elders, Ninth Master exploded in fury, rising abruptly to point an accusing finger at Lu Gu, shouting, "You dare to speak such nonsense? Come and try to conduct a soul search on me." Well said. How dare you attempt a soul search on my young master? With a thunderous stomp, Seventh Master, though a woman, radiated an aura of fury that shook the grand hall. The two most tempestuous among the Qin elders were Seventh and Ninth Masters. The crowd was astounded. They had not anticipated such a fierce reaction from the Qin elders. Eye in their eyes, though the 9 elders before them were all half-step sacred emperors. They had over a dozen of their own, and with more than 100 heavenly king realm warriors remaining, did the Qin family truly have no fear? However, unperturbed by the wrath of 9th and 7th Masters. Lu Gu sneered, Patriarch Qin. I am well versed in the art of soul searching and can guarantee that Qin Chang'an's soul will remain unscathed if he truly is not a demon. Then we can settle the grievances between the Lu, Wu, Wang families and your Qin family, and we shall even apologize to you. Upon hearing this, Wu Bufan added, Lu is correct. Patriarch Qin, since this incident was provoked by your young master, why not resolve this matter amicably? Oh, so you think the Qin family owes you a favor for allowing you to enter? Do you believe we fear you? 7th Master scolded, pointing an accusatory finger at them. 9th Master was about to retort when Qin Xianong intervened. Rising to his feet, hands clasped behind his back, he addressed the fiercely determined disciples outside the hall, his voice booming, all Qin disciples, heed my words. The adversaries wish to conduct a soul search on your young master. Do you acquiesce? Absolutely not. Thousands of voices thundered in unison, their determination palpable. Then, are you ready to fight? Fight, fight. Fight! The Chun disciples stood united, not merely out of gratitude for Chun Chang'an's kindness toward them, but also due to his respectful demeanor towards the elders of the Qin family. The 9 elders of the Chun family upheld fairness and justice. While there were disputes among kin, they were generally resolved amicably, preventing any serious rifts. Moreover, while it was acceptable for family members to quarrel, when faced with external foes, unity was paramount. This was the code of the Qin family. Qin Shintong smiled lightly, gazing at the over 100 formidable figures, declaring solemnly, "Did you hear that? Even our young clan members dare to confront you. What more can be said for us elders? You speak truly," remarked second master, typically gentle and refined, his gaze now steely. He lightly waved his feather fan forward, adding, "The reason we have engaged in such lengthy discourse is that we wish to avoid unnecessary bloodshed. Now, we offer you a chance. Withdraw peacefully, or else, death." Second master's words were calm, yet they were infused with an inexorable murderous intent, causing all present to feel a chill run down their spines. As if they were plunged into an icy abyss, the very utterance of the word death seemed to carry an ominous weight, threatening their very existence. The crowd was thrown into disarray, their hearts racing with trepidation. "We merely seek the truth." Lu Gu strained against the pressure exerted by second master, speaking in a deep voice. "Dou, Qin family, truly wish to make enemies of the world? Indeed, Qin Chang'an's actions are too peculiar. Is he truly a demon? Are you attempting to conceal the truth from us?" Wu Bufan coldly spoke. They came in a fierce manner, over 100 strong, and if they were to be frightened away, they would lose all face in the future. Yet, they did not dare to act directly. It was clear to any discerning observer that the 9 clan elders of the Qin family were formidable. Should a fight ensue, the outcome could be dire. Thus, they resorted to intimidation tactics. However, they did not anticipate the Qin family's overwhelming strength. "Damn it, Chief, I can no longer endure this." Suddenly, 7th Master shouted in rage. "This bunch of riffraff is driving me insane with their incessant chatter. Let me unleash a seal in memory and suppress these old fools." As she spoke, her aura erupted violently, a terrifying sense of oppression spreading forth. And then she charged out in an instant. Lu Gu's pupils constricted sharply, and he coldly snorted, "Humph, the Qin family is obstinate. I see no point in further dialogue. Kill." With that declaration, he exchanged a punch with 7th Master. Boom. A thunderous explosion echoed. Lu Gu's face contorted in an instant, his eyes revealing sheer terror. Upon contact with 7th Master's fist, he felt as though he had struck a solid steel plate, and his fist instantly cracked, exploding into a mist of blood. Moreover, as 7th Master's fist surged forward, the overwhelming force obliterated his entire arm inch by inch. Ugh! Lu Gu let out a wretched, soul-piercing scream, but the fear that gripped him was far from over. Thud! 7th Master's fist pierced straight through his chest. "You? Ugh!" Lu Gu's eyes were filled with despair as he collapsed to the ground. A half-step Saint Emperor, slain in a single blow. What? The onlookers were seized by terror. You dare to strike first and kill?" Wu Bufan exclaimed in shock. "What of killing you?" At that moment, 7th Master suddenly appeared before him, delivering another punch aimed at his face. Wu Bufan rapidly retreated, shouting, "Everyone, move quickly. We have the numbers, do not fear them." As his words fell, the heads of the Lu, Wang, and other clans moved first to engage. They had never intended to negotiate amicably with the Qin family. After all, Qin Chang'an had killed their young master. However, the 4 major sects sought to uncover the opportunities Qin Chang'an had in the abyss of demon burial, which is why they had remained patient until now. They did not expect the Qin family to dare strike first. Such an act was tantamount to seeking death. "Humph, 4 old fools. My young master Qin Chang'an, killing your young master is your blessing." At that moment, 9th Master stood in front of the heads of the 4 families. Sneering, in his hand was a long knife, smeared with blood. "Qin family's 9th Master, you seek death." The 4 clan heads were about to charge forward, but in the next moment, a line of blood appeared on their foreheads. Bang! The 4 clan heads of Lu, Wang, and others were instantly cleaved in half by Chen Jio's knife. "Cut! Worthless trash!" 9th Master scoffed, charging towards the remaining crowd. Meanwhile, although Wu Bufan had evaded 7th Master's first punch, his gaze fell upon the 4 who had been slain by 9th Master, and he immediately felt a sense of dread. "I was wrong, I surrender." Wu Bufan cried out in panic. "Surrender your sister," 7th Master mocked, arriving in an instant, delivering a punch that crushed Wu Bufan's skull. Bang! The deafening explosion echoed, as Wu Bufan, the supreme elder of the Wu extreme sect, a half-step Saint Emperor, had his head pulverized by a single blow. The rest were struck with horror, their souls trembling. Qin family, you have gone mad. You intend to wage war against all our forces. The crowd was aghast. Humph, you have come to oppress us, and you still question whether we dare to go to war? Die. Ninth Master grinned savagely, and with another swift strike, dozens of heads flew into the air. Indeed, our second master has already stated that he would give you a chance. However, since you continue to press us, do not blame us for being ruthless. Seventh Master sneered, obliterating a few more heads. Agaw. The scene was filled with wails of agony. They realized that none could withstand a single strike from Seventh Master or Ninth Master. All were annihilated in an instant. A few attempted to turn and flee, seeking to hunt down the clan's younger generations. Observing this, Second Master, who had been wielding a feather fan, gently waved it, declaring, "Seal, buzz." The space trembled, and a transparent barrier materialized out of thin air. What? A barrier. Qin family's second master, He is a formation master. What kind of monsters are these Qin family elders? Each one so formidable, some cried out in despair. Clang. At that moment, the sound of a guqin resonated. The crowd was astonished, turning their gazes forward. They beheld a woman of ethereal beauty, her elegantly flowing skirt adorned with an ancient guqin. As she gently plucked the strings, in an instant, another 20 or 30 individuals turned pale with terror. Blood began to seep from their noses, eyes, ears, and mouths. Ugh. They clutched their ears, wailing as they collapsed, dying on the spot. The one playing the guqin was none other than Qin family's third master. Soon, after all in the hall had perished, third master continued to play. Clang. Ding ding. Ding ding ding. Ding ding dong. As the resonant clangs echoed, an endless stream of tinkling sounds followed, akin to a mountain stream. Lulling the Qin family disciples outside the hall into a deep slumber, inside the Qin family hall, an eerily surreal scene unfolded. The ground was strewn with corpses, the clan elders wore tranquil expressions. And third master continued to play. As the Qin family disciples outside began to feel drowsy. The clan elder, the eldest, gently parted her crimson lips. Go, my little treasures. In an instant, a vast expanse of black liquid spread forth from beneath her feet. Even the notoriously hot-tempered ninth master shivered at the sight. Soon, the black liquid engulfed the corpses, consuming them entirely. When the black liquid returned to the eldest's feet, it vanished without a trace. Along with it disappeared the multitude of corpses and the foul blood. It was as if nothing had ever existed. The enchanting sound of third master's guqin still flowed softly in the air. Ding, ding ding ding, ding dong 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 dong. Finally, the music ceased. The Qin family disciples outside gradually awoke. Shivering as they cursed themselves for losing focus, they turned their gazes toward the hall, erupting in astonished exclamations. Qin Xian entered with a look of surprise. Father, esteemed elders, what? Where are they? The other Qin family disciples looked on with curiosity. Clearly, they had been filled with murderous intent moments ago, vowing to protect the Qin family. Yet, unexpectedly, not a single one of those fierce over 100 strong men remained in sight. They were frightened away by us. Qin Xiantong glanced at his son, speaking earnestly. Frightened? Frightened away? Qin Xian was astonished, then breathed a sigh of relief. Although the other clan disciples were puzzled, they did not dwell on it. After all, in their eyes, the elders of the Qin family were unfathomable. That they could intimidate their foes was entirely normal, and soon they began to cheer. The strength of the family was a matter of pride for everyone. Before long, Qin Chang'an arrived late. Oh, why are so many people gathered today? What happened? Qin Chang'an inquired, puzzled. At this time, he was supposed to be sparring with Qin Jiu. To his surprise, he found everyone present here. Moreover, there was no commotion at his courtyard whatsoever. Brother, many powerful figures from other families came to coerce us into handing you over. Fortunately, you were not here. Qin Xian quickly explained. Oh, what is going on? Qin Chang'an's eyes narrowed, a cold glint flashing. Nothing much. At that moment, second master spoke. This is what I told you, to have them gather and come over, so we could give them a lesson. They just left like that? Qin Chang'an asked, bewildered, sniffing the air, catching a whiff of a strong metallic scent of blood. Did a fight break out? Of course, there was a fight. Otherwise, how would they have been willing to leave? Qin Xiantong laughed heartily, maintaining an expression of utmost seriousness. Indeed, he declared, cradling an ancient guqin. San Yi spoke gently. Once we incapacitated the hands and feet of their leaders, they faltered. unwilling to engage us in a fierce struggle, and retreated obediently. Hiss. The moment Sanye's words resonated, numerous disciples in the vicinity gasped in astonishment. They were oblivious to the earlier confusion, yet they never anticipated that a confrontation had truly occurred. Their clan elders were remarkably formidable. They had not only incapacitated the leaders, but had also compelled them to withdraw on their own accord. Chinchaman stood dumbfounded, stroking his chin in contemplation. At that moment, the eldest elder spoke. She was the eldest, the matriarch of all clan elders. Looking at Chinchaman, she said warmly, "Chaman, our Chin family has nearly offended all factions within the Great Zhou Kingdom. They may not dare to challenge us elders, but they could very well target you. Are you afraid?" Upon hearing this, Chinchaman replied respectfully, "Eldest, I am not afraid." The eldest nodded slightly. "Soon, you will be competing with Ji Songhai. Do not underestimate him." Chinchaman smiled. "Chaman will remember." The eldest then turned her gaze to a burly middle-aged man. "Fourth, did you not forge a weapon for Chaman? And a piece of spiritual armor as well?" "Ha ha ha. Indeed." A middle-aged man clad in blacksmith attire laughed heartily. He was Chin's fourth elder, and he was indeed a master craftsman. "Thank you, fourth elder," Chinchaman exclaimed joyfully, for he had been troubled by the lack of a suitable weapon. The Overlord's sword was merely an ordinary heavenly tier weapon within the clan. "Very well. You need not seek out ninth elder for sparring today. Accompany fourth elder to his forge, and afterward, familiarize yourself with your new weapon." The eldest continued. "All right, thank you, eldest, thank you, fourth elder." Chinchanga nodded, his face brimming with joy. He realized that if he were to be bested by ninth elder today, it would hinder his recovery. The other clan disciples cast envious glances. Yet none felt jealousy, for as long as one possessed the ability, the fourth elder would create customized weapons for all disciples. Subsequently, Chinchaman departed with fourth elder, while the other clan members dispersed, some practicing their skills, others attending to their tasks. However, what left the entire Wang city astounded was that all the powerful individuals entering the Qin family estate vanished without a trace, as if sinking into the ocean without a sound. The battle they had envisioned did not unfold. In fact, they did not hear a single sound of conflict. The Qin family even released a statement, asserting that the visitors had departed on their own accord. Yet, what instilled terror was that the gates of the Qin estate remained wide open in all four directions, yet not a single soul emerged. This stirred immense trepidation among countless factions, leading them to regard the Qin family as a formidable terror. 20 or 30 first-rate factions, each with several heavenly kings, had not a single member emerge from the Qin estate. My heavens, what on earth is happening? Could it be that those powerful figures truly slipped away, as the Qin family claimed? Impossible, that cannot be. The Qin family is not a family of sacred lands. How could they possibly contend with such a multitude of strong individuals? Countless powerful figures were aghast, engaging in fervent discussions. However, soon some major factions were gripped by horror. For the head and elders who had entered the Qin estate, one by one, their life lamps extinguished. This indicated they were all dead. My goodness, what kind of terrifying family is the Qin family? Countless individuals were horrified, yet they uniformly chose to remain hidden. No one dared approach the Qin family to question them, unless they were unafraid of death. Within the Qin family, at the residence of fourth elder, the atmosphere was distinct from that of the other elders. Upon arrival, one was greeted by a rush of heat and the rhythmic sound of hammering, accompanied by family disciples laboring sweatily. Shortly after, fourth elder presented a massive sword to Chinchaman, stating, "I see you are accustomed to wielding heavy swords, so I specially forged a high-grade one for you." Chinchaman accepted it, and as he touched the heavy sword, his eyes lit up. "King tier, and this piece of spiritual armor," fourth elder continued, handing Chinchaman a black soft armor. Another king tier. Chinchaman was astounded. Fourth elder was indeed a king tier craftsman. The feeling of having family support was exhilarating. Chinchaman marveled internally and suddenly asked, "Oh, fourth elder, since you can forge king tier weapons, why not create more to sell for profit?" Fourth elder shot him a disapproving glance. King tier weapons or spiritual treasures cannot simply be forged. They require high-grade raw materials. That makes sense, Chinchaman chuckled. Subsequently, fourth elder urged Chinchaman, "Hurry and give this sword a name." Chinchaman's eyes brightened as he gently caressed the massive sword before him. Its chilling light glimmering, exuding a regal aura. It felt substantial. Although heavy, the Qin family, with its bloodline and martial arts, primarily emphasized overwhelming power, making a heavy sword feel reassuring. One force suppresses myriad techniques. I shall name it the Sword of Guardianship, Chinchaman softly declared, "To protect myself, to safeguard the Qin family, and to shield all whom I wish to protect, the Sword of Guardianship." Fourth elder pondered over the name, then couldn't help but express his delight. Ha! Excellent. Henceforth, it shall be known as the Sword of Guardianship. Chang'an, I hope you do not forget your original intentions. Do not forget my original intentions? Chen Chang'an was perplexed. He sensed that fourth elder's words carried a deeper meaning. Following this, he donned the King Tier's spiritual armor and wielded the King Tier's Sword of Guardianship, beginning his practice. On a distant mountain peak, Ji Songhai sat cross-legged on the ground. Suddenly, a pale, beardless elder appeared, bowing deeply to Ji Songhai. Second Prince, what news? Ji Songhai slowly opened his eyes and inquired. Over 100 Heavenly King realm experts, and more than a dozen half-step Saint Emperors. None survived. Upon hearing this, Ji Songhai was deeply shaken, his expression growing grave. Good. The Qin family indeed conceals its depths well. Second Prince, this is what His Majesty instructed me to deliver to you, the elder said, producing a spatial ring. Oh, that old coot is still alive? Ji Songhai scoffed, accepting the ring casually. Paying no heed to the disrespect in his words, the elder replied respectfully, His Majesty has been gravely ill, neglecting state affairs, and with the crown prince being useless. Naturally, the empire must rely on you, Second Prince. Humph. Then why not give me the throne? Ji Songhai retorted disdainfully, his gaze falling upon the spatial ring. Oh, he truly is generous, a piece of King Tier armor. Is he worried I might be killed? The elder flatteringly remarked, His Majesty is naturally concerned for your safety, hence he sent this armor. The armor before them was of King Tier quality, fortified with defensive formations, incredibly sturdy. Even a 10th level Heavenly King would find it difficult to breach. As he spoke, the elder produced a pill radiating white light. Heavenly Tier healing pill. Ji Songhai couldn't help but exclaim, breathing rapidly. Indeed, this healing pill is exceedingly rare, with only 3 in the entire Great Zhou Kingdom. As long as one isn't killed instantly, even severe injuries can be recovered in an instant. The elder smiled. With this armor and this pill, Qin Chaman stands no chance against you. This old man finally did something commendable. Hee. Ji Songhai coldly laughed. Qin Chang'an, I will surely slay you. You repeatedly trample upon my royal dignity. Even if your clan elders are powerful, what does it matter? Others may fear you, but I do not. Ji Songhai's expression grew increasingly sinister. I shall make it clear to the world that anyone who offends the great Zhou royal family shall meet their demise. Go back and inform that old man that I am already confident in my ability to slay Qin Chang'an. Ji Songhai's gaze was contemptuous. He was already a 3rd level Heavenly King, equipped with King Tier battle techniques, King Tier weapons, King Tier armor, and a Heavenly Tier healing pill. With such a wealth of resources, what could Qin Chang'an use to contest him? What grounds did he have to compete with family resources? Could he possibly outmatch the Ji royal family? As he recited these words, Ji Songhai's lips curled into a smile, confident of victory. Second Prince, do not let your guard down, the elder cautioned. I am aware. Ji Songhai slowly closed his eyes again, his heart racing with anticipation. Once he eliminates Qin Chang'an, the next target will be that useless crown prince. The throne shall be his. The 7-day period has arrived. Within the Great Zhou Academy, the crowd was immense. Everyone eagerly awaited the duel between Qin Chang'an and the Second Prince. After all, it was a battle of life and death. One was backed by an entire nation, while the other possessed a terrifying family background. Each clan elder was inscrutable, and the clash between the two naturally attracted countless onlookers. Soon, a grand platform for the life and death duel was set up in the Academy's martial arts square. Under the fervent gaze of the crowd, the Second Prince gradually descended onto the stage. Clad in resplendent robes, he exuded an air of nobility. Upon the appearance of Prince Ji Songhai, the crowd erupted in cheers. For he was a prince of extraordinary talent. Ignoring the cheers around him, Ji Songhai slowly closed his eyes. I in the prime seating area. The crown prince squinted, a mocking expression evident on his face. Regardless of who won or lost today, it would be advantageous for him. However, Ji Mingyu anxiously paced at the entrance. Over the past 7 days, she had sought to prevent this duel. Yet, regrettably, she could not see Ji Songhai or Qin Chang'an. She had even pleaded with her father, the emperor, but he too declared that the situation was beyond intervention. Before long, a throng of people surged through the academy gates. Ji Mingyu's eyes brightened as she hurried towards the young man dressed in white. Today, Qin Chang'an was clad in white, his handsomeness akin to that of a celestial being, particularly captivating the gaze of female cultivators. Brother Chang'an, please don't fight, I beg you, Ji Mingyu implored. Filled with urgency and concern, Mingyu, you cannot stop this. Even your father has remained silent, Qin Chang'an replied nonchalantly, then leaped onto the dual platform. Oh, Jiming, you could only stamp her foot in frustration. Princess, your second brother is no good. Our young master believes in vengeance for grievances and gratitude for kindness. If you still wish to maintain a good relationship with our elder brother, I advise you not to waste your efforts in trying to hinder this. Chun Xian remarked earnestly to Ji Mingyu. She fell silent, her heart a tumult of emotions. On the dual platform, Ji Songhai gazed at Qin Chang and brother Chun. Do you truly wish for this battle? Enough with the pretense. Qin Chang'an shot him a sidelong glance before turning to the Lord of Duanmu. Lord, let us commence. Lord Duanmu nodded, his face etched with bitterness. Very well, since you both seek a life and death duel. Then, regardless of who perishes, neither family shall intervene. With that, he fell silent. The two men locked eyes. With a clang, the sound of a sword echoed. Since there was no way to halt it, Ji Songhai would unleash his full power. His sword struck forth like a venomous serpent, aiming directly at Qin Chang'an's throat. A simple thrust, yet it unleashed a torrent of sword energy, the air slicing through Qin Chang'an's skin with a painful sting. Faced with Ji Songhai's sudden assault, Qin Chang'an was unperturbed, summoning the Overlord's sword into his grasp, as solid as a slab of steel, positioned defensively before him. Clang, clang, clang. The long sword fiercely struck against the Overlord's sword, producing a melodious chime, while sparks flew. Kill. In an instant, the two engaged in a fierce battle, plunging into a state of intense conflict. During the fray, Qin Chang'an held nothing back, bellowing as he activated his martial aperture. Channeling his spiritual energy into a frenzy, wielding the Overlord's sword, conjuring a tempestuous roar, and striking down fiercely. Boom. The weighty blow fell upon Ji Songhai like a mountain crashing down, causing his expression to shift dramatically. As he swiftly countered with his light sword, only to be forced back several meters. Ji Songhai's countenance changed drastically, facing the pressure of Qin Chang'an's heavy sword. His techniques primarily focused on assassination. But it felt as though a solid barrier had been erected before him. Qin Chang'an, do you only know how to defend? Ji Songhai sneered. You coward. Is that so? I merely wish for you to reveal your hidden cards, lest you find yourself without opportunity later. Qin Chang'an replied calmly, and with a sudden surge of power, his heavy sword unleashed a barrage of strikes. Boom, boom, boom. Even Ji Songhai, despite being at the King Realm, was compelled to retreat under the relentless onslaught of the heavy sword. The torrential blows fell like a storm upon Ji Songhai. Enraged, Ji Songhai could hardly believe that as a dignified King Realm warrior, he was being suppressed by one at the heavenly martial realm. A tremendous humiliation. Hurricane sword technique. Ji Songhai shouted, his sword erupting with overwhelming force. Waves of sword chi surged skyward, creating ripples in the air. Whoosh! In the next moment, Ji Songhai deflected the shadow of Qin Chang'an's heavy sword, and as he wielded his long sword, thousands of sword images intertwined, forming layers of hurricane-like sword energy. Cascading toward Qin Chang'an, witnessing such a terrifying display of sword might, the crowd gasped in astonishment. King-tier martial technique. Heaven above, this is indeed a king-tier martial technique. The terrifying might is simply astonishing. Someone exclaimed in awe. Oh no. My royal brother can actually perform king-tier martial techniques. Brother Chang'an, be careful. Ji Mingyu cried out. Her heart was a tumult of concern for both her royal brother and Qin Chang'an. Just then, Qin Chang'an's thunderous voice resonated through the arena. World-burying sword technique. Shattering heavens, the heavy sword swept through the air, exuding a cataclysmic aura as it met the hurricane-like sword chi. Boom! The heavy sword, emphasizing momentum, perfectly matched the third style of the world-burying sword technique, which was characterized by its widespread, explosive power. It could compress all spiritual energy to its limit and then unleash it without restraint. With Qin Chang'an's rising cultivation, it was inevitable that one day he would truly shatter the heavens with a single strike. At that moment, as their energies collided, Ji Songhai's sword might was obliterated. Even Ji Songhai was sent staggering back several meters. What? This is impossible. Ji Songhai steadied himself, his insides churning with anger and disbelief. He had never anticipated that Qin Chang'an could break through his king-tier martial technique and even repel him. You have actually reached the 7th level of the heavenly martial realm. Realizing Qin Chang'an's aura, Ji Songhai's face was a mask of shock. He stared wide-eyed at Qin Chang'an as if beholding a monster. The surrounding crowd mirrored his disbelief. A monster. Incredible. Lord Duanmu's expression turned grave, muttering to himself in astonishment to surpass an opponent across 7 levels. Such an extraordinary individual is exceedingly rare in this world. Yet, unexpectedly, our great Zhou has won. Whether it is a blessing or a curse remains to be seen, just as everyone was taken aback by Chen Chang'an's ability to withstand a king-tier martial technique. Chen Chang'an continued to move like lightning, his heavy sword aimed directly at Ji Songhai's throat. World-burying sword technique, sealing the throat. What? Before Ji Songhai could react, he hastily raised his guard in front of his neck, only to be sent flying with a resounding crash. Cough, cough. When he got back up, blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. A sneak attack. Had it not been for his quick reflexes and the armor he wore, his head would have been severed. Fool, Chen Chang'an scoffed, launching himself forward once more. World-burying sword technique. Instant kill. Boom. Once again, Ji Songhai was sent flying. Observing Ji Songhai's ability to rise again, Chen Chang'an narrowed his eyes. He had clearly struck at his throat. How was he still unharmed? When Ji Songhai stood once more, a faint, scale-like golden light shimmered upon him. Heavens, that is king-tier armor. Indeed, it was king-tier armor. Without it, Chen Chang'an would have already severed his head. Hiss, as expected of the royal family, their foundation is indeed formidable, someone exclaimed in awe. Ji Songhai's expression grew increasingly ferocious as he laughed maniacally. Chen Chang'an, even if you possess unparalleled speed and earth-shattering sword might, what does it matter? Can you kill me? I have king-tier armor. Chen Chang'an sneered derisively. Just a turtle shell. How proud you are. I can still shatter you. With that, Chen Chang'an suddenly surged forward, appearing above Ji Songhai in an instant. Overlord Fury Slash. Hurricane Sword Roar. The two men uttered low growls as they clashed in a fleeting moment. Bang. The furious energy once again rampaged through the air. This time, Chen Chang'an was sent flying. All present were momentarily rendered speechless. Yet soon, someone discerned the truth. Look, that is, oh my, in Ji Songhai's hand, it is indeed a king-grade weapon. A king-grade weapon, which surpasses even the heaven-grade weapons in ferocity. Hiss, truly deserving of the royal lineage, possessing both king-grade battle armor and a king-grade weapon. This time, it seems Chen Chang'an is in for a downfall. Even Chen Chang'an revealed a look of unexpected astonishment. The energy unleashed by the king-grade weapon stirred the blood within him, causing his arms to tingle slightly. Chen Chang'an, this time, let us see how you meet your demise. Ji Songhai laughed maniacally, completely shedding his previous refined demeanor. Since the facade has been torn apart with Chen Chang'an, there is no need for pretense. Who will perish is still uncertain. Chen Chang'an sneered coldly, fully activating his Thunder Phantom, while a flicker of black-red light enveloped him. This was the first form of the evil demon blood god technique, the Bloodbath Demon Light. All his spiritual energy erupted fiercely. Simultaneously, he unlocked the second martial aperture, the Angry Soul. Faintly, behind Chen Chang'an, there seemed to be a shadow roaring. The 9 levels of martial aperture consist of Demon Soul, Angry Soul, Violent Heart, Mad Wisdom, Fractured Madness, Heaven Shattering, and Earth Annihilating. Each unlocked aperture ignites the latent potential within the body, enhancing combat prowess. At this moment, Chen Chang'an's aura surged ominously close to the 4th level of the Heavenly King stage. Vaguely, it seemed he had ascended to the realms of the Heavenly King. Witnessing this scene, countless powerful figures in the arena were left agape. In the hidden shadows, the 9 clan elders of the Qin family had their pupils rapidly constricting. Everyone, this lad Shaman has actually learned to unlock the martial apertures. Who taught him? He has already unlocked 2 apertures. My heavens, this is utterly astonishing. Even I, at such an age, was only able to unlock 1. The crowd began to communicate telepathically, all eyes eventually landing on the patriarch of the Qin family. The patriarch squinted, transmitting softly that at such a young age, he has unlocked 2 martial apertures. Remarkable. Upon hearing this, the clan elders collectively inhaled sharply. The martial apertures are the key to unleashing a person's potential. The more apertures one unlocks, the more powerful the resulting energy surge. It can amplify combat effectiveness to an unparalleled degree. This is the secret to dramatically increasing one's combat power and fighting beyond one's level. Meanwhile, the two resumed their fierce battle. Boom, rumble, rumble. Chen Chang'an swung the Overlord giant sword, each strike landing heavily upon Ji Songhai. Ji Songhai was thoroughly vexed. Even with his king-grade battle skills and king-grade weapon, he found himself being relentlessly beaten by Chen Chang'an. He felt as if every sword strike from Chen Chang'an weighed a ton. The ground beneath them was left pockmarked and uneven. Chen Chang'an continued to chuckle derisively. Ji Songhai, you have one last card to play, which is to unleash your Overlord bloodline, right? Otherwise, even if your turtle shell is incredibly tough, I may not shatter it, but I can certainly shake you to death. Boom. Another heavy blow from the Overlord Greatsword sent Ji Songhai flying, carving a massive trench into the ground over 10 meters long. The crowd erupted in excitement. Who would have thought that even with so much backing, Ji Songhai would still be mercilessly beaten by Chen Chang'an? This is simply absurd. Suddenly, Chen Chang'an reappeared above Ji Songhai, unleashing the second form of the evil demon blood god technique, mountain shaking, sea trembling. In an instant, a wave of overwhelming sword intent erupted from Chen Chang'an's Overlord sword. As the sword descended, a shadow resembling a mountain seemed to erupt from Chen Chang'an's form. The immense pressure caused Ji Songhai to feel as if he were suffocating. Boom! The devastatingly powerful heavy sword crashed down, colliding fiercely with Ji Songhai's raised king-grade battle skill and weapon, resulting in a terrifying explosion of energy that soared into the sky, instantly shattering the surroundings of the great hall and the roof. Even the very fabric of space seemed to tear apart. Ugh! As Ji Songhai was violently thrown back, he let out a heart-wrenching scream, for he realized that the king-grade sword in his hand had been forcefully sent flying. Simultaneously, his king-grade armor shattered. Countless cracks appeared. The brutal force rendered the armor unable to withstand the onslaught. Crack, 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 crack echoed like glass breaking. And in the next moment, with a loud bang, his armor was completely obliterated. The spectators collectively gasped in shock, utterly astonished. To shatter king-grade armor with sheer force, is this lad even human? How terrifying. Bang. Just then, Chen Chang'an swiftly followed up, his foot landing squarely on Ji Songhai's chest, raising the heavy sword high. Ji Songhai, prepare to meet your end. Chen Chang'an sneered wickedly, the giant sword plunging down fiercely. Not good. It's over. The second prince is going to lose. Countless voices of horror echoed through the crowd. Clang. At that moment, an ear-piercing sound of metal clashing erupted. Everyone's eyes widened in disbelief at the blinding golden light. That is, the Overlord, bloodline of the Chen family. Someone murmured, their throat constricted, face filled with disbelief. Amidst the ruins of the duel arena, Chen Chang'an's giant sword pierced into a dazzling golden radiance, halting its descent. As the scene became clearer to the onlookers, they were astonished to discover that Ji Songhai was enveloped in a blood-tinged golden glow. It was this golden radiance that halted the plunge of Chen Chang'an's sword. Simultaneously, Ji Songhai's hands, as if forged from gold, firmly grasped Chen Chang'an's giant sword. Ji Songhai's expression twisted in rage as he roared, Chen Chang'an, you are dead meat. Ugh! With his roar, a loud boom echoed as his upper garments were shredded, revealing skin that glimmered like gold. Bang! With a resounding explosion, Ji Songhai's golden arm forcefully tore Chen Chang'an's Overlord giant sword to shreds. In the same instant, he kicked Chen Chang'an, sending him flying. This is the Overlord bloodline. This is the terrifying aspect of the Overlord bloodline. Clang! Ji Songhai slowly rose to his feet, extending his hand to summon back his king-grade sword. In that moment, he radiated golden light, grasping the king-grade sword. He resembled a golden war god, exuding an aura of sheer intimidation. He gazed at the flung Chen Chang'an, who appeared unscathed, his eyes narrowing instantly. Chen Chang'an, how could you be unharmed? Ha ha, indeed, you dog scoundrel. You have seized my Overlord bloodline. Chen Chang'an steadied himself, gently brushing off the dust from his attire, his gaze growing increasingly frigid. Finally, he had forced Ji Songhai to utilize the Overlord bloodline. In this moment, he was not only intent on slaying Ji Songhai, but also demanding an explanation from the emperor. In a hidden corner, the lord of the Duanmu family sighed heavily and then wearily closed his eyes, whispering under his breath, Second Prince, oh how foolish you are. Why engage in such reckless actions? Meanwhile, the 9 clan elders of the Chen family were already brimming with murderous intent. Chen Chang'an, you shall die. I will make you experience the fate of being ruthlessly beaten by your own Overlord bloodline. In the arena, Ji Songhai roared as he charged forward, leaving a trail of golden spectral shadows in his wake. Chen Chang'an chuckled coldly. Using my Overlord bloodline against me? Preposterous. With a swift motion, Chen Chang'an also wielded a king-grade sword. It was none other than the Sword of Guardianship. Clang! A light sword met a heavy sword, clashing violently once more. Boom! Instantly, both were sent reeling back. This is impossible. Ji Songhai was utterly maddened. He had not anticipated that even after unleashing his Overlord bloodline, he would still be pushed back by Chen Chang'an. This left him with no advantage whatsoever. Die! Ji Songhai screamed, his form shooting forth, the king-grade sword striking like a venomous serpent towards Chen Chang'an's throat. Chen Chang'an's eyes brimmed with murderous intent, activating the Thunder Phantom, positioning himself sideways, his sword of guardianship swinging down fiercely at eye. In the next moment, a resounding explosion echoed as Chen Chang'an's sword struck Ji Songhai's neck. Clang! It was as if he had struck iron, producing a tremendous roar. Ugh, ah, ah. Ji Songhai howled in agony, sent flying once more. Yet he still rose, face contorted with ferocity, charging towards Chen Chang'an again. Chen Chang'an, ha! You cannot breach my defense. Even if I grow weary, I will wear you down to nothing. Hee, is that so? Chen Chang'an's gaze dripped with disdain as he appeared like a specter above Ji Songhai, his hand pressing down upon the latter's head. Old Coffin master, absorb. With Chen Chang'an's whispered incantation, the character Dian on his palm emitted a faint crimson glow, and suddenly, Chen Chang'an's arm seemed to possess a terrifying suction force. What? Ji Songhai's face was a mask of horror. In that moment, he felt as if the overlord bloodline within him was wildly dissipating. How could this be? You. Ji Songhai was utterly aghast. He had spent over half a year meticulously grafting Chen Chang'an's overlord bloodline onto himself. And now, this formidable lineage was slipping away. No, this is my bloodline. Ji Songhai roared, thrusting his sword mercilessly toward Chen Chang'an's neck. Clang. A deafening sound reverberated. Ji Songhai was left dazed. He saw a faint golden radiance manifest around Chen Chang'an's neck. This golden light resembled a myriad of scales, enveloping Chen Chang'an's neck, rendering his sword impotent. You actually possess royal-grade armor. How could this be? By what right does the Qin family possess royal-grade armor? Ji Songhai bellowed in frustration. Chen Chang'an let out a derisive chuckle. You, who has pilfered my overlord bloodline, will return it to me. Ugh. Ji Songhai howled, his expression one of despair as he watched the power of the bloodline within him flow toward Chen Chang'an's arm. Moreover, it seemed not only to be siphoning his overlord bloodline, but also to be draining his entire essence. Young Master Chen, could you spare the second prince? At that moment, Lord Duanmu stepped forward, beseeching Chen Chang'an. Brother Chang'an, please spare my royal brother. Our royal family is willing to make amends in other ways for the wrongs he has committed against you. Ji Mingyue also emerged, her face a picture of pleading. Only Crown Prince Ji Songshan remained silent, gripping Ji Mingyue's arm. Mingyue, do not plead for him. To usurp another's bloodline is an act of forgetting one's roots. A person so despicable would not even warrant consideration from father. The crowd fell into stunned silence upon hearing this. Indeed, the royal family possessed a unique bloodline. Why would they forsake their own lineage in favor of another's overlord bloodline? Is he even still a prince? Disdain washed over the faces of all present. In the midst of this, Chen Chang'an paid no heed to the appeals of Lord Duanmu and Ji Mingyue. Their combat was not something others could interfere with. For the members and elders of the Qin family were watching keenly. Soon, amidst the piercing wails of agony, Ji Songhai was drained of life, reduced to a mere desiccated husk before the onlookers. The arena fell into an eerie silence, all gazes fixated on the lifeless body of the second prince, then turned to the placid expression of Chen Chang'an, collectively inhaling sharply. What a merciless youth. Lord Duanmu, will you not announce the results? I have emerged victorious. Furthermore, please bestow upon me the first prize of the academic competition, along with the resources. Chen Chang'an addressed the pallid-faced Lord Duanmu with a calm demeanor. Ah, very well, sigh. Lord Duanmu sighed heavily, handing Chen Chang'an a spatial ring. Chen Chang'an accepted it with satisfaction. Inside lay 100,000 spirit stones and a heavenly-grade spirit pill. Not only that, but he also retrieved a healing pill from the corpse of the second prince. He had reclaimed his overlord bloodline. What a tremendous profit! Subsequently, Chen Chang'an led the members of the Chun family away from the academy, and none dared to obstruct their path. As they departed, the arena erupted into a cacophony of astonishment. The fierce duel between Chen Chang'an and second prince Ji Songhai had concluded, leaving all in a state of reflection. Chen Chang'an had once again risen to become the most prominent prodigy of the great Zhou Academy. This time, however, there were even more who spoke of him in hushed tones, fearing his name, for he had taken many lives in this encounter. Chen Chang'an returned to the Qin family. That evening, he dined with the clan leader and 9 elders. Among them was also Chen Xiantong. The banquet was lavish, featuring an array of exquisite dishes from various spirit beasts. This was the first meal Chen Chang'an shared with his elders since his return. The Qin family had other elders, but none held the esteemed positions of these 9. Chang'an. Chen Xiantong began softly. Yes, clan leader, speak your mind. Chen Chang'an replied while fervently indulging in his meal, his words muffled. He hadn't tasted food in a century, and his palate was parched. Although he felt no hunger within the divine coffin, he longed for the sensations of eating, for the taste of meat. The second prince has seized your overlord bloodline. You fought him fairly, and though you killed him, you need not bear any burden, clan leader. I bear no burden. Chen Chang'an shrugged nonchalantly. Very well, but, Chen Xiantong continued, his gaze piercing into Chen Chang'an's. The sovereign of Great Zhou wishes to bestow his daughter, Princess Mingwei, upon you in marriage. Would you accept? Marriage proposal? Chen Chang'an halted his eating, astonished. Clan leader, is the emperor out of his mind? I killed his son, and he still wishes to marry his daughter to me? Even Chen Xuantong's curiosity was piqued as he chimed in. Big brother, the princess has shown considerable favor toward you. Here, have a chicken leg. Children should refrain from speaking out of turn. Chen Chang'an stuffed a chicken leg into Chen Xuantong's mouth. Puffing his cheeks, he chuckled. This is the delicate balance of royal power, and it indirectly illustrates the advantages of possessing formidable strength. That moment, the second elder, fanning himself, grinned. Chang'an, the sovereign of Great Zhou, believes that our Chen family is inscrutable. Thus he wishes to bind us through his daughter, hoping to quell your resentment toward the Ji family. Indeed, Chen Xiantong picked up the thread. The sovereign of Great Zhou has suffered greatly this past year due to dark forces that have entangled his heart vein, and he has been unable to rid himself of it. He seeks our fifth elder's assistance for treatment. But with the recent events, if you were to become the prince consort, it would only be natural for him to solicit our fifth elder's help. Chen Chang'an fell silent. He had been missing for a year, and the emperor had also been gravely ill for a year. Was he attacked? Such a coincidence. Noticing Chen Chang'an deep in thought, the second elder smiled. We too suspect that this matter is connected to the second prince. What? He could be so malicious. Chen Chang'an was taken aback. For that position, the ninth elder scoffed. Chen Chang'an remained silent, then continued, Clan leader. Esteemed elders, for now, I do not require this marriage proposal. Very well, as you wish, Chen Xianong replied with a smile, not inquiring further. The others nodded in agreement. After the meal, Chen Chang'an and Chen Xianong rose from the table. They ascended to the rooftop and lay down. Here, Chen Chang'an handed a spatial ring to Chen Xiantong. Big brother, what is this? Chen Xianong looked puzzled, inspecting its contents before pushing it back. Big brother, I cannot accept this. The resources are too abundant, and I still have the spirit stones given by father. Take it. You shall keep it. Chen Chang'an's tone grew stern. In cultivation, resources are paramount. Without spirit stones, no matter how gifted you are, you will struggle to progress. As he spoke, Chen Chang'an rested his hands behind his head, gazing at the starry sky, and slowly continued. I know our Chen family is extraordinary. Each elder possesses profound depth, and they seem to be engaged in some significant endeavor, something they are striving to conceal. What could it possibly be? Chen Xuantong's youthful face was filled with confusion. You will understand when you grow up. Chen Chang'an smiled, redirecting his thoughts. I will soon venture to the sacred grounds of Zhongzhou for training. When that time comes, you will be the one to uphold the Chen family's banner in the great Zhou royal city. So you must cultivate diligently. After Chen Chang'an finished speaking, he smiled gently that if he wished to grow swiftly, he must depart from the great Zhou, leave Dongzhou, and journey to Zhongzhou, or even to the North Wasteland. Or perhaps the human emperor's continent. In the sacred martial continent, there are 9 continents, with humanity residing in the emperor's continent. The emperor's continent harbors 36 vast wastelands. As for the great Zhou, it is merely a small northern wasteland within the realm of the human emperor. Even within the North Wasteland in Zhongzhou, there exists sacred lands. Contemplating the path ahead, Chen Chang'an returned to his chamber. The remaining Chen Xian gazed at Chen Chang'an's departing figure, then at the tens of thousands of spirit stones within his spatial ring. Lost in thought, a small tower-shaped pendant around his neck emitted a sweet voice of a woman. Oh, your elder brother seems to care for you quite a bit. Of course, he is my brother. I cannot let his expectations down. Chen Xian clenched the pendant tightly, silently steeling his resolve. TSK, you little rascal. Back then you refused to acknowledge me even when you were almost beaten to death. But now you are willing to do so to help your brother out of a crisis? The teasing voice echoed from the tower-shaped pendant. Well, my brother has offended a family from the sacred land. And now with the addition of the great Zhou royal family, all I can do is ensure he has no worries, Chen Xian declared, determination gleaming in his eyes as he turned and vanished into the night. After Chen Chang'an returned to his room, he began his cultivation, utilizing the god burial coffin to refine spirit stones and absorb the spiritual energy within. This was an enviable existence. Typically, Practitioners would employ techniques to guide the spiritual energy from the spirit stones into their dantian, a process that was painstakingly slow and time-consuming, with considerable loss. However, Qin Chang'an was different. He merely placed the spirit stones into the god burial coffin to obtain incredibly pure primordial energy and spiritual aura. He then absorbed this spiritual energy into his dantian and throughout his meridians, refining his body. Thus, after 3 days, his cultivation had terrifyingly ascended to the 8th level of the heavenly martial realm. It took tens of thousands of spirit stones to advance just 1 level. Qin Chang'an murmured softly, somewhat dissatisfied. TSK, as your realm rises, the required spiritual energy naturally increases. Do you think it will still be as easy as before? Using a few million spirit stones to consecutively advance more than 20 minor realms? A teasing voice emanated from the coffin. Indeed, Qin Chang'an retracted his disappointment. Advancing a minor realm in just 3 days was still quite astonishing. He then exited his room. Young master, there is news from the royal palace that the young master is requested to enter the palace. A servant hurriedly delivered the message. Qin Chang'an narrowed his eyes. The old emperor wishes to see me. Yes, young master. The servant shrank back his neck, secretly thinking how formidable the young master was, in all of great show. Perhaps only he dared to address the sovereign in such a manner. All right, let me have breakfast first, then I shall go meet him. Qin Chang'an stretched lazily, proceeded to the dining hall of the Qin family, and after sharing breakfast with the family head and others, he leisurely left the Qin residence. Upon exiting the Qin residence, he discovered 2 individuals waiting outside. They were Ji Mingyue and the head of the Great Zhou Academy, Duanmu Tsang. Head, Princess Mingyue, what brings you here? Qin Chang'an inquired curiously. Having heard that you completed your cultivation, the princess and I have come to escort young Master Qin. His Majesty has summoned you, Duanmu Tsang said, slightly awkward, even changing his address to young Master Qin. He felt a mountain-like pressure from the 9 clan elders of the Qin family. He had not expected such overwhelming authority from Qin Chang'an. What kind of family is the Qin family? For the great show, this could either be a blessing or a curse. Duanmu Tsang mused inwardly. Ji Mingyue gazed at Qin Chang'an with a face full of sorrow, for he had rejected the imperial marriage. He actually refused. Does he fear my resentment for having slain my elder brother? Her heart was a tumult of emotions. Qin Chang'an looked at the 2 and smiled gently. Then let us depart. Ah, very well. Young Master Qin, please. Duanmu Tsang quickly gestured towards a luxurious carriage pulled by a beast, striving to maintain a benevolent smile. Qin Chang'an cast a glance at the disheartened Ji Mingyue before stepping into the carriage. Let us go, princess. Duanmu Tsang spoke softly to Ji Mingyue. Ji Mingyue appeared absent-minded, as though lost. Alas, what a misfortune. Duanmu Tsang sighed quietly, and they all boarded the carriage, heading toward the royal palace. The royal palace was extraordinarily opulent, resplendent with gold and brilliance, exuding the majesty of the royal family. Soon, Qin Chang'an found himself face to face with the sovereign of Great Zhou, Ji Wentian. Chang'an, you have arrived. Ji Wentian stood in the main hall, clad in a yellow royal robe and crown, his complexion somewhat pale. However, his eyes bore a glint of sharpness, authority, and an innate air of haughty disdain. His gaze fell upon Qin Chang'an, who wore a white long robe. Handsome and elegant, exuding an extraordinary temperament, and a gentle smile appeared on his face. I pay my respects to the sovereign. Qin Chang'an stepped forward, offering a slight bow, neither servile nor overbearing to him. Ji Wentian acknowledged with a hum. Concern evident on his face. Chang'an, you have endured much this past year. My family has wronged you. It is all due to my inept second son, who dared to seize your bloodline. You slaying him was merely retribution. Do not take it to heart, and do not feel pressured. My daughter has always held affections for you. Why did you refuse my marriage proposal? Ji Wentian spoke earnestly, seemingly eager for Qin Chang'an to unite with his daughter. Upon hearing the mention of her marriage, Ji Mingyue lowered her head, stealing a glance at Qin Chang'an, her heart a whirlwind of feelings. She liked Qin Chang'an, but her elder brother had taken Qin Chang'an's bloodline, and Qin Chang'an had killed her elder brother. This was also complicated and chaotic. Qin Chang'an smiled slightly and clasped his hands. Sovereign, you jest. I have only just annulled a marriage, and I do not wish to rush into another. At this point, Qin Chang'an chuckled. Indeed, you have only just broken off the engagement with that girl from the Gu family. We can set this matter aside for now. Ji Wentian chuckled, seemingly relieved. Qin Chang'an's lack of outright rejection implied there remained hope. However, Ji Mingyue felt an overwhelming sense of disappointment. That moment, Duanmu Tsang suddenly interjected. Your Majesty, the fifth master of the Chun family is a peerless physician. It is said that young Master Chun has inherited most of his teachings. Why not let him examine your condition? Upon hearing this, Ji Mingyue immediately lifted her head, anxiously approaching Chun Chang'an. Chang'an Gij, can you help my father with his ailment? Chun Chang'an was taken aback, pondering for a moment. Very well. As he spoke, he turned to Ji Wentian. Sovereign, may I ask you to remove your outer garment? Ha, certainly. Ji Wentian did not hesitate, promptly shedding his outer robe, revealing his well-built physique, the location of his heart. There was a dark handprint, with a faint golden light swirling around it. Chun Chang'an observed closely, his eyes narrowing instantly. This is the mark of a Saint Emperor. At these words, everyone present was taken aback. Ji Wentian stared intently at Chun Chang'an, astonished. As expected of you, you must have acquired most of the true teachings from your fifth master to discern the source of my injury with just a glance. Beside him, Ji Mingyue was overjoyed, grasping Chun Chang'an's arm anxiously. Chang'an Gij, can you save my father? Chun Chang'an shook his head slightly. My cultivation is still insufficient. I cannot alleviate the sovereign's heart meridian injury. For the sovereign's heart meridian was compromised, with this Saint Emperor energy incessantly eroding it, causing torment day and night. To resolve it, a Saint Lord would be needed to guide this energy out. What? It requires a Saint Lord? Wang Song and Ji Mingyue exclaimed in unison. Ji Wentian gazed at Chun Chang'an in astonishment, as if he were beholding a monster. Impressive. You have discerned this. If your esteemed fifth master were to intervene, could he resolve it? Upon finishing his words, the other two individuals also looked at Chun Chang'an with eager anticipation. Chun Chang'an shook his head slightly. I am uncertain that if my fifth master were at the Saint Sovereign level, perhaps he could. At this juncture, Chun Chang'an turned to Ji Wentian and smiled. Your Majesty, do you believe that is possible? In this mere Dongzhou, could there truly be a Saint Sovereign? Ji Wentian shook his head in disappointment. Indeed, if your fifth master could resolve it, he likely would not have come to assist. I have invited him countless times, yet I have not even caught a glimpse of him. Indumu, the lord of the Induma house, lamented. Brother Chang'an, regardless of the circumstances, could you persuade your fifth master to lend his expertise? Ji Mingyue implored, clutching Chun Chang'an's arm with a hopeful expression. Yes, Chang'an, whatever your Chun family requires, my royal family shall provide. To the best of our ability. Ji Wentian nodded earnestly, his face filled with sincerity. A thought stirred in Chun Chang'an's heart. I shall make an attempt if fifth master truly can heal the emperor. It would require a substantial amount of resources. This could indeed prove to be a lucrative venture. As Chun Chang'an contemplated this, a terrifying wave of energy surged from outside the palace hall, followed by a raucous and audacious laughter. Ha ha ha. I, Dong Lian Tian, Prince of Dongxian, have come to seek an audience with the Lord of the Great Zhou. Although he claimed to seek an audience, he recklessly barged in, accompanied by a chorus of anguished cries. Bang, bang, bang. The sounds of energy colliding reverberated, suggesting that the guards outside the hall had been unable to stop him and had been sent flying, their screams echoing. The expressions of those within the hall changed dramatically. Chun Chang'an touched his nose, inwardly pondering how the Great Zhou had become so feeble as to be directly disregarded by a prince of a neighboring nation, brazenly invading the imperial palace. Outrageous. How dare you be so insolent? Lord Induma bellowed, unleashing his spiritual energy and charging out. Boom, boom. Yet, in an instant, a violent disturbance rippled through the space, accompanied by a thunderous roar. As Lord Indumu was forced back inside, staggering, he crashed onto the ground, causing the hard surface to shatter into pieces. A tall, aged figure strode in, his gaze locking onto Indumu Tsang with a mocking expression. Ah, it is Brother Indumu. TSK. Is this how the esteemed lord of the Great Zhou Academy presents himself? I hardly exerted myself. You. Indumu's eyes flashed with a fierce light as he glared at the newcomer. But he clenched his fists tightly, refraining from striking back. The individual before him was He Wuqing, the national guardian elder of Dongxian, and a longtime rival from his youth, having been defeated in mere 3 exchanges earlier. A storm of emotions surged within him. As He Wuqing entered, he was followed by a dashing young man wielding a folding fan, the 9th prince of Dongxian, Dong Lian Tian. Beside him stood another youth, his expression dripping with disdain. The sound of hurried footsteps echoed as a squad of palace guards rushed in. Yet, to Chun Chang'an's surprise, Ji Wentian's countenance darkened as he waved his hand, dismissing the guards. The guards, bewildered, exited the hall in confusion. Witnessing this scene, a smirk of contempt crept across Chun Chang'an's lips. This old emperor, allowing such a brazen intrusion into the palace without daring to show anger. Truly exemplified cowardice. No wonder he sent his daughter to me after I had slain his son. I had thought he might employ some trickery. In Dongzhou, there exist 4 great nations: Dongxin, Naming, Fengyu, and Great Zhou. Since Ji Wentian ascended to the throne, Great Zhou has gradually declined. Over the past 30 years, in the quadrennial competition among the 4 nations' prodigies, Great Zhou has consistently ranked last. This contest determines the number of prodigies from each nation allowed to enter a secret realm for cultivation. As a result of their repeated failures, the younger generation of Great Zhou has fallen behind the other 3 nations, leading to their contempt. Moreover, the Great Lord of Great Zhou was assassinated, yet the perpetrator remains unknown. How tragic! Now, a prince from Dongxian dares to storm the very palace of Great Zhou, blatantly disregarding its authority. What a grave situation. Dong Liantian, do you truly lack the courtesy to address the sovereign of a neighboring nation? Ji Wentian's expression darkened as he inquired, yet he was filled with indignation he could not express. Facing Ji Wentian's steely gaze, Dong Liantian ambled casually, not betraying an ounce of reverence for the sovereign. With a smile, he remarked, "Your Majesty Ji, I merely wished to test the competency of the guards at the Great Zhou Palace. Who would have guessed they would be so inept, allowing me to enter with such ease? It seems you must enhance your security measures." Ji Wentian and Lord Endemu's expressions turned extremely grim. This was an insult to those guarding the palace, labeling them as worthless. Ji Wentian clenched his fists tightly. Speaking in a low voice, "Humph, Dong Liantian, state your purpose for being here." Hee. Dong Liantian smiled, tilting his head to create space for the youth beside him to step forward. "Great Zhou's sovereign. Do you know who this is?" "Humph, I care not who he is," Ji Wentian huffed, his countenance as dark as thunder. Dong Liantian, with a playful glint in his eyes, replied, "Oh, if that is the case, should the Great Zhou be annihilated? Your Majesty Ji, and you become the ruler of a fallen nation, do not blame your nephew for not having forewarned you." What? The mere mention of the Great Zhou's destruction caused Ji Wentian, Lord Endemu, and Ji Mingyue to turn pale with fury. What do you mean by that? Ji Wentian glared at Dong Liantian, his voice chilling. "Ha!" At this moment, the young man spoke. "I am Zhao Zihan, son of Zhao Tianwei, the leader of the Southeastern Wind Alliance." "What? You are the son of Zhao Tianwei?" Ji Wentian's gaze narrowed. Indeed, Zhao Zihan's expression was one of haughty pride. The Southeastern Wind Alliance is a first-rate sect formed by the collaboration of Dongxin, Naming, and Fengyu, backed by the 3 nations. As for Zhao Tianwei, it is said he has entered the sacred land and is now an elder of the Taicang Sword sect, holding a position of great esteem. "Humph, Zhao Zihan, I care not for your alliance." Ji Wentian's robes fluttered with anger as his gaze turned to Dong Liantian. "Dong Liantian, what did you mean by your earlier words? Do you intend for Dongxian to conspire with the other 2 nations to annihilate my Great Zhou?" Hee. Dong Liantian smiled. "To incite war would bring untold suffering to the people. Your nephew is not such a malicious individual. However, we 3 nations believe that your Great Zhou does not deserve to be one of the 4 great nations of Dongzhou. Therefore, we propose that you Ji royal family relinquish your rule and allow the Southeastern Wind Alliance to establish the new Southeastern Wind Nation." His words left all present in utter shock. The implication was clear. Ji Wentian was to hand over the Great Zhou and allow it to be transformed into the Southeastern Wind Nation. How absurd. In an instant, Ji Wentian felt a chill pierce through him. "What if I refuse?" Ji Wentian glared at Dong Liantian, his voice icy. "He, refuse?" Dong Liantian scoffed. "This is an opportunity for your Ji royal family to preserve your lives. Do not be ungrateful." At this moment, Zhao Zihan raised his chin, looking at Ji Wentian with a gaze of pity, scoffing. TSK, the once mighty Ji royal family has dwindled so since your ascension. How unfortunate. The current Great Zhou is left with naught but a collection of inept individuals. Should war break out, the Southeastern Wind Alliance could decimate Chang'an City within 3 days. Furthermore, not only is my father an elder of the Taicang Sword sect, but my uncle, Zhao Tianli, has also become an elder of the Qingxian Sacred Sect. So tell me, what does Great Zhou have to contest with us? Do you rely on the useless mentors within the Great Zhou Academy? Or do you depend on a dying sovereign such as yourself? Zhao Zihan spoke with increasing audacity, filled with an overwhelming sense of triumph in his heart, for soon he would ascend to the status of a prince, upon hearing that the Southeast Wind Alliance aimed to annihilate the Great Zhou Kingdom. Bolstered by the support of the elders from the sacred land, Ji Mingyue's expression shifted dramatically. In a moment of panic, she instinctively grasped Qin Chang'an's arm, pressing against him with a soft, towering form. Qin Chang'an glanced at her, subtly withdrawing his arm, folding it across his chest, and observing the unfolding drama with a sardonic smile. That I in the midst of it all, Ji Wentian's face turned ashen, desperately suppressing the tumultuous energy within him, striving to maintain the dignity of a sovereign. Yet he struggled to catch his breath, exclaiming, You dare covet the throne of my great Zhou kingdom." His countenance instantly became as pale as parchment, his body swaying dangerously close to collapse. "Father!" Ji Mingyue cried out in alarm, rushing forward to support him. Ji Wentian, I advise you to prepare for the worst, lest you end up as another fallen clan. Dong Liantian sneered. What more do you wish to say?" Ji Wentian managed to straighten himself, but the agony in his heart twisted his features in torment. "For this grand competition of the four nations, your great Zhou kingdom need not participate, considering you always place last. Now, in such a weakened state, you are unfit to be a power in the eastern state." Dong Liantian mocked. "The grand competition leads into the spirit realm of the eastern state. Such a precious resource for cultivation ought to be reserved for the capable. And granting it to your great Zhou kingdom's useless lot would indeed be a waste. Therefore, this time, the fourth major power shall be the Southeast Wind Alliance." "You're talking nonsense." The Lord of Duanmu fumed. "Entry into the eastern state's secret realm has always been reserved for our four great nations. What right does the Southeast Wind Alliance have?" "Heh, what right?" Zhao Zihan interjected with a cold laugh. "The right of strength." He disdainfully regarded Ji Wentian and his daughter, taunting, "Ji Wentian, you should find a backdoor for your Ji family while there's still time." "Ha, indeed. This prince has a clear path." Dong Liantian chuckled, turning his gaze to Ji Mingyue. "Princess Mingyue, why not marry Zhao Zihan and become his concubine? Perhaps that would spare your Ji family." "What, for Ji Mingyue to marry Zhao Zihan, just to be his concubine?" Ji Wentian could scarcely bear the thought of his beloved daughter being reduced to such indignity. His body trembled with rage, veins bulging on his forehead. "Heh, Ji Wentian, do not be so indignant," Dong Liantian jeered. "This Zhao is, after all, a peerless prodigy of the younger generation, already at the 10th level of the heavenly martial realm. Indeed, Ji Mingyue, to become my concubine would be your honor," Zhao Zihan added, his eyes gleaming with lascivious intent. "I am an invincible presence within the same realm." He then directed a mocking gaze at the quaking Ji Wentian, deriding him. "Isn't that right, Ji Wentian? Clearly, your daughter is unworthy of me." At that moment, an involuntary chuckle broke the tension, drawing the astonished gazes of Dong Liantian, Zhao Zihan, and the previously silent He Wuching towards Qin Chang'an. "What are you laughing at?" Zhao Zihan squinted at Qin Chang'an. "I am not laughing at anything," Qin Chang'an replied nonchalantly, then yawned. "It's just exceedingly dull." Qin Chang'an's words startled Ji Mingyue. She swiftly approached him, whispering urgently, "Brother Chang'an, you must leave at once. They are not good people." She positioned herself in front of him, asserting, "He is merely my protector. I will have him depart immediately." Although Qin Chang'an was powerful, she feared for his safety against the formidable gray-haired elder, who could easily overpower even Lord Duanmu. "Protector?" Dong Liantian smirked. "With such good looks, could he be the princess's male pet?" "Tsk, I take back what I said earlier." Zhao Zihan chimed in mockingly. "It seems the seemingly pure and adorable Princess Mingyue is secretly someone else's plaything. How utterly tiresome. You speak nonsense." Ji Mingyue's face flushed with humiliation, but she turned back to Qin Chang'an, urging, "Brother Chang'an, you must leave." Wish to leave?" Dong Liantian stepped before Qin Chang'an, coldly challenging, "First, tell me what you found so amusing." Qin Chang'an's expression remained tranquil. "I merely recalled something delightful." That a dangerous glint flickered in Dong Liantian's eyes. "Oh, is that so? Pray tell, share it with Zhao and me, that we might join in your mirth." At this, Qin Chang'an narrowed his eyes. Sensing their obstinacy, he decided to be unreserved, letting out a scoff. "I laugh at you two bumpkins, making fools of yourselves. What invincibility in the heavenly martial realm. How dare you suggest a national princess become a mere concubine? Tsk, such grandiose claims from mere clowns. You are but frogs in a well, unaware of the vastness beyond." As his words hung in the air, a profound silence enveloped the scene. Qin Chang'an noticed Dong Liantian and Zhao Zihan's breaths becoming labored. He continued, "So, who is the true fool? It is you two pathetic imbeciles. Brother Chang'an. Ji Mingwei gazed in astonishment at Chen Chang'an's outburst, momentarily frozen, before her face paled with worry. Lord Duanmu and Ji Wentian exchanged glances, both exhaling in relief. With Chen Chang'an's intervention, they felt inexplicably reassured. Yet Dong Liantian and Zhao Zihan were left utterly stunned, their faces shifting to expressions of mockery. "Ha! Well, you possess quite the courage," Dong Liantian remarked, surveying Chen Chang'an with keen interest. "That I did not expect such talent to exist in the great Zhou kingdom, daring enough to speak so boldly. Truly, this journey has been worthwhile." He then turned to Ji Wentian. "Ji Wentian, your daughter has chosen quite the audacious young man." Ji Wentian regarded Chen Chang'an, inhaling deeply. He began, pausing before continuing with a sigh. "He is the one whom I intend to bestow Princess Mingwei upon." The heir of the Chen family, Chen Chang'an. "Father," Ji Mingwei exclaimed in surprise, bewildered by her father's revelation of Chen Chang'an's identity. "So you are the heir of the foremost family in the great Zhou kingdom. No wonder you are so arrogant," Dong Liantian quipped. "Indeed, I have heard he is the one who killed the second prince," Zhao Zihan chimed in, feigning fear. "So that's how it is, great Zhou's #1 prodigy. I am so frightened." Dong Liantian dismissed him with a scoff. "Even if you have bested that worthless Ji Songhai, do you think you possess the audacity to act recklessly before me?" Zhao Zihan echoed the sentiment. "Yes, a mere backwater nation triumphing over one of its own inept, and you truly believe you hold significance? How laughable." Chen Chang'an regarded these two braggarts with indifference, arms crossed. "So what? What can you two clowns do to me?" At his words, a cold light flickered in Dong Liantian and Zhao Zihan's eyes as they spoke in unison. "You seek death? I can oblige. Do not think you are the only one capable of fighting above your level. The strength of our great sex is beyond your imagination. Crushing you would be as easy as squashing an ant." Meanwhile, He Wuching narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing Chen Chang'an. Not sensing any formidable aura, he displayed a contemptuous expression, even closing his eyes in dismissal. "Just two worthless trash, relying solely on their words. Here I stand. Let us see how you intend to kill me." Chen Chang'an spoke softly, acknowledging that the matter was not his concern. However, since they were intent on courting disaster, he was more than willing to demonstrate his capabilities. Moreover, Princess Mingwei had treated him well, and he could not bear to stand idly by as she faced humiliation. Suddenly, Ji Mingwei grasped Chen Chang'an's sleeve, calling out, "Brother Chang'an." A sinister glint flashed in Zhao Zihan's eyes, his smile contorting into a malevolent grin. With a chilling tone, he declared, "Since you seek death, I shall oblige." With that, he lunged forward, his palm transforming into a claw aimed viciously at Chen Chang'an's neck. Ji Mingwei gasped in terror at Zhao Zihan's sudden and fearsome attack. Yet, in the next instant, Chen Chang'an's foot shot out with astonishing speed, delivering a powerful kick. Bang! The force was immense and unyielding, as his foot struck Zhao Zihan's chest, sending him hurtling through the air. Boom! Zhao Zihan seemed to transform into a human cannonball, crashing violently into the wall of the Great Hall. Ji Mingyue's gasp ceased, her mouth agape in shock. Dong Liantian's mocking laughter was abruptly silenced. Even He Wuching's pupils constricted to the size of pinholes. Both Lord Duanmu and Ji Wentian had anticipated Chen Chang'an's intervention. Yet they were astounded by his overwhelming strength that sent Zhao Zihan flying with a mere kick. Their jaws nearly dropped to the ground. All eyes were fixated on the elegantly poised youth, clad in white, untouched by dust, who exuded an air of tranquility amidst the chaos, leaving them momentarily speechless. Thud! Zhao Zihan emerged from the hole in the wall, his bloodied and mangled face twisted in a snarl. His gaze was fixed menacingly on Chen Chang'an as he hissed, "You." Suddenly, Chen Chang'an surged forward, his form expanding rapidly in Zhao Zihan's vision, culminating in a colossal foot raised high, which then came crashing down. Bang! Chen Chang'an's foot landed heavily upon Zhao Zihan's head, forcing it into the wall with a resounding impact. Amidst the shattering debris, Zhao Zihan was left inverted, his head embedded in the wall, his legs flailing helplessly above. "Is this the invincibility of the heavenly martial realm?" Chen Chang'an mocked. Observing the thrashing legs, he directed his gaze to the area between them and raised his foot once more, striking down with ferocity. Crack! The sound reminiscent of shattering eggs filled the air. A howl of anguish erupted from Zhao Zihan, whose head was lodged in the wall, as his body trembled violently, blood seeping through his trousers. "How laughable! What a pitiful creature! A mere insect dares to covet our Princess Mingwei of the Great Zhou? You, a wretched cur, think yourself worthy?" Chen Chang'an derided. turning his gaze towards the astonished Dong Liantian. "Now, it's your turn, number 2 waste." Finally coming to his senses, Dong Liantian implored, "Elder He, save him." After several frantic calls, he suddenly realized that Yi Wuching stood frozen, eyes wide with horror, beads of cold sweat trickling down his brow. Unable to utter a word. Unaware of Yi Wuching's condition, Dong Liantian cautiously approached Qin Chang'an, declaring, "Qin Chang'an, you have great audacity to lay hands upon us." Smack. Before he could finish, Qin Chang'an was already upon him, delivering a resounding slap to his face that sent him spiraling into the wall. Bang! Dong Liantian's head slid downwards, crashing painfully against the ground in an exceedingly awkward position. "Ugh!" He groaned, slowly rising to his feet. His steps unsteady, his face was gruesomely battered, blood gushing profusely. He touched his face, his eyes filled with a fierce glare directed at Qin Chang'an, his heart ablaze with humiliation and rage, threatening to consume him whole. How could he, a prince of Dongxian, be struck down by a mere slap from someone of a lesser family? Such disgrace was unprecedented. Even if his opponent were to die 1,000 deaths, it would not quell the fury within him. "Ah, you filthy garbage, you lowly bastard. I will flay you alive," Dong Liantian roared, his expression twisted with rage. "Ha, just you?" Qin Chang'an's eyes narrowed slightly. "Even a pitiful fool like the second prince of the Great Zhou is superior to you. At least he could exchange a few blows with me, while you two can only engage in verbal sparring. One has already met his end by my feet. As for you, it will merely take another slap." Dong Liantian's heart ignited with fury at Qin Chang'an's disdainful gaze and derisive words. With a sudden surge of power, he summoned a long spear, thrusting it fiercely toward Qin Chang'an. The spear blazed with spiritual energy, exuding an overwhelming force. "Tiger Roar Spear!" Ji Wentian exclaimed in shock. "That is a royal-grade weapon, a treasured artifact of the Dongxian royal family," in Dong Liantian's hands. The long spear in Dong Liantian's grasp radiated an intimidating aura, his cultivation level reaching the 3rd tier of the Heavenly King realm, surpassing even Jisong Hai. Yet, it was a pity that Qin Chang'an, having already subdued Jisong Hai, could easily overpower Dong Liantian as well. With the bloodline of the Overlord coursing through him, Qin Chang'an's hands glimmered with golden light as he reached out to seize the incoming spear. "Humph, seeking death," Dong Liantian snorted coldly. The Tiger Roar spear erupting with royal-level might as it lunged toward Qin Chang'an like a ferocious tiger. Clang! It seemed the spear was firmly gripped by an iron claw, rendering him unable to escape. What? Dong Liantian's heart raced as he witnessed Qin Chang'an grasping the spear's tip with his bare hands. Yet, in that instant, Qin Chang'an's grip on the spear transformed, sliding forward like a serpent, and then he unleashed a powerful punch aimed squarely at Dong Liantian's outstretched arm. Boom. A deafening sound reverberated as Dong Liantian screamed in agony. His right hand shattered, flesh and blood erupted, and the spear slipped from his grasp, now firmly in Qin Chang'an's possession. Without hesitation, Qin Chang'an swung the spear, bringing it crashing down upon Dong Liantian's face. Bang! With a pained howl, Dong Liantian was sent reeling backward. Whoosh! Following that, Qin Chang'an hurled the spear, which pierced through Dong Liantian's chest, the tip emerging from his back and embedding itself into the ground, pinning him down. Ugh! Cough, cough, cough. Dong Liantian hung limply on the Tiger Roar spear, his complexion rapidly paling, coughing up blood, his previous arrogance and hubris replaced with sheer terror. TSK, what a pair of disgraceful fools. Utterly repugnant, Qin Chang'an sneered, looking down upon them. Such lowly creatures dare to provoke our great show. You think yourselves worthy to insult our Princess Mingwei? You are nothing but stray dogs, far inferior to even the filth in the streets. Ji Mingwei gazed at Qin Chang'an, her heart deeply stirred, her eyes misty, her lips slightly parted. Brother Chang'an. Ji Wentian's pupils gleamed with newfound hope, while Lord Duanmu trembled with exhilaration. In the distance, Yi Wuching remained motionless. His face darkened as he regarded Qin Chang'an, his voice low. Who are you truly to him? Qin Chang'an was far more than a mere member of a first-tier family in the Great Zhou. There was an extraordinary master concealed here, one who had him firmly locked in place, rendering him unable to act. How terrifying. Did you not hear me earlier? Very well, I shall repeat myself. I am Qin Chang'an of the Qin family in Chang'an City. Great Zhou. Qin Chang'an spoke with indifference. His gaze haughtied. Yi Wuching fixed his gaze upon Qin Chang'an, realizing that the young man spoke the truth. His expression growing even darker as he turned to the surrounding crowd. Clasping his fist in a bow, I do not know which esteemed elder is present, but why do you obstruct me? The treatment offered by the Great Zhou can equally be provided by Dongxian. I hope the esteemed elder will show some leniency and refrain from interfering in this matter. Upon hearing this, Ji Wentian and Lord Duanmu exchanged glances, suddenly comprehending that it must be the protector behind Qinchang'an. Indeed, with this realization, their hearts settled. Though Qinchang'an was aware of the presence of a guardian following him, he remained uncertain of their identity. Whoever it may be, it seems they are not inclined to respond. After a moment of silence, no one answered. He Wuqing's expression darkened, and he turned to Ji Wentian, attempting to exert pressure. Great Zhou's ruler, what do you mean by this? As he spoke, he pointed towards Qinchang'an. A chilling, murderous intent radiating from him. He has slain the son of Zhao Tianwei from the Southeast Wind Alliance, and murdered a prince of our Eastern Xian Kingdom. Are you not going to provide this old man with an explanation? Wise one, you should capture the murderer and personally deliver him to our country. Seek forgiveness from our sovereign, or else a million-strong army from my country shall march forth to avenge our prince. Upon hearing these words, Ji Wentian's expression changed dramatically, leaving him at a loss for how to respond. That moment, Duanmu Tsang approached him and whispered a few words. Ji Wentian's gaze flickered, and he clenched his teeth. His resolve hardening. He turned to look at the tranquil-faced Qinchang'an and suddenly exclaimed, The one who killed your kin is my imperial son-in-law. All his actions were sanctioned by me. You wish for me to bind my own son-in-law? Apologies, but I cannot comply. Upon hearing this, He Wuqing's eyes turned cold. Ji Guozhu, do you truly wish to provoke a war with my Eastern Xian Kingdom? Well, Ji Wentian's neck shrank back, and he cast a pleading glance at Qinchang'an. The only course of action now was to heed Duanmu Tsang's advice and fully align with the Qin family. This might be the only path for his Dezhou kingdom. Observing this, Qinchang'an curled his lip, casting a disdainful glance at He Wuqing, and retorted, You old fool, what explanation do you require from me? Those two were criminals who disrespected the sovereign of my Dezhou kingdom. They have further humiliated the illustrious Princess Mingwei of my realm. They deserve their fate. And you still desire an explanation from us. Truly laughable. With his hands clasped behind his back, Qinchang'an walked nonchalantly before He Wuqing. Towering over him as he said, You intend to send 1,000,000 troops to seek justice? Do try. My Dezhou kingdom has stood for a millennium. Why should we fear you? You claim our nation is weak. Yet how do you know that our long-standing heritage is without its hidden depths? Each word from Qinchang'an resonated powerfully, causing Ji Wentian to nearly believe that his Ji royal lineage possessed formidable resources. And he instinctively straightened his posture. He Wuqing's gaze wavered as he witnessed the unparalleled pride in Qinchang'an's eyes, a demeanor reserved solely for great nations. How could this be? The Dezhou royal family had clearly fallen from grace. What foundation could they possibly have? How could this young man possess such audacity? What do you mean, what? Qinchang'an scoffed, pointing coldly at the lifeless bodies of Zhao Zihan and Dong Liantian. Take your two pests and return to your land, demanding an explanation from your sovereign for our Dezhou kingdom. Otherwise, at the Four Kingdoms Grand Tournament, we shall not hold back. You brat, do not be so arrogant. You merely cloak yourself in the power of others. He Wuqing glared at Qinchang'an, his chest heaving violently. Qinchang'an coldly laughed. Are you all from the Eastern Xian Kingdom, truly fools? You. He Wuqing was infuriated but restrained himself, knowing there was a powerful, mysterious presence lurking in the shadows. Indeed, how would a fool know he is one? Qinchang'an chuckled. Regardless of your so-called Southeast Wind Alliance or your Eastern Xian Kingdom, do you truly believe you can consume the vast heritage accumulated over generations by my Dezhou kingdom? It is sheer folly. Ji Wentian's gaze wavered. Had it not been for his clear understanding of great nations, he might have been swayed. Yet he feigned bravado, lifting his head proudly. What my son-in-law says is true. You are but a petty jester, a frog at the bottom of a well. His repeated mentions of son-in-law and my son-in-law caused Ji Mingwei to blush profusely. He Wuqing's expression shifted like the weather. Observing Qinchang'an, a formidable figure in the Tianwu realm, displaying an extraordinary demeanor that made his own half-emperor status seem insignificant, even tinged with pity. Could it be that both he and those behind him had underestimated the Dezhou kingdom? Yes, and there was that mysterious figure in the shadows, whose mere presence made him feel immobilized. Could it be a holy emperor? Realizing this, he suddenly felt a chill. This Dezhou kingdom was far too treacherous. Gritting his teeth, he declared, Dezhou Guozhu, I shall remember this matter. I will report it truthfully to my sovereign, and it will be up to you to withstand his wrath. With that, he stepped forward, taking the two cold corpses with him as he left, his imposing demeanor from earlier now replaced by a pitiful retreat. Qinchang'an made no effort to stop him. Farewell. Ji Wentian, smiling broadly, uttered a light remark. Humph. He Wuching coldly snorted, hastily exiting the palace. Seeing this, both Ji Wentian and Duan Mutsang breathed sighs of relief. However, Ji Wantian's expression soon shifted back to concern. If the other three nations truly intended to invade, they would have no means to counter them, unless the Chun family possessed the formidable heritage that Duan Mutsang suggested. Ji Wentian pondered, casting another glance at the still calm Qin Chang'an, his expression complex. Brother Chang'an, are you all right? Ji Mingwei stepped forward, clutching Qin Chang'an's arm, her face etched with worry. Qin Chang'an's earlier actions and protective words had stirred her heart. In her slightly trembling gaze, countless ripples emerged. The expressions of Ji Wentian and Duan Mutsang beside them instantly blossomed into smiles. I am well. There is no need for concern, princess. Qin Chang'an replied with a smile. That is good. Ji Mingyue's nose wrinkled in delight, revealing her smile along with two adorable dimples on her cheeks. Haha, that. Ahem. Mingwei, you accompany your brother Chang'an for a stroll in the palace. I shall not disturb you too. Ji Wentian, receiving a signal from Duan Mutsang, spoke with a beaming smile before quickly leaving. In the grand hall, only Qin Chang'an and Ji Mingwei remained, accompanied by the lingering scent of blood. Just then, a hurried commotion arose outside as Ji Tsongshan led a throng of guards, appearing anxious. Father, sister, are you all right? His voice trembled with fear and urgency as he scanned the hall, noting the absence of his father, leaving only Ji Mingwei and Qin Chang'an. Ji Mingwei quickly released her grasp from Qin Chang'an's arm, lowering her head momentarily before regaining composure and looking at her brother. Brother, why did you arrive so late? Sister, are you unharmed? Where is father? I apologize for my tardiness. Ji Tsongshan rushed to Ji Mingwei, his face fraught with panic and worry. It is all well now. They have departed. Father, he left with the head of the Duanmu family. Ji Mingwei stated, her gaze devoid of any reliance or comfort, seemingly displeased with the crown prince before her. Clearly, someone had intruded into the palace to bully their father, yet he had only just arrived. He had evidently come intentionally late. She did not expect that her crown prince brother would be so cowardly. Ji Tsongshan was taken aback, disappointment flashing across his face. He had hoped to impress their father, but found himself empty-handed. At that moment, a guard whispered something in Ji Tsongshan's ear, causing him to abruptly look at Qin Chang'an, his pupils dilating and then turning dark with malice. Unexpectedly, Qin Chang'an had stolen the spotlight. Qin Chang'an regarded him with a faint, cold smile. This fellow had earlier hidden away when Dong Liantian and the others were present, now suddenly emerging to ingratiate himself after their departure. Clearly, he was just another coward. Qin Chang'an, Ji Tsongshan suddenly addressed him coldly. You dare to kill Dong Liantian and Zhao Zihan? You are exceedingly bold. Do you know who they are? Do you understand the calamity your actions today may bring upon our Dezhou kingdom? Brother, he has assisted us. Ji Mingwei interjected anxiously, her tone filled with dissatisfaction. No, sister, you are mistaken. He seeks to harm our Dezhou kingdom. Ji Tsongshan retorted hastily. Both father and you have been deceived by him. If he truly intended to help us, he would not have slain your second brother. Now he has offended the Eastern Xian Kingdom and the Southeast Wind Alliance. He aims to bring our Dezhou kingdom to ruin. As Ji Tsongshan spoke, a glimmer of wisdom flashed in his eyes, his expression resolute. No, we must quell the fury of the Eastern Xian Kingdom. Otherwise, war will erupt, leading to untold suffering for the people. Clap, clap, clap. Upon hearing his words, Qin Chang'an lightly applauded, chuckling derisively. Truly worthy of being the crown prince of our great Zhou kingdom. Earlier, the other party came in a formidable manner, even daring to bully my father. Yet you, like a timid tortoise, chose to hide away, and now you dare to emerge to confront your own people. Furthermore, you intend to continue flattering those who oppress you. TSK, the demeanor of the crown prince, so cowardly in the face of the strong, it truly opens my eyes. Qin Chang'an's merciless words caused Ji Tsongshan's countenance to darken. He pointed at Qin Chang'an, ready to erupt, but suddenly recalled the ferocity of the man before him, realizing he might also dare to strike against him. With this thought, he reluctantly lowered his arrogant hand and swallowed his words. Though the crown prince was humiliated, Ji Mingwei remained silent, instead finding Qin Chang'an's claims to hold some merit. She glared at him. Royal brother, how can you act like this? Brother Chang'an has helped us vent our frustrations. Ji Tsongshan replied coldly, Sister, you do not understand. The likes of Dong Liantian and Zhao Zihan are inconsequential, but what lies behind them is truly terrifying. Qin Chang'an's actions may bring catastrophic consequences for our great Zhou. At this moment, Qin Chang'an let out an unabashed sneer. Those two indeed amount to nothing. When they entered earlier with such arrogance, I finally understand why. It turns out the Crown Prince of Great Zhou is nothing but a spineless coward. No wonder they dared to bully you, and you chose to hide, and now you seek to appease them. Qin Chanon's words undoubtedly pierced Ji Songshan's fragile pride. As the Crown Prince, repeatedly humiliated by Qin Chaman. His anger flared, and he bellowed, Qin Chanon, you are not of royal blood. What do you understand? You know nothing. What right do you have to instruct me? Do you realize this concerns the survival of millions in our Great Zhou? You may find this amusing now, but what comes next? We are the ones who will suffer. Ji Songshan's face flushed crimson, truly embodying the righteous indignation for his nation. Qin Chanon, with a face full of disdain and a hint of derision, replied, Ji Songshan, do you not see that they are using phrases such as military pressure and annihilation of Great Zhou to intimidate us? Do you still intend to grovel? Your knees truly are weak, if I am not mistaken. Great Zhou should have an elder in seclusion, likely at the half-step Saint Emperor level, correct? In this eastern state, half-step Saint Emperors are already extraordinary. If they dare to come, we will mobilize all our forces, leading to mutual destruction. Thus, for them, the best strategy is to conquer Great Zhou without shedding blood. At this point, Qin Chanon fixed his gaze on Ji Songshan, sneering, the cowardly crown prince, for your royal family. The best response is to bluff and confront them boldly. The more aggressive you are, the more the Eastern Xian Kingdom and the Southeast Wind Alliance will be wary, suspicious, and eager to unravel our true capabilities before daring to wage war against US. After all, the development of Great Zhou over the millennia is quite impressive. Moreover, countless noble families and sects exist within. If you can leverage that, it would be a formidable asset. Ji Songshan stood stunned, opening his mouth, only to realize that Qin Chanon's words bore a semblance of truth. Yet, beside him, Ji Mingyue absorbed every word, her eyes sparkling with excitement. At that moment, Qin Chanon gently patted Ji Songshan's cheek, scoffing, You were even inferior to Ji Songhai. Were it not for my slaying him, could you still sit upon your throne as crown prince? You. Stunned by the slap, Ji Songshan finally snapped back to reality. Retreating 2 steps, his entire body trembling with rage, he was, after all, a crown prince. How dare someone disregard him so? You have some nerve. Do you truly believe I wouldn't dare to kill you? Qin Chaman scoffed once more, stepping forward to slap his face again. Kill me? Do you dare? Faced with Qin Chaman's blatant disrespect, Ji Songshan found himself retreating yet again, his face flushed with indignation, his chest heaving violently. Meanwhile, the guards around them stood in shock, unable to fathom Qin Chanon's audacity, their gazes shifting nervously, unwilling to meet the eyes of either individual. Ji Songshan's chest felt as if it would burst, his expression a mix of shame and fury, yet the image of his younger brother's death at Qin Chanon's hands loomed in his mind, rendering him unable to retaliate. Clap, clap, clap. At that moment, another round of applause echoed as Ji Wentian and Duan Muzong returned. Father, Qin Chanon is too arrogant. You must punish him. He will bring disaster upon our Great Zhou. Upon seeing Ji Wentian, Ji Songshan rushed forward to plead. Slap. Ji Wentian delivered a resounding slap to Ji Songshan's face, momentarily stunning him. Father, it is my fault. No matter what, he immediately knelt, admitting his error. Humph. Ji Wentian coldly snorted at him, then turned his attention to Qin Chanon, his face once again adorned with a smile. Wise nephew Chaman speaks the truth. You should return and reflect on your actions. Ji Songshan was bewildered. He had not anticipated his father would side with Qin Chanon. Father, he even killed my second brother. How can you speak for him? Silence. Ji Wentian kicked him down, fuming. This is a matter of life and death. Furthermore, Songhai conspired against Chang'e. Enough, this matter shall not be mentioned again. Guards, confine the crown prince to the eastern palace for 3 months, forbidding him from leaving, so he may reflect. With this decree, all the guards stood in shock. But soon, one stepped forward, dragging the incredulous Ji Songshan away. Wise nephew Chaman, do not heed that ungrateful child's words. Ji Wentian smiled at Qin Chanon. Then he turned to Ji Mingyue. Mingyue, from now on, you shall stay by my side to assist me. But, father, I am not skilled in anything. What could I possibly help you with? Ji Mingyue was momentarily taken aback that it was Qin Chanon, however, whose eyes narrowed. When did Ji Wentian gain such resolve? Was he planning to dethrone the crown prince and install a female emperor instead? It seemed he intended to bind Princess Mingyue to the Qin family. Qin Chanon pondered, clarity dawning in his mind. After leaving the palace, Qin Chanon directly returned to the Qin residence, in the main hall of the Qin family. The Eastern States' spiritual energy secret realm, Chun Xiantong and Chen Chang'an, sat facing each other. Chen Xiantong gently sipped from his teacup, slowly stating, "The Eastern States' secret realm is the most concentrated area of spiritual energy in the entire Eastern State. It requires the sovereign tokens from the Eastern Xian Kingdom, Southern Ming Kingdom, Finyu Kingdom, and Great Zhou Kingdom to be inserted simultaneously to open." Initially, the Ji family's royal clan held absolute power in the Eastern State. Who could enter the Eastern State secret realm was dictated solely by them. Later, the other three nations seemed to have extended their reach toward the sacred ground, gaining its support, which led to their gradual rise. Thus, in the incarnation competition, Great Zhou found itself falling further behind. Gradually, the number of Great Zhou's prodigies entering the secret realm for cultivation diminished. In these 30 years, the gap widened until their strength completely surpassed that of Great Zhou. This birthed the Southeast Wind Alliance, seeking to usurp Great Zhou's position. Upon hearing this, Chen Chang'an fell silent, stroking his chin in contemplation. Chen Xiantong observed him, smiling, thus, "I suspect that your fall into the abyss of the demon was not merely due to the second prince. It likely involves the other three nations or that Southeast Wind Alliance. After all, with your talent, you would undoubtedly be a dark horse in this year's incarnation competition." Chen Chang'an nodded in deep agreement. In the Eastern State, there lies a formidable land known as the Abyss of the Demon Burial. Even the mightiest of the Holy Lands or the powerful beings from the imperial continent dare not venture recklessly into its depths. Additionally, there exists a blessed ground, the Eastern State's secret realm. This realm is the very heart of the Eastern State, infused with an unparalleled density of spiritual energy, unmatched by the territories of the other four nations. Remarkably, this blessed ground is situated at the confluence of the four nations, encased within barriers set by the ancestors of various realms. It requires the simultaneous use of the national tokens from all four nations to unlock. "Chang'an, what are your plans?" Chen Xiantong inquired with a smile. To triumph in the grand tournament of the four nations and enter the secret realm for cultivation, Chen Chang'an replied with a grin. Chen Xiantong nodded slightly, then gazed meaningfully at Chen Chang'an. "By the way, it seems your former fiancé has made contact with someone from the Holy Land's Jun family. They are likely to arrive in the next few days." Upon hearing this, Chen Chang'an was momentarily taken aback. A feigned smile of appeasement quickly appeared on his face as he asked, "Head of the family, can you withstand it?" Chen Xiantong lowered his head, taking a sip of tea leisurely, remaining silent. Chen Chang'an regarded him, understanding in his heart, and felt reassured. Let the Jun family come. As long as the family can endure it, that's all that matters. Thereafter, Chen Chang'an departed the grand hall and returned to his chamber to commence his cultivation. He retrieved another space ring, containing the gratitude payment from Ji Wen for his assistance earlier that day. Naturally, Chen Chang'an was not one to be polite and joyfully accepted it. He poured these resources into the god burial coffin, awaiting the infusion of spiritual energy once more. From that point onward, he would rely solely on absorbing the natural spiritual power for his cultivation. In the ensuing days, Chen Chang'an's reputation soared once again, his name resounding with great renown, especially with the rumors circulating that he was granted marriage by the emperor and was on the verge of becoming a prince consort, which spread throughout the royal city. Yet, surprisingly, the news of Chen Chang'an temporarily refusing the marriage proposal did not leak out. He had slain the second prince, and rather than facing suppression from the royal family, he was instead courted by them, turning the Gu family into the subject of ridicule. Wow, this Chen is impressive. He has offended the royal family, yet they still seek to win him over. A prodigy is indeed a prodigy, with such formidable strength. It is only natural for the ruler to court him, especially considering the second prince's misdeeds. Indeed, to usurp another's bloodline, he deserves no mercy. TSK, Gu Qingqing truly is foolish. She lost a peerless prodigy. Haha, I can only imagine Gu Qingqing is currently sobbing in the restroom. Naturally, they believed they had secured a powerful ally in the Jun family, yet the Jun family hasn't even arrived. Could it be that the Jun family is afraid? TSK, how could that be? Perhaps some unforeseen circumstance delayed them. The entire royal city was abuzz with excitement, with each tavern filled with animated discussions. Recent events had made the capital of the Zhou dynasty exceedingly lively. In the Southeast Wind Alliance, within the council hall, when He Wuqing returned with the corpses of Dong Liantian and Zhao Zihan, an immediate fury erupted among all present. Elder He, who was responsible for the deaths of these two, Zhao Tianwei, the leader of the Southeast Wind Alliance, spoke with rage. His countenance was exceedingly grim, his brows knitted with a chilling aura. His voice resonated like a thunderclap, echoing in the hearts of all present. He Wuqing's expression darkened as he hastily replied. It was the Chen family, Chen Chang'an. What? The Chen family, the so-called first-rate family from Chang'an City. He has gone mad, daring to slay a prince of Dongxian nation, and has killed the son of Zhao Tianwei from my Southeast Wind Alliance. Zhao Tianwei's eyes widened in disbelief that, my lord, we must avenge our son, annihilate the Chen family, eradicate every single one of them. Beside him, a middle-aged woman, clutching Zhao Zihan's lifeless body, wept profusely, each word dripping with hatred. And that Chen Chang'an, he even dared to crush my sons. She gritted her teeth. Everyone looked at the mangled corpse of Zhao Zihan, and at the state of his lower half, feeling a chill run down their spines. They thought to themselves, that little brat is indeed ruthless. Indeed, the Chen family has gone mad. At that moment, a pale-skinned man resembling a eunuch spoke with an icy demeanor. He dares to kill a prince of Dongxian nation. And yet the Zhou royal family did not intervene. They will have to bear the wrath of Dongxian nation. In the hall stood the high-ranking officials from Dongxian nation, Nanming nation, Fengyu nation, and the Southeast Wind Alliance. They had gathered here to discuss replacing the Zhou nation. They were also awaiting good news from Dong Liantian and the others. However, what returned were their corpses. Everyone exchanged glances, emotions running high, especially the representatives from Nanming and Fengyu nations, who felt fortunate for not sending anyone to provoke the Zhou royal palace. At this time, Zhao Tianwei's icy gaze fell upon He Wuqing. Elder He, although Chen Chang'an possesses extraordinary talent and has defeated my son and Dong Liantian, why did you not intervene? With your half-step Saint Emperor cultivation, aside from the elders of the Zhou royal family in slumber, surely no one could contend with you, especially not a mere Chen family. As he spoke, everyone turned their attention to him, their eyes filled with skepticism. Even the middle-aged woman glared at him fiercely. He Wuqing sighed bitterly. Leader, I wish I could have, but someone locked onto my aura, rendering me immobile. Moreover, if I had acted recklessly, I might have been killed as well, but I cannot die. If I do, who will bring back the news? The royal family of Zhou might be concealing a Saint Emperor-level powerhouse. What? Are you serious? Zhao Tianwei's eyes widened in shock. How could the Zhou have a Saint Emperor-level powerhouse? Elder, if it were not so, would I have stood by and let the young master and the prince die? He Wuqing replied helplessly. A collective gasp echoed in the room. If the Zhou nation truly harbored a Saint Emperor, then they would be in deep trouble. A Saint Emperor on the battlefield is an existence of utter devastation. Everyone exchanged worried glances. This matter must be reported to His Majesty. The eunuch from Dongxian nation declared grimly. By the way, Elder He, do you know if the powerhouse controlling your movements is from the Chen family or the Zhou royal family? I do not know. I attempted to communicate with the mysterious powerhouse, but they ignored me. He Wuqing replied truthfully. He then recounted Chen Chang'an's words regarding the formidable hidden strength of the Zhou royal family. Once again, a heavy silence fell over the assembly. Could it be that they had misjudged the Zhou nation all along? Though it possessed formidable strength, it was merely pretending to be weak. After a brief pause, Zhao Tianwei spoke again. Since the coward Ji Wentian ascended to the throne, the younger generation of the Zhou nation has been lackluster for 30 years. If they truly possess formidable strength, it could only be attributed to a few ancient beings. And once they are used up, they are gone. Upon hearing this, everyone nodded, feeling it was a reasonable assertion. Indeed, like that mysterious powerhouse elder he mentioned, it must be some ancient being of the Ji clan. If they were truly capable of intervening freely, Ji Wentian would not have been so cowardly. Yes, they must have emerged to intimidate during a critical moment, the crowd speculated, convinced it was someone from the Ji royal family. Humph. At this moment, the middle-aged woman holding Zhao Zihan's corpse snorted coldly. I don't care about the Chen family or whatever nonsense. That Chen Chang'an killed my son, and I will make him pay with his life. Zhao Tianwei was on the verge of uttering something, yet upon gazing at his sorrowful wife, he decided against it. After all, it was through her connections that he had gained entry into the sacred Taitsong sword sect. Nodding, he continued to address the eunuch, Master Gao. It seems our attempt to compel the great Zhou kingdom to relinquish its claim to the eastern secret realm has met with failure. Consequently, our next course of action must be to prepare vigorously for the upcoming four nations' talented individuals competition in half a month. Very well, I shall return to inform the sovereign. Subsequent matters will require his discretion, Master Gao replied, swiftly departing with the body of Dong Liantian and He Wuqing. Meanwhile, the Dongxian kingdom, Nanming kingdom, Fengyu kingdom, and the Southeastern Wind Alliance were all diligently preparing to enter the eastern secret realm. Additionally, Another group was stealthily making its way towards Chang'an City, their target being the Qin family. Gu Qingshan sat in the main seat, his expression marred by bitterness as he observed the family elders, who looked as though they had lost their patriarch, after Gu Qingqing's insistence on Chen Chang'an's withdrawal from their engagement. The Gu family had become the laughingstock of Chang'an City. Accusations of being blind to true value, vanity, and the entire family's disdainful attitude towards others echoed in his ears. Humph, once the Jun family arrives, we shall see how Chen Chang'an maintains his arrogance. Even if he is the son-in-law of Ji Wentian, it will avail him nothing. Gu Qingshan huffed. The others, appearing dejected, cast glances at the fluctuating expression of Gu Qingqing. Sighing heavily, they pondered, if the Jun family truly intended to avenge Jun Wujian, why had they yet to arrive? Gu Qingqing, with a cold snort, lifted her head like a proud swan, declaring, "Elders, there is no need for such despair. The Jun family will be here shortly, and they have promised to take me back with them." "Wah! What?" the elders exclaimed in unison, their spirits suddenly revived. "Miss, is that true? If you truly have joined the Jun family, our Gu family is hope for resurgence." Gu Qiqing's words ignited a spark of life among the despondent elders. "Of course it is true," Gu Qiqing asserted proudly. Upon hearing this, Gu Qingshan was elated. "Qingqing, you have made contact with the Jun family. Why did you not inform your father? I wish to surprise you," Gu Qiqing replied with a smile. Just then, an elderly man rushed in, breathless, and approached Gu Qiqing with palpable excitement. "Miss, the Jun family has arrived. They have just entered the royal city." "What?" Gu Qiqing sprang to her feet. "Qiqing, let us go greet them," Gu Qingshan echoed, equally animated. "Indeed, let us welcome them," Gu Qiqing exclaimed, her excitement swiftly turning cold as she thought of Chen Chang'an. "The Jun family has returned. I shall see how you meet your demise this time." Once, she held no animosity towards Chen Chang'an, as they were once betrothed. Yet, having reached this juncture, he had become a nightmare in her heart. She refused to acknowledge that she had made a wrong choice. Thus, her feelings of guilt transformed from reluctance into the current resentment. Everyone anticipated her downfall, and she yearned to prove to them all that her choice had been right. Chen Chang'an was the true fool. Consequently, Gu Qiqing and Gu Qingshan, accompanied by several family elders, hurriedly exited. Meanwhile, Chen Chang'an, after a period of rigorous training, had terrifyingly ascended to the 9th level of the heavenly martial realm. Breathing out a sigh of turbid air, he turned his gaze towards the door. "Enter," he called. A servant, who had been waiting outside for some time, hastily entered, bearing a sumptuous array of food. "Young master, Princess Mingwei has arrived. She wishes for you and our 5th master to assist with the worsening condition of the sovereign. She has also brought many gifts." Saying this, he placed a spatial ring upon the table. Chen Chang'an's eyes narrowed. He was in dire need of resources. With sufficient resources, his ascension would be as effortless as quenching thirst. "Does the 5th master wish to enter the palace?" Chen Chang'an inquired. Glancing at the spatial ring while munching on food, "The 5th master instructed me to ensure you go." "This is a jade slip from him," the servant replied, handing Chen Chang'an a long white jade stone, capable of recording text. Chen Chang'an nodded. "Chenda, is the princess still waiting outside the grand hall?" "Yes, young master," Chenda confirmed. "Very well, I shall accompany her to the palace, and I shall accept the resources within this spatial ring." With that, Chen Chang'an rose and made his way towards the grand hall of the Qin family. Upon entering the grand hall, he beheld the exquisite Ji Mingwei, draped in ethereal white silk, an unparalleled vision of elegance. Yet, her delicate brows, while exuding grace, were shadowed by a hint of melancholy in her ebony eyes. "Princess Mingwei," Chen Chang'an greeted. "Brother Chang'an, you have emerged from seclusion," Ji Mingwei exclaimed, startled as she recognized him. Instantly, her face brightened, and she glided towards him, enveloped in a fragrant breeze. "Rather, you may call me Mingwei," she added with a hint of sorrow. Chen Chang'an smiled gently, not minding her request. "As you wished." He observed the stunning Ji Mingwei, her sorrowful yet enchanting visage captivating his thoughts. How had he once favored Gu Qiqing, neglecting this gem of a princess? "Brother Chang'an, could you invite 5th Master Qin to assist my father with his ailment?" Ji Mingwei gazed at him with hopeful eyes. Seeing her slightly swollen eyelids, Chen Chang'an felt at a loss. Why could Ji Wentian not simply come to the Qin family? However, he kept this thought to himself and replied gently. "The 5th Master has provided me with a method that may temporarily alleviate your father's suffering. I shall accompany you to the palace." "Really? That would be wonderful," Ji Mingwei exclaimed, her joy illuminating the grand hall. Chen Chang'an felt his spirits lift, and together they departed from the Chen residence, heading towards the royal palace that on the streets of the royal city. Ji Mingwei inquired curiously, Brother Chang'an, why are we walking instead of taking a carriage? I am not certain. My second master advised that we walk to allow you some respite. Chen Chang'an replied. Bemused, Ji Mingyue's heart leapt with joy. She had not anticipated that the Chun family elders would conspire to match her with Chen Chang'an. Lowering her head, she murmured, well, that could be acceptable. Chen Chang'an glanced at her, chuckling, are you not anxious about your father's condition? My father said that if I could spend more time alone with you, then there was no need to rush anything else. As she spoke, her voice trailed off into a whisper. Chen Chang'an was at a loss for words. This emperor was quite something. Enough. Do not keep your head down. Watch where you are going with that. He gently tilted her chin upwards. The closeness of the gesture caused Ji Mingyue to blush furiously. Meanwhile, Chunda and Ji Mingyue's guards trailed behind at a distance, all wearing smiles. Suddenly, a chill enveloped Chen Chang'an. A shiver racing down his spine as though he had been struck by a venomous serpent, causing him to halt abruptly. Ji Mingyue, caught off guard, collided with him. Chen Chang'an instinctively held her, yet his eyes darted towards the distance. What is the matter, Brother Chang'an? Ji Mingyue asked, concern etched on her face. Cocooned in Chen Chang'an's embrace, Ji Mingyue was momentarily taken aback, before shyly inquiring. Chen Chang'an did not respond to her. Instead, his gaze roamed incessantly over the throngs of people passing by. Earlier, he had sensed a powerful presence casting a glance in his direction, a sensation he was acutely attuned to. The aura of that individual was formidable. No worries, he finally released the girl in his arms and said, let us proceed. Oh, okay. Ji Mingyue, still bewildered, trailed alongside Chen Chang'an, a smile unconsciously gracing her lips. Who could it be? Chen Chang'an pondered, his expression clouded with confusion. Just a few steps ahead, a resplendent figure emerged within a distance of several dozen feet. His aura and demeanor made it nearly impossible for anyone to overlook him. It was a young man, strikingly handsome, adorned in luxurious garments that emanated a faint spiritual energy, suggesting they were enchanted. As Chen Chang'an's attention fixated on this individual, the previously concealed, overwhelming presence immediately locked onto him, gradually intensifying. In that instant, Chen Chang'an comprehended that the owner of this terrifying aura was likely lurking in the shadows, safeguarding the young man in splendid attire. With a sinking feeling, he mused about the potential implications. If this individual had set his sights on him, he wondered whether the elder of his family would be capable of handling the lurking powerhouse. Lost in thought, the exquisitely dressed young man drew closer, seemingly on the verge of brushing past Chen Chang'an. The latter could not help but scrutinize him. The young man's lips curled into a subtle smile. His head held high, occasionally furrowing his brow in disdain and contempt for his surroundings. This demeanor indicated that he hailed from a place abundant in spiritual energy, which naturally radiated an unparalleled nobility upon his arrival here. Yet another young master from a prominent family visiting this remote nation. Chen Chang'an scoffed internally before averting his gaze and continuing forward. However, just as they were about to pass each other, the young man's previously haughty gaze suddenly darted towards them. Chen Chang'an felt a sense of foreboding wash over him as he recalled the striking beauty of the woman beside him, realizing she was a catalyst for trouble. Indeed, the young man's gaze was fixated upon Ji Mingyue, his entire being seemingly entranced, his eyes trembling as they followed her movements. Given his background, he had encountered countless breathtaking beauties before, and had shared his bed with many. Initially, he had looked down upon this border nation of Dongzhou. Yet, he never anticipated encountering a girl here capable of stirring a man's heart so profoundly, leaving him utterly spellbound. Heavens, this wretched great Zhou kingdom possesses such an exquisite maiden. No wonder that fellow Jun Wujian is willing to come here, he murmured in a daze, and as he witnessed Chen Chang'an and Ji Mingyue passing by, he abruptly regained his senses and blocked their path. Chen Chang'an's heart sank at the sight of the young man obstructing their way. As expected, this guy? Ji Mingyue blinked in surprise. Esteemed young master, what is it that you seek? The young man, his expression a mix of excitement and elation, stammered. Little sister, you are truly lovely. Pray tell, what is your name? Would you allow your elder brother to take you to the sacred land? With a faint smile adorning his lips, he exuded an air of cultured elegance, believing that his words would enchant the girl before him. However, upon witnessing such a frivolous individual, Ji Mingyue frowned, responding, no, thank you. With that, she grasped Chen Chang'an's arm and whispered, please, let us be on our way. Oh, the young man's brow arched. and his gaze fell upon Chinchaman. Instantly, his demeanor soured, for even within the sacred land, he had never encountered a man so striking yet imbued with an aura of coldness. "Little sister, do not be in such haste to depart." The young man cast a dismissive glance at Chinchaman, believing that aside from his looks, the latter had little to offer. Ignoring Chinchaman entirely, he continued to address Ji Mingwei. "I hail from the Jun family of the sacred land." He paused, noting the momentary surprise on both Chinchaman and Ji Mingwei's faces, and then continued with a sense of pride. "As I am new to this place, unfamiliar with my surroundings, I would like to befriend you. Rest assured, I harbor no ulterior motives." The Jun family of the sacred land? Ji Mingwei could not help but glance at Chinchaman. Chinchaman narrowed his eyes, smiling as he wrapped an arm around Ji Mingwei's shoulders and coolly uttered 2 words to the young man. "Get lost." Upon hearing this, Ji Mingwei was momentarily taken aback. Feeling the strength of Chinchaman's arm, she shyly lowered her gaze and tugged at his sleeve, whispering, "Brother Chang'an, he is a person of the Jun family." Chinchaman offered her a reassuring glance before addressing the young man. "If you wish to make acquaintances, there is an establishment around the corner to the right, where you might find ample company more suited to your tastes." The young man narrowed his eyes, sizing up Chinchaman, a faint smirk curling at the corners of his mouth, displaying not an ounce of anger, but rather a hint of amusement. To him, Chinchaman was merely a comedic figure. "You do not even know the Jun family. That is akin to not knowing how to write the word death. And what are you, exactly? Speak another word, and I shall have your limbs removed. Do you believe me?" The young man scoffed disdainfully, his gaze fixed on Chinchaman. As his words fell, several fierce-looking guards emerged behind him, glaring menacingly at Chinchaman. Ji Mingwei suddenly felt a wave of concern wash over her. The appearance of those from the Jun family here could not be mere coincidence. It is not your place to act so arrogantly here." Chinchaman chuckled derisively, extending his hand with a swift motion. In a shocking twist, his grip seized the young man's throat, tightening abruptly. With a sickening crack, the sound of breaking bones echoed. Shock and disbelief etched across the young man's face. You dare lay hands upon me? Do you wish to die?" The young man clutched desperately at Chinchaman's arm, attempting to break free, yet the latter's grip was like iron, suffocating him. Instantly, he felt the onset of asphyxiation and excruciating pain in his neck, his complexion paling as he gasped, "You! How audacious, you dare!" One of his guards stepped forward, encircling Chinchaman and Ji Mingwei, yet they hesitated to strike, aware that their young master was still under Chinchaman's control. "Release him. To lay hands upon a member of the Jun family will result in the annihilation of your entire clan." One of the guards snarled. "Oh, is that so?" Chinchaman retorted with a cold laugh, exerting even greater pressure. In an instant, the young man's body convulsed violently, his features contorting in agony as his eyes began to roll back. "Let him go." Just then, a shadowy figure appeared abruptly at the young man's side. "Poised to strike. Dare to move, and I will snap his neck," Chinchaman declared icily. The gray-clad figure halted his actions, his expression darkening as he glared at Chinchaman, while an overwhelming pressure bore down upon him. TSK, the Jun family truly seeks their own demise. At that moment, a middle-aged man, sword slung across his back, approached slowly. With his arrival, the air seemed to grow still. The gray-clad elder felt a chill run down his spine. Gazing at the man before him, he was an unremarkable middle-aged individual, yet his eyes held a piercing depth, his face etched with the marks of time, and his simple robe radiated an aura of countless sword energies. Upon seeing the sword-bearing man, Chinchaman spoke respectfully, "Eighth Master, it is you." The Eighth Master smiled faintly, his gaze fixed upon the gray-clad elder as he said coolly, "Return and inform Jun Xinhai that should he dare to set foot in the Great Zhou Kingdom again, I shall break his limbs." "Wah! What?" The gray-clad elder was taken aback. "Save me, save." The young man, still ensnared in Chinchaman's grip, rasped in a hoarse voice filled with fury, "Kill him! Kill him!" With a decisive crack, Chinchaman snapped his neck. The young man's eyes bulged in shock, and until his last breath, he could not fathom why Chinchaman had the audacity to kill him so brazenly. "Do you dare to kill my young master?" The old man in the gray robes, eyes widened in disbelief. Just as he was about to make a move, suddenly, an invisible sword chi pressed against his forehead, causing his expression to change drastically. Rendering him immobile, he turned his gaze towards Master Ba with immense trepidation and exclaimed, "You! Who exactly are you?" Master Ba cast a dismissive glance in his direction and replied nonchalantly, "Your young master dared to threaten my family's young lord, only to meet his demise at the hands of my young lord. Such a fate is hardly regrettable." Take his corpse back and inform that Jun X and Howen, should your Jun family send anyone else. I shall slay one for each that comes. Should they send a multitude, I would not hesitate to eradicate your entire clan. Boom. Master Ba's words resonated with an overwhelming force in the mind of the gray-robed elder. He stared at Chinchongan in disbelief, unable to comprehend the situation for a long time. Thud. Chinchongan flung the corpse of the brocade-clad man onto the ground and disdainfully declared, "Get lost." The gray-robed elder glared at Master Ba for a long while, then scrutinized Chinchongan repeatedly. Reluctantly, he picked up the corpse of the brocade-clad man and departed in utter disgrace, once they had retreated to a distance. Chinchongan respectfully saluted Master Ba, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, Master Ba. You are truly formidable." Ji Mingwei also obediently performed a curtsy, devoid of any hint of a princess's arrogance. Master Ba nodded in approval at Ji Mingwei, then turned to Chinchongan and playfully chided, "Humph, formidable my foot. I merely intended to intimidate him. Who knew he would be such a coward? If it truly came to a fight, I would not stand a chance against him." Master Ba scoffed while pointing at Chinchongan and continued, "And you audacious brat, if I hadn't shown up to scare him, would he not have been able to eliminate you?" Heh. Chinchongan chuckled. "This is Chang'an City. If I were bullied by that old fool, wouldn't that be a slap in your face, Master Ba? Wouldn't it?" "Ah, here comes the flattery again." Master Ba waved his hand dismissively and added, "Enough of that. Let us head to the palace to meet the monarch. I must take my leave now." After saying this, he nodded slightly at the blushing Ji Mingwei before turning to depart. Chinchongan stroked his chin, narrowing his eyes. This Master Ba turned out to be a swordsman. He did not believe a single word of Master Ba's claim that he could not defeat the earlier gray-robed elder. Ji Mingwei, on the other hand, gazed thoughtfully in the direction Master Ba had left, and at that moment, she seemed to understand why her father had urged her to ingratiate herself with Chinchongan. However, the person she fancied belonged to a powerful family, which could be advantageous, and if that were the case, Brother Chang'an would not be bullied by others. Lost in her thoughts, Ji Mingwei was jolted back to reality when Chinchongan waved his hand in front of her, asking, "What are you thinking about?" Nothing." She quickly lowered her head, her voice soft as she said, "I was just thinking, your Master Ba is really impressive. His words are quite imposing. No wonder you have such a temperament." "Oh, what temperament do I possess?" Chinchongan inquired with a smile. Unwilling to suffer losses, dominant. Ji Mingwei mused before continuing, "You have completely changed from a year ago. Your eyes now carry a depth and weariness, seemingly devoid of your previous innocence and naivety." At this point, she looked at Chinchongan with a pained expression. "Brother Chang'an, you must have endured a lot during the year you disappeared, right?" "Not particularly." Chinchongan replied, his gaze turning deep as he recalled the 100 years spent in the god burial coffin. Suddenly, he curiously asked, "Why do you not mind that I killed your royal brother?" Ji Mingwei was taken aback, clearly not expecting Chinchongan to broach such a topic. After pondering for a moment and sniffing back a tear, she replied, "I don't know. Perhaps it's because my relationships with my two royal brothers have never been good. Their mother treated my mother poorly, calling her a vixen, and they bullied me since childhood. But you, Brother Chang'an, have always protected me." As she spoke, disappointment flickered in her eyes. "But now that you've grown up, all you see is that Gu Qinsheng." She lowered her head, her fingers intertwining nervously. Chinchongan was momentarily stunned. He recalled that Ji Wentian had many children. It was not surprising that sibling relationships were fraught with tension, especially in the royal family where power struggles were common. With this realization, the slight wariness he had harbored dissipated, and he smiled at Ji Mingwei. "It's all in the past. Let's hurry to the palace." Ji Mingwei looked up, astonished, as she met Chinchongan's warm gaze. It seemed the barrier that had once existed between them had vanished. Joy surged in her heart, and she nodded eagerly. Meanwhile, outside the royal city, the gray-robed elder from the Jun family, bearing the corpse of the brocade-clad man, piloted his flying vessel at a breakneck pace. His expression was dark, and fear gripped him to the core. The other guards remained silent, their faces a mix of disbelief and anxiety. Finally, one guard could no longer contain himself and asked, "Third Elder, what on earth happened? Why was the young master killed, and we ended up fleeing in disgrace?" "Silence. Speak another word, and I shall end you," the gray-robed elder replied coldly. His countenance was grave. He knew he must distance himself from the great Zhou kingdom as far as possible. The more he thought about it, the more terrified he became. As a dignified saint emperor, he had come to this remote nation expecting to dominate and crush all before him. Little did he expect There was a hidden swordsman here. A swordsman, his brow furrowed in confusion. Who could that person be? Moreover, damn it, he even knew his ancestor, Jun Xian Haohan. The elder's tone had been one of reprimanding a junior. Hiss. At this thought, the gray-robed elder gasped, and a chill ran down his spine. He hastened the speed of the flying vessel even further. At the Gu family estate, outside the main hall, Gu Qingshan stood bewildered, accompanied by the rest of the family. Meanwhile, Gu Qingqing and the others had just returned from outside. Father, I do not see anyone from the Jun family, Gu Qingqing remarked, perplexed. How can this be? Gu Qingshan was equally baffled. Did they not enter the royal city? Why have they not arrived at our Gu family yet? The other elders exchanged glances, a sense of foreboding rising within them. Could it be that they intended to intimidate us? Gu Qingqing suggested. After all, they are a prominent family from the sacred land. It would be odd if they arrived on time. The others nodded in agreement, acknowledging the validity of Gu Qingqing's statement for such esteemed individuals. A delay was indeed understandable. However, after waiting for a considerable time at the Gu family entrance, they still saw no sign of anyone arriving, causing unease to spread among the family members. At that moment, a clan member rushed in, panic evident on their face. Sensing the urgency, Gu Qingshan stepped forward, his voice cold as he inquired, "What happened?" All eyes turned to the newcomer. "Master, miss, something strange has occurred," the returning individual reported breathlessly. "What is it?" On the way to the palace, Chen Chang'an encountered a young scion and had a conflict with him, ultimately killing the person. Moreover, the young scion was accompanied by a powerful elder, who was frightened away by the 8th master of the Chen family. What? Upon hearing the report, everyone was left in stunned silence. Gu Qingqing's face turned pale as ominous premonitions flooded her mind. This cannot be true. She quickly turned to Gu Qingshan. "Father, should we use the communication stone to inquire? Did we not acquire a way to contact them?" "Qingsheng, are you suggesting that the person killed by Chen Chang'an belongs to the Jun family? How can this be possible? The envoy dispatched by the Jun family this time is bound to be far superior to the last one." At this point, he abruptly lost his confidence and quickly took out a communication stone to convey a message to the representatives of the Jun family. Soon after, he received a reply, one that was filled with an overwhelming fury and murderous intent, simply stating, "Get lost." Gu Qingshan's expression instantly turned grim, while Gu Qingqing trembled, and the others were left utterly speechless. Gu Qingqing staggered, as if plummeting into an abyss, murmuring in a daze, "How is this possible? Why does Chen Chang'an have the right? Why is he able to scare away the people of the Jun family? They are all useless. Ha ha ha. The Jun family is filled with incompetence. A mere Chen family has managed to frighten them off. I refuse to believe it. I refuse to believe it." Gu Qingqing cried out in a daze. Resembling a madwoman, apart from the Jun family, there are still the other 3 great families and the 4 grand sacred sects. I refuse to believe that no one can deal with your Chen family. Gu Qingqing raised her head, her eyes brimming with hatred. "It is all your fault, Chen Chang'an, for making me the laughingstock of the entire Great Zhou. I will ensure that you meet a miserable end." As Gu Qingqing spoke, she turned to an elderly man present, saying, "Old Gu, accompany me to the sacred land." The elder nodded and followed Gu Qingqing out of the Gu residence. Meanwhile, Gu Qingshan, who had always been composed, wore an expression as dark as the bottom of a pot, staring blankly at the departing Gu Qingqing without uttering a word. He slowly closed his eyes and sighed, lamenting, "One misstep leads to a cascade of errors. Chen family, what kind of enigmatic family are you? Clearly so powerful, yet you remain hidden and unassuming. I despise this." At the same time, 1,000 miles away from the royal city, this wretched Gu family actually has the audacity to send me a message. Oomph! Bang! The gray-robed elder of the Jun family crushed the communication stone with a fierce grip. His chest heaved as he gasped for breath, his face contorted in a terrifying grimace. He quickly deduced the sequence of events. That scoundrel Jun Wujian must have offended the same individual in the Great Zhou royal city, and subsequently met his demise. Just moments ago, Jun Wujian's brother, Jun Wudao, also fell victim for offending that person. Damn it, there is a formidable sword cultivator hidden here. They have forced our Jun family to repeatedly send people to their doom. The detestable Gu family. The gray-robed elder gritted his teeth and spoke vehemently. As for the engagement between Gu Qingqing and Jun Wujian, he held not an ounce of belief. After all, without the acknowledgement of the head of the Jun family, what worth did such an engagement hold? With this thought in mind, he turned to a guard beside him and spoke in a low voice, "You, Return to the Great Zhou royal city, investigate the Gu family, and clarify the details surrounding young Master Jun Wujian's incident. Yes, the guard clasped his hands, not asking further questions, and immediately complied. As the flying vessel descended to a certain height, he leapt off, heading towards the Great Zhou royal city. On the other side, when Chen Chang'an and Ji Mingwei arrived at the palace gates, Ji Mingyue's communication stone suddenly flickered to life. She immediately retrieved it to check, and in an instant, her beautiful eyes were veiled by a thin mist of tears. Panic enveloped her entirely. She grasped Chen Chang'an's arm and tightened her hold. Mingwei, what is the matter? Chen Chang'an patted her hand, perplexed. Brother Chang'an, father, he is nearing his end. Lord Duanmu has inquired via the communication stone whether my fifth uncle has returned. Brother Chang'an, I implore you, you must save my father. Ji Mingyue exclaimed, her expression fraught with urgency and helplessness. Do not worry. Let us first see what is happening. Chen Chang'an held her hand and swiftly made his way into the palace. The palace guards, upon seeing this, respectfully bowed and dared not impede their passage. After all, she was Princess Mingwei, accompanied by the renowned Chen Chang'an. Within the palace's sleeping quarters, Ji Wantian's complexion was as pale as a sheet. Blood continuously flowing from his 7 orifices, and the once formidable half-emperor now appeared to be on the brink of death, barely clinging to life. When Chen Chang'an arrived, the grand hall was filled with figures, with princes and princesses kneeling on the ground. The crown prince, Ji Songshan, who had been confined by Ji Wantian for 3 months, now appeared here, wailing in sorrow, his cries echoing with grief. One might mistakenly believe that the emperor had passed away. However, Chen Chang'an was aware that if Ji Wantian truly had passed, Ji Songshan would have a legitimate claim to ascend as the new ruler of the Great Zhou. Faced with the crown prince's lamentations, the other ministers all vied to flatter him for his filial piety. After all, everyone believed the crown prince was on the verge of ascending the throne, and it was prudent to curry favor in advance. Among them, only Lord Duanmu wore an expression of disdain. He found Ji Songshan to be utterly useless, preferring Ji Songhai instead, who at least possessed a ruthless temperament and a strong character. Chen Chang'an surveyed the scene. And aside from the multitude of ineffectual ministers, the crown prince, and Lord Duanmu, there was one individual present whose aura was exceptionally profound. He was a gaunt, imposing elder. Chen Chang'an merely cast him a cursory glance before averting his gaze. Father, Brother Chang'an has arrived. He will surely have a way to save you. Ji Mingwei exclaimed, her face a mixture of uncertainty and hope. Upon hearing this, all eyes turned toward the two of them. Ji Songshan's expression darkened. Chen Chang'an, why are you here? Naturally, Ji Songshan harbored a deep disdain for Chen Chang'an, who did not regard him with any seriousness. Chen Chang'an disregarded him entirely, stepping past the crowd with Ji Mingwei to reach the bedside. Extending his spiritual awareness to skin Ji Wantian. At that moment, Ji Wantian's condition mirrored precisely what his fifth uncle had described. Chang'an, my dear nephew, you have finally arrived. Ji Wantian's voice was faint, his gaze shifting to the space behind Chen Chang'an, revealing a look of disappointment. Is your fifth uncle not here? Father, my fifth uncle did not come, but he entrusted Brother Chang'an to come, stating that Brother Chang'an would suffice. Ji Mingwei immediately replied. This declaration caused everyone's attention to refocus on Chen Chang'an. If the fifth uncle could indeed provide treatment, they might still harbor a glimmer of hope. However, the notion that Chen Chang'an could heal him transformed every expression into one of disbelief and skepticism. After all, even their ancestor had been powerless. How could a mere youth in his 20s possess such capability? Chen Chang'an paid no heed to the gazes of those around him and directly addressed Ji Mingwei, saying, apart from the Ji family's ancestor, Lord Duanmu, and Princess Mingwei, all others are to withdraw. The elder beside him shot Chen Chang'an a surprised look. This unceremonious command left everyone in the hall momentarily stunned. Ji Songshan was the first to leap forward, pointing at Chen Chang'an and shouting, Chen Chang'an, who do you think you are? What right do you have to give orders here? Indeed, even if you're the young master of the Chen family. What does that matter? This is the royal palace. How dare you presume to issue commands? Precisely. I see him as nothing more than a troublemaker. Princess, you must not be deceived by him. Yes, your majesty, please see clearly. And what of that so-called fifth uncle? Is he insane? How dare he not come to treat his majesty? Instead, he sends a mere youth in his stead. Outrageous. Please, your majesty, allow me to retrieve that so-called fifth uncle. As Ji Songshan finished, the other ministers seemed eager to display their loyalty, each pointing at Chen Chang'an and indignantly shouting. Chen Chang'an narrowed his eyes, mentally noting those who were most vociferous in their dissent. Insolence. Ji Wantian, gritting his teeth against the pain coursing through his body and the ringing in his ears, bellowed in fury. Indeed, father, you speak the truth. Qin Chang'an, you are being outrageous. Ji Tsongshan rejoiced, eager to join in. But in the next moment, Ji Wenyan turned his ire upon him. I am saying you are the one being outrageous, you ungrateful wretch. Do you wish for me to die and leave my throne for you? And you ministers, all of you, be silent. I am not dead yet, and you are already so eager to curry favor with the new master. You have some audacity. Cough, cough. Ji Wenyan seemed to expend every ounce of strength to roar these words, only to be overcome by a fit of coughing. Your Majesty, please quell your anger. We are but humble servants. Some ministers repeatedly bowed, their faces pale with shock. That Ji Tsongshan, overwhelmed, fell to his knees with a thud, claiming, I have been wronged. Listen, all of you in Chang'an, get out. Ji Wenyan continued in a low voice. This, Ji Tsongshan hesitated. Father, how can you trust his words? How could he possibly heal you? You. Ji Wenyan's heart was ablaze with fury. He finally understood that the prince before him desperately coveted this position. Qin Chang'an, you scoundrel, tell me, do you wish to harm my father by sending us all away? Ji Tsongshan turned and leapt up, pointing at Qin Chang'an, his face contorted with rage. Observing the hysterical Ji Tsongshan, Qin Chang'an narrowed his eyes. He was not one to be insulted without retaliation. In the next moment, amidst the astonished gazes of everyone present, his hand shot out, seizing Ji Tsongshan by the throat, lifting the prince effortlessly. Several ministers gasped in shock, hastily surrounding Qin Chang'an, shouting furiously, Qin Chang'an, what do you intend to do? Release the prince at once. Even Duan Mutsong looked at Qin Chang'an in disbelief. Master Qin, do not act impulsively. Yet it was the elder of the Ji family who scrutinized Qin Chang'an with a contemplative gaze. Brother Chang'an, please, let go of my royal brother. He did not mean it. Ji Mingyue rushed over, her face a mask of shock, clutching Qin Chang'an's arm urgently. Everyone saw it. Qin Chang'an, dares to rebel. He dares to lay hands on me. The elder Ji family member frowned, sensing that this prince was indeed reckless. A cultivator so audacious would not fear the royal family. However, he refrained from intervening, feeling a powerful aura locking onto him, filling him with dread. Indeed, the Qin family was not to be trifled with. Seeing that no one dared to step forward, Ji Tsongshan's anger surged out. He was the esteemed prince, the future ruler of a nation. Now, to be held by the throat like a mere chick was an unparalleled humiliation, a disgrace for a lifetime. In a moment of rage, he shouted at Qin Chang'an, you dog, release me at once, or I will ensure your demise. Either you kill me, or the Qin family shall never know peace again. Qin Chang'an's eyes glinted with icy resolve. Do you truly believe I would hesitate to kill you? Upon hearing this, Ji Tsongshan felt a profound humiliation wash over him. He snarled defiantly. Do you dare? Do you dare to murder me? Come, if you have the guts, then do it. As his words fell, a surge of murderous intent flashed in Qin Chang'an's eyes. Not good. Duan Mutsong gasped in horror, wanting to intervene. Suddenly, a sickening crack echoed, the sound of bones breaking. Qin Chang'an had crushed Ji Tsongshan's neck. Ji Tsongshan's eyes bulged, filled with terror and disbelief. Thud. Qin Chang'an casually tossed the lifeless Ji Tsongshan aside like a discarded rag. Smirking as he said, you all heard it. He demanded that I kill him. I end my life. I have never received such a request. I merely granted him his wish as a favor to the prince. You won't hold that against me, will you? Silence. The room seemed to plunge into a void of disbelief. No one had anticipated that Qin Chang'an would truly dare to slay the prince before their very eyes. On the bed, Ji Wenyan fixed his gaze on Ji Tsongshan's corpse, rendered speechless. Finally, he slowly closed his eyes and took a deep breath. All the ministers looked to him, preparing to restrain Qin Chang'an. Brother Chang'an, you. Ji Mingyue stood frozen, staring at her brother's body, momentarily at a loss for words. But soon, she hastily pleaded with Ji Wenyan. Father, Brother Chang'an did not intend to kill. She struggled to defend Qin Chang'an, for he had just slain a prince. That prince was her own brother. All the ministers were taken aback, staring in astonishment at Ji Mingyue. They had not expected the princess to shield an outsider. After all, he had killed your brother. How could you side with him? Yet, considering the power struggles and deadly rivalries among royal offspring, they quickly came to an understanding. Could it be? Ji Mingyue also coveted the title of prince. They regarded this seemingly innocent princess, now entangled in a complex web of intrigue. With mixed emotions, the atmosphere grew tense, the scent of blood lingering, gradually turning ominous. Finally, Ji Wentian, sensing his life ebbing away, opened his eyes and looked towards Qin Chang'an. Cousin Chang'an, how confident are you in curing my ailment? Qin Chang'an met his gaze, speaking with an air of nonchalance. 10 out of 10.10 out of 10. Ji Wentian's expression faltered, then he cast aside thoughts of his son. Excitement bubbling forth. Really? But you mentioned needing the saint's intervention. Does your family have a saint? As he spoke, Ji Wentian sharply inhaled, realizing he had overstepped. You think too highly of me. Qin Chang'an crossed his arms. His demeanor calm. The method imparted to me by Fifth Master merely suppresses your ailment temporarily, prolonging your life. However, Qin Chang'an raised his gaze proudly. Give me a little time. The saint's arrival is inevitable. The crowd was instantly filled with complex expressions. They were unsure whether to be astonished by Qin Chang'an's audacity or to genuinely believe he would one day become a saint. Ji Wentian took a deep breath, his mind racing. After a moment, his eyes sharpened, as if he had made a decision to spare Qin Chang'an, to ally with him. This would be a gamble, a wager on Qin Chang'an's future, having made his choice. He spoke solemnly. The late Prince Ji Songshan provoked Qin Chang'an, obstructing him from saving me, and his intentions were nefarious. He deserves his fate. No one is to mention this matter again. As he spoke, he scanned the crowd, his tone icy. Except for Ming Wei, Duanmu Tsang, and the elder, all others are to leave at once. Upon hearing Ji Wentian's words, everyone stood frozen, their expressions a mixture of shock and turmoil. The prince had been slain, yet they were to be spared. But since the emperor had spoken, they could only comply. Wait. At that moment, Qin Chang'an suddenly interjected. Cousin Chang'an, what more do you wish to say? Can we not treat me first? I am at my limit. Ji Wentian's complexion was alarmingly pale. Ignoring his plea, Qin Chang'an approached one of the ministers, his gaze icy. Was it you who insulted my fifth master? Called him a worthless cur, and you spoke of binding my fifth master. Faced with Qin Chang'an's murderous glare, the two ministers who had previously been the most boisterous turned ashen. WWE, they stammered, cold sweat trickling down their faces. The oppressive aura around Qin Chang'an making them tremble. Qin Chang'an, what do you intend to do? At that moment, a gray-haired minister stepped forward, his voice filled with righteous indignation. Do you wish to slay us ministers as well? Seeing someone stand against Qin Chang'an, the two ministers seemed to find their courage and immediately chimed in. Lord Tang, this boy is guilty of heinous crimes. But their words were abruptly cut short, for their heads had already been severed. Swish, with two swift strikes, another minister and the so-called Lord Tang were decapitated before the terrified eyes of all present, their fresh heads rolling on the ground, plunging the hall once again into a chilling silence. All the ministers stared in horror at the calm-faced Qin Chang'an. Enough, you may leave now. Qin Chang'an discarded the knife, smirking. I wonder which fool dared to slip me this blade. All the ministers and royal offspring fled the hall in terror, no longer daring to linger. The prince had spoken to Qin Chang'an in such a manner, and these ministers had followed suit. Thus, Qin Chang'an had dealt with them without hesitation. Upon entering the grand hall, only a few individuals remained. Qin Chang'an spoke with a calm demeanor. Very well, we can now proceed to treat the sovereign's ailment. Excellent, excellent. Chang'an, my wise nephew, do show me. Ji Wentian exclaimed with delight. Qin Chang'an, can you truly save the sovereign? The ancestral figure of the Ji family, Ji Xuangu, inquired, his tone measured, harboring skepticism yet devoid of disdain. After all, Qin Chang'an had previously slain the emperor's prince and ministers in the emperor's presence. Such actions could only be borne by one possessing genuine prowess or a formidable lineage. Otherwise, it would surely be an act of folly. The more audacious Qin Chang'an became, the more it affirmed his strength, or perhaps the might of his family. Having perused the jade slip gifted by Qin Wu, Qin Chang'an pondered briefly before responding. I have not yet attained the Saint Emperor realm, but surely, your esteemed Ji ancestor has entered that domain. Yes. Ji Xuangu's eyes narrowed slightly upon hearing Qin Chang'an's words. Young man, how do you know this? Qin Chang'an did not reply but continued. The sovereign is ensnared by a powerful dark spiritual energy entwining his heart meridian, causing him daily excruciating pain. This dark energy wraps around his heart like layers of silk. If forcibly removed, it could indeed damage the heart itself, leaving him in a state of near death. Hearing Qin Chang'an's words, Ji Xuangu frowned. What you speak of is known to me. However, I am at a loss on how to eliminate the dark energy afflicting his heart and meridian. Qin Chang'an regarded him. We shall pierce his heart, sever his meridian, and utilize the Saint Emperor's power as a guide to implant a night stone beside his heart, drawing the dark energy into the night stone. This method does not involve forceful removal, but rather directs the dark energy into the night stone, which can later be extracted by a saint monarch. Qin Chang'an's words were serene, yet they struck Ji Xuangu. Ji Wentian and Duanmu Tsang is utterly fantastical. To pierce the heart and sever the meridian, and to implant a night stone to attract such an extraordinary technique was simply unfathomable. Moreover, should the meridian be severed, how would it be restored? If you can accomplish the initial step, repairing the heart thereafter should pose no issue. Seemingly aware of their thoughts, Qin Chang'an produced a white jade slip. Contained within is the method my family's fifth master employs to restore the meridian. What? Ji Mingwei, though bewildered, could see the shock reflected in the eyes of Ji Wentian, Ji Xuangu, and Duanmu Tsang, their minds reeling. Soon after, they gazed at the jade slip in Qin Chang'an's hand, their breaths quickening. A method to restore the meridian was undoubtedly extraordinary. Indeed, the fifth master of the Qin family is remarkable. Good. Ji Wentian exclaimed thrice, turning to Ji Xuangu, ancestor, let us try this method for my heart's sake. After all, this was a matter of his own life, and he naturally wished to endure no additional suffering. Furthermore, the night stone was readily available in his palace. It was a stone that stored dark attributes, spiritual energy. Ji Xuangu nodded and looked towards Duanmu Tsang, who promptly began preparations. However, at that moment, Qin Chang'an interjected, "Do not rush. The conditions have yet to be stated." Ji Wentian immediately turned towards Qin Chang'an. "Chang'an, my wise nephew. What are your demands? Speak freely." Ji Xuangu also regarded Qin Chang'an with surprised eye in the face of the sovereign. He exhibited no trace of intimidation from the majesty of the ruler, maintaining an imposing presence. Were it anyone else, they would likely feign offering free treatment to mask the crime of slaying the prince, the method I previously mentioned, along with the secret to restoring the meridian contained within this jade slip, is worth 20 million spiritual stones. Additionally, there is a supplementary condition, Qin Chang'an stated, turning slightly to Ji Mingwei with a knowing smile. Since your prince has perished, let Ji Mingwei ascend as the crown prince, or rather, the crown princess. How do you find these two conditions? Qin Chang'an's declaration left Ji Wentian momentarily speechless. Even Duanmu Tsang, who had returned, was taken aback. The method to restore the meridian commanded a price of 20 million spiritual stones, though steep. It was indeed warranted. The royal family could easily procure such an amount. Yet, they had not anticipated Qin Chang'an's forthright demand for Ji Mingwei to assume the position of the prince. In the past, Ji Wentian would have certainly declined. However, with his desire to ally with the powerful Qin family, he was now quite amenable. After all, only Ji Mingwei had the capacity to draw close to Qin Chang'an. Chang'an brother Ji Mingwei stood dazed, somewhat at a loss. "I shall grant you this. Henceforth, Mingwei shall be the empress of the great Zhou." Ji Wentian hastily proclaimed, seemingly eager, as if fearing Qin Chang'an might retract his words. "Excellent." Qin Chang'an nodded, subsequently handing the jade slip to Ji Xuangu. He harbored no fear of the sovereign withholding the 20 million spiritual stones. Furthermore, he aspired for Ji Mingwei to become the ruler of the great Zhou, which would alleviate many future complications. After all, with Ji Mingwei's disposition, she would pose no threat to the Qin family. With Ji Mingwei in control of the great Zhou, it would effectively mean Qin Chang'an wielded influence over the realm. Thus, upon his departure from the eastern state, he could venture forth into the world without concern. Soon after, Qin Chang'an, Ji Xuangu, and Duanmu Tsang commenced the procedure on Ji Wentian's heart. Before long, a powerful aura accompanied by anguished cries erupted from the palace hall. Following this, a sound of weak yet hearty laughter emerged, suggesting Ji Wentian felt significantly relieved. Though the events of the day were strictly ordered by Ji Wentian to remain undisclosed, the external narrative declared that the prince had suddenly perished, and Ji Mingwei was promptly established as the crown princess. These revelations sent shockwaves through the royal city, leaving countless individuals in stunned silence. The prince's untimely demise and the immediate elevation of a princess to the throne ignited widespread turmoil. Many were left astounded at the abruptness of it all. Yet, several prominent families and top-tier powers sensed an unusual undercurrent. Through various inquiries, they began to discern that Qin Chang'an was at the heart of it all. Consequently, numerous individuals fervently cautioned their kin against provoking the Qin family. The Qin family was not one to be trifled with. Upon acquiring the 20 million spiritual stones, Qin Chang'an allocated a portion for familial support before retreating into seclusion for cultivation over the subsequent fortnight. Old master, whether you can break through to the king level rests upon your capabilities. In the Qin family's cultivation chamber, Qin Chang'an gazed at the floating god burial coffin before him, his eyes alight with determination. At the 9th level of the heavenly martial realm, I wonder if the over 10 million spiritual stones will suffice for the advancement to the king level, Chen Chang'an murmured as he waved his hand, causing spiritual stones from spatial rings to flow into the god burial coffin like a cascading stream. Boom! The god burial coffin resonated once more, shaking the surrounding space. Under Chen Chang'an's watchful gaze, an exceedingly pure source of energy emanated from the coffin. As this energy surged into Chen Chang'an's body, it coursed through his meridians, refining every cell, vein, and bone. Eventually, it converged in his dantian, forming a surging sea of spiritual energy. Chen Chang'an's aura gradually intensified. 9th level of the heavenly martial realm, 10th level of the heavenly martial realm, with the onslaught of tremendous energy. Even at the pinnacle of a major realm, Chen Chang'an experienced significant transformations within. His entire being radiated the aura of a sovereign as he seamlessly transitioned from the heavenly martial realm to the king level. Yet, what astonished Chen Chang'an was that the pace of his ascension had not ceased. The heavens stirred once more, and the spiritual energy above the Qin family swirled wildly, forming a colossal vortex that gathered above Chen Chang'an's training chamber. This was a manifestation of the world's spiritual energy. Such a tremendous commotion naturally drew the astonished gazes of countless onlookers. Within the grand hall of the Qin family, all the formidable members turned their attention towards the direction where Chen Chang'an was practicing. This young lad has actually broken through to the king level, even conjuring a celestial phenomenon. Truly a worthy descendant of our Qin clan, Chen Xianong remarked, hands clasped behind his back, a smile gracing his face. Behind him stood several clan elders, each wearing expressions of contemplation. Patriarch, this lad, he seems unusual. When he emerged from the abyss of demon burial, he bore no aura at all. Why has his cultivation speed accelerated so dramatically now? Second Master mused, twirling his feather fan. Are you suggesting, Second Master, that this boy has been possessed by a demon, that he is employing some malevolent means to enhance his cultivation? The eldest brother inquired with a slight smile. Seemingly unconcerned. That is of little consequence, Second Master replied. There is no sign of possession within Chang'an. Rather, it appears that his age rings have undergone a transformation, making him seem older than someone in their early 20s. Otherwise, his temperament would not have changed so drastically. Yet, this is for the better. He no longer resembles the lovesick fool he was a year ago, so easily enchanted by a mere young girl. Nods of agreement rippled through the assembly. We should refrain from interfering too much in Chang'an's development. Third Master, cradling an ancient Guqin, suggested, as long as he is not oppressed by those ancient beings. We must not intervene. Indeed, Third Master speaks wisely, Chen Shintong concurred. Just then, his eyes widened in disbelief. How is this possible? This lad has drained the entire spiritual essence of the royal city. What? He has drained it completely. Could it be that he has upgraded our Qin family's overlord bloodline? Has it transformed into the sovereign bloodline? Only with the sovereign bloodline combined with our Qin family's sovereign heart technique could such a monumental shift in cultivation occur. Chen Xianong declared, his face a portrait of shock. The sovereign realm. Goodness. The others, as if awakening from a dream, collectively gasped in astonishment. Indeed, the commotion caused by Chen Chang'an's cultivation resonated throughout the royal city, creating an immense stir. Yet, oblivious to the chaos outside, he remained disinterested. At this moment, he gazed in astonishment at his own bloodline, radiant with golden light, a magnificent crown forming above his head, from which surged a vortex of turbulent energy. What? What is happening? Ancestor, have you mutated my overlord bloodline? Chen Chang'an exclaimed in bewilderment. No, it is your own extraordinary nature. Were it not for the bloodline undergoing a transformation, your physical form could not withstand such a rapid advancement. A voice, ancient and tremulous, echoed from within the coffin of the god of burial. In the ensuing moments, Chen Chang'an's cultivation surged once more amidst the violent tempest of spiritual energy. King Realm Level 1. King Realm Level 2. King Realm Level 3. When he reached King Realm Level 3, his internal realm finally stabilized. In the time that followed, Chen Chang'an diligently consolidated his cultivation. The staggering leap from 9th level of Heavenly Martial Realm to 3rd level of King Realm was beyond anyone's expectations. If spoken of, it would surely astonish the world. In the days that followed, aside from the multitude discussing Chen Chang'an, no one dared to seek trouble with him or the Qin family. After all, following the disappearance of over 100 individuals, those with the power to challenge the Qin family had lost their courage. Furthermore, the Qin family now had the Ji clan royals actively courting them. rendering it unthinkable for anyone to dare create trouble. Meanwhile, in Dongxian Kingdom, as well as the Southeast Wind Alliance and the Jun family, no further news emerged. The powerful, mysterious figure lurking in the shadows deterred any rash actions. For they could not ascertain his identity. What terrified them was that no one could uncover the truth about the formidable, mysterious figure in Chang'an City, whether it was He Wucheng being immobilized in the palace, or the elder in gray from the Jun family being restrained on the street. They could not fathom who was behind it all. Amidst this enigmatic atmosphere, the grand competition for the young prodigies of the four nations in Dongzhou swiftly approached. On this day, countless cultivators and various sects gathered towards the core of Dongzhou. The representatives from the Great Zhou Kingdom were led by Ji Mingwei, with the Lord of Duanmu in attendance. Even the ancient ancestor of the Great Zhou Kingdom had emerged from seclusion, named Ji Xuangu. They led the younger generation of prodigies aboard a colossal flying vessel towards the location of the Dongzhou secret realm. Naturally, Chen Chang'an was among them, but he quietly observed his surroundings, noting that everyone aboard the vessel was at least 5th level of heavenly martial realm or above. They clustered excitedly around Ji Mingwei, their faces alight with exhilaration. After all, they were about to enter the Dongzhou secret realm for cultivation. Who wouldn't be thrilled? Among them were two particularly arrogant young men, deliberately flaunting their formidable auras. One at 4th level of King Realm, and the other at 5th level of King Realm. Who were these individuals? They should not be students from the Great Zhou Academy. Otherwise, their names would undoubtedly be well known. Chen Chang'an pondered. Within the throng, while everyone wore smiles, Ji Mingyue's expression reflected deep concern. She scanned the crowd, and, upon spotting Chen Chang'an standing alone, hurried to his side and whispered, "Brother Chang'an, what are you thinking about?" "Who are they?" Chen Chang'an inquired, his gaze fixed on the two extraordinary young men. "They?" Ji Mingyue turned her head to glance, contemplating before responding. "The one at 4th level of King Realm is named Li Hong. The one at 5th level is Meng Kaijun. They are likely external reinforcements summoned at great cost by our ancestor." External reinforcements? Chen Chang'an was taken aback. He had not participated in the competition 3 years prior, as his cultivation was insufficient at that time. Most individuals above heavenly martial realm were around 30 years old. Thus, his presence here rendered him particularly conspicuous, being the youngest among them. Indeed, for each competition, 2 external reinforcements can be invited. They may be selected from large sects either domestically or from outside. Ji Mingwei explained earnestly. "Oh, I see." Chen Chang'an replied nonchalantly. As the center of attention, Ji Mingyue's arrival at his side instantly drew the gazes of all the prodigies towards Chen Chang'an. The smug Meng Kaijun and Li Hong, surrounded by admirers, also cast unfriendly glances in his direction. "Tsk, that pretty boy is the recently renowned Chen Chang'an from Chang'an City," Meng Kaijun scoffed arrogantly. "Indeed, it is he," someone nearby eagerly affirmed. "Heh, truly a handsome figure," Li Hong remarked, disdain evident in his tone. "Indeed a handsome figure. Otherwise, how could he have bewitched the princess so thoroughly?" A lecherous man snickered nearby. The crowd chuckled lightly, implying that Chen Chang'an was merely a pretty face. "Meng Gongzi, this time around, we shall rely on you and Li Gongzi. The number of victories we achieve will determine our quota for entering the secret realm. We are entirely dependent on you too." Yes, we wholeheartedly support Meng Gongzi and Li Gongzi as our leaders. For this competition, we shall heed your commands. The young prodigies, whether from the royal family or other clans, began to band together, seeking to ostracize Chen Chang'an. Recently, there have been rumors that the Chen family is quite powerful, or perhaps unfathomably deep. Li Hong ventured cautiously. "Puffed. Mere hearsay," Meng Kaijun dismissed with contempt. "Even if the family is powerful, what does it have to do with him? Ultimately, he is but a pretty boy raised by the princess." Meng Gongzi is right. Even if the Chen family is formidable, what does it matter to us? In this grand competition, the outcome relies solely on individual prowess. The crowd echoed this sentiment. However, Li Hong wore a grave expression, convinced that the one capable of stirring the entirety of Chang'an would not be so easily dealt with. Yet, it was perhaps for the best that they would not clash with Chen Chang'an for the time being. Their dialogue, naturally, fell upon Chen Chang'an's ears. Word for word, this. Chen Chang'an paid little heed. They were merely a band of foolish, envious clowns, lacking in both knowledge and fear. With a stoic demeanor, he gazed into the vast sea of clouds ahead. The fierce winds lifting his garments and tousling his long hair. Ji Mingwei observed him, her face flushed with embarrassment. What did it mean to say she kept a pretty boy? She too wished she possessed the means to support Chen Chang'an. Yet, He was destined to soar like a divine dragon, never to become her gilded canary. For now, she would be content to silently watch over him from the shadows. With this thought, she let out a soft sigh. The word love evoked emotions that swelled like the wind, yet even as the breeze ceased, her heart remained tumultuous. At the heart of Dongo lay a vast mountain range, perpetually shrouded in mist. To the discerning eye, this was not mere fog, but rather a liquefied gas born from an abundance of spiritual energy. However, the entire mountain was veiled by layers upon layers of protective barriers, established by the four great nations of Dongzhou. After all, a place rich in such potent spiritual energy could not be monopolized by any single power without consequence. Thus, it became a domain governed by the four nations. Every 3 years, a contingent of young prodigies was sent to cultivate within its depths. As the number and quality of prodigies varied among the nations, so too did the number of participants allowed entry. Thus commenced the tournament of prodigies. The first place would secure entry for 400 individuals, the second for 300, the third for 200, and the fourth for 100. Each time the gates opened, only 1,000 spots were available. Consequently, should the first-place nation maintain its lead, a significant gap would inevitably emerge between it and the fourth place over successive rounds. The Great Zhou nation, having placed last for 10 consecutive times, would see its ranks of youthful champions dwindle. Meanwhile, the ever-dominant Dongxian nation widened the chasm between themselves and Great Zhou. Upon Qin Chang'an and his companions' arrival, countless flying vessels, whether smaller or grander, floated in midair. The other three nations had already gathered, their numbers estimated in the hundreds of thousands. After all, they were accompanied by military forces. When the representatives of Great Zhou made their entrance, their overall aura was noticeably weaker than that of the other three nations. It was Ji Mingyue's first time leading a team, and although she felt a twinge of nervousness, her experience over the past fortnight studying governance under Ji Wentian had imbued her with a semblance of regal bearing. She scanned her surroundings, catching sight of many scornful gazes, and soon spotted a large group in a distant corner. It was none other than the Southeast Wind Alliance. Brother Chang'an, those people from that alliance are here too. Ji Mingyue exclaimed in astonishment. Qin Chang'an placed his large hand reassuringly on her slender shoulder, offering her a measure of comfort as he calmly asserted, "Just trust in me. They will not succeed in ousting Great Zhou. Whoever dares to extend their hand, I shall sever it." Hearing Qin Chang'an's words of reassurance, Ji Mingyue felt a slight alleviation of her worries. Taking a deep breath, she transformed her expression into one of authority. "Oh, is that not Princess Mingyue? Where is your worthless prince, Ji Songshan?" A mocking voice interjected, drawing the attention of all. It belonged to a man in his 30s, exuding an imposing presence, Dong Lianqing, the prince of Dongxian. With a sidelong glance, he spoke with a tone of derision, filled with jest. On Ji Mingyue's other side, Duan Mutsong shot a piercing gaze at Dong Lianqing, asserting, "Ji Songshan is no longer the prince of Great Zhou. Our Mingyue princess is now our crown princess." "Oh, is that so? I have heard whispers." Dong Lianqing feigned understanding, then continued with scorn. "What? Has the Ji royal family fallen so low that you must rely on a woman to lead your nation? How utterly disgraceful." His words ignited laughter among the nobles from the other two nations. Ji Mingyue's expression darkened as she clenched her pale fists tightly. This was not just an insult to her, but to the entire royal lineage of Great Zhou. Yet, the onslaught of mockery did not relent. Dong Lianqing's brother, Dong Lianyang, deliberately raised his voice, declaring, "I heard that the ruler of Great Zhou was gravely injured a year ago, left in a state of limbo. And now the prince has reportedly perished, and in haste, a woman has been placed upon the throne of the prince. It seems Great Zhou is truly faltering, and such monumental events unfold without a trace of the ruler's presence. Could it be? He has met his end." The laughter that erupted was filled with disdain, causing the faces of Great Zhou's representatives to flush crimson with suppressed fury. They were seething with indignation yet dared not speak out, for the strength of their nation was the foundation of their confidence. The laughter from the other three nations rang out unabated. No, he may not be dead. Perhaps he still clings to life. But surely he is too terrified to show himself, leaving his daughter to endure such humiliation. That is indeed a possibility. That impotent ruler." The jeering continued, resonating through the air. The people of Great Zhou were engulfed in rage. Their teeth clenched in fury as they cast anxious glances at Ji Mingyue, fearful of her losing her composure. However, to their surprise, Ji Mingyue remained unperturbed, her royal attire impeccably worn, exuding an air of dignity. Yet, unbeknownst to all, Her delicate hands were tightly clenched within her voluminous sleeves. "Do not let it trouble you." Qin Chang'an's hand rested reassuringly on Ji Mingyue's shoulder, seemingly bestowing upon her immense comfort and strength. Engaging in verbal sparring with these jesters is a waste of breath. When the time comes for the competition, I shall shatter their insolent mouths. Understood, Ji Mingyue nodded emphatically, her entire being infused with newfound strength. Faced with the mockery of others, Ji Mingyue's calm demeanor bewildered many. Had it been her former self, she would have been in a state of panic. Yet now, with the royal family in decline, she alone bore the weight of their legacy. After all, she had Qin Chang'an's unwavering support behind her. Meanwhile, the two external aides invited by Great Zhou wore expressions of contempt. Tiske, to be so humiliated and insulted, yet to not even dare to retort. Truly, you are less than that worthless prince Ji Songshan. His words, though uttered softly, were heard by all from Great Zhou, drawing displeased glances from the royal members towards Ji Mingyue. Just as the atmosphere grew increasingly tense, Dong Yinglai, the ruler of Dongxian, who had consistently placed first for many years, descended from the skies. His gaze first landed coldly upon Qin Chang'an before he withdrew it. His voice booming like thunder. "The time has come. Let us welcome the sword master from the human race's sword palace." As his words echoed, the arena fell into an immediate silence, all eyes filled with reverence directed towards a singular point. The human race's sword palace, a force of immense power. Here in Dongzhou, every iteration of the Four Nations Grand Competition invited a sword master to oversee and witness the proceedings. After all, the sword master represented not only the entirety of the human race but also stood as a symbol of justice for humanity. As for the spiritual energy and opportunities within the Eastern State's secret realm, the sword bearers naturally do not covet them, for in the vast domain of Yanhuang, such secret realms are abundant. What these sword bearers relish is the process of upholding the law and fairness. This enables them to accumulate more merit and achievements within the human clan's sword palace, striving for future promotions and entry into the imperial capital of the human clan, the illustrious royal capital of the great domain. There, one encounters the esteemed guarding families of the human clan, numerous imperial clans, and so forth, all astoundingly resplendent. Amidst the eager gazes of all, a figure slowly ascends into the air. This is a middle-aged man, clad in a silver robe, bearing a unique long sword on his back. His gaze is piercing, gradually sweeping across the surroundings, causing all who meet his eyes to feel a sharp sting. Lowering their heads in deference, too intimidated to make direct eye contact, the sacred emperor realm, a wave of shock and reverence surges within the hearts of all present. Only a formidable being of the sacred emperor realm can stand suspended in the air like this. Even those of the heavenly king realm can merely hover momentarily. Yet, the sword bearer before them treads the air as if it were solid ground. "We welcome you, sword master." Even the ruler of the Eastern Xian kingdom, Dong Yinglai, must slightly bow and clasp his hands in respectful greeting before the sword bearer from the human clan's sword palace. Instantly, all others follow suit, offering their respectful salutations. "Ha ha ha, Brother Mo, it is good to see you." At that moment, a voice, startling everyone, suddenly rings out. Two men gradually steer a flying vessel into view, their faces adorned with smiles as they regard the sword bearer. They are none other than Zhao Tianwei, the leader of the Southeast Wind Alliance, and his brother, Zhao Tianli. My heavens, they are acquainted with this esteemed sword bearer. It is hardly surprising, for Zhao Tianwei is an elder of the sacred land's Taizong sword sect, while Zhao Tianli is an elder of the sacred land's Qingxian sacred sect. The Southeast Wind Alliance is formidable, backed by 3 powerful nations and the support of 2 major sects from the sacred land. Observing the familiarity between Zhao Tianwei, Zhao Tianli, and the esteemed sword bearer, the crowd begins to murmur in speculation. Soon, a wave of pitying glances falls upon the people of the Great Zhou Kingdom. After all, with the sudden emergence of such a powerful force in the eastern state, in a region where resources are already limited, does it not imply the potential for one force to be ousted? If that is the case, the long-weak Great Zhou Kingdom may very well become a stepping stone for the Southeast Wind Alliance. More gazes shift towards the members of the Southeast Wind Alliance, and it becomes evident that they are all on high alert, appearing confident and prepared. Instantly, all present can foresee the impending events that it is undoubtedly the case that the Southeast Wind Alliance will intervene, leading to the pitiful ousting of the Great Zhou Kingdom. In the next moment, A flurry of gleeful glances directed at the prodigies of the great Zhou kingdom causes them to fidget restlessly. Unable to maintain their composure, they had initially thought that even if they were at the bottom, they would still have 100 slots available to enter the Eastern States' secret realm for cultivation. However, if the Southeast Wind Alliance intervenes, the outcome is all too clear. They will likely be unceremoniously eliminated from contention. In an instant, the faces of the prodigies turn pale. Ji Mingwei clutches Chen Chamon's arm tightly, her eyes reflecting a hint of desperation as she gazes at him. Chen Chang'an offers a gentle smile, providing her with a reassuring look. Indeed, it seems everyone believes my great Zhou kingdom is easy prey. And now they are becoming audacious. Ji Xuangu mutters coldly, his eyes brimming with a chilling glare. Lord Duanmu sighs, observing the prodigies in the arena. Even with Ji Songhai still alive, their standing remains weak. Looking across at the opposing prodigies, he notes several from the Heavenly King realm, underscoring the vast disparity between the two sides. With this in mind, he glances towards the two external allies of the great Zhou, Li Hong and Ming Kaijun, both of whom were exceedingly grim expressions. They had intended to merely observe. Even if they lost, they could still enter the secret realm for cultivation. Yet now, the outcome is uncertain. It appears the Southeast Wind Alliance has long been prepared, and their familiarity with the esteemed sword-bearer likely serves to ensure their own involvement. Ji Xuangu speaks up. Old ancestor, is there truly no way for us to halt this? Ji Mingwei inquires anxiously. It cannot be stopped. Chen Chang'an replies. They will likely use the excuse of only the capable may enjoy the absolute resources, combined with the support of the esteemed sword-bearer, ensuring the Southeast Wind Alliance's participation. Ji Mingwei's complexion pales slightly. Brother Chang'an, what shall we do? Most of our prodigies have low cultivation levels and are unlikely to triumph over any of their four factions. Fear not. Chen Chang'an dismissively scans the four factions prodigies across the way. They are merely a motley crew. Ji Xuangu and Duanmu Tsang exchange incredulous glances at Chen Chang'an. A motley crew? How utterly arrogant. Chen Chang'an's concealed aura leaves them unable to gauge his true strength. Yet, none could have anticipated that, in such a short span, Chen Chang'an had already ascended to the Heavenly King realm. If this were to be divulged, it would not only be met with disbelief but would also stir tumultuous waves within the hearts of countless individuals. Thus, despite his ability to fight beyond his level, they still presume him to be merely at the 9th level of the martial realm. At the 9th level of the martial realm, his capabilities here would hardly make a significant impact. After all, this is a team battle. Furthermore, the majority of the opposing side consists of late-stage Heavenly Kings. An utterly hellish scenario. There is not even a glimmer of hope. The two share a glance, each recognizing the despair mirrored in the other's eyes. Only Ji Mingwei gazes at Chen Chang'an with adoration. Yes, Brother Chaman, I believe in you. The Eastern States' secret realm is a blessing bestowed upon the Eastern States' human race by the heavens, pivotal to our future. Only the absolute elite among the human race's prodigies, the truly formidable ones, may enter. At this moment, Dong Yinglai, the ruler of the Eastern Xin Kingdom, speaks loudly, his piercing gaze sweeping across the assembly. The quota for those entering to cultivate has been fixed at 1,000. The first place receives 400 slots, the second receives 300, the third 200, and the fourth 100. Here, Dong Yinglai pauses, intending to continue, when suddenly he is interrupted. Ruler of the Eastern Xin Kingdom, we do not accept this. A thunderous shout resonates through the air, causing all to turn their attention to the source. It is none other than Zhao Tianwei. A collective gasp escapes the crowd, and expressions of intrigue abound. I wonder what guidance Zhao Alliance leader has to offer. Dong Yinglai feigns surprise, inquiring with a casual air, ruler of the Eastern Xin Kingdom, since entry into the Eastern States' secret realm pertains to the future of our human race. Those capable should enter, while the incapable must naturally be replaced. As he speaks, a subtle smile graces his lips as he casts a glance toward the people of the great Zhou Kingdom. Instantly, the crowd erupts in an uproar. They intend to supplant the great Zhou Kingdom. Dong Yinglai chuckles lightly. The Southeast Wind Alliance is teeming with talent, a gathering of prodigies. Your discontent at not being able to enter the secret realm for cultivation is understandable. However, the 1,000 slots for entry into the secret realm cannot be altered. Of course, I am aware of that, Zhao Tianwei responds, his expression imbued with a profound significance as he surveys the surroundings. Thus, I propose that those capable shall enter. We too wish to participate in the grand competition. Should our ranking fall to 5th, then we naturally cannot enter. The arena erupts into chaos. The prodigies of the Great Zhou Kingdom become agitated in an instant. If the Southeast Wind Alliance also joins the competition, their aspiration to secure fourth place becomes an utterly fanciful notion. As anticipated, the two external allies invited by the Great Zhou, Meng Kaijun and Li Hong, exchange glances, their expressions turning exceedingly grim. The grand competition among the four nations has always been a chaotic free-for-all. Whichever faction emerges victorious will undoubtedly claim the first position. They do not wish to be suppressed and hammered by the other factions. At this juncture, Dong Yinglai, sporting a smile, glances at the serene-faced sword-bearer in the air, respectfully stating, "Esteemed swordmaster, the Southeast Wind Alliance is among the most significant forces in our eastern state. They wish to partake in the grand competition. I wonder what your esteemed opinion is on this matter." The middle-aged swordsman, known as Mo Hai Zhao, cast a fleeting glance over the members of the Southeast Wind Alliance before directing his gaze towards the Great Zhou Kingdom. With an air of authority, he spoke, "Since you wish to enter and partake in the grand competition, I bear no objections. It merely requires the consent of your four nations." Upon hearing this, a knowing smile spread across the faces of all present. However, just as his words settled, Ji Mingwei suddenly interjected, "The Great Zhou Kingdom consents." What? The Great Zhou Kingdom actually agreed. Has this woman lost her mind? Countless expressions of confusion emerged among the crowd that to them. It seemed that the Great Zhou Kingdom should have been the first to voice opposition. Yet, unexpectedly, Ji Mingyue's agreement echoed in the air. Thus, many believed Ji Mingwei had gone mad, willing to forfeit the opportunity to enter the secret realm for cultivation. Preparing to abandon all hope, the prodigies of the Great Zhou Kingdom exchanged bewildered glances at Ji Mingwei. Yet, Ji Mingyue's gaze was fixed upon Chen Chaman, for it was he who had urged her to agree. Chen Chaman spoke coolly, "Since the Southeast Wind Alliance desires to meddle, our opposition would be futile. It is better to allow them entry and then break their legs." The Lord of Duanmu and Ji Xuangu exchanged complex glances before nodding slightly. At this juncture, they could only rely on Chen Chang'an to turn the tide. "Since the Great Zhou Kingdom has consented, we of the South Ming Kingdom also agreed. We of the Fengyu Kingdom likewise agree. We of the Dongxian Kingdom also consent." Subsequently, the other three nations echoed their agreement. Thus, the originally four-nation contest suddenly included an additional faction, the Southeast Wind Alliance. Wait a moment. At that moment, from within the crowd of prodigies of the Great Zhou Kingdom, Meng Kaijun and Li Hong stepped forward simultaneously. They respectfully addressed Dong Yinglai. "We are external aides summoned by the Great Zhou Kingdom." "Oh," Dong Yinglai raised an eyebrow. "You hail from the Tianyan sect?" "Indeed," Meng Kaijun replied with continued respect, yet a hint of arrogance flickered in his expression. "So it is two prodigies from the Tianyan sect. Pray tell, what message do you wish to convey?" Dong Yinglai inquired. A subtle smile gracing his features as if he had already surmised their intentions. Zhao Meizhu was correct. Those capable of entering the secret realm are indeed the capable ones, Meng Kaijun declared loudly. "However, Li and I refuse to associate with this group of useless individuals from the Great Zhou Kingdom, for if we were to lose, we would never accept it. That would be an immense injustice to us." "Indeed, we have heard that Zhao Mingzhu treasures talent. Might he be willing to welcome us into his ranks?" Li Hong also proclaimed loudly, disdain plastered across his face as he regarded the prodigies of the Great Zhou Kingdom. However, their words sent the crowd into an uproar once more. Good heavens, the Great Zhou Kingdom is truly in decline. Who would have thought their summoned aides would turn against them at such a crucial moment? Ha ha ha. This is simply laughable. Oh, this is going to be entertaining. These two are prodigies of the Tianyan sect. As a first-tier sect, without their formidable assistance, the Great Zhou Kingdom situation will surely worsen. TSK. As expected, when the walls crumble, everyone pushes. The poorer they are, the more they see ghosts. Who instructed Princess Ji Mingwei to permit the Southeast Wind Alliance's entry? This is splendid. TSK. Perhaps she seeks to end this swiftly and skedaddle. Indeed, the Great Zhou Kingdom has fallen. The longer they linger, the more disgrace they invite. Meng Kaijun and Li Hong's betrayal was utterly unexpected, igniting a wave of astonishment and agitation. Even the prodigies of the Great Zhou Kingdom were left dumbfounded. The external aides they had previously fawned over were now abandoning them to join the enemy's ranks. This was an immense source of embarrassment and anger for them. Instantly, their ire was directed towards Ji Mingwei. Some of the royal princes lost all rationality, erupting in fury. Ji Mingwei, have you gone mad? Who allowed you to consent to the Southeast Wind Alliance's participation in the competition? Now we are likely to be eliminated. What are you scheming? As those words fell, Ji Mingyue and Qin Chang'an turned their gazes upon the speaker. Qin Chang'an narrowed his eyes, recalling this individual. His name seemed to be Ji Tsangtian. Ji Mingyue paused, then sternly declared, "Silence. Those who dare disrespect this princess shall receive 100 strokes of the rod." With that, she looked towards Meng Kaijun and Li Hong, her voice icy. "Since you wish to withdraw from the Great Zhou's ranks, then begone." Meng Kaijun and Li Hong merely scoffed, seemingly unperturbed by Ji Mingyue's attitude. They eagerly turned their gaze towards Zhao Tianwei. Zhao Tianwei's lips curled into a mocking smile. "Since you too wish to join the Southeast Wind Alliance, you are most welcome. Thank you, Zhao Mengshu." Meng Kaijun and Li Hong rejoiced. They finally had the opportunity to enter the secret realm. The detestable Great Zhou Kingdom had nearly thwarted their plans. The scene had taken a dramatic turn, and countless eyes were cast in the direction of the Great Zhou's prodigies, who now felt as if they were sitting on pins and needles, wishing for a hole to hide in. Qin Chang'an disregarded all gazes, gently placing a hand on Ji Mingyue's shoulder to steady her anxious heart. Although Ji Mingyue maintained the dignity of the Great Zhou's imperial princess, he sensed her underlying unease. Then let the competition commence at this moment. Dong Yinglai surveyed the surroundings and spoke indifferently. The crowd fell silent, turning their attention to the center that moment. Two floating battle platforms stood firmly in midair. All present were seated on flying vessels, encircling the area. Since there are 5 factions, one of the battle platforms shall host a 3-way melee, with the victorious faction then contending against the other winning faction from the second platform. Do any of you have objections? Everyone was momentarily taken aback, their expressions reflective. With 2 battle platforms in play, if 3 factions were to occupy one, the remaining 2 could easily conspire against the solitary faction, placing them at a severe disadvantage. "I have no objections." Ji Mingyue was the first to step forward, taking a deep breath to conceal her anxiety, and declared loudly, "Moreover, there is no need for the trouble of drawing lots. The Great Zhou is willing to enter the 3-way melee on the battle platform." Gasps of astonishment rippled through the crowd as they turned to her in shock. Dongxian's ruler is correct. The Dongzhou secret realm is indeed for the capable. Therefore, we of the Great Zhou are eager to eliminate those useless individuals, one by one. Ji Mingyue spoke again. The crowd gaped at her in disbelief. "Ji Mingyue, have you lost your mind? If we voluntarily enter the 3-way melee, the 2 factions opposite us will undoubtedly join forces against us." Among the prodigies of the Great Zhou, Ji Tsangtian shouted in indignation once more. "Shut your mouth." Ji Mingyue's voice turned icy. Duanmu, concealed, suddenly emerged, delivering a resounding slap to Ji Tsangtian's face. Bang! He was instantly knocked to the ground. "You!" Ji Tsangtian stared in shock, his face flushed with anger. After all, she was the imperial princess. "If you continue to be unreasonable, I shall have you executed." The Lord of Duanmu glared at him coldly. This fellow still believed himself to be the prince, Ji Songshan? Even if Ji Songshan were present, he would not dare to retort, especially with Ji Mingyue having Qin Chang'an as her support. "Very well, very well, very well." Ji Tsangtian seethed, his face twisted with malice. "I shall see how you all manage to extricate yourselves." Ji Mingyue sighed in relief. Having dealt with the troublemaker in her ranks, she cast a discreet glance at Qin Chang'an, who nodded in acknowledgement. "Haha, splendid. Since that is the case, let us proceed with the drawing of lots for the various factions." Dong Yinglai smiled faintly. The other factions seemed similarly aligned, as if they had already excluded the Great Zhou Kingdom from contention. Subsequently, the Dongxian Kingdom, the Nanming Kingdom, the Fengyu Kingdom, and the Southeast Wind Alliance commenced their drawing of lots. The Fengyu Kingdom was set to battle the Southeast Wind Alliance on the first combat platform, while the Dongxian Kingdom, the Nanming Kingdom, and the Great Zhou Kingdom engaged in a chaotic clash on the second platform. Witnessing this outcome, all eyes were filled with pity as they turned towards the representatives of the Great Zhou Kingdom. Among the 3 great nations, the Dongxian Kingdom stood as the strongest, followed closely by the Nanming Kingdom. It was unexpected that, in the very first match, the Great Zhou Kingdom would face off against the first-ranked Dongxian Kingdom and the second-ranked Nanming Kingdom. The battle commenced. Dong Yinglai bellowed, "Let the prodigies participating in the contest step onto the platform." As his words fell, 20 figures had already alighted upon the second combat platform. These were the prodigies of the Dongxian Kingdom and the Nanming Kingdom. Judging by their auras, all were at the Heavenly King realm. Among them, the most formidable was the 6th-level Heavenly King, Dong Lianxing, the Prince of the Dongxian Kingdom, alongside the 5th-level Heavenly King, Nan Hong. the prince of the Nanming Kingdom. In stark contrast, the Great Zhou Kingdom's representation was rather meager. Apart from Chen Chang'an, who was an unknown third-level heavenly king, there was also Ji Songtian, who was merely at the first level of the heavenly king realm. Yet, what was even more astonishing was Ji Songtian's disdainful glare directed at Ji Mingwei. Humph, Ji Mingwei, I am still your imperial elder brother. Do not use your status as the imperial princess to suppress me. This situation is a result of your actions, compelling us to confront such powerful opponents. Have you lost your mind? If you wish to go, then go. I will not step up. He then turned to the others. Have you all considered? If we are humiliated on that stage, it would be a lifelong disgrace. After all, this is not a battle of the same caliber. We are bound to lose, with Ji Songtian's words. The remaining prodigies shrank back, unwilling to ascend the platform. But Ji Mingwei swayed lightly, her face displaying anger. You all, but as merely a woman who had always been gentle, even after becoming the imperial princess. She found it challenging to rally the crowd. Mingwei, fret not. It would be futile for this bunch of cowards to ascend. That I shall handle it alone. Chen Chang'an patted Ji Mingwei's shoulder, casting a scornful glance at Ji Songtian and the remaining 8 prodigies. Eliciting their dismal expressions and a dismissive tch. He then soared towards the combat platform. In an instant, he captured the attention of all. Are you serious? The Great Zhou Kingdom is represented by just one individual. TCH, what a bunch of cowards. Faced with such a formidable lineup from the Dongxian and Nanming nations, they even lack the courage to step onto the stage. What a monumental disgrace. Countless voices erupted in mockery. This rendered Ji Songtian and the other prodigies' faces as grim as if they had consumed something foul. On the combat platform, Dong Lianqing scrutinized Chen Chang'an closely, suddenly a hint of murderous intent gleaming in his eyes. You are the one who killed my younger brother, Dong Liantian. You are Chen Chang'an of the Qin family from the Great Zhou Kingdom. His words instantly drew Dong Yinglai's icy gaze upon Chen Chang'an. So you are the worthless brother of Dong Liantian. What, do you wish to descend into hell to meet him? Chen Chang'an replied nonchalantly. Oh, you still have some fight left in you. Dong Lianqing snarled, his gaze turning sinister. You insolent brat. This is not the Great Zhou royal city. It is not your place to be arrogant. Soon, I shall shatter your jaw and ruthlessly crush your bones. Then, I will make you suffer the same sins that you inflicted upon my brother. Dong Lianqing spoke coldly, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Chen Chang'an scoffed derisively. Who will trample whom is yet to be determined. Dong Yinglai fixed a cold stare at Chen Chang'an, then glanced at Ji Mingwei. The time has come. Will your Great Zhou Kingdom send forth only one person? The expressions of the Great Zhou prodigies turned exceedingly grim as hesitation spread among them. Fourth Prince, are we truly not participating? One timid voice queried. Humph, if you want to go, then you go. I won't. Ji Songtian's face darkened. It is a certain defeat. What are you, a fool? And have you not realized that brat, Chen Chang'an, has offended them? They might show no mercy. If we step up, we will merely become their punching bags. His words extinguished the courage of the remaining prodigies. Ridiculous, facing heavenly kings with their own strength at the Tianwu realm, and with the palpable murderous intent from the opponents. They would undoubtedly fight to the death. Instantly, the crowd recoiled, no longer daring to glance at the platform. The elder of the Ji family gazed coldly at these cowardly and unfilial descendants, too weary to utter more words. The master of the Duanmu family sighed repeatedly. With such spineless youth, how can the Great Zhou ever rise? Reflecting on this, both of them found themselves even more fond of the arrogant and reckless Chen Chang'an. On the combat platform, Chen Chang'an's calm voice broke the tension. Let us begin. It is futile for those weaklings to join. He then turned to the 20 opponents across from him and stated indifferently. Their presence will only hinder my efficiency in sweeping away these 20 pieces of trash. With this single statement, he offended 3 factions. Instantly, a barrage of furious glares fell upon him, though Ji Songtian dared not confront Chen Chang'an directly. His expression was filled with fury, teeth clenched. Dong Lianqing, Nan Hong, and the others were taken aback. They had not anticipated Chen Chang'an's audacity. So arrogant, to label us as garbage. I must see what capabilities this fellow possesses. Let us tear this brat apart. But within their ranks, anger flared. Dong Yinglai cast a deep look at Chen Chang'an, pondering whether this man, who had slain one of his sons, was emboldened by his confidence or simply ignorant of the consequences. He then withdrew his gaze, speaking coolly. In this 3-way battle, the ranks will be determined by the order of defeat. Fainting, surrendering, or being knocked off the combat platform all constitute defeat. Injuries are unavoidable, but no undue lethal force is permitted. Those outside the combat platform are also forbidden from interfering. This battle shall be overseen by Lord Jinduan. As Dong Yinglai spoke, he turned to Mo Haichao. Anyone who dares to defy the rules will face the sanctions from the human race's sword palace. Upon finishing, he soared back to the Dongxian kingdom's vessel and bellowed, "Let the battle commence." Instantly, all eyes were fixed on the second combat platform, but a total of 21 individuals stood there. Unsurprisingly, the 20 from the Dongxian kingdom and Nanming kingdom stood together. Mocking the solitary figure of Qin Chang'an, countless gazes reflected profound pity, as if they anticipated the brutal scene of Qin Chang'an being thrown off the platform. Dong Lianxing, why not you step up? After all, you have a grudge against this brat, Nanhong remarked, arms crossed, with a mocking tone. Naturally, their two factions wished to first eliminate Qin Chang'an before turning to battle each other. Indeed, this brat has been quite boastful. I shall shatter his pristine white teeth first, Dong Lianxing growled, twisting his neck and cracking his knuckles. The others crossed their arms, wearing expressions of amusement. They believed that Dong Lianxing alone would suffice to deal with Qin Chang'an. But just then, clad in white and exuding an extraordinary demeanor, Qin Chang'an suddenly made his move, darting across the arena like a fleeting white shadow. Whoosh, an unimaginable speed. Astonishing. In an instant, he was before Dong Lianxing. Before he could even react, let alone withdraw his mocking expression, Dong Lianxing felt as though a mountain had violently collided with his chest. Boom! A tremendous explosion reverberated as the ferocious force caved in Dong Lianxing's ribcage. Agonizing pain coursed through his body, causing his eyes to instantly fill with blood-red fury. Moreover, his body was sent flying like a ruptured sack, blood gushing forth to heights of 2 or 3 zhang. This sudden and explosive turn of events left everyone aghast, their eyes widening in terror. What? He attacked from behind. Qin Chang'an, you actually launched a sneak attack. The arena descended into chaos. Some questioned Qin Chang'an, while others rushed to check on the fallen Dong Lianxing. That a wave of gasps erupted from the onlookers. Astonished expressions plastered on every face, for Qin Chang'an's unleashed aura was unmistakably that of a third-tier heavenly king. Moreover, the combat prowess he exhibited far surpassed the confines typically associated with such a realm. Dong Lianxing, sprawled on the ground, coughed blood repeatedly, his body convulsing violently, eyes rolling back. Breath faint. It was evident he had lost all combat capability. Indeed, he had sustained severe injuries. A collective intake of breath rippled through the crowd. With a single strike, he had incapacitated Dong Lianxing, a sixth-tier heavenly king. How could this be? Countless minds echoed this question. Get a grip. He merely launched a sneak attack, Nanhong shouted at the bewildered crowd. But at that moment, Qin Chang'an had already closed the distance, a faint golden glow enveloping him, as he delivered a crushing punch. Boom! In an instant, a deafening roar resonated. Nanhong's face was reduced to a bloody pulp from the impact. As he was about to be sent flying, Qin Chang'an seized him by the ankle and swung him around, using him to batter the remaining onlookers. The visage of a talented individual was brutally smashed by Nanhong's head, blood gushing forth, and with a cry, the unfortunate soul was sent spiraling away. Boom! The arena erupted into a frenzy, descending into utter turmoil. Your Highness, the remaining prodigies of both nations were struck with terror, hastily drawing their weapons, intent on retaliating against Qin Chang'an. Yet, infuriatingly, he was dragging both Dong Lianxing and Nanhong by their ankles. Using them as weapons, he effortlessly swung them like two mighty clubs, striking down upon others with relentless force. Qin Chang'an, you despicable fiend! The heavenly kings from the eastern Xian kingdom and southern Ming kingdom were left aghast. Launching into a torrent of curses, they cautiously avoided the two human weapons in Qin Chang'an's grasp while desperately trying to fight back. But they found themselves utterly powerless. Qin Chang'an unleashed the might of his imperial bloodline, a golden radiance enveloping him, his strength seemingly boundless as he wielded the two heavenly kings with ease. Another prodigy was struck in the chest by Dong Lianxing's head. Boom! In an instant, his chest exploded, blood spraying everywhere, his torso caving in, while his back protruded grotesquely. A piercing scream echoed as several more were sent flying. Bang, bang, bang. The arena reverberated with thunderous crashes and anguished cries. Outside the arena, countless spectators stood dumbfounded. Duan Mutsang and Ji Xuangu's eyes widened in disbelief. Third-tier heavenly king, when did Qin Chang'an reach such heights? This lad is extraordinary. The two exchanged glances, each reflecting deep astonishment. The remaining prodigies of the Great Zhou stood frozen in place. They could scarcely imagine, let alone believe, that the figure wreaking havoc on stage, using the two princes as human weapons, was their own prodigy, Chang'an. Boom. Another prodigy from the Eastern Qian kingdom was struck in the groin by the head of the human weapon. Nanhong, bang, ah. A heart-wrenching scream erupted. Chang'an swung Dong Lianxing with his left hand and Nanhong with his right, mercilessly battering their opponents. Boom, boom, boom. Soon, all 18 prodigies on the opposing side were brutally sent flying by Chang'an wielding Dong Lianxing and Nanhong like crude instruments of war. None remained on the stage. Chang'an scoffed, then clashed the two princes together like colossal weapons, producing a cacophony of sound, mockingly declaring, "Indeed, as princes, your hides are quite tough. Using you as my weapons is certainly not a loss." A profound silence enveloped the surroundings. Regardless of gender or affiliation, at the moment Chang'an unleashed his fury, all present felt their pupils constrict as if pierced by needles, jaws nearly dropping to the ground. Unable to close for an extended period, Ji Mingwei was utterly dazed, her heart racing, her starry eyes shimmering with a kaleidoscope of emotions. That formidable figure, battling fiercely, lingered in her mind. Even Ji Songtian, previously disobedient, stood rooted in shock, as if confronted by a ghostly apparition, waves of regret washing over him. The typically composed Mo Haichao suddenly rose, his previously indifferent countenance replaced with awe and horror. Zhao Tianwei and Zhao Tianli's eyes were equally wide with disbelief. Dong Yinglai and Nan Zhan, the rulers of the Eastern Qian Kingdom and Southern Ming Kingdom respectively, clenched their fists tightly, straining to maintain their composure, unwilling to intervene. Yet, as they witnessed their sons being used as weapons in combat, waves of humiliation and fury began to boil within them. After a moment of silence, the atmosphere erupted into a tempest of sound. What the hell? Is that guy for real? What on earth happened? Using the prince as a human weapon against their own prodigies. How cruel. This lad, though he too is a heavenly king, the 20 opponents he faces are also heavenly kings, yet he is crushing them with ease. I can't believe my eyes, my heavens. How humiliating for both princes to be wielded as weapons. Countless murmurs filled the air, astonished and incredulous. Most among the crowd were mere spectators, unaligned with either faction. Thus, amidst the discussions, mockery permeated the atmosphere. The buzzing and scoffing finally pushed Dong Yinglai's temper beyond its limit. Furious, he soared into the air above the arena, shouting at Chang'an, "You brat, release my son." "Arrogant wretch, let go of my hunger," Nan Zhan echoed, both rulers radiating a half-royal aura, their presence shaking the very ground, silencing all discussions. Their combined pressure caused Chang'an's garments to ripple violently. Yet, astonishingly, instead of cowering, he merely clashed the two princes together once more, with their heads bloodied and cries of anguish resounding. He then raised them, directing their heads toward Dong Yinglai and Nan Zhan, barking, "Ruler of Eastern Qian, ruler of Southern Ming, you two possess an audacity beyond measure. How dare you disrupt the duel in the presence of the Swordmaster? What are your intentions? Do you truly believe the Sword Palace of Humanity holds no significance in your eyes? Are you seeking to betray the human race? Speak up." Chang'an's voice boomed even louder than theirs. His words surged forth like a tidal wave, sweeping across the arena, leaving all in stunned silence. The Sword Palace of Humanity represented the entirety of the human race. The Eastern Qian Kingdom was merely a minor nation among them, utterly incomparable. In that moment, Chang'an's assertion that they disregarded the Sword Palace sent shudders through both rulers, their legs trembling. You dare speak such nonsense?" Dong Yinglai sputtered, struggling to find words, ultimately resorting to a curse. He hastily turned to Mo Haichao, Swordmaster. "We meant no offense." Nan Zhan gritted his teeth, fighting the impulse to leap down and annihilate Chang'an. After all, it had been previously stated that the Sword Master of Humanity would oversee the competition, and they dared not interfere. Eastern Qian's ruler. What of it? Have I violated any rules? Chang'an looked at him with mockery, casually replying, "I have not intentionally sought to kill. They are merely gravely injured. If you wish to verify, you may check. I assure you, they still cling to life." As he observed their increasingly grim expressions, he continued, "However, who knows how long that will last? After all, each individual possesses a different constitution. If they perish, it is merely a reflection of their frailty." Dong Yinglai's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets. He clenched his jaw, pointing accusingly at Chang'an, nearly spitting blood from the sheer rage incited by the young man's words. He, a sovereign of a nation, though threatened and disregarded by others, has never encountered anyone so audacious as to wield his own son as a weapon, directing insults at him. This is an utter disgrace. Chinchongan, enough. Nanzhan, his countenance darkened, interjected, you have already triumphed. Release Nan Hong and Dong Lianxing. Oh, a hint of mockery danced at the corner of Chinchongan's mouth. But not quite. They haven't lost consciousness yet, nor have they fallen from the arena, and they haven't conceded defeat either. So I have not yet won. As he spoke, he pounded the two in his grasp together, producing a dull thud, akin to two elongated wooden planks colliding. Instantly, Dong Lianxing and Nanzhan howled in agony, their faces not merely bruised but thoroughly mangled. Chinchongan, do not take this too far. Observing his son being so casually battered by Chinchongan, Dong Yinglai had lost all semblance of a regal demeanor, his entire body trembling with rage. Dong Yinglai, Chinchongan bellowed, pointing at him with Dong Lianxing. Have I violated any rules of combat? No, I haven't, have I? In contrast, you have repeatedly disrupted this contest. Your intentions are nefarious. Humph, it was you who initially proclaimed the rules, and now you brazenly contravene them. Do you even regard the Sword Master? Do you regard the Sword Palace of the human race? Huh. He then turned to the grim-faced Mo Haichao, speaking with righteous indignation. Sword Master, if they disregard you, will you acquiesce to such humiliation? Mo Haichao's lips twitched violently, his expression darkening in an instant. Ji Xuangu and Duan Muzong exchanged glances, both witnessing the tension. This fellow, a collective gasp echoed as countless onlookers were left speechless by Chinchongan's antics. Unbelievable. Dongxian's sovereign, Nanming's sovereign, do not act impulsively. Withdraw. This was a grand contest of the four nations, with countless talents from the eastern states observing. What do you intend to do? At last, Mo Haichao spoke, his tone laden with gravity. Dong Yinglai and Nanzhan clenched their fists tightly, their gazes icy as they observed Chinchongan's audacious counterattack. Yet, in response to Mo Haichao's words, they remained motionless, refraining from retorting. Were it not for the fact that their opponent was the human race's sword master, they would have erupted in outrage. Calm down. It is not your son who is being battered. Let us see how you remain calm. Ah, behold, they truly are beyond the pale. Having grown arrogant in the eastern states is one thing, but now, in the presence of the sword master, they exhibit such defiance. Tisk tiske. It appears they truly do not regard the sword palace of the human race. Chinchongan's voice rose dramatically. Sword master, do you permit such provocations against your authority? Will you not retaliate? Strike him. Beat him to the point where even his mother would not recognize him. His words caused countless spectators to twitch at the corners of their mouths. Rolling their eyes in disbelief, Mo Haichao finally lost his composure. His voice turned chilling. Dongxian's sovereign, Nanming's sovereign, withdraw. Sensing his fury and overwhelming murderous intent, Dong Yinglai and Nanzhan's hearts raced. Sword master, quell your anger. We have been reckless, at last. They took a deep breath, casting a warning glance at Chinchongan before retreating to their respective vessels. Very well. Chinchongan, you may proceed. Mo Haichao's gaze fell upon Chinchongan once more. Cast them aside, and then you shall claim victory. Currently, Dong Lianxing and Nanzhan had lost their combat effectiveness, yet they had neither fainted nor fallen from the arena, nor had they personally conceded defeat. Moreover, they were still groaning in agony. Thus the battle must continue. It was far from over. Just as everyone anticipated that Chinchongan would throw the two out and happily conclude the combat. A tempest arose once more. Chinchongan suddenly bellowed. Oh dear, sword master, surely you jest. They disrupted the order of the contest. Do you think merely uttering withdraw suffices? Shouldn't there be repercussions? This is a blatant disregard for your authority. Moreover, it disrespects the sword palace of the human race. If this reaches the emperor, your handling of the matter will earn no praise. I assure you that as he spoke, he tossed the two individuals to the ground, placing his feet on their faces, grinding them down while mockingly saying, otherwise, the contest won't conclude so easily. I am merely seeking to vindicate the sword master. You understand, do you not? Chinchongan's words left the crowd in shock once more, their hearts in their throats, staring incredulously at him. He had lost his mind. He was actually mocking and threatening the sword master, demanding that the sword master punish the two sovereigns. This was utterly absurd. Ugh. Dong Lianxing and Nan Hong cried out beneath Chinchongan's foot. The atmosphere in the arena grew tense, silence falling as thick as a shroud. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Everyone stared at Qin Chang'an in disbelief. He was actually questioning the swordmaster. Moreover, he seemed to be using those two as leveraged. If you do not punish those two sovereigns, I shall not conclude this battle easily, and I will continue to torment them. The crowd displayed expressions of shock, their faces reflecting sheer horror as they regarded Qin Chang'an. You are Qin Chang'an, are you not? Very well. I shall remember you. Mo Haichao's eyes glinted with cold fury as he finally spoke. Though Dongxian's sovereign and Nanming's sovereign acted impulsively, they did not substantively interfere. However, before he could finish, Qin Chang'an struck his chest with a fist, gasping dramatically. Ah, Tui. He spat a mouthful of blood, his face paling instantly. Pointing at Mo Haichao, he lamented, Swordmaster, they are at the half-emperor level. I am but a mere junior, and they have frightened me to the point of internal bleeding. Can this truly be deemed no interference? Do you, Swordmaster, simply shield them because they are sovereigns of a small nation? You are the overseer of this grand contest, the so-called impartial Swordmaster. If this is how unfairly you act, then I refuse to accept it. I shall appeal to the Sword Palace of the human race. Qin Chang'an's words rang with conviction, seeming to emanate from the depths of his being, causing all around to tilt their heads back in astonishment. Mo Haichao's brow furrowed, sensing the tenacity of this fellow. Moreover, Qin Chang'an appeared unafraid of his imperial pressure, continuing his crude performance before him. Being shaken to the point of vomiting blood by the two, did he take him for a fool? It was evidently his own doing. He intended to appeal to the Sword Palace of the human race. This was a threat. How audacious. He dared to threaten him. As the esteemed swordmaster of the human race, a guardian of the race's prodigies. To be complained about by one of them, the consequences would be dire. His rage boiled, his heart nearly bursting with fury. Yet he remained composed, staring at Qin Chang'an, rendered speechless. All around, the crowd held their breath, anticipating that Mo Haichao would unleash his wrath upon Qin Chang'an. However, in a shocking turn of events, two resounding slaps echoed through the air, landing squarely on the bewildered faces of Dongxian's sovereign and Nanming's sovereign. This not only left them dazed but also stunned the entire assembly. Countless individuals gasped in disbelief. Dong Yinglai and Nanzhan wore expressions of extreme discomfort, akin to having consumed something vile. Yet they dared not retaliate. Qin Chang'an, they have already faced punishment. The contest continues. Mo Haichao's voice, seemingly calm, belied the teeth-gritting anger beneath. Splendid. Truly, the Swordmaster embodies justice and impartiality. Qin Chang'an beamed, before kicking the incapacitated Dong Lianxing and Nanhong away. As they tumbled from the arena, Dong Yinglai and Nanzhan caught them. Their faces ashen, they returned to their respective vessels to seek treatment. In this round, the great Zhou nation emerged victorious. Mo Hai looked down with a somber expression. The outcome of the match was a thunderous surprise, akin to a bolt of lightning, igniting a frenzy among the multitude present. The cacophony of buzzing conversations and hushed whispers surged like a terrifying wave. Sweeping across the arena, Qin Chang'an departed from the dual platform and returned to the airship of the great Zhou kingdom. Ji Mingwei rushed towards him, but halted abruptly mere inches from him. Her eyes glistened with mist and tears. She sniffled and softly spoke. Brother Chang'an, are you all right? You scared me to death. This, Mingwei, we have triumphed. Qin Chang'an replied with a smile. It seems that this time, the number of participants from our great Zhou kingdom entering the secret realm is more than 100. Ji Mingwen nodded emphatically, her eyes shimmering with crystalline tears, gazing at Qin Chang'an as if he were the sole beacon in her world. Young friend Chang'an, Ji Xuangu spoke hoarsely from the side. His eyes filled with profound astonishment. What family does the Chun clan belong to? In the 20 years of my seclusion, how has such an extraordinary talent as you emerged? Qin Chang'an chuckled. Senior, you flatter me. We are merely a tad stronger than others. As he spoke, he gestured with his fingers, producing a dismissive motion. The crowd fell silent in an instant. A mere tad stronger? Yet they were unaware that when Qin Chang'an referred to a tad, he meant 1 billion. Haha, young Master Chang'an is indeed a blessing for our great Zhou kingdom, exclaimed the lord of the Duanmu family. Snapping back to reality, Ji Xuangu nodded appreciatively, glancing at Ji Mingyue with a satisfied expression. Although the offspring of the Ji family were seemingly inept, at least they possessed a stunning princess like Mingyue. More importantly, she had made a remarkably astute move. Qin Chang'an refrained from further conversation, his gaze suddenly fixating on Ji Tsangtian and the so-called prodigies of the great Zhou. Under his penetrating gaze, those prodigies averted their eyes, faces flushed with trepidation. Ji Tsangtian, in particular, stumbled back in fright. Nearly losing his balance, "That a bunch of cowards. I eagerly anticipate which of you dares to shamelessly enter the secret realm on the quota I have secured." Qin Chang'an's words caused the group to tremble. Their faces reddening, whether before or after the battle, they dared not provoke Qin Chang'an, for his fearsome reputation was well known throughout the great Zhou royal city. Moreover, he had even bested the princes of Dongxian and Nanming nations. It was evident that they were insignificant in comparison. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of the Southeast Wind Alliance, Zhao Tianwei fixated on Qin Chang'an's figure, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. After all, Qin Chang'an had killed his son. Zhao Zihan, he truly is arrogant. Unafraid even of the sword-bearer, Zhao Tianli remarked coldly. Zhao Tianwei then turned to the complex-faced He Wuching beside him. "Elder He, are you certain that behind Qin Chang'an stands a formidable protector?" He Wuching shook his head slightly. "I am unsure. There was indeed one at the great Zhou royal palace. Could it be Ji Xuangu?" Zhao Tianwei inquired with a frown. "Absolutely not," He Wuching asserted. "Although Ji Xuangu is a holy emperor, he is merely a first-level holy emperor. I have no fear of such a level. Indeed, our ancestors are all at the first level of holy emperor. With the four of us united, we have four such beings. We certainly need not fear that old man Ji Xuangu." Zhao Tianli scoffed. That moment, Zhao Tianwei took a deep breath, pondering. The Qin family. Where do they originate from? They had previously remained hidden, but now they are all extraordinary talents. A veritable gathering of cunning individuals. Hearing this, Zhao Tianli fell into contemplation as well. Qin Chang'an's ruthless methods and arrogant demeanor had left the three great nations and the Southeast Wind Alliance in a state of bewilderment. Those unaware might have assumed Qin Chang'an hailed from one of the sacred clans. Even the sacred clans would not dare to disregard the sword-bearer, unless he belonged to an imperial family. Hiss, the thought sent a chill through everyone. Yet they quickly dismissed this implausible notion, for such a possibility was utterly unfathomable. On Dual Platform 1, the prodigies of Fengyu Kingdom and the Southeast Wind Alliance had initially anticipated a spectacle, eager to witness Qin Chang'an's humiliation as he was thrown off the stage. However, to everyone's astonishment, Qin Chang'an emerged unscathed. He had brutally overwhelmed the princes of Dongxian and Nanming nations, and even forced the rulers of those two nations to be slapped by the sword-bearer. This was nothing short of extraordinary. Even Meng Kaijun and Li Hong, the two external aides, were left agape. With this turn of events, the Great Zhou Kingdom had at least secured a spot among the top two. It felt surreal, as if they were in a dream, rendering it hard to believe. Yet, despite their shock, they still had to continue fighting. Thus, the prodigies of Fengyu Kingdom clashed with those of the Southeast Wind Alliance. To their astonishment, aside from Meng Kaijun and Li Hong, the Southeast Wind Alliance boasted yet another powerful and mysterious figure. This individual was at the 8th level of the Heavenly King realm. As the aura of the 8th level Heavenly King radiated, all eyes turned towards her. Clad in a gray robe, her face obscured, only a pair of sharp eyes were visible. The ambiguity of her gender was palpable. Yet her tall stature and curvaceous figure suggested she was likely a woman. As she showcased her prowess, the attention of all present was drawn to her in 8th level Heavenly King, approximately 30 years of age. This left countless spectators astounded. Even more formidable than Dong Lianqing, who was at the 6th level of the Heavenly King realm, it had stagnated at the age of 30. Where had the Southeast Wind Alliance found such a prodigy? Could she be from a sacred place? Ji Xuangu speculated. A sacred place. That is indeed a possibility. Lord Duanmu responded gravely. Zhao Tianwei is an elder of the Taicong sword sect, while Zhao Tianli is an elder of the Qingxian sacred sect. However, it remains uncertain from which of these two sacred sects this young prodigy hails. Qin Chang'an's gaze also fixated on the figure in the gray robe, narrowing with intensity. An 8th level Heavenly King. If I unleash my overlord's fury, combined with the evil blood god technique, and activate the martial aperture realm, along with the Sword of Guardian, I should be able to subdue her. With this thought, Qin Chang'an retracted his gaze to this juncture. The previously faltering prodigies of the Dongxian, Nanming, and Fengyu kingdoms engaged in a chaotic melee, determined to establish their rankings for 3rd, 4th, and 5th place. However, their injuries rendered them incapable of further combat. Thus, after some coordination, it was decided to reconvene for a rematch in 3 days. The expressions of the prodigies and higher-ups from the three nations turned exceedingly grim, as if they had swallowed something foul. They had consistently occupied the top spots. Even if the Southeast Wind Alliance sought to enter, they had assumed they would force the Great Zhou Kingdom out of contention. Yet, to their utter astonishment, they had dug their own graves. It was nothing short of humiliating. The Great Zhou Kingdom had produced a prodigy in Qin Chang'an, while the Southeast Wind Alliance had similarly gained an extraordinary talent. And she was not even an external aid. The Southeast Wind Alliance shamelessly claimed her as their own. It was utterly absurd. Nevertheless, the battle for the first and second rankings was still to proceed. After all, the Southeast Wind Alliance had suffered minimal losses. Thus, Emo Haichao ascended into the air and declared with authority, "The duel among the prodigies of the four nations will now commence the second round. This battle will determine the first and second places. I invite the prodigies of the Southeast Wind Alliance and the Great Zhou Kingdom to ascend the duel platform." As his words fell, he vanished from the center of the void. Consequently, the 9 prodigies of the Southeast Wind Alliance descended upon the duel platform on the Great Zhou side. Ji Mingwei grasped Qin Chang'an's hand and suddenly said, "Brother Chang'an, why not let Ji Tsangtian and the others join you? That way, you would have 9 allies." Upon hearing this, Ji Tsangtian and the other prodigies looked at Qin Chang'an with eager expressions. Filled with combat spirit. At this moment, even if they lost, they would still secure second place, naturally desiring the opportunity to make their presence known. Ji Mingwei was solely concerned for Qin Chang'an's safety. However, to everyone's surprise, Qin Chang'an merely patted Ji Mingwei's hand. Looking at Ji Tsangtian and the others, he scoffed, "No need. These 9 insignificant fish will only hinder my speed in drawing my sword. As for those 10 pests across from me, I can crush them at will." The words of Qin Chang'an caused a drastic change in the expressions of Ji Tsangtian and others, who were filled with indignation. Their faces flushed crimson, yet they dared not unleash their fury upon Qin Chang'an. Meanwhile, the 10 members of the Southeast Wind Alliance across from them were instantly engulfed in rage. "What? He dares to insult us as vermin. How outrageous! Young master, let us torment him to death. Indeed, he is far too arrogant. Let us shatter his teeth." Among the Southeast Wind Alliance stood another prodigious figure at the 5th level of the King Realm, Zhao Ziang. At this moment, his countenance was grim as he gazed at the audacious Qin Chang'an ascending to the stage. And he solemnly cautioned, "Everyone, do not underestimate him." After speaking, he turned to the figure in gray robes. "Miss Ning, what say you? Can you contend with him?" The figure in gray was named Ning Tingyu. Her cold voice rang out, "This young man is exceedingly dangerous." Upon hearing this, Zhao Ziang felt a chill run through him. Tio elicit such a response from Ning Tingyu, an 8th-level King Realm Master. Just how monstrous could he be? No wonder he behaved so recklessly. As Qin Chang'an arrived at the duel platform, the members of the Southeast Wind Alliance gathered behind Ning Tingyu, their faces etched with vigilance as they watched Qin Chang'an. "The grand competition of the 4 nations of Dongzhou begins," came the calm voice of Mo Haichao from the skies above. On the duel platform, Qin Chang'an faced opponents several cultivation levels above him. Yet he remained unperturbed, drawing forth his guardian sword. In an instant, he surged forward, executing the Qin family's Thunder Extreme Phantom, simultaneously activating his martial aperture with a thunderous roar from within. His speed exploded severalfold. He then unleashed the Blood Demon Divine Art, bathing in demonic light. In an instant, the vitality within him surged dramatically, enveloping him in a faint crimson haze. The world-burying sword technique was executed with lethal intent. From the acceleration of speed to the explosive rise of spiritual energy, culminating in an overwhelming aura, and finally his sword technique, Qin Chang'an melded all elements into a singular, fluid motion. He reached Ning Tingyu in a heartbeat. Sweeping his sword across her neck, Ning Tingyu was equally swift, leaning back slightly and swiftly retreating. Qin Chang'an's gaze flashed coldly, his form darting forward as he brought the Guardian's sword down. Boom! The Guardian's sword erupted with a thunderous force, seemingly intent on cleaving Ning Tingyu in twain. Yet she remained composed, her movements fluid and unpredictable, evading his strikes with an ethereal grace, making Qin Chang'an's attacks repeatedly miss their mark, while Qin Chang'an wielded his heavy sword with overwhelming strength. Ning Tingyu's form became a phantom, darting away with remarkable agility. Qin Chang'an's explosive power generated a tempestuous whirlwind, spreading in all directions, creating an astonishing spectacle. The clash of the 2 combatants captivated the attention of the entire arena. The young elites of the Southeast Wind Alliance gathered at the edges of the duel platform, Their expressions a mixture of astonishment as they beheld this intense confrontation. They dared not approach. Even the strongest among them, Meng Kaijun, Li Hong, and Zhao Ziang, could only probe the periphery of the storm that was this battle, unable to intrude. The onlookers, powerful figures in their own right, were likewise struck with disbelief. They had never witnessed a Chun Chang'an as formidable as this. Here stood an 8th-level King Realm Master, battling evenly with his opponent. His ability to combat above his level was indeed monstrous. In but a few fleeting moments, the aftermath of their clash left the dual platform in utter disarray, marked by traces of catastrophic destruction. Boom! Following yet another intense exchange, both combatants stood their ground. Locked in a distant standoff, silence enveloped the battlefield. It felt as though everyone's heartbeat had halted, each person holding their breath in stunned silence. For in the next instant, the dual platform was poised to erupt into a terrifying confrontation. Meng Kaijun, Li Hong, Zhao Zhang, all the elite members of the Southeast Wind Alliance gathered behind Ning Tingyu, brimming with anticipation, their eyes fixed warily on Chun Chang'an. In that moment, no one dared to underestimate this young prodigy hailing from a nation long regarded as inferior. With a sudden roar, Chun Chang'an shot skyward. He unleashed a formidable aura, akin to a surging tide, cascading down upon Ning Tingyu and her companions. Chun Chang'an activated the second form of the blood demon divine art. Mountain shaking, sea quaking, boom. The astonishing force was akin to mountains collapsing. Even before he arrived, a gale descended abruptly, causing Ning Tingyu and the other's skin to prickle with discomfort. Dragon spear. Ning Tingyu bellowed as a long spear shot into the air, resonating with the sound of a dragon's roar. Faced with such a powerful strike, Chun Chang'an once more swung his sword downward. The world-burying sword technique shattered the heavens. Simultaneously, he awakened the imperial bloodline. Roar! In an instant, a 10-jong-tall giant, shimmering like gold, materialized behind Chun Chang'an, roaring as its voice echoed across the heavens, resembling an ancient deity. It empowered Chun Chang'an with tremendous strength. Boom! A thunderous explosion reverberated, unleashing a violent shockwave that spread in all directions. Ning Tingyu gasped in shock as her spear was cleaved away by Chun Chang'an's giant sword, sending her sprawling sideways. The remaining elites cried out in despair, as if a cannonball had detonated among them, scattering them in every direction. Boom! The dual platform trembled violently. When the dust settled, the ground was strewn with the moaning forms of the elite young masters. Simultaneously, the once impenetrable dual platform had cracked under the force, as if Chun Chang'an's sword had threatened to shatter it entirely. Chun Chang'an approached Ning Tingyu, a faint smile playing on his lips. What do you intend to do? Ning Tingyu's voice was dark, her starry, obsidian eyes betraying a flicker of panic. Naturally to defeat you, Chun Chang'an replied, delivering a swift kick to her rear, sending her flying across the arena. You despicable! The instant she felt the forceful kick to her backside, Ning Tingyu's face flushed with embarrassment and rage. Even with her veil, the confusion in her eyes gleamed with a captivating light. Chun Chang'an ignored her, striding over to Meng Kaijun and Li Hong, looking down upon them with a teasing grin. Oh, it's you too. What a coincidence. Meng Kaijun and Li Hong's faces darkened considerably. Chun Chang'an, what do you want? They stammered. Do not strike. We concede. Just as they attempted to surrender, Chun Chang'an delivered a kick to their mouths. Bang! They were sent hurtling backward, their teeth scattered, their mouths a bloody mess. They screamed in agony. Terror etched across their faces. So it turns out you are this pathetic, huh? Tiskadeske. What an eye-opener. Chun Chang'an scoffed, feigning innocence. What did you say? I couldn't quite catch that. With that, he moved in again, delivering a kick to each of their heads. Boom! In an instant, their skulls burst with blood, as they howled in despair and were sent reeling once more, crashing heavily to the ground, unconscious and gravely injured. Hiss! The remaining young elites gasped in shock, their faces pale with disbelief. We concede. Zhao Ziang and the others quickly exclaimed that it was absurd. With even Ning Tingyu, an 8th-level King Realm Master, defeated, they had no strength left to continue. Better to conserve their energy and aim for second place at least. The Southeast Wind Alliance had conceded, the battle concluded, and the Great Zhou Nation emerged victorious. In the skies, Mo Haichao bore a complex expression but immediately declared, while his gaze remained fixed on Qin Chang'an, seemingly wishing for him to continue his assault and disrupt the rules. Qin Chang'an merely curled his lip and flew towards Ji Mingyue and the others. Once more, the arena was rocked by sheer astonishment. Aside from the initial exchanges between Qin Chang'an and Ning Tingyu, the rest had been utterly crushed. This was simply outrageous. Zhao Tianwei, Zhao Tianli, Mo Haichao, and Dong Yinglai, all powerful figures, wore faces of deep concern. They gazed at the arrogant figure of Qin Chang'an departing, their hearts filled with profound shock. The great Zhou nation had unexpectedly produced such a formidable and monstrous talent within the great Zhou camp. Everyone was exhilarated, especially the officials who had accompanied them, previously inconspicuous, now beamed with excitement as they looked at Qin Chang'an, their hearts aflame with joy. First place. First place. After 30 years, the great Zhou nation had finally reclaimed the top position. Brother Chang'an, you are extraordinary, Ji Mingyue exclaimed, wrapping her arms around Qin Chang'an's. Let us return to our base. The secret realm may not open for another 3 days, as the other 3 nations must compete before entering. Qin Chang'an chuckled softly. Good. Ji Mingyue nodded earnestly, her heaving bosom betraying her excitement. Beside her, Ji Xuangu and Duanmu, the lord of the Duanmu family, were taken aback, hastily relaying this splendid news back to the great Zhou royal city using the most precious and high-grade long-distance communication stones. When the news reached Chang'an City that the great Zhou had secured first place in the 4 nations talents competition, disbelief swept through the crowd at first. However, as more and more messages poured in, accompanied by increasingly detailed reports, belief took root among the people. Each detail meticulously analyzed. Initially, the great Zhou was regarded with disdain, but then the Southeast Wind Alliance leveraged their connections to enlist the aid of the sword-bearer to intervene on their behalf. Thus, the Southeast Wind Alliance successfully inserted itself into the fray. Subsequently, the competition evolved from a contest among 4 nations into a grand competition among 4 nations and 1 alliance, consisting of 5 formidable factions. The entity that ranked last would be ousted, forfeiting their right to enter the secret realm for cultivation. This was, after all, a cataclysmic beginning, for regardless of whether it was Dongxian, Nanming, or Fengyu, the 3 nations, or the Southeast Wind Alliance, their champions were far mightier than those of the Great Zhou, and their realms were superior, all at the heavenly king level. Moreover, the 2 external aides, whom the Great Zhou had painstakingly recruited, turned traitor at the critical moment. This plunged the Great Zhou into an even more dire predicament. Even Ji Tsangtian, the foremost champion of the Great Zhou, was filled with trepidation, reluctant to take to the stage. Yet, just when everyone anticipated the Great Zhou would make a fool of itself, the young master of the Qin family, Qin Chang'an, emerged triumphantly. He first decisively swept aside the formidable Dong Xian and Nanming. Finally, in the finals, he completely subdued the 8th-level external aid from the Southeast Wind Alliance, clinching the championship title for the Great Zhou. This dramatic turnaround was relayed in detail by those who witnessed it, causing a tremendous uproar throughout the royal city. The name Qin Chang'an resounded once more with unparalleled brilliance. When this news reached the imperial palace, Ji Wentian, who had been recuperating, sprang from his bed with a hearty laugh that echoed throughout the palace. He then gathered many of the younger members of the Ji family. After some contemplation, he personally headed to the Chun residence, taking most of the younger Qin clan members with him, joyfully making their way toward the mountains housing the Eastern State secret realm. Meanwhile, in the encampment of the Great Zhou within the Eastern State secret realm's mountains, Qin Chang'an and his companions were resting. That evening, taking advantage of the cover of night, Qin Chang'an, utilizing the Qin family's extremely elusive movement technique, stealthily infiltrated an isolated camp. Inside, 2 youths were howling in anguish, filled with rage. That damned Qin Chang'an is as good as dead. How dare he strike us so ruthlessly? Indeed, once we return to the Tianyan sect, we shall make him pay dearly. We will not rest until we avenge this wrong. Ouch, it hurts. I'm in agony. Damn it, I had hoped to enter the secret realm for cultivation, but instead, I've landed in this predicament. In the dimly lit room, Li Hong and Meng Kaijun continued to curse Qin Chang'an. However, in the next instant, a chilling glimmer of sword light suddenly flashed through their pupils. Reflecting back at them was the visage of the man they wished to devour. Yet before they could react, they were plunged into eternal darkness. With a swift motion, Chen Chang'an severed the heads of Li Hong and Meng Kaijun, and under the cover of night, quietly returned to his own quarters. Those two had thoroughly offended him, and he had no qualms about eliminating them in the dead of night. Just because killing was prohibited during the competition did not mean it could not be done afterward. Upon returning to his room, Chen Chang'an was taken aback. "What are you doing here?" He stowed away the guardian's sword and calmly seated himself at a nearby table, pouring himself a cup of tea. The occupant of the room was none other than Ji Mingyue. "Brother Chang'an, did you go and kill someone?" Ji Mingyue inquired with concern, sensing the bloodlust emanating from him. Chen Chang'an nodded. "Then I shall not return tonight. I will stay here the entire night," Ji Mingyue asserted earnestly. Chen Chang'an was momentarily stunned but quickly grasped her intent. She wished to serve as his witness, to affirm that they had been together the entire night. After some thought, Chen Chang'an shook his head. "Mingyue, there's no need. The Tianyin sect is not something I hold in high regard. It is merely a first-tier sect within Dongxian. An Mwaichen family stands unafraid before all first-tier powers within the Great Zhou. No, I will stay here tonight that I cannot allow you to be left with any incriminating evidence." Ji Mingyue insisted seriously. "It's all right. I don't mind," Chen Chang'an replied. Yet, seeing Ji Mingyue's resolute demeanor, he had no choice but to acquiesce. Instantly, joy illuminated Ji Mingyue's delicate features. "Then I shall sleep in the bed, and you can cultivate by my side." Chen Chang'an nodded, taking a few sips of tea before settling down in a meditative posture. The past few days of competition had sharpened his mastery over his techniques. Furthermore, his combat experience had become significantly steadier, a feat unattainable by his peers. The night passed without incident until the break of dawn. When the members of the Southeast Wind Alliance discovered the deaths of Li Hong and Meng Kaijun, they erupted into chaos, especially the likes of Dong Yinglai, the ruler of Dong Ying, for the Tianyin sect was their nation's pride. With such a calamity befalling them, they were naturally compelled to instigate trouble in an instant. Their suspicions zeroed in on Chen Chang'an. Regardless of whether he was truly responsible, they had no intention of letting him off the hook. Thus, a throng of defiant young talents gathered outside Chen Chang'an's tent. "Chen Chang'an, you despicable scoundrel, how dare you sneak out in the dead of night to assassinate Li Hong and Meng Kaijun?" "Indeed, Chen Chang'an, come out. Such despicable tactics render you unworthy to be a talent of the Eastern State. You have assassinated the pride of the Tianyin sect. They will not let you go. You must bear the consequences of your actions." The young men roared in fury. When Chen Chang'an emerged from the tent, bleary-eyed alongside Ji Mingyue, all present were momentarily stunned. Even Ji Xuangu and Duan Muzong, who had rushed over upon hearing the commotion, were taken aback. "What the hell? Why are you all awake and making such a racket so early in the morning?" Chen Chang'an cast a glance at the crowd, speaking calmly. "Princess, what is the meaning of this?" Duan Muzong hesitated to speak, but soon both he and Ji Xuangu couldn't help but break into broad smiles. Ji Mingyue nodded slightly to Duan Muzong and the elders of the Ji family, then turned to the others who were clamoring and admonished coldly. "You claim that Li Hong and Meng Kaijun are dead. Their demise has nothing to do with my brother Chang'an." The others, upon hearing this, clamored back. "Princess Mingyue, those two had grievances with Chen Chang'an. It must be him who killed them. His actions are beneath contempt. He is unworthy to be a talent of the Eastern State." "Humph, you claim my brother Chang'an killed those two. Where's your evidence?" Ji Mingyue swept her gaze over the crowd, exuding an air of royal authority, disdainfully responding, "I spent the entire night alongside my brother Chang'an. Could he possibly have split himself to commit murder?" "Wah! What?" Hearing this, everyone fell silent, staring at the two in astonishment. "What's so surprising about it? He is my fiancé, bestowed upon me by my royal father. It is nothing out of the ordinary for me to sleep with my fiancé." Ji Mingyue's every gesture radiated majesty, yet her words flowed so naturally and with such overwhelming confidence. Even Chen Chang'an was left speechless. "Indeed, are you attempting to slander our fiancé?" Ji Xuangu's heart brimmed with delight as he coldly addressed the assembled talents. Instantly, the pressure on the young talents intensified. "Humph, Chen Chang'an is the fiancé of Princess Mingyue. Of course, she will favor him. Her testimony cannot be considered valid," one young talent shouted. "Indeed, this cannot be counted. He must have stealthily gone to kill Li Hong and Meng Kaijun. Yes, we refuse to accept this. We will not tolerate a talent with such despicable conduct." The crowd erupted in protest at that moment. Chen Chang'an stepped forward, facing the uproarious throng, and coldly declared, "Who dares to challenge? Step forth for a duel." As he spoke, he pointed at the dissenting individual, asking, "Are you the one who defies me? Come, let us engage in a duel to the death, with no chance of retreat." The person instantly faltered, staggering backward. "No, I refuse to duel with you," he exclaimed. "What a joke! Even a level 8 of the Heavenly King realm fell victim to Chen Chang'an, let alone you. Humph, what nonsense is this defiance? If you are truly unsatisfied, come and defeat me. Stop merely talking," Chen Chang'an bellowed, a cold smile gracing his lips. As for Li Hong and Meng Kaijun, their demise was a result of their own weakness. "It was not my concern. I did not assassinate them last night. I spent the evening reveling with my beloved Ming Yue." Chen Chang'an spoke without a hint of shame, his heart untroubled. He was not intimidated by the Tianyin sect. He simply wished to avoid unnecessary complications before entering the secret realm. Otherwise, what would it matter if he confessed to having assassinated them? Chen Chang'an, a man of honor, stood ready to take responsibility for his actions. At that moment, a voice suddenly echoed. Dong Yinglai, Zhao Tianwei, Zhao Tianli, and Nanzhan approached, their anger palpable. "Heh, what do you intend to do, you lot? If you wish to bully the younger generation, this old bone of mine shall not permit it." Upon seeing the elders from the opposing side, Ji Xuangu stood forth, his tone in response. Dong Yinglai, Zhao Tianwei, Zhao Tianli, and Nanzhan turned their gazes toward him. Almost simultaneously, 4 elders emerged behind them, their imposing presence erupting. All at the first level of the Holy Emperor realm. "Ji Xuangu, you old codger, how are you still alive? Do you wish to spar with us?" the elder from the Dongxian kingdom mocked. Yet, Ji Xuangu did not falter. Retorting with a sneer, "If you are not afraid of death, I am willing to engage with you. Even if I cannot defeat you outright, I can ensure you are left grievously injured. Do you dare to wager?" With that, Ji Xuangu ignited his vital energy, unleashing a tempest of power that intimidated all around him, exuding an aura of desperation. "Old man, have you lost your senses? You would risk your life for a mere junior?" The elder from the Dongxian kingdom shouted in fury. "Humph, that is the son-in-law of our great Zhou kingdom. If you dare to bully him, our nation would rather shatter than remain intact." Ji Xuangu glared defiantly. Showing no signs of backing down, this declaration left not only the 4 major factions stunned, but also the people of Great Zhou in disbelief. They had not anticipated their royal ancestor to exhibit such fortitude. The ancestor of the Ji family, Chen Chang'an, is a person of despicable character. He is unworthy of being a prodigy of the eastern state, let alone entering the secret realm at this moment. Dong Yinglai spoke coolly, his gaze sharp. "Your great Zhou kingdom must not deceive itself. You are talking nonsense. I have no interest in your baseless accusations. If you seek to strip Chang'an of his title as a prodigy and deny him entry into the secret realm, I will risk my life to ensure you do not succeed. Come, let us fight to the death," Ji Xuangu declared with fierce determination, the aura of a first-level holy emperor surging forth, teetering on the brink of collapse. Embodying the spirit of a battle to the bitter end, Duan Mutsong echoed his sentiment, shouting, "Indeed, if you dare to unite against our great Zhou kingdom, we would rather perish than not take a bite out of you." With that, the elders of the Great Zhou Academy appeared, all at level 10 of the Heavenly King realm. "Troops of the Great Zhou kingdom, prepare for battle." At this juncture, Ji Mingyue raised a royal princess token, her voice booming with authority. Yes, instantly, thousands of soldiers from the Great Zhou kingdom exuded a chilling aura. Dong Yinglai and the others frowned. They intended to suppress Chen Chang'an's arrogance, not to engage in an all-out battle with the Great Zhou kingdom at that moment. Moreover, the swordmaster Mo Haichao was still present. He would not stand idly by while the human realms descended into war. "Indeed, whoever dares to bully my son-in-law Ji Wentian, I shall rally the entire Great Zhou kingdom to fight to the death." Just then, a flying ship thundered into view, swiftly approaching. On board was Ji Wentian, looking spirited, accompanied by the young disciples of the Qin family. "Who dares to lay a hand on our young master Chen? Kill!" A throng of youthful voices erupted, brimming with murderous intent. Leading the Qin family was not one of the 9 clan elders, but several ordinary elders. Upon witnessing the standoff below, they too adopted a combative stance. Upon seeing the newcomers, Dong Yinglai and the others' expressions darkened. "The ruler of Great Zhou, I never expected to see you still alive, Dong Yinglai sneered. Humph, why should I not come, now that you are here? Old man, Ji Wentian replied with a cold laugh, swiftly approaching Ji Mingwei. Mingwei, are you unharmed? Father, I'm fine. What brings you here? Ji Mingwei replied, her face alight with joy. Ha! My great Zhou kingdom has achieved victory. How could I not come? He then turned his eager gaze toward Chen Chang'an. Chang'an, my dear nephew, are you well? I'm fine, your majesty. Chen Chang'an smiled and replied that it was only then that the others realized what was transpiring, hastily bowing to Ji Wentian. Ji Xuangu gradually retracted his burning vital energy, but maintained a posture ready for battle. Ha! No need for formalities. Ji Wentian waved his hand, then asked, what on earth has transpired here? Duan Mutsong stepped forward to elucidate the situation. Upon hearing that his daughter had spent the night with Chen Chang'an, Ji Wentian's eyes sparkled with delight. His face beamed with a radiant smile, and when his gaze fell upon Ji Mingwei again, he said with a grin, Mingwei, you have done remarkably well. No one could discern whether his praise was for Ji Mingwei's readiness for battle or something more profound. Turning to Dong Yinglai and Nanzhan, the two rulers of their respective nations, he declared with newfound confidence, what do you mean by your actions, esteemed rulers? Do you intend to wage war against my great Zhou kingdom? We are more than willing to accompany you to the end. Hearing this, Dong Yinglai, Zhao Tianwei, Zhao Tianli, and Nanzhan exchanged glances, their expressions grim. Engaging in battle with the great Zhou kingdom at this juncture would be a grave folly. Moreover, according to He Wuqing's reports, that mysterious strong man of the Holy Emperor realm had yet to appear. They feared stepping onto a treacherous path. The four silently exchanged looks, ultimately deciding to retreat for the time being. Heh, the ruler of great Zhou jokes. Had it not been for Chen Chang'an's actions, we would not have rashly revoked his qualifications. Zhao Tianwei coldly interjected, his gaze fixed on Chen Chang'an. However, one must remember, heaven observes all actions. The wrath of the Tianyin sect shall eventually erupt upon the true culprit. Humph, we shall take our leave. With that, Dong Yinglai, Zhao Tianwei, Zhao Tianli, and Nanzhan departed with disdain. Ji Mingwei and the others were left utterly astonished, particularly Duan Mutsong and Ji Xuangu, especially Ji Wentian, whose hearts swelled with elation. They finally understood the meaning behind Chen Chang'an's words. If one stands strong, the adversary may think twice before engaging in a fight to the death. Indeed, it was as he had said. As they departed, Ji Wentian warmly greeted Chen Chang'an. Chang'an, my dear nephew, you have worked hard. Had it not been for your presence, our great Zhou kingdom would have faced calamity. You are truly a benefactor of our nation. And I am at a loss as to how to properly reward you. With Chen Chang'an's assistance, he had temporarily quelled his ailment, feeling remarkably revitalized. His complexion grew increasingly rosy as he grasped Chen Chang'an's hand, growing more animated with each word. In previous years, the great Zhou kingdom had always ranked last in competitions, with only 100 individuals entering the secret realm. Yet now, they boasted 400 to cultivate within the eastern state's secret realm. Even if it did not lead to a complete transformation, it would represent a significant step forward. For the next generation of Great Zhou, this was an immeasurably grand boon. What thrilled him most was that his vitality had returned. He could finally hold his head high before Dong Yinglai and Nanzhan, no longer feeling compelled to be overly polite or restrained. Never had he felt such liberation, ready to confront any challenge. All of this was made possible by Chen Chang'an, who had decisively overwhelmed the prodigies of the opposing factions. He even dared to confront the sword master, leaving the two rulers utterly humiliated. This had indeed marked a historic moment for the great Zhou kingdom. These revelations filled him with excitement, and even more so, the thought that such a prodigious individual was with his beloved daughter. It was truly a double blessing. He was overjoyed, thinking that if the great Zhou kingdom were bound to the Qin family, what could they fear from the Dongxian kingdom? What could they fear from the Southeast Wind Alliance? They are all nonsense. Turning his gaze towards Chen Chang'an, he looked at him with fervor, as if he were seeing his long-deceased father. Ah, no, this is his most beloved son-in-law. Even if he had killed his two sons, he would not have cared in the slightest. After all, he had plenty of sons, but the prodigy Chen Chang'an, there is only one. Subsequently, the camp of the great Zhou kingdom fell into a profound silence, yet it was also bustling with excitement. After all, the monarch had arrived. He was celebrating the numerous outstanding talents. He also began to lavishly reward everyone. 3 days later, the Eastern Xian Kingdom, Southern Ming Kingdom, and Fengyu Kingdom had determined the third, fourth, and fifth places. This time, Fengyu Kingdom was disheartened to have become the fifth. Each of them glared resentfully at the members of the Southeast Wind Alliance. If they had not interfered, they would have secured the third place, or at the very least, the fourth place, allowing them to enter the secret realm among the 100 outstanding talents. Now, they had been eliminated. Alas, the ruler of Fengyu Kingdom sighed heavily, having no choice but to lead his people in training outside the secret realm mountain range. Within the Great Zhou camp, Chen Chang'an was discussing with Ji Mingyue and others about which talents would enter the secret realm. This time, they were to send in 400 people. Undoubtedly, Ji Wentian entrusted the right to determine all the slots for entering the secret realm to Chen Chang'an. Chen Chang'an, without hesitation, declared that all the dozens of young members from the Chen family could enter. Even if other talents were dissatisfied, they dared not voice their grievances. After all, this was a qualification that Chen Chang'an had fought hard to obtain, and no one dared to object. Brother Chang'an, our victory is all thanks to you. Who gets to enter the secret realm for training is entirely up to your discretion, Ji Mingyue said softly as she looked at Chen Chang'an. Hearing this, Ji Xuangu and Duanmu Tsang both nodded slightly in agreement. The other officials did not dare to oppose. Instead, they looked at Chen Chang'an with eager expressions, seemingly hoping he would take their juniors inside. However, Ji Tsangtian and the 8 who were originally supposed to participate in the battle suddenly turned grim. As expected, their worries came to fruition. Chen Chang'an immediately spoke, saying whether the others could enter depended entirely on his mood. But for those 9, pointing disdainfully at Ji Tsangtian and the others, he declared, "Trash, you are only fit to survive in a garbage bin, unworthy of entering the secret realm to cultivate with us outstanding talents. So you 9, get lost." The faces of Ji Tsangtian and the others instantly turned extremely ugly. He quickly looked at Ji Mingyue. "Mingyue, I beg you to persuade young Master Chen on my behalf. I also wish to enter the secret realm for training." Ji Mingyue hastily waved her hand. "No, this is beyond my authority. Who told you that during the grand competition, you were too cowardly to even step onto the stage?" Ji Mingyue thought of how Ji Tsangtian and the others had not dared to even step forward. Naturally, her expression was not kind. Had it not been for Chen Chang'an that day, her Great Zhou's reputation would have been utterly lost. She certainly would not show any favor to this royal brother. Sensing Ji Mingyue's disdain and disappointment, Ji Tsangtian did not dare to approach her, his face filled with panic and fear as he looked at her. Noticing the glances from some officials, he hurriedly approached Chen Chang'an. Speaking with a face full of obsequiousness, "Chen, young Master Chen, I was selfish and incompetent before. I have spoken many offensive words. I hope you can overlook my previous offenses for Mingyue's sake. From now on, if you have any guidance, I will never speak against it." Chen Chang'an smiled faintly, not even glancing at him. "You are overestimating yourself, Prince Toad. I have already forgotten about the previous matters." "Nonsense. How could such a cowardly person be worthy of his concern?" "Ha! Ha ha! Ha ha ha!" Hearing Chen Chang'an call him Prince Toad, Ji Tsangtian forced a smile, not daring to say anything contrary. "Since young Master Chen does not mind the previous matters, may we also enter the secret realm for training? After all, we are also the outstanding talents of the Great Zhou Kingdom. Indeed, young Master Chen has a magnanimous heart. He would not hold our mistakes against us. We will follow young Master Chen from now on." "That's right. Young Master Chen is the foremost among the outstanding talents of the Great Zhou. What he says is absolute." The other 8 talents chimed in one after another, each of them anxious as they looked at Chen Chang'an, eager to flatter him. After all, entering the secret realm for training was a transformative opportunity. It was said that 3 months spent training there could equate to 3 years of cultivation once one emerged. If others were allowed in, their own cultivation would surely lag behind. "Get lost. None of you are allowed to enter. What trash is this? If you have the ability, go defeat the outstanding talents of the other 3 kingdoms." To their astonishment, Chen Chang'an's words once again condemned them to their fate. Instantly, the 9 talents wore expressions of utter dismay, as if they had ingested something vile. "Chen Chang'an, do not overreach. Do not think that just because you won the grand competition, you can represent the Great Zhou Kingdom," Ji Tsangtian exclaimed in rage, his face contorted with anger. Just then, Ji Wentian entered from outside with several guards. His eyes brightened, and he quickly approached to greet. I pay my respects to father. Ji Wentian frowned slightly, casting a cold glance at Ji Tsongtian before turning his warm gaze towards Qin Chang'an. Ha, my dear nephew Chang'an, are you all prepared? Thank you for taking the lead into the secret realm. I am ready, Qin Chang'an replied. Father, Ji Tsongtian attempted to speak to Ji Wentian, but Ji Wentian interrupted. Get lost. How could I have such a cowardly son like you? Moreover, Qin Chang'an represents the great Zhou kingdom. Questioning him is questioning me. What? Do you wish to rebel? Faced with Ji Wentian's imposing words, Ji Tsongtian was so frightened that he hurriedly knelt on the ground. Father, spare me. I dare not. Humph. Ji Wentian coldly snorted. No longer looking at him, turning instead to smile warmly at Qin Chang'an. Nephew Chang'an, it is time to set off. Qin Chang'an softly acknowledged, rising to lead those determined to enter the secret realm. As he passed by Ji Tsongtian, he kicked him aside. Get lost. Good dogs do not block the way. Ji Tsongtian, who was kicked to the side, immediately froze, his features twitching uncontrollably. Gradually, his whole body began to tremble. After everyone had exited, he deeply lowered his head, and a cracking sound echoed as he ground his back teeth to dust. The overwhelming anger and humiliation nearly drove him to madness. Yet the might of Qin Chang'an left him too fearful to approach and demand a word. Only able to emit impotent growls of frustration. The other 8 talents were equally pale, collapsing beside him, not daring to utter a sound. Outside the tent, Qin Chang'an walked leisurely. The young talents of the Qin family surrounded him with unbridled joy. Such a scene had never occurred before. So many from the Qin family were entering the eastern state's secret realm for cultivation. Among the crowd, Chun Xian glanced at the tent and quickly approached Qin Chang'an, whispering, Elder brother, you seem just like the villain from a story earlier. I fear Ji Tsongtian must despise you to the core. Hearing this, Qin Chang'an glanced at him, putting an arm around his shoulder, and whispered, I know, so, how about you help me kill him? Chun Xian's eyes gleamed with ruthlessness as he nodded emphatically. Haha, you little rascal. Qin Chang'an, seeing this, joyfully tightened his embrace around his shoulder. However, Qin Xian committed this matter to memory. By the way, elder brother, 8th uncle asked me to bring you something. Qin Xian slapped his forehead as if recalling something and hurriedly produced a spatial ring, handing it to Qin Chang'an. Qin Chang'an was taken aback. What did 8th uncle give me? Then he probed with his spiritual sense into the spatial ring, abruptly discovering a sword box and a simple manual. Elder brother, within that sword box lies 8th uncle's 16 swords of breaking the army. Along with the sword manual, Chun Xian said quietly. Hearing this, Qin Chang'an was momentarily stunned. 16 swords of breaking the army. Although he had never heard of it, 8th uncle was a sword cultivator. Surely, what he provided could not be lacking in quality. He was filled with great joy and quickly tucked it away. Shortly thereafter, the group boarded the spaceship, setting off towards the entrance of the eastern state's secret realm on the deck of the ship. Chun Chang'an stood at the forefront, with 400 young prodigies of the great Zhou kingdom behind him, the very future of their nation. Not far off, on another vessel, Zhao Tianwei and his companions cast dark glances at the great Zhou's ship. Elder, Zhao Tianwei spoke softly. Leader, I am here, responded an elderly man clad in a gray robe, with short hair and a square face. Take 2 individuals, disguise them as youths under 30, and infiltrate the secret realm. Then, Zhao Tianwei's eyes flashed with a murderous intent. Exterminate the prodigies of the great Zhou kingdom. Upon hearing this, those beside him were momentarily taken aback, before revealing sinister smiles. The brilliant plan. Leader, another elder sneered. Those young ones are the future of the great Zhou kingdom, especially that Qin Chang'an. If they perish, the future of the great Zhou will become increasingly dire. Although their words were spoken softly, several young talents caught wind of the conversation. Led by Zhao Xiang, the prodigies displayed fierce expressions. Ning Tingyu, her face partially veiled, furrowed her brow, her eyes betraying a complex emotion. She glanced across at the handsome man in white, who looked like a celestial being descended from the heavens. Her teeth clenched in anger. This scoundrel, this lecherous rogue, how detestable. The memory of Qin Chang'an having kicked her off the competition stage ignited a deep sense of shame and fury within her. The lingering warmth at the sight of his kick still made her cheeks flush with embarrassment. Drawing a deep breath, she attempted to calm her racing thoughts at that moment. For individuals emerged, the rulers of Dongxian Nation, Dong Yinglai and Nanming Nation, Nanzhan, along with Ji Wentian, the sovereign of the Great Zhou Kingdom. The three stepped forward, brandishing a token high above their heads. Even the reluctant ruler of Fengyu Nation, Feng Mingho, begrudgingly produced his national token. Though the prodigies of his nation were barred from entering the secret realm, defeat was defeat. The Southeast Wind Alliance had supplanted Fengyu Nation. The multitude of spectators surrounding them laughed derisively at his expense. Tasked with opening the secret realm's entrance, yet unable to enter himself, he had become the subject of mockery. Despite this, Feng Mingho activated the token in his hand. 4 beams of light shot forth from the golden token, piercing into the grand formation ahead. Boom! The earth trembled, and space warped in an instant. A colossal gray whirlpool manifested in the void before them, spinning continuously and emanating a rich aura of spiritual energy. The atmosphere invigorated everyone, their eyes greedily fixed on the entrance of the whirlpool. The secret realm of the Eastern State would remain open for 3 months. After that, regardless of life or death, all must exit. Otherwise, if one remained within when the realm closed, they would be crushed by the formation. Do not inquire why, for I too am unaware. However, during this period, you may leave at any time. But once you depart, re-entry will not be permitted. The overseer, Mo Haichao from the Sword-Bearer Palace of the human race, coldly articulated the basic rules for entering the secret realm. Inside lies the core area with the densest spiritual energy in the entire Eastern State. Every moment is extraordinarily precious. I hope you do not squander your cultivation time on conflict, Mo Haichao warned, casting a frigid gaze over the assembled prodigies. Rest assured, Master Sword-Bearer, we will dedicate this time to breakthroughs or seeking opportunities. And we shall not recklessly engage in discord. Zhao Ziang of the Southeast Wind Alliance responded cheerfully. Mo Haichao regarded them with a calm expression. That is for the best. Cherish this chance for cultivation. And in the future, you may have the opportunity to become a protector of the human race. With that, he stepped into the air, parting the way for the whirlpool. Enter now. I shall remain here to guard until the secret realm closes. The prodigies of the 4 great powers were all aflame with excitement, respectfully bowing to the sword-bearer, Mo Haichao, before entering the secret realm in an orderly fashion. Chen Chang'an did not bow. He merely cast a surprised glance at Mo Haichao. After all, Mo Haichao was a figure of the sacred emperor realm. Although he had seemingly aided the Southeast Wind Alliance, he was still a sword-bearer, tasked with safeguarding the human race. He did not expect Mo Haichao to perform his duties so competently in this regard. This world was vast beyond measure, inhabited not only by humans but also by other races. Thus, the Sword-Bearer Palace, which fought for the protection of humanity, was indeed worthy of respect from Chen Chang'an and the others. As they stepped into the secret realm, the world transformed into a breathtaking ocean of beauty. Before their eyes lay a paradise, lush and vibrant, filled with the songs of birds and the fragrant scent of flowers. Alongside the cries of spiritual beasts, the spiritual energy in this place had almost taken on a mist-like quality, enveloping the entire expanse of land, causing all to gasp in awe. They greedily inhaled the abundant spiritual energy, which nourished towering flora and vibrant trees, as well as powerful spiritual beasts. Be cautious of the spiritual beasts here. They are far more terrifying than those outside. Indeed, if anyone wished to cultivate, they must first find a safe place. No wonder this place is known as the blessed land of Eastern State. The spiritual energy here is astonishingly dense. I feel my bottleneck in the heavenly martial realm loosening. Various exclamations of astonishment echoed in the air. Chen Chang'an surveyed his surroundings, ultimately fixing his gaze on the depths of the realm. Here, as long as no half-emperor-level old-timers entered, he had nothing to fear. Even that 8th-level heavenly king, Ning Tingyu, had been kicked off the stage by him. After all, Brother Chang'an, which direction shall we head? Chun Xian inquired softly beside him. Along with Ji Mingyue, he added, Brother Chang'an, you lead. We shall follow your guidance. Observing that the other factions had begun to disperse in search of safe locations to cultivate, the Chun family members clustered closely behind Chen Chang'an. The other prodigies of the Great Zhou Kingdom did the same. After all, following a strong ally was the safest way to develop discreetly. Chen Chang'an selected a direction and began to lead the prodigies of the Great Zhou Kingdom deeper into the forest. Unbeknownst to him, within the ranks of the Southeast Wind Alliance, 6 pairs of sinister eyes were fixated on the path he had taken. Meanwhile, in Dongxian and Nanming nations, several pairs of icy gazes were also tracking Qin Chang'an and his companions. Before long, Qin Chang'an and his group discovered a safe valley, with a mountain at their back and protective boulders on either side. There was only one pathway for entry. Defending this location would be straightforward. It was as if one man could hold back 1,000. Brother Chang'an. Ji Mingyue leaned beside him, her face flushed with excitement. So many entered at once. This hasn't happened in 30 years. I truly do not know how to thank you. Hey, princess, there is no need for such formality. What do you need to thank me for? Chen Gongzi is your future consort. Indeed, you are all family now. If Qin Chang'an becomes the consort, then wouldn't he be our future sovereign's husband? As Ji Mingyue's words fell, various prodigies eagerly chimed in. Their expressions filled with flattery. If Qin Chang'an were the consort, then if Ji Mingyue became empress. Yet, uttering such sentiments now felt somewhat like excessive flattery. Qin Chang'an silently regarded those speaking with a cold smile. Ji Mingyue too sensed the inappropriateness of the situation, scolding, "Speak no more nonsense, lest you risk your lives." The others instantly fell silent. Brother Chang'an, I plan to break through to the heavenly martial realm here. Will you join us in cultivating? Ji Mingyue looked at Qin Chang'an, her face filled with anticipation. Qin Chang'an gently shook his head. Mingyue, you and everyone else should cultivate here. I will seek opportunities and treasures. Brother, isn't that extremely perilous? Chun Xian expressed his concern. Qin Chang'an looked at him and reassured, there is no cause for alarm. You and the Chun clan's disciples will guard this place, as long as we set up the defensive array and barrier laid out by the second master. No one shall breach it. Be wary of the individuals from the other three factions. Not a single one can be trusted. Chun Xian nodded earnestly. Yes, brother, rest assured, we all know what to do. Chang'an, do take care. I'm worried they might seek revenge on you, Ji Mingyue remarked. Rest assured, should anything arise, remember to communicate with me through the sound transmission stone, Qin Chang'an instructed. Although the Dazhou kingdom boasts a plethora of prodigies, numbering 400, he stood alone in his strength. Most were merely at the heavenly martial realm, with a few even at the earthly martial realm. Compared to the other three factions, he was lamentably superior. After giving his instructions to the group, Qin Chang'an turned to depart. Expect him to remain here in tranquility for 3 months. That was utterly implausible. Slaying and seizing treasures were his primary means of advancement. Moreover, he chuckled softly, hoping that the prodigies from the three factions would not disappoint him. A chilling smile crept across Qin Chang'an's lips. Should the prodigies from the three factions come to kill him, he would not hesitate to toss them into the god burial coffin, transforming them into his sustenance. Wandering outside was his strategy to draw fire, ensuring that not all enmity fell upon Qin Xian and the others. Indeed, as Qin Chang'an roamed through the forest, he sensed a series of concealed auras rushing towards him. Have you grown impatient so soon? Qin Chang'an scoffed lightly, accelerating his pace as he soared forward. His speed was astonishing. Under the Chun family's speed technique, Thunder Extreme Phantom, he became a mere blur. Behind him, 9 figures emerged from 3 directions, evidently from 3 distinct groups. They exchanged knowing glances and nodded in unison, converging towards Qin Chang'an from 3 separate paths to encircle him. In the wild expanse of the jungle, Qin Chang'an moved with agility. Dashing forward, he refrained from flying low to conserve spiritual energy. During this time, he evaded the encirclement behind him while observing the encampments of the prodigies from the other 3 factions, silently marking them for his death list, thus leveraging his unparalleled speed and agility. He circled the jungle for 2 days, becoming intimately familiar with the terrain. Suddenly, he narrowed his eyes, his body swaying as he swiftly concealed himself within a thicket, holding his breath and focusing intently. His gaze fixed on the void ahead, glimmering with cold intent. Soon, several streaks of light surged forth. These auras all belonged to those at the 10th level of the King Realm. To this day, the 3 factions truly hold me in high regard. Qin Chang'an smirked coldly, squinting towards a particular direction. Several miles away lay a valley, the training ground for the prodigies of the southern Ming Kingdom. Since that is the case, I shall not hold back. Qin Chang'an thought, stealthily making his way towards that encampment. Above in the sky, several powerful figures gazed down at the towering trees and dense jungle, their eyes wide with astonishment. That young man exhibits such remarkable speed, and his spiritual energy seems inexhaustible. Damn it, this little rat can truly run, one elder exclaimed. Elder, why not just slaughter the prodigies of the Dazhou kingdom instead of wasting our efforts pursuing Qinchang'an? Who doesn't know? But within their encampment, there exists a king-level defensive array. They were unable to breach it, and it was truly maddening. From whence did they acquire such a formidable defense? The three elder figures, resembling ancient sages, deliberated grimly. Upon entering this realm, they had forsaken all pretense, revealing their true selves with the intent to annihilate the prodigies of the Dazhou kingdom. However, they soon sensed something amiss. This is not good. There have been unexplained deaths in our encampment. Quickly, let us return and investigate. The three elders were taken aback, their forms transforming into streaks of light as they sped towards the southern Ming kingdom. Before long, they spotted Qinchang'an below, mercilessly slaughtering the prodigies of the southern Ming kingdom. In an instant, their eyes bulged with rage, their fury boiling over. Stop, you little thief, how dare you? I shall ensure your bones are ground to dust. Prepare to pay with your life, they roared, plunging towards the ground like meteors. Boom! Dust billowed, and the earth trembled. Qinchang'an, who was in the midst of placing bodies into the god burial coffin, swiftly gathered his belongings and fled. Engaging in battle against those at the 10th level of the king realm posed challenges, yet slaying their prodigies was as effortless as slicing through vegetables for Qinchang'an. What are you doing? One elder exclaimed in shock that he witnessed the astonishing sight of Qinchang'an collecting corpses. Die? Another elder, unable to contain himself, pointed fiercely in Qinchang'an's direction. Instantly, a storm of energy erupted. Bearing down on him, rumble, the earth quaked, sending splinters of wood flying. But Qinchang'an's figure had already vanished from sight. Ah, damn it! The elder, realizing Qinchang'an had escaped, glanced at the chaotic encampment and the wounded prodigies of the southern Ming kingdom. His wrath igniting. After him, the three elders gritted their teeth, practically forcing the word from between clenched jaws. They dashed towards the direction Qinchang'an had taken. The commotion drew the attention of 6 other elders from the 2 other kingdoms, who swiftly joined the pursuit. Whoosh! A total of 9 individuals raced through the in their line of sight. Qinchang'an's speed was astonishing, disappearing into the jungle in the blink of an eye. Die for me! From atop the treetops, a series of figures unleashed energy attacks towards Qinchang'an below. Boom, boom, boom. From a distance, wind blades and fireballs formed out of thin air, relentlessly bombarding Qinchang'an's retreating figure. Humph! Qinchang'an, let us see where you can run. The elders in the air sneered, quickly closing in. The 3 elders from the southern Ming kingdom, seething with rage, unleashed their spiritual energy, transforming it into a torrent of power that crashed down. On the ground, Qinchang'an evaded the aerial assaults while rapidly strategizing. Humph! Dongxian kingdom, southern Ming kingdom, southeastern Wind alliance. How shameless of you to send your decrepit elders to hunt me down, Qinchang'an scoffed, accelerating once more. Thus, the chase continued through the night. Taking advantage of the darkness and his speed, Qinchang'an narrowly evaded one perilous assault after another. Now, crouched within a thicket, he held his breath, patiently waiting for the ominous presences above to pass. Half an hour later, just as he intended to shift his position, he suddenly heard the sound of hurried footsteps that he immediately froze, holding his breath and narrowing his eyes. Soon, 3 figures entered his line of sight, casually chatting and yawning as they pulled out their instruments. Clearly, they were out for a midnight break. Ming, do you think our elders can catch that Qinchang'an? TSK. This place is hardly vast. Even if they can't catch him, they can at least trap him. That way, he won't be able to cultivate in peace. Exactly, we must not allow the prodigies of the Dazhou kingdom to cultivate undisturbed for 3 months. Indeed, resources are limited. Those useless wastes from the Dazhou kingdom shouldn't even be here. Strange, the Dazhou training camp has a defensive barrier. Even if our elders join forces, they cannot easily breach it. The information revealed in their casual conversation brought Qinchang'an a sense of relief. The defensive array laid by the second master was not something they could forcibly break. Tisk. This works to my advantage. I can have some fun with you all. A fierce glint ignited in Qinchang'an's eyes as the sword of Guardian appeared in his hand. Instantly lunging towards the 3, the icy aura of death spread rapidly, casting a chilling light in the eyes of the 3, and before they could utter a sound, their heads flew from their bodies, tumbling into the thicket. Puffed! The headless body lay sprawled on the ground, emitting gurgling sounds of bubbling blood. In Qinchang'an's hand, a black vortex materialized, its overwhelming suction instantly drawing them in. This was the mouth of the god burial coffin, specifically designed to refine human corpses. Youngster, continue your slaughter, take more lives, absorb their essence, seize their spiritual power, and then nourish yourself with it, thus accelerating your growth. The voice of the coffin master echoed in Chun Chang'an's mind, causing a slight tremor in his spirit. Youngster, you aren't contemplating mercy, are you? Let me enlighten you. They all wish to kill you. A killer must be met with death. The taunting voice of the coffin master persisted, narrowing Chun Chang'an's gaze. With a hint of crimson flickering in his pupils, giving him a somewhat ferocious appearance, that he quickly bit his tongue, regaining a measure of composure. Coffin master, you seem to have a problem. Say, what problem could I possibly have? Youngster, I'm merely looking out for your best interests. Once you grow stronger, those 9 fellows won't stand a chance. The coffin master's voice continued to mock. Chun Chang'an chose not to respond. However, his words did hold some truth. He thought to himself, swiftly vanishing into the night. The souls he had slain over the past 2 days, the bodies buried by the god burial coffin, began to return their spiritual power to him, causing his aura to rise at a terrifying pace. The 3 individuals he had previously encountered were prodigies of the Eastern Xian Kingdom. Their appearance indicated that their camp must be nearby. Chun Chang'an pondered, holding his breath as he cautiously approached the front. Before long, he spotted flickering lights ahead, accompanied by occasional sounds of snoring. Upon getting closer, he hunted down 2 more individuals, donned their attire, and tied a black veil over half of his face. With an air of confidence, he strode towards their camp. You're back from the hunt. A prodigy stationed at the camp's entrance yawned and greeted him with a smile. Since some of the prodigies inside the camp also wore black veils, they completely failed to notice that he was no longer the same person. Moreover, as prodigies, most were proud individuals who interacted infrequently. And with the crowd being so large, Chun Chang'an managed to enter smoothly after giving a slight nod while keeping his head down. Due to the pitch-black night, no one realized that the individual clad in the Eastern Xian Kingdom's attire was Chun Chang'an. Upon entering their camp, he found that most were meditating or sleeping within the tents. Above them, spiritual energy was fervently gathering, forming a swirling vortex of spiritual force overhead. Chun Chang'an narrowed his eyes, taking advantage of the darkness to boldly seat himself at the back of the group. With 300 prodigies from the Eastern Xian Kingdom present, no one suspected that a prodigy from another nation had infiltrated their midst. Sitting cross-legged, Chun Chang'an surveyed his surroundings and was startled to discover that they had employed a gathering formation for spiritual energy. No wonder so much energy was converging here. Well then, you fellows, I shall not hold back. Chun Chang'an mused, a knowing smile gracing his lips. He then began to cultivate the Ba Huang heart method of the Qin family. In an instant, the swirling vortex of spiritual energy began to converge towards Chun Chang'an. The longer he absorbed it, the faster the process became. This moment of tranquil cultivation, no one noticed. Even the 3 elders from the Eastern Xian Kingdom, who had infiltrated the camp to assassinate Chun Chang'an, were oblivious to the fact that the target of their pursuit had seamlessly blended into their ranks. Subsequently, Chun Chang'an placed his spiritual techniques into the spatial ring given by the 8th master. Diligently practicing the sword techniques he had received, the 16 swords of the breaking army, Chun Chang'an's eyes narrowed as he opened the explanation of the sword technique. That it detailed various moves and corresponding sword strikes. Those focused on speed and assassination, wind control, wind piercing, blazing wind, and fierce wind. Techniques designed to unleash high explosive damage within a limited area. Void breaking, shadow breaking, enemy breaking, and formation breaking. Techniques for large-scale destruction and explosive power. Cloud chasing, moon breaking, star pursuing, and sun howling. Techniques that exponentially increase attack power. 10 slashes, 100 layers, 1,000 stabs, and 10,000 kills. Upon reading this, Chun Chang'an's breathing quickened. 16 flying swords, a full 16, each corresponding to a different technique, operated simultaneously to unleash an even more terrifying assault. This would greatly test one's mental fortitude. Chun Chang'an murmured to himself. The sword techniques given by the 8th master were indeed extraordinary, though he possessed the sword techniques from the god burial coffin. Those were for heavy swords, entirely different from the light swords and flying swords provided by the 8th master. Chun Chang'an contemplated, promptly beginning to meditate and cultivate in his mind. Thus, surprisingly, he remained within the Eastern Qian Kingdom's training group for an uninterrupted 10 days. During this period, his cultivation level remarkably ascended to the 4th level of the Heavenly King realm. Simultaneously, he could now manipulate 4 flying swords: wind control, wind piercing, blazing wind, and fierce wind. This granted Qin Chang'an formidable confidence in confronting those 9 Heavenly King realm elders of the 10th level. Damn it! Where could that rascal Qin Chang'an have gone? Another day passed, and the 3 elders returned to the Eastern Qian Kingdom's camp, their faces etched with confusion. They wore expressions of disbelief. Could he be within our camp? Impossible. Our people have been stationed outside the Great Zhou Kingdom's camp, and we have not seen Qin Chang'an return. How peculiar. The 3 elders conversed among themselves as they entered the camp. Just then, one of the white-haired elders suddenly spoke. Right. The Grand Elder of the Southeast Wind Alliance suggested that all 3 of our forces cooperate. First, we should break through the Great Zhou Kingdom's defensive barrier. Then enter and eliminate their prodigies. Second Elder, should we agree? Upon hearing this, Qin Chang'an, seated among the meditating prodigies, abruptly opened his eyes. Grand Elder, we should indeed agree. Not only do they possess the majority of the Great Zhou Kingdom's prodigies, but also all the members of the Qin family, including that Princess Ji Mingyue. The second elder spoke coldly. Indeed, as long as they are all dead, whatever happens here, the right and wrong will be determined by our 3 factions. Another elder chimed in with a frigid tone. Yes, who told the Great Zhou Kingdom not to send their national guardians in? Tiske, they can only blame themselves for being too law-abiding, the Grand Elder of the Eastern Qian Kingdom said with a sinister tone. The 3 reached a consensus, and the elder in the lead promptly took out a transmission stone. Soon, the elders from the Southern Ming Kingdom and the Southeast Wind Alliance responded. The 3 elders received the message and grinned wickedly. Then turned to the gathered prodigies. Prodigies, pause your cultivation for a moment. We must gather. The Grand Elder addressed the crowd nonchalantly. All the prodigies who had been meditating opened their eyes and ceased their training. Among them was the Eastern Qian Kingdom's prince, Dong Lianxing, who was entirely wrapped in bandages, resembling a mummy. He suddenly opened his eyes, brimming with murderous intent, and gritted his teeth. Grand Elder, have we captured Qin Chang'an? Hand him over to me. I will ensure he suffers a fate worse than death. Rest assured, Prince, while we have yet to locate Qin Chang'an, we have now united all forces from the other 3 factions to jointly breach the Great Zhou Kingdom's camp. And then, at this point, the Grand Elder grinned sinisterly. You may unleash your full potential, Prince. Dong Lianxing let out a dark chuckle. Excellent. That is the best news. That Ji Mingyue is Qin Chang'an's woman. I will ruthlessly trample her, leaving her utterly broken. To vent my rage, just the thought of being used as a living weapon by Qin Chang'an ignited a furious blaze within him, wishing to repay the debt with interest. The Grand Elder, with a smile that conveyed both mockery and deference, said, Prince, once we capture everyone from the Great Zhou Kingdom, you may do as you please. Unleash your fury to your heart's content. Indeed, this is the consequence of offending our Eastern Qian Kingdom's prince. That despicable commoner, Qin Chang'an, will not escape a wretched fate. Another elder echoed with a sinister grin. Ha, splendid. What are we waiting for? Let us depart at once. Dong Lianxing declared, his eyes ablaze with madness and fervor. The mere thought of tormenting Qin Chang'an and ravaging the princess of the Great Zhou Kingdom nearly drove him to the brink of madness with excitement. Subsequently, a formidable force of over 290 individuals surged toward the encampment of the Great Zhou Kingdom. Astonishingly, amidst this throng, one Qin Chang'an had infiltrated their ranks without their slightest awareness. As they advanced, Qin Chang'an trailed behind the crowd, his eyes imbued with a chilling ferocity, a cold smirk gracing his lips. Before long, the 3 factions converged. However, the South Ming Kingdom had suffered the loss of several significant talents at the hands of Qin Chang'an, leaving them with barely 100 remaining. Thus, the combined might of the 3 factions amounted to around 500 individuals. Yet, that was sufficient. The flames of rage ignited their combat spirit. They gathered outside the encampment of the Great Zhou Kingdom, gazing ahead at a translucent defensive barrier, beyond which the elite of the Great Zhou sat in meditation. Dong Lianxing of Dongxian Kingdom, Nan Hong of South Ming Kingdom, and Zhao Ziang of the Southeast Wind Alliance all bore cold glimmers in their gazes. Upon witnessing the aggressive approach of the 3 powerful factions, Ji Mingyue's expression turned exceedingly grim. She stepped forward to the barrier, her voice icy as she demanded, Dongxian Kingdom, South Ming Kingdom, Southeast Wind Alliance. What do you intend to do? Humph. What do you think? Ji Mingyue, hand over Qin Chang'an. Otherwise, we shall breach your defensive barrier and annihilate every last one of you. The bandaged figures of Dong Lianqing and Nan Hong spoke in unison. Their voices seething with anger. The unscathed Zhao Zhang stepped forward with an air of elegance, sneering, Ji Mingyue, Qin Chang'an has slain my brother. I have merely come to exact vengeance. If you surrender Qin Chang'an, we shall not trouble you. Upon hearing this, Dong Lianqing and Nan Hong exchanged knowing glances. Indeed, Ji Mingyue, if you obediently lower the barrier and surrender Qin Chang'an, this princess guarantees that you will not face any difficulties. This princess promises the same, Nan Hong added ominously. Among the three factions, Dong Lianqing, Nan Hong, and Zhao Ziang were regarded as the leaders. The three elders who had infiltrated their ranks also adhered to their commands. However, Qin Chang'an is not within our midst. Suddenly, one of the great Zhou's talented individuals spoke out. Silence. Ji Mingyue shot a fierce glare at the speaker, her voice laced with authority. The Chun clan's elite, led by Chen Xian, cast sharp glares in his direction. Princess, they merely seek Qin Chang'an. The trouble he has stirred, let him resolve it himself. We cannot allow ourselves to bear the consequences, another individual interjected. Feigning innocence, adopting a guise of concern for the collective, Chun Xian's fury ignited instantly. Well, how dare you traitorous dogs? The opportunity for us to enter and cultivate was seized by my elder brother. And you turn on him so swiftly? In the face of Chun Xian, who had just entered the Tianwu realm, the speaker appeared unfazed, responding with derision. Qin Xian, the enmity your elder brother has incurred should not fall upon our shoulders. Another chimed in nonchalantly. Exactly. Why should we bear the burden? We are here to cultivate because we are the elite of the great Zhou, not because of Qin Chang'an. Upon hearing this, the remaining members of the Chun family erupted in fury. Their voices raised in protest. What utter nonsense! Without our young master, would you have gained entry to cultivate? You should be grateful. Indeed, a pack of ungrateful curs. What gives you the right? It is our young master who earned that first place. You are nothing but pretenders. Were it not for our young master, you would be wallowing in the great Zhou royal city, not here cultivating. Ha! The Qin family members vociferously pointed fingers at the dissenters. As the commotion escalated, Ji Mingyue interjected with a sharp reprimand. Enough! Cease this uproar. The princess has spoken. Qin Xian also commanded his kin to settle down. They complied, gathering around Qin Xian, for apart from Qin Chang'an. He was the only one who commanded respect among the family's youths. Xian Xiao, whatever you propose, we shall follow, a Qin family member declared. With my elder brother absent, we shall heed the princess's guidance. Qin Xian stated seriously. The assembly turned their attention towards Ji Mingyue. I will not hand over brother Chang'an. Absolutely not. Ji Mingyue vowed. Upon hearing her declaration, the other elites, fearing the impending calamity, exchanged uneasy glances, their expressions darkening as they weighed their options. Outside the barrier, Dong Lianqing and his companions smirked at the brewing discord among the great Zhou's elites. Indeed, a bunch of cowards. They exchanged glances before Dong Lianqing addressed the great Zhou's elites. Listen well. This princess grants you another opportunity. Even if Qin Chang'an is not within, it matters not. Just lower the barrier and allow us entry, and we shall promise not to harm the innocent. Only targeting the Chun clan. Precisely. Should you continue to resist stubbornly, once we breach your barrier, every one of you shall perish. Zhao Ziang stepped forward with a mocking grin. Do not think we cannot breach your barrier. We have 9 at the pinnacle of the Tianwang realm. As he spoke, he gestured toward the 9 elders. Immediately, the 9 elders understood and unleashed their formidable aura of the Tianwang realm. Instantly, the complexion of the elites from the great Zhou kingdom turned even graver. Some even faltered, collapsing to the ground in terror, seeing that apart from the Chun clan members, the remaining elites were overwhelmed with fear. Dong Lianqing and his companions narrowed their eyes. The Chun clan members cannot be spared. They are far too resolute, Zhao Zhang murmured. Humph, I desire none of them to survive. They all must die. Dong Lianqing disregarded Zhao Zhang's counsel, his gaze icy. Let us apply some pressure. Perhaps we can dismantle them from within without needing to strike. Zhao Ziang continued in a low voice, then waved his hand. Instantly, The 9 Tianwang realm elders and all the elite youths readied themselves for an assault. In the midst of the crowd, Chen Chang'an narrowed his eyes. Observing the great Zhou elites, curious to see if Chen Xian and Ji Mingyue could navigate such dire straits. Thus, he continued to lurk in the shadows as the three factions prepared to assault the barrier. The great Zhou elites grew frantic. "Princess, look, they are about to attack. You cannot endanger us all," one elite exclaimed, his face ashen. "Indeed, Princess, quickly open the barrier. They will only slay the Chun clan members," another added, his gaze wild as he glanced at the others. Shouting, "Let us unite and subdue the Chun clan members. They are but 50 strong. They cannot withstand us. Hurry, or if the barrier falls, we shall all perish." The remaining elites were thrown into disarray. They glanced at the darkened expressions of Chun Xian and others. Then at Ji Mingyue's frigid countenance, finding it difficult to decide. Mu sang, "Wu Changhan, Oh Qi, you three are being reckless." Ji Mingyue glared at them, her voice thunderous. "I am the crown princess and the leader here. When did it become your place to dictate terms?" The three named individuals averted their gazes, yet soon their resolve solidified. Mu Sang pointed accusingly at Ji Mingyue. "Princess, it is not that we do not heed your words. But you cannot risk our lives for one Chen Chang'an." Wu Chang'an added, "Indeed, they aim to kill the Chun clan members alone. Why must we all face death?" Oh Qi scanned the crowd coldly, stating, "If you wish to survive, unite and lower the barrier. Let the Chun clan members bear the consequences, not us." Faced with their words, several hesitated and began to join their ranks. Suddenly, a cacophony of energy beams rained down upon their barrier, causing the ground to tremble violently. Mu sang, Wu Changhan, and Oh Qi's expressions shifted dramatically. "This is bad. They are commencing their assault on the barrier. Do you still wish to remain stubborn? Indeed, unite quickly. We must survive. As long as we live, we can continue to cultivate here without worry." Mu Zhang, Wu Changhan, and Aoqi shouted in unison as the outside forces led by Dong Lianxing began to bombard the formation. Their hearts sank even further. Dozens more joined their ranks of resistance. "You do, damned fools, to dare defy this palace. I will annihilate your entire clan." Ji Mingyue seethed, pointing at them with fury. "Heh, Princess, you are Chun Chang'an's woman. Perhaps you should consider whether you can survive this ordeal." Aoqi retorted with a cold chuckle, dismissing Ji Mingyue's threats. Chen Xian observed them with an expression of indifference and suddenly spoke. "Heh, you fools, do you really believe that once the barrier is opened, they will spare you? That is a grand delusion. If they dare to strike, it is with the intent to eradicate us all." His words left Mu Zhang, Wu Changhan, and Aoqi momentarily stunned, causing their followers to hesitate as well. Mu Zhang snorted disdainfully. "Chen Xian, all of this is your brother's doing. It has nothing to do with us. They cannot possibly kill us." "Ah, truly ignorant and foolish," Chen Xian sneered, no longer interested in conversing with them. His calmness stemmed from the knowledge that the defensive barrier was crafted by his family's second master, and it would not be so easily breached. Moreover, his elder brother Chen Chang'an would never stand idly by while they met their demise. Thus, Chen Xian resolved to eliminate these ungrateful wretches. With that thought, he turned to the Chun family disciples, declaring, "Brothers, whoever dares to harm the Chen family, we vow to drag them down with us. Indeed, young Master Xian, we shall fight to the death." The Chun family disciples, armed with weapons, raised their voices in fervor, battle spirit surging within them. Mu Zhang, Wu Changhan, and Aoqi quickly gathered around 100 followers, while the remaining onlookers hesitated, choosing not to intervene. The royal descendants, merely numbering 20 or 30, stood behind Ji Mingyue. The 400 who entered the Great Zhou Kingdom had inexplicably divided into 4 factions, leaving Ji Mingyue feeling utterly powerless. Realizing that as the crown princess, she had failed to command authority, at that moment, Mu Zhang, Wu Changhan, and Aoqi shouted towards the outside of the barrier, "Dong Xian, does this mean that if we open the barrier, you will not kill us?" Hearing this, Dong Lianxing smirked with amusement, but nodded seriously. "Of course, I guarantee in the name of the crown prince that I will not harm you. I will only slay the Qin family. However, should we breach the barrier ourselves, do not blame us for being ruthless." With a wave of his hand, he halted the assaulting forces and watched the ensuing chaos among those trapped within the Great Zhou barrier with a mocking gaze. Upon hearing this, Mu Zhang, Wu Changhan, and Aoqi breathed a sigh of relief. then led their 100 followers, defiantly staring at Qin Xian. Aoki spoke coldly. Qin Xian, we are all citizens of the Great Zhou. If we fight, it will be an ugly sight. I know that barriers typically allow exit from within, but not entry from without. Therefore, I kindly request that all Qin family disciples leave. His words elicited joy from the talented individuals behind him. If they could avoid fighting the Qin family and instead send them to their doom, it was simply splendid. They could still feel a sense of safety while remaining within the barrier. Ah, you truly are daydreaming. Qin Xian scoffed, slowly caressing the pendant resting on his chest, a murderous intent gradually enveloping his gaze. Qin family disciples, kill. Annihilate these ungrateful wretches, Qin Xian shouted, raising his blade and charging towards Muzang. Wu Changhan and Aoki, I will not allow you to take what my elder brother fought to earn. You do not deserve to live, die. Boom. Muzang, Wu Changhan, and Aoki were taken aback, never expecting Qin Xian to strike first. Caught off guard, Muzang's head was cleaved clean off. Wu Changhan and Aoki hurriedly evaded in terror. Kill. Slay these scoundrels. The remaining Qin family disciples charged fiercely into the fray. Seeing Muzang's demise, Wu Changhan and Aoki's expressions twisted into grimaces, and they shouted, if the Qin family disciples seek death, let us fulfill their wish. Kill. With that, Wu Changhan and Aoki led their 100 followers towards the 40 or so Qin family members. The battle erupted instantaneously. Thud. Thud. In a mere exchange, countless heads flew from their bodies, and the assailant was none other than Qin Xian. Heavens, how is this possible? Someone gasped. Most of them were students from the Great Zhou Academy. And just a few months prior, Qin Xian was merely a C-rank student, still in the Xuanwu realm. He had been bullied by the students of the Lu, Wang, and Wu families. Yet now he had astonishingly reached the level of an A-rank student. A true master of the Tianwu realm. Qin Xian, you cunning old fox, have you been hiding your prowess all along? Wu Changhan exclaimed incredulously, unable to fathom how Qin Xian had crossed 2 major realms in such a short time. Foolish traitors, perish, Qin Xian murmured, his expression increasingly sinister as he caressed the pendant on his chest. The first act of taking a life left him somewhat anxious, yet he pressed on, inhaling deeply and silently urging himself. Steady yourself, Qin Xian. You can do this. Do not let your elder brother down. In his absence, the Qin family disciples rely on you for leadership. Master, grant me strength. As he contemplated this, the tower-shaped pendant on his chest emitted a faint glow, and the aura surrounding Qin Xian surged explosively. Kill. Qin Xian's eyes turned crimson, his visage twisted with rage as he charged forward. Caught off guard, Wu Changhan's heart was pierced in an instant. Ugh. You. How is this possible? I am at the 8th level of the Tianwu realm. How could you kill me? Wu Changhan's face was filled with terror, the searing pain in his heart plunging him into eternal darkness. The crowd erupted in disbelief, staring at Qin Xian with wide eyes. In an instant, Muzang, Wu Changhan, and several followers had all been slain by Qin Xian. This was something none of the Great Zhou's elites had anticipated. Heavens, aside from Qin Chang'an, it seems Qin Xian is also a monstrous talent. He must be only 15, they gasped, realizing he was now on par with Qin Chang'an. The talented individuals of the Great Zhou gasped collectively, their faces blank with shock. The remaining Qin family members were equally formidable, and now, Aoki and his remaining followers found themselves at a disadvantage. All royal descendants, assist the Qin family in exterminating the traitors. Ji Mingyue commanded coldly. The royal descendants gritted their teeth and charged forward. Were it not for Qin Xian's display of power, they would not have dared to engage. But now that the Qin family had the upper hand, they were all too eager to join in the fray. And you? Ji Mingyue turned her gaze to the neutral parties, her voice icy. The opportunity to train was earned by Qin Chang'an. If you are disloyal to the Great Zhou and dare to betray Qin Chang'an, you too shall meet your end. The neutral faction was taken aback, exchanging glances, and one among them seemed to grasp the situation, charging towards Aoki and the others to restrain them. The remaining individuals had no choice but to join in. With this, Aoki's hopes of subduing the Qin family disciples and breaching the barrier were utterly shattered. Thud. Finally, in the midst of the battle with Qin Xian, Aoki was pierced through the chest by Qin Xian's sword, blood oozing from the corner of his mouth. You, Qin Xian. Well done. Though he felt unwilling, Aoki couldn't help but admire Qin Xian's prowess. The swift swordsmanship, the lightning speed, and the all-out fighting style had intimidated him. leading him to be struck down. I must ask you, do you not fear death? Why are you fighting me so fiercely? Aoki questioned, filled with resentment. Humph, because my fifth master is a physician, Chun Xian replied coldly. Twisting the sword in his grip, in an instant, Aoki coughed up a larger mouthful of blood. With a twisted smile, he looked around at the onlookers, laughing maniacally. You fools, do you truly believe you can survive? The best course of action is to hand over the Chun family disciples. How could you possibly assist them? A group of fools. As the words left his lips, he breathed his last. The remaining individuals exchanged bewildered glances. However, faced with the menacing aura of Chun Xian and the 40 to 50 members of the Chun family he commanded, they dared not make a move. The countless corpses strewn across the ground served as a testament to the Chun family's ruthless ferocity. Chun Xian, are you all right? Ji Mingwei hurriedly approached Chun Xian, her voice laced with concern. Sister Princess, I am fine, Chun Xian replied with a bashful smile. Scratching his head, the crowd fell silent, taken aback by the seemingly harmless demeanor of the youth before them. Yet, the earlier image of him as a merciless killer instilled fear in their hearts. Indeed, his brother Chun Chongan was ruthless. He too was fierce, yet pretended to be a gentle lamb. Instantly, the other prodigies distanced themselves from Chun Xian. While the Chun family members eagerly gathered around him, their faces alight with excitement. It's good that you're fine, Ji Mingwei sighed in relief, only to suddenly notice a gash on Chun Xian's arm, prompting her to exclaim in alarm. She swiftly fetched a bandage to tend to his wound. This made Chun Xian feel exceedingly awkward. Even in the face of prior carnage, he had not felt this tense. Young Master Xian, that's our sister-in-law. Why are you so nervous? Teased the Chun family members. Yes, no need to be so anxious with your sister-in-law tending to you, they chimed in with playful banter. Chun Xian's tension deepened. Meanwhile, Ji Mingwei's expression reflected a mix of delight and shyness. You rascals, quite bold to jest with me. Chun Xian scolded the Chun family members with a stern face. They burst into laughter. Seemingly oblivious to the imminent danger, this scene left even Dong Lianxing and his companions dumbfounded. He bellowed, Damn it, were those earlier fools utterly useless? Zhao Ziang scoffed. These Chun family members clearly hold us in contempt. Still joking around. I shall break their turtle shell. I want every member of the Chun family to perish. Nan Hong seethed. How infuriating. The remaining 9 elders echoed, their anger palpable. They never anticipated that Dong Lianxing's few words would incite discord among the great Zhou prodigies. Only to be crushed by Chun Xian. The Chun family was indeed terrifying. Meanwhile, at the rear, the half-mast Chun Chongan quietly exhaled in relief. He was astonished by how formidable his cousin had become. Yet his prowess was a source of pride for Chun Chongan. Contemplating this, he discreetly scanned the crowd, searching for an opportune moment to strike. However, he soon sensed something was amiss. Where is Ning Tingyu? She is not here. Upon recalling her, Chun Chongan hastily began to search. Yet, he still could not find her. Everyone, unleash your full power. We must break through their defensive barrier swiftly, came Dong Lianxing's voice from the front. Yes, the crowd roared in unison, each individual channeling their complete cultivation into a barrage of formidable attacks, seemingly intent on shattering the great Zhou prodigy's defenses in one fell swoop. Observing this, Chun Chongan stepped back a few paces. Positioning himself behind everyone, his gaze shimmering with cold light, a golden opportunity. Buzz. Over 500 powerful spiritual energy attacks coalesced, causing the very space to tremble. Behind them, Chun Chongan mirrored their actions, but 4 swords without hilts hovered before him. Buzz. The 4 swords vibrated violently in front of Chun Chongan. Everyone, attack the defensive barrier. Dong Lianxing continued to shout. Yes, the crowd responded loudly, unleashing an onslaught of powerful energy attacks that rained down upon the barrier ahead. Boom, boom, boom. The tremendous roar reverberated, shaking the entire forest. Harness the wind, pierce the wind, blazing wind, fierce wind. Kill. Chun Chongan commanded from the back of the crowd. The 4 swords, each 2 fingers wide and 3 feet long, whistled through the air, shooting towards the front. Swish, swish, swish. The sword sliced through the air with a piercing sound, followed by a chorus of sword cries. Where did that sword cry come from? My heavens, such terrifying sword cries. Is there a sword cultivator among us? A few 10th-level elders at the forefront exclaimed, their faces filled with excitement. However, the very next moment, They were left dumbstruck. Swish, swish, swish. The four streaks of light, swift as thunder, did not strike the great Zhou barrier. Instead, they pierced through the backs of the four elders, shooting out from their foreheads. The four elders, their faces frozen in terror, barely had time to scream before their bodies thudded to the ground. Swish, swish, swish. The four swords continued to hum ominously, as if piercing through the void, now targeting the foreheads of another four elders. The terrifying sword energy spread, instilling fear in countless hearts. Two elders had no time to react as their foreheads were pierced. Dying on the spot, the other two elders hastily dodged. The sword light grazed their temples, severing a significant portion of their long hair. Clang. The sword light howled as the remaining individuals scrambled to evade. Hiss. Witnessing their fallen hair, the three surviving elders were drenched in cold sweat, their scalps tingling. Enemy attack. Dong Lianxing and the others finally reacted, scattering in fear. Yet, the four flying swords continued to circle, zipping around the crowd. Buzz. Clang. Swish, swish, swish. Once again, another group of prodigies had their foreheads pierced, blood gushing forth. Horrified cries echoing as countless individuals perished on the spot. Run. There's a sword cultivator ambushing us. The orderly assault against the great Zhou's barrier devolved into chaos as panic spread through the ranks. Countless individuals had their foreheads pierced or heads severed. The four flying swords mercilessly reaped lives. Finally, under the combined defense of three elders along with the strongest Dong Lianxing, Nan Hong, and Zhao Ziang, they managed to repel the flying swords. At the same time, they spotted Qin Chang'an, his face partially obscured. It's you. Dong Lianxing recognized Qin Chang'an instantly, his icy gaze piercing through the half-mask. Those were eyes filled with arrogance and disdain. His rage boiled over. The enemy he had been pursuing was right within his own ranks, a revelation that nearly drove him to madness. He is Qin Chang'an. Dong Lianxing roared through gritted teeth, as his words left his mouth. The three elders were struck with dread. Young master, flee. Qin Chang'an has advanced in cultivation. He is now at the fourth level of the king realm, and his flying swords are quite peculiar. The three elders were no fools. With Qin Chang'an alone, it would be far too easy for him to eliminate their young master. Even though they were all 10th level king realm cultivators, they no longer had the confidence to suppress Qin Chang'an in one fell swoop. Thus, the remaining three elders, each a chief elder of their respective factions, hastily fled with their young masters. Upon witnessing Qin Chang'an, Chen Xian and the others rejoiced and immediately opened the barrier. Brother is back. Brothers, let us charge out and support him. Chen Xian bellowed, leading the charge as the barrier opened. The other Qin family members, emboldened, surged forth like avenging deities, killing with abandon. Ji Mingyue observed the remaining individuals coldly, saying, "Aren't you going to assist?" The remaining individuals snapped to attention and rushed out to help. Thus, an extraordinarily bizarre scene unfolded. Originally, over 500 individuals were poised to annihilate all the great Zhou prodigies. Yet, with Qin Chang'an hidden among them, they executed a backstab. After slaying 6 elders, the remaining individuals dared not resist, fleeing in disarray. Now, Qin Chang'an's flying swords imparted a true understanding of fear. Swish, 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 no matter how fast they ran. They could not outrun Qin Chang'an's flying swords. In merely a handful of breaths, over 400 prodigies had perished beneath his flying swords. Of the 3 factions, only a pitiful few dozen managed to escape. This was an utterly humiliating defeat. "Brother, are you all right?" Chen Xian approached Qin Chang'an, concern etched on his face. "That I am fine," Qin Chang'an remarked, then gently patted Chen Xian's shoulder, expressing his satisfaction. "Chen Xian, you have performed admirably thus far." He refrained from inquiring about the rapid ascension of Chen Xian's cultivation, for everyone harbors their own secrets. It is due to the excellent guidance of my elder brother," Chen Xian shyly replied. Chen Xian displayed modesty at that moment. Ji Mingyue hurriedly approached, her face filled with emotion as she exclaimed, "Brother Chang'an, were it not for the decisiveness of young master Chen Xian, we would have been in grave danger." The members of the Chen family nodded in agreement, their expressions filled with admiration as they gazed at both Qin Chang'an and Qin Xian. The other prodigies from the great Zhou were no different. Looking at the Qin clan with deep reverence in their eyes, Qin Chang'an nodded, sweeping his gaze across the crowd, and said calmly, I fear they will not dare to come again. You should all enter the barrier now. Make good use of your time and begin your cultivation." The prodigies of the Great Zhou nodded and returned to the barrier to continue their training. After all, they were not the ones who had slain those individuals. Hence, they were indifferent to the consequences. Ji Mingwe looked at Qin Chang'an, her expression laced with concern. "Brother Chang'an, having killed so many of their prodigies, will we not provoke a national-level conflict for our Great Zhou? Do not worry, I in the secret realm. While cultivating, one cannot guarantee that nothing will occur. If they dared to strike at us, they must be prepared for the consequences," he replied, glancing at the members of the Ji royal family. "You should take the princess back to cultivate." Yes, the Ji royal members were momentarily taken aback, but responded respectfully. "You should return to your cultivation," Qin Chang'an continued to Ji Mingwe. "All right, please take care." Although Ji Mingwe was innocent, ever since she took charge of national affairs, many matters seemed to have become transparent to her. She understood that Qin Chang'an had pressing matters, or perhaps his own secrets. So she could only turn around and head back to the barrier to cultivate. "Brother, what do you need us to do?" Chun Xian spoke up at this moment. "Gather all the bodies outside. I must dispose of them," Chun Chang'an instructed. "Understood." Without further questions, Qin Xian led the other 40 or so members of the Chun family to transport all the bodies to a nearby forest. They were soon compelled by Qin Chang'an to return to their cultivation. Once they had all departed, Qin Chang'an began to cast the bodies into the god burial coffin, but he extended his spiritual awareness, remaining vigilant of his surroundings while swiftly absorbing the spiritual energy of the deceased through the coffin. In no time, his cultivation surged once more, akin to a volcano erupting within him, ultimately reaching the 5th level of the Heavenly King realm. At the 5th level of the Heavenly King realm, I am now confident in slaying those 3 at the 10th level. Qin Chang'an's gaze burned with determination as he glanced towards the direction of the Great Zhou's prodigy camp. Noticing no unusual activity, he quickly departed. His objective was clear: the remaining few from the other 3 major factions. "Humph, since you are so ruthless and seek to annihilate all the prodigies of our Great Zhou, I shall not hesitate to bury you all here," Qin Chang'an whispered, blending into the forest like a wraith. Meanwhile, Dong Lianxing and the others were reluctant to leave so soon. After all, the spiritual energy here was abundant. A sacred ground for cultivation. To retreat after just half a month would be a grievous waste. Thus, they gathered together to establish a camp and fortify their defenses. "Humph, Qin Chang'an, you wretched fiend. You shall pay dearly for this." Dong Lianxing fumed within the camp. Both Nanhong and Zhao Ziang wore equally grim expressions. They had initially been confident in burying the prodigies of the Great Zhou here, but unexpectedly, they had been backstabbed by Qin Chang'an. Particularly for the people of the Nanming Kingdom, most of their prodigies had perished, leaving only Prince Nanhong and his family's guardian elder. "Now, we must send someone out to inform our rulers and my father of the situation here." Among them, only Zhao Ziang maintained his composure, quickly articulating a strategy. Given the peculiar formation here, conventional communication stones were utterly ineffective. "Exactly. Let my father send more people in. We must eliminate that Qin Chang'an." Dong Lianxing gritted his teeth, casting a scrutinizing gaze at the prodigies present. Once, the prodigies shrank back, lowering their heads. They did not wish to exit the secret realm at this moment, for once outside, re-entry would be challenging. Furthermore, who could guarantee that Qin Chang'an would not ambush them on their way out? Allowing them to leave would simply be a death sentence. Zhao Ziang continued, his sharp gaze sweeping over everyone, finally resting on the guardian elder of the Nanming Kingdom. Nanhong was taken aback. "Zhao Ziang, what do you mean? Let your guardian elder go out to deliver the message," Zhao Ziang stated calmly. "I know your elder is swift. He demonstrated that when he helped you escape earlier." Dong Lianxing quickly nodded in agreement. "Brother Nan, you wouldn't want us all to perish here, would you, if those prodigies were to leave? Who could contend with Qin Chang'an? Only your elder, with his speed, would surely be able to exit swiftly." He then turned to look at the guardian elder of the Nanming Kingdom. The elder was a slender figure with piercing eyes, and as he moved, faint sparks of lightning flickered around him. Nanhong hesitated momentarily, but ultimately agreed, for this was indeed the only viable option. That he then turned to the elder, who nodded slowly before vanishing from sight. At the entrance of the secret realm, although the spiritual energy here was not as dense as within, the energy emanating from the swirling vortex was still more potent than in any other place in the Eastern Zhou. Aside from the 5 major factions, Countless individuals were sitting cross-legged in meditation. Suddenly, a rumble was heard from the transmission vortex, indicating someone was about to emerge. What is happening? Someone is about to come out. It had only been half a month. Could something significant have occurred inside? Impossible. Those are the strongest prodigies in the entire Eastern Zhou. How could anything major happen? People began to murmur among themselves. However, Dong Yinglai, Nanzhan, and Zhao Tianwei exchanged glances, a flicker of barely perceptible joy crossing their features. They suspected that Qin Chang'an and the others had likely perished within the secret realm. The Great Zhou was led by Ji Wentian, Ji Xuangu, and Duanmu Tsang, all wearing puzzled expressions as they gazed at the entrance vortex. Just then, a figure clad in a gray robe, half of his face concealed, appeared. Upon his arrival, he immediately approached Nanzhan and whispered something. What? What? In an instant, Nanzhan's expression turned as grim as if he had consumed something repugnant. The commotion drew the attention of everyone present, leaving them baffled. Dong Yinglai's eyes narrowed, a frown creasing his brow. Nanzhan looked at him and then turned to enter the ship. Observing this, Dong Yinglai and Zhao Tianwei exchanged glances before hastily following him into the vessel. Soon, the interior was filled with what seemed to be waves of rage. Not long after, the three emerged together, collectively bowing respectfully to Mo Hai, who was sitting cross-legged on the deck of another ship. Among them, Dong Yinglai wore a sullen expression and spoke loudly. Swordmaster, our three factions prodigies encountered a nest of royal-level spirit beasts within the secret realm. They were ambushed, suffering severe casualties. Therefore, we request permission to enter and bring out the injured. Nanhong's face was equally anxious as he earnestly implored the Swordmaster for permission. Swordmaster, we are aware that entering under such circumstances violates the rules. However, those are the future prodigies of our human race. Their loss would be incalculable. Zhao Tianwei also expressed his urgency. With their words, an uproar erupted among the crowd of royal-level spirit beasts. An ambush. How terrifying. The disparity in physical prowess between humans and spirit beasts was already apparent. A heavenly king-level expert might not stand a chance against a heavenly king-level spirit beast. Moreover, from their words, it seemed there was more than one beast. No wonder they were so desperate. Mo Haichao opened his eyes and exchanged a profound glance with Zhao Tianwei. They were old friends, and how could he not be aware of the other's intentions for subtle maneuvering? However, he also held a disdain for Qin Chang'an, thus resolved to turn a blind eye. Very well, we must endeavor to ensure the safety of our human race's prodigies. Furthermore, once inside, you must expedite the retrieval of the injured for treatment. After some contemplation, Mo Haichao ultimately acquiesced, yet he silently cautioned them not to overstep their bounds. Wait a moment. At this juncture, those from the Great Zhou Kingdom sensed something amiss. Yet, before Ji Wentian could voice his thoughts, Dong Yinglai interrupted him, stating, Swordmaster, for the sake of fairness, I propose that the Great Zhou Kingdom also sends individuals inside. If the sovereign of the Great Zhou Kingdom wishes to enter, I have no objections. His words effectively quashed Ji Wentian's suspicions. Great Zhou sovereign, do you have any objections? Mo Haichao inquired, casting a calm glance at Ji Wentian. I have no objections, Ji Wentian replied. Thus, the four factions, accompanied by their sovereigns, ancestors, and 10 elder protectors of the realm at roughly the 10th level of the Heavenly King realm, ventured into the secret realm. Under the intense gazes of Dong Yinglai, Nanhong, and Zhao Tianwei, an overwhelming bloodlust erupted in their eyes. The reason they refrained from revealing the truth was due to the sheer embarrassment of their actions. After all, they had cheated by sending 9 old men inside, only to be counterattacked. Such an admission would surely invite ridicule. This also constituted a flagrant violation of the rules, and likely even Mo Haichao would not dare to assist them. Consequently, they concocted a lie, claiming their entry was to rescue the prodigies. Moreover, they would leave no stone unturned, even plotting to ensnare the sovereign of the Great Zhou Kingdom and his associates. Their objective was not only to eliminate Qin Chang'an and others, but also to eradicate the entire upper echelon of the Great Zhou Kingdom. Should their scheme be uncovered, they would undoubtedly be deemed ruthless and utterly mad. Meanwhile, after Dong Yinglai and the others entered the secret realm, they suddenly realized that the spiritual energy within the realm had begun to stir restlessly. What is this? Everyone was taken aback, turning their gazes toward the heart of the secret realm. There, amidst the dense fog, A brilliant light flickered that it was a blinding white glow that agitated the very spiritual energy of the secret realm, transforming it into a tempestuous storm. Dong Yinglai, Zhao Tianwei, and the others were all in a state of shock amidst this chaotic storm of spiritual energy. They hastily extended their spiritual senses, attempting to discern what transpired deep within the secret realm. However, as their senses spread, an extraordinarily potent aura of origin sharply impacted their minds. This aura, once it entered their bodies, heightened their awareness and sensory perceptions several-fold, even loosening long stagnant bottlenecks in their cultivation at that very moment. Gasp! Everyone inhaled sharply. Even Ji Xuangu, along with the ancestors of the other three factions, widened their eyes in astonishment. As beings of the Holy Emperor realm, they understood deeply what this aura represented. Heaven help us. That is, spiritual energy so dense it has coalesced into solid form. That is, an origin spirit crystal. A solidified origin spirit crystal. How immense and rich in spiritual energy it must be. Such pure origin power could certainly enable a half-emperor realm cultivator to successfully advance to the Holy Emperor realm. The exclamation came from Ji Xuangu. He immediately realized the horrifying implications of his words and swiftly clamped his mouth shut. Yet it was too late. Once those words escaped, every half-emperor realm individual present had their eyes widen, a fervent light igniting within their trembling pupils. Boom! In the wake of this thunderous revelation, everyone's pupils dilated to their utmost. They even ceased to concern themselves with the news of their own prodigies being slain. Everyone, follow me! Dong Yinglai bellowed, charging toward the heart of the realm. Zhao Tianwei and the others were equally unwilling to lag behind. Ji Wentian momentarily froze. Then, as if awakening from a dream, he let out a roar. Pulling along Duanmu Tsang, Ji Xuangu, and 10 elder protectors as they surged toward the core of the secret realm. In an instant, over 50 individuals at the 10th level of the Heavenly King realm surged into the secret realm, along with 4 half-emperors and 4 first-level Holy Emperor ancestors. With their arrival, the spiritual energy in the air began to froth once more. For cultivators of such high caliber, the speed at which they absorbed spiritual energy was incomparably greater than that of the prodigies. Meanwhile, at the heart of the secret realm, Ning Tingyu knelt, propping herself up with a silver spear, gasping for breath. The silver spear in her hand radiated faint golden light, exuding an overwhelming aura of power. This was indeed a royal-grade spear. Though her body was drenched in blood and she appeared utterly disheveled, her fighting spirit remained undiminished, her gaze sharp as she fixed it on the front. Before her, a black dragon writhed, roaring fiercely. The dragon, over 30 feet in length, unleashed an enraged bellow directed at Ning Tingyu, its fearsome fangs dripping with saliva as it lunged forward, stirring up a foul wind. Boom! Ning Tingyu leaped high into the air, narrowly avoiding the dragon's sweeping attack. The ground fractured and stones flew at her. Ning Tingyu shouted as she soared into the sky, her spear darting forth repeatedly, unleashing streaks of spear light toward the dragon. Bang! 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 The dragon emitted a piercing shriek, its massive head opening wide to reveal its gaping maw. The sinister fangs glimmered ominously as they lunged toward Ning Tingyu in midair. Crack! Another thunderous sound erupted as Ning Tingyu evaded the strike. Yet her gaze remained fervently fixed on the back of the dragon, where a crystal-like, translucent lotus flower blossomed. This was the solidified form of spiritual energy coalesced to an extreme degree, a tangible solid known as the origin Tao lotus. The dragon before her was the spirit beast guarding this precious lotus. To obtain the origin Tao lotus, Ning Tingyu knew she must engage in a fierce battle with the dragon. Thus, their clash caused the very heavens and earth to shift, as the spiritual energy in the air coalesced into a massive vortex of storm. This commotion naturally drew the attention of Dong Yinglai and the others. Such a significant disturbance inevitably caught Qin Chang'an's notice as well. At this moment, even he hastened toward the heart of the secret realm. As he raced forward, Qin Chang'an felt a sudden heaviness in his heart. What is happening? Why are so many powerful auras converging at the entrance? Are they no longer adhering to the rules of combat? Mid-sprint, Qin Chang'an abruptly halted. Sensing an approaching surge of 50 or 60 formidable auras, he speculated whether Dong Yingxing and his cohorts had lost their composure and decided to throw caution to the wind by sending all their strong individuals into the fray. Just then, Chun Chang'an detected an astonishing battle erupting at the core of the secret realm, accompanied by a familiar aura that it was Ning Tingyu. No wonder he hadn't seen her earlier. It turned out she was here seeking resources. Good heavens! Chun Chang'an's eyes flickered as he quickly made a decision. Conceal his presence and wait for an opportunity. If there were resources to seize, he would take them. If danger loomed, he would flee. Thus, Chun Chang'an continued to approach the heart of the secret realm, while Dong Yinglai and the others drew closer, as well. In an instant, the scene at the core unfolded before everyone's eyes. All present widened their pupils in unison, their gazes igniting with fervor. There stood a lotus flower, resplendent and crystal-like, radiating a faint grayish-white light. Its stalk approximately half a foot tall, the flower itself spanning 3 feet. Blossoming with 9 petals, each glistening like crystal, it grew serenely in the center of a pond, encircled by swirling storms of spiritual energy. Perhaps the dragon was originally a water serpent beneath the pond, transformed through the nurturing of the origin Tao lotus. That is, Ji Shuanggu's eyes widened, his trembling voice incredulous. My heavens, not only is that a solidified origin spirit crystal, but it has also taken on a plant form. It has attained sentience. Dong Yinglai could not help but exclaim in astonishment. Gasp. A collective gasp resonated among the onlookers. If it were merely the solidified primordial spirit crystal, akin to water transforming into ice, it would undoubtedly evoke astonishment, but it pales in comparison to the sheer impact of the currently manifested spirit crystal in its entirety. The spirit crystal, taking the form of a lotus flower, signifies sentience. It has become a Tao lotus. It possesses the potential for growth. It shall expand in size, and the accumulated primordial spiritual energy will continue to multiply. In but a fleeting moment, Dong Yinglai's succinct utterance ignited a volcanic eruption of excitement and desire within the hearts of all present, causing an explosive surge of fervor. To be more direct, this Tao lotus has already blossomed with 9 petals, capable of elevating 9 half-emperor level powerhouses directly to the Saint Emperor level. Moreover, once a petal is plucked, it will regenerate. It can be said that as long as this Tao lotus is nurtured, it could ceaselessly produce Saint Emperor level warriors. Although there may be temporal constraints, the absence of bottleneck dilemmas is a significant advantage. Is it not? Contemplating such terrifying prospects, silence fell over the crowd. They concentrated all their cultivation and power into enhancing their speed. The ferocious aura stirred the surrounding space into a tempest. They even dared to disregard the ongoing battle between Ning Tingyu and the dragon. However, as the long spear in Ning Tingyu's hand erupted with overwhelming might, all gazes were instantly drawn to her, a royal-grade weapon. What force does this individual hail from? A gasp escaped someone's lips. Soon, countless eyes shifted toward Zhao Tianwei. Zhao Tianwei shook his head, stating, "Although she was summoned by our Southeast Wind Alliance, her true origins remain unknown to me. Nevertheless, one thing is certain. She must be from one of the 4 great sacred sects of the Holy Land." A shiver ran through the crowd at that moment. A piercing wail echoed as the royal-grade dragon was pierced through the head by Ning Tingyu's spear, meeting a gruesome demise on the spot. The ground trembled. The dragon plummeted into the deep pool, creating a cacophony of raging waves. Simultaneously, the crystalline primordial Tao lotus was disturbed and began to float. Suddenly, a hand, as pure and white as jade, reached out towards the lotus's stem, seemingly intent on seizing it. Dong Yinglai, Zhao Tianwei, and the others widened their eyes, exuding an aura that sent shivers down spines. Halt! For Saint Emperor level beings and 4 half-emperor level powerhouses shouted in unison. Their combined pressure and momentum cascaded like a tempest towards Ning Tingyu, who clutched the primordial Tao lotus. Yet, to their immense fury, Ning Tingyu disregarded them entirely, enveloping the Tao lotus in a gentle radiance before stowing it away in a silk-like storage pouch. In response to the overwhelming pressure from the 8, she executed a sweeping motion with her silver spear, unleashing a royal-grade aura that shattered the collective dominance in an instant. She was propelled far away, several dozen feet from the group. However, the earlier pressure from the Saint Emperor level still caused a trickle of crimson to escape her lips. The world around them roared, and the once turbulent spiritual energy dissipated, leaving behind a serene calm. Only Ning Tingyu stood tall, spear in hand, facing the crowd with unwavering pride. her gray pouch at her waist radiating a tantalizing white glow. Dong Yinglai, Zhao Tianwei, Nanzhan, and the many elders behind them froze in place, their faces darkening with palpable discontent. In the shadows, Qin Chang'an approached, taking in the scene with keen eyes, a glimmer of insight sparking within. "Ah, young friend Chang'an, what brings you here?" Ji Shuanggu suddenly spotted Qin Chang'an. Ji Wentian and Duan Mutsang's expressions lit up with joy as they hurried to Qin Chang'an's side. Qin Chang'an was momentarily stunned. He had not anticipated that he could remain hidden beneath the previous tempest of spiritual energy. With the storm now dispersed, he was promptly discovered. Steadying himself, Qin Chang'an replied softly, "Given the magnitude of the commotion here, it was only natural for me to come and investigate." He then turned to Ji Wentian, asking, "How did you all manage to enter? And what of them?" Gesturing towards Dong Yinglai and the others, his eyes brimming with wariness, Ji Wentian quickly explained that Dong Yinglai's prodigies had encountered an assault from a royal-grade spirit beast within the secret realm. He then anxiously inquired, "By the way, young Chang'an, what of my daughter Mingwei and the others? They are unharmed." Qin Chang'an replied calmly. Suddenly, a heavy weight settled in his heart. The absence of mention regarding elders infiltrating to hunt down the prodigies of the Great Zhou Kingdom, coupled with the revelation of unforeseen circumstances, indicated that the primary combat force of the Great Zhou had been lured in. How perilous, an immense danger. Their intentions are malicious. Qin Chang'an's heart raced with alarm, his eyes gleaming with urgency. Yet, his presence went unnoticed by Dong Yinglai and the others, whose attention remained riveted on Ning Tingyu. Sensing the charged atmosphere, Qin Chang'an hastily murmured, "Your Majesty, we must leave. How can we depart?" Ji Wentian was taken aback, for that is the primordial Tao Lotus, the first significant harvest, capable of elevating at least 9 half-emperors to the Saint Emperor level. Fire ignited in Ji Wentian's eyes. Such a spiritual treasure would tantalize anyone. However, would they grant us a share in the Great Zhou? Qin Chang'an whispered. To speak frankly, they previously infiltrated with 9 elders intending to eliminate all the prodigies of the Great Zhou Kingdom. I managed to retaliate and eliminate most of them. There was no spirit beast assault. Rather, they aimed to extinguish us all. Their invitation to you was merely a pretext for extermination. If your Majesty were to perish, the Great Zhou would surely follow. Qin Chang'an hastily conveyed that. Ji Shuanggu gasped in shock. Ji Wentian's eyes widened in horror, his body trembling uncontrollably. Yet, that treasure could enable me to ascend to the Saint Emperor level. A pained expression crossed Ji Wentian's face, and he added, "If the other 2 nations acquire such a treasure, their number of Saint Emperor level warriors would increase, placing our Great Zhou in even greater peril." Typically cautious, Ji Wentian found the courage to contemplate staying, articulating a stark reality. Under ordinary circumstances, most would weigh the risks against potential benefits. Yet when the allure is substantial enough, desire eclipses reason. Furthermore, this temptation is potent enough to drive all king-level cultivators into madness. Moreover, this secret realm is shrouded in layers of formations, allowing any incident to be attributed to spirit beasts or upheavals within the realm, rendering it a perfect killing ground. Miss Ning, the secret realm belongs to our eastern state. Claiming the primordial Tao Lotus entirely for yourself seems rather inappropriate, does it not? At this juncture, Dong Yinglai finally spoke, contemplating for a moment before asserting, "How about this? You take a single petal, and we shall handle the remainder. What say you?" Indeed, if Miss Ning requires any other treasures, whatever we have in the eastern state will be offered in gratitude for your great kindness. They believed they had devised the optimal solution, retaining a petal for Ning Tingyu while ensuring her safe departure, all the while securing the favor of Dong Yinglai and his cohorts. From their perspective, this was a deal that bore no losses, especially since Ning Tingyu was alone and could not possibly consume the entire Tao Lotus. However, Ning Tingyu's response completely took Qin Chang'an by surprise. "Humph, I discovered this and defeated the guardian dragon here. Thus, the Tao Lotus rightfully belongs to me. Step aside." Her declaration thickened the tension in the air. "Tsk stay. This woman is courting death," Qin Chang'an muttered under his breath, narrowing his gaze at Ning Tingyu. Upon hearing her words, Dong Yinglai and the others' expressions darkened further. They were unwilling to let such an exquisite spiritual treasure slip away. "Miss Ning, you should surrender it. Given that you are an invited guest of our Southeast Wind Alliance, I assure you that you will not suffer any loss," Zhao Tianwei added, his tone somber. almost 40 individuals began to encircle Ningtingyu. Humph! Ningtingyu scoffed, her voice dripping with coldness. Do you dare to rob something belonging to the 100 Flowers Immortal sect? Do you seek death? The 100 Flowers Immortal sect? Upon hearing these 4 words, the crowd simultaneously squinted their eyes with an expression of surprise. Qin Chang'an furrowed his brow slightly, pondering. Is this girl venturing out for the first time? She is doomed. The 4 great sacred sects of the Holy Land are the Taitsong Sword Sect, the Qingxian Sacred Sect, the Baihua Immortal Sect, and the Sun Moon Star Island. Although the Baihua Immortal Sect is a sacred sect with formidable power, uttering its name here, under such immense temptation, does not instill fear. Instead, it ignites their murderous intent. Dong Yinglai, Nanzhan, and Zhao Tianwei exchanged glances, and in that fleeting moment, they reached a consensus. Zhao Tianwei coldly remarked, 9 petals, perfectly dividing into 3 for each of our forces. As for the entire Dao Lotus, we shall cultivate it together. Quite fair, indeed, Dong Yinglai nodded. Good. Nanzhan also spoke, the killing intent in his gaze beginning to intensify. Upon hearing this, Ji Wentian's complexion drastically changed. Hey, you 3, how could you forget about our great Zhou kingdom? Hearing this, Qin Chang'an smacked his forehead in realization. This guy is finished. Ji Xuangu looked at Ji Wentian with a grim expression. At this juncture, the best course of action was to retreat. I didn't expect you to meddle in this. Indeed, Dong Yinglai's gaze slowly shifted towards Ji Wentian, assuring him, rest assured, your lies will remain here as well. Qin Chang'an, how wonderful. You are here too. You are doomed. Nanzhan glared coldly at Qin Chang'an, speaking in a low tone. Qin Chang'an shrugged, realizing that the only option left was to fight. Ji Xuangu disregarded the dazed Ji Wentian and prepared for battle. You dare! Ningtingyu's voice suddenly turned icy. A small nation from Dongzhou. What audacity to offend our holy land. And you, Zhao Tianwei, although you are from the Taitsong Sword Sect, you are merely a minor outer elder. Do you dare to kill me? I am the holy maiden of the Baihua Immortal Sect. Ningtingyu still attempted to leverage her status to intimidate others, hoping to instill fear. The crowd was momentarily taken aback. They had not anticipated that such a dim-witted woman was the holy maiden of the Baihua Immortal Sect. Zhao Tianwei recalled the terrifying women from that sect, and his murderous intent surged even more. Humph! Foolishness! It will not be us who kill you, but rather, you will perish in the treacherous depths of this secret realm. Indeed, we can all testify to that, not to mention that Lord of the Sword can vouch for us. Dong Yinglai scoffed, his face darkening. We came here to rescue the prodigies of various nations, yet who would have known that you and the others from the great Zhou kingdom would all be devoured by countless king-level spirit beasts. Ha ha ha. Ningtingyu tightly gripped the silver spear in her hand, her pitch-black eyes radiating an icy chill. Kill. Seeing this, Dong Yinglai and the others ceased their idle chatter as their words fell. They charged forward. Zhao Tianwei and the others followed suit, all converging on Ningtingyu. In order to avoid complicating matters, they attacked together. Humph, you think you can kill me? You are not worthy. Ningtingyu snorted coldly, her spear sweeping horizontally towards the approaching attackers. Boom! In the face of a full-force strike from a half-emperor realm expert, she chose to withstand it head-on. This caused everyone to furrow their brows slightly. But soon, they sensed a terrifying aura emanating from Ningtingyu, half-emperor realm. You are actually a half-emperor realm expert, Dong Yinglai exclaimed in astonishment. Rumble. In an instant, a fierce battle broke out among the crowd, their movements becoming increasingly frantic and alarming. Even Qin Chang'an was utterly bewildered. He had not expected that the woman before him was a hidden powerhouse. Had she pretended to be weaker when he kicked her off the competition platform? Qin Chang'an was filled with confusion. However, there was no time to ponder further. Nanzhan and his forces charged forward. In an instant, the powerful figures from the Nanming Kingdom engaged in fierce combat with the experts from the great Zhou Kingdom. Qin Chang'an, you harmed my son Nanhong and slaughtered the prodigies of my Nanming Kingdom in the secret realm. You shall die. The half-emperor realm aura of Nanzhan erupted fiercely, arriving before Qin Chang'an in an instant. His blade aimed at Qin Chang'an's neck. Boom! Qin Chang'an shouted, activating the evil demon blood god art, the overlord heart method, the overlord bloodline, and the martial aperture realm, all simultaneously unleashed. Rumble. In that moment, Chun Chang'an's aura underwent a dramatic transformation. Ha! Chun Chang'an bellowed, a massive sword appearing in his hand as he swept it fiercely. Boom! The clash between the blade and the heavy sword unleashed a torrent of violent energy that spread in all directions. Staggering back, both combatants retreated several dozen feet. How? How is this possible? King Realm Level 5. You. Nanjan's face was filled with shock, but before he could finish his sentence, several terrifying sword cries pierced the air. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Wind control, penetrating wind, fiery wind, and raging wind. 4 long swords howled as they shot towards Nanjan's forehead, neck, heart, and dantian, striking fiercely. King-level armor. Activate. With a loud shout from Nanjan, a yellow defensive shield erupted around him. Bang, bang, bang. The sword lights frantically pierced into his shield, causing his expression to change dramatically. Whoosh! Yet in the next moment, the 4 flying swords suddenly ascended into the heavens, then plummeted down. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Oh! In an instant, the heads of 4 elders from the Nanming Kingdom were severed by the flying swords. What? What? The elders from the Nanming Kingdom and the Great Zhou Kingdom were left in shock. They stared in terror at the 4 flying swords. Meanwhile, Ji Xuangu, who was battling the elder of the Nanming Kingdom, had fire blazing in his eyes. A sword cultivator. Chun Chang'an, you are actually a sword cultivator. Upon hearing this, the elder of the Nanming Kingdom darkened, roaring, do not let Chun Chang'an escape. He is a sword cultivator, and be wary of his flying swords. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. However, as soon as his words fell, several more elders from the Nanming Kingdom had their brows pierced, dying on the spot. Damn it. Witnessing this scene, Nanjan's eyes reddened with fury that he looked toward Dong Yinglai, shouting, Dong Xian's elder, come and suppress Chun Chang'an. He is a sword cultivator. What? The elder of Dong Xian Kingdom, who was currently besieging Ning Tingyu, along with the elders of the Southeast Wind Alliance, turned their gazes sharply. Dong Yinglai and Zhao Tianwei's expressions changed drastically. A sword cultivator, that is a freakish cultivator capable of slaying foes 1,000 miles away with swords, possessing immense explosive power and attack strength. With this thought, the elder of Dong Xian Kingdom lost his composure, rushing towards Chun Chang'an to suppress him. Protect Chang'an. Upon witnessing this, Ji Xuangu shouted. Ji Wentian also regretted it, anxiously saying, Chang'an, dear nephew, you must not come to harm. Your Majesty, focus on your own safety. Duanmu Tsang was left speechless. Had he known earlier, he would have heeded Chun Chang'an's advice and retreated first. Alas, it is all my fault. My greed has led to this. Ji Wentian lamented. But who could assist Chun Chang'an now? Ji Xuangu was still entangled with the elder of the Nanming Kingdom. The other elders were powerless, merely standing beside Ji Wentian for protection. Thus, Chun Chang'an found himself facing the elder of Dong Xian Kingdom and the king of the Nanming Kingdom. Nanjan. Instantly, he was at a disadvantage. Chun Chang'an wielded the guardian sword, his aura soaring. 4 flying swords circled around him, poised for action. Occasionally, they would launch surprise attacks, forcing the 2 opponents to divert their attention to counter Chun Chang'an's flying swords. In this manner, Chun Chang'an somehow managed to withstand the onslaught from a Saint Emperor Realm and a half-Emperor Realm expert. Although he was at a disadvantage, killing him was not an easy feat. Meanwhile, Ning Tingyu, despite her exceptional talent and deep foundations, was being battered relentlessly by a Saint Emperor Realm expert, 2 half-Emperor Realm experts, and over 20 level 10 King Realm experts, causing her to spit blood repeatedly. Her veil fluttering, her robes drenched in blood. Rumble. Dong Yinglai and the others launched lethal attacks without holding back. When Ning Tingyu faltered, they surged forward, striking her until blood gushed forth, her body flying away like a withered leaf. Sizzle. Her hat was torn away, revealing her flowing black hair. A fierce wind swept in, and as her hair danced, it unveiled her long-concealed true visage. Hiss. Upon seeing her face, Dong Yinglai, Zhao Tianwei, and the others found themselves momentarily breathless. Their pupils reflecting a moment of dazed. It was an indescribably stunning visage, breathtakingly beautiful, surpassing the allure of even the most captivating beauties. Even the illustrious monarch of Dong Yinglai, renowned for his numerous romantic encounters, found himself momentarily dumbfounded and lost in thought, murmuring, truly, she is the saintess of the 100-flower immortal sect. Her beauty is indeed breathtakingly exquisite. That visage, as if bestowed by the heavens, is so delicately crafted it seems to have been sculpted by a master of celestial artistry. Each inch of her skin possesses an allure that ensnares the very soul. Zhao Tianwei suddenly jolted, inhaling deeply, only to be overtaken by a murderous intent that darkened his expression as he ominously declared, "What a pity. Such a stunning beauty is about to meet her untimely demise. We shall slay her and seize the source Tao lotus she possesses." With that, Dong Yinglai regained his composure, and both he and Zhao Tianwei simultaneously struck. In an instant, two formidable palm energies materialized out of thin air, imbued with a terrifying momentum, crashing down towards Ning Tingyu's forehead. Just then, the shriek of swords echoed as four flying swords darted towards them at breakneck speed. Startled, the two men could only redirect their palm energies to clash against the four swords. Bang! The flying swords were sent hurtling away, and the palm energies disintegrated instantly. Qin Chang'an appeared beside Ning Tingyu, his voice leaving no room for argument. "Hand over the source Tao lotus." "But it's mine. I painstakingly defeated the flood dragon to obtain it. Why should I give it to you?" Ning Tingyu retorted defiantly. Though she was battered and bloodied, her face still resolute. Slap! Qin Chang'an struck her cheek with a forceful blow, commanding, "You're on the brink of death. What use is the lotus to you now? Give it to me, and there might be a glimmer of hope." The impact left her momentarily stunned. "You?" She fixed her gaze upon Qin Chang'an's icy expression, struggling to find the words to respond. After a brief moment of hesitation, she gritted her teeth and tossed her gray storage pouch to him. She realized that Qin Chang'an was also being pursued, and the enemy of my enemy is my friend. Thus, she had no choice but to place her trust in him, albeit temporarily. As the onlookers witnessed Qin Chang'an acquiring the lotus, they instantly surged forward. "Halt! Take another step closer, and I shall destroy it." Qin Chang'an warned coldly, clutching the storage pouch. In an instant, Dong Yinglai, Zhao Tianwei, and Nanzhan were deterred from advancing. "Qin Chang'an, you dare." Dong Yinglai's eyes bore into Qin Chang'an, his voice rising in fury. "Humph, do you doubt my resolve?" Qin Chang'an retorted, producing the source Tao lotus from the pouch. Instantly, a rich aura of spiritual energy surged forth, invigorating all those present. "Qin Chang'an, do not act impulsively. Should you destroy it, none of you will escape. And I assure you, I will make your existence a living hell," Zhao Tianwei warned coldly. "Heh," Qin Chang'an scoffed, tearing a petal from the lotus with a decisive motion. "Wah! What? Qin Chang'an, what are you doing? Stop!" Dong Yinglai and the others erupted in outrage. Each of them watched in agony as Qin Chang'an clutched the petal tightly. This unexpected turn of events brought the ongoing battle to a halt. Ji Xuangu and Ji Wentian, along with the people of Dezhou, encircled Qin Chang'an. Beside him stood the bewildered Ning Tingyu. "Despicable boy, that is my Tao lotus. What are you planning?" "Silence!" Qin Chang'an barked at her. You dare to threaten me?" Ning Tingyu was left speechless, as the saintess of the 100-flower immortal sect. She was accustomed to being treated with utmost respect by the princes and nobles of the other great sections, yet this man had not only bested her in combat, but had also struck her across the face. Now he was treating her with such disdain. How infuriating. Even the once feisty warrior found herself feeling a sense of injustice. Qin Chang'an, disregarding her feelings, grinned wickedly and bellowed at the crowd. "Get back. All of you. Retreat 1,000 paces. Otherwise, no one shall lay claim to this Tao lotus. Only if you withdraw to 1,000 paces will I relinquish the lotus and allow you to come and seize it." Dong Yinglai and the others were momentarily taken aback, quickly deducing Qin Chang'an's intentions that he sought to abandon the source Tao lotus and escape with his allies. "Qin Chang'an, you had better keep your word and drop the lotus. Otherwise," Zhao Tianwei threatened coldly, "fall back." Qin Chang'an dismissed their words, aiming the four flying swords at the remaining stalk of the lotus. Meanwhile, he tightened his grip on the 9 lotus petals, unleashing a destructive force. Fine, Qin Chang'an. You have my respect." Dong Yinglai commanded the crowd to retreat. Seeing this, Ji Xuangu grasped Qin Chang'an with one hand and Ji Wentian with the other, whispering, "Young friend Chang'an, I shall assist you in your escape." Others, including Duanmu Song and his companions, assumed Qin Chang'an intended to wait until the enemy retreated before discarding the lotus and fleeing. Thus, they all prepared for a hasty exit. Yet, Ning Tingyu remained motionless, her captivating eyes fixed on Qin Chang'an. She sensed that this young man would not simply retreat in defeat. Indeed, As Dong Yinglai and the others retreated to 1,000 paces, they coldly commanded, Qin Chang'an, release the lotus and flee. To their utter astonishment, Qin Chang'an stuffed the 9 petals directly into his mouth, swallowing them whole. You, Qin Chang'an, have you lost your mind? You are doomed. They could only seethe in impotent rage. For at a distance of 1,000 paces, there was no time to stop him. Even Ning Tingyu and Ji Xuangu were utterly taken aback by his audacity to consume the petals. Boom! At that moment, Qin Chang'an's aura erupted once more like a volcano. He felt as though every cell, every meridian, every pore of his being was expanding rapidly. That it was as if his dantian had transformed into a cosmic black hole, voraciously devouring the 9 lotus petals. Boom, boom, boom. The energy within Qin Chang'an surged wildly, as his dantian and all martial arts barriers within him began to break through with thunderous force. Qin Chang'an let out a low growl, sending those around him staggering back. Even Ji Xuangu was caught off guard, their expressions filled with astonishment as they beheld Qin Chang'an. Crouching down, clutching his head, Qin Chang'an felt as if he might explode. The spiritual energy within him roiling violently, his guardian sword stood firmly beside him, while the 4 flying swords whirled protectively around him. Before him, the fallen stalk of the Source Tao Lotus was clutched tightly in Ning Tingyu's hand. She stared at him in disbelief as he devoured the 9 petals, scolding, You fool! That is the Source Tao Lotus. Each petal is infused with immense spiritual energy. Your body cannot possibly withstand it. You will burst apart. Ning Tingyu's expression was complex. She sensed the overwhelming power radiating from Qin Chang'an, his body turning red as if it might split apart at any moment. Somehow, she found herself quietly lamenting the potential loss of such a prodigious talent. At that moment, Dong Yinglai, Zhao Tianwei, and Nanzhan surrounded Qin Chang'an, their fury palpable. Qin Chang'an, you scoundrel! You dare to consume the Tao Lotus directly? You are finished, Dong Yinglai bellowed. Enough of your banter. Eliminate them all. Zhao Tianwei echoed, his rage palpable as the crowd surged forward. A violent force erupted, creating a shockwave that reverberated outward. Buzz. Those who were about to charge were suddenly halted, as if caught in a tempest. Wah! What is happening? How can you possibly digest those 9 petals? Dong Yinglai's eyes widened in shock. The others mirrored his disbelief, their eyes bulging in horror. At that moment, Qin Chang'an began to rise slowly, his aura escalating uncontrollably. Heavenly King Realm. Level 6, Heavenly King Realm. Level 7, Heavenly King Realm. Level 8, Buzz. He ascended 3 minor realms in a single breath, as Qin Chang'an swiftly consumed the lotus, ascending 3 minor realms in the process. The onlookers collectively gasped in astonishment. Even those who were already aware of Qin Chang'an's prodigious talents, such as Ji Wentian and Ji Xuangu, were left utterly dumbfounded. A freak. Truly, he is an anomaly. Even Ji Xuangu, who had weathered countless storms, appeared as if he had lost his soul in that moment. Ji Wentian and the others were similarly affected. How short a span of time had elapsed since Qin Chang'an's return from the abyss of demon burial. From being devoid of cultivation to reaching the 8th level of the Heavenly King Realm. Even Ning Tingyu, hailing from a sacred land, had never witnessed such a monstrous advancement. You? Who are you? How can you digest the lotus so effortlessly? Ning Tingyu murmured, her alluring lips parting as if to draw one's soul away. Yet, at that moment, no one noticed her. All eyes were fixated on Qin Chang'an. Kill him. He must not be allowed to live. Dong Yinglai bellowed. A being as perverse as Qin Chang'an, if left to grow unchecked, would become a nightmare for the 3 factions. Upon hearing this, 5 of the national protectors from Dongxian Kingdom reacted with remarkable speed, their figures erupting as they brandished their weapons, radiating a chilling aura of destruction. Young friend Chang'an, be cautious. Ji Xuangu and the others instantly charged towards Qin Chang'an upon witnessing the unfolding chaos. Haha! In the face of the 5 rushing towards him, Qin Chang'an sneered repeatedly, daring any who sought death to approach. Bang! He fiercely drew the guardian sword beside him, unleashing the burial world sword technique in an explosive instant. The immense sword power surged forth, piercing through one man's chest with breathtaking speed. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. The remaining 4 flying swords took flight with ruthless intent, bolstered by Qin Chang'an's unparalleled mental prowess, the wind-controlling, wind-piercing, blazing wind. and fierce wind swords emitted a deafening roar. Bang, 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 bang. In an instant, the remaining 4 elders of Dongxian Kingdom, all at the 10th level of the Heavenly King realm, found their foreheads pierced, their bodies nailed to the ground in an instant. 5 pairs of eyes turned vacant, their rapidly fading pupils filled with disbelief. Ha ha ha! Chen Chang'an's derisive laughter echoed, his voice low and hoarse. That I once granted you an opportunity, yet you proved utterly inept. Now, I shall bury you all. Boom! The guardian sword continued its horizontal slash, the overwhelming sword force erupting fiercely, descending upon the 5 elders with the weight of a mountain, reducing their bodies to a scattered mass of shattered bones and limbs. This transpired in the blink of an eye. From Dong Yinglai's command to the elders' assault, the 5 guardians perished, their remains obliterated. The splattering blood mist obscured the vision of Dong Yinglai and his companions, striking at Ji Xuangu and the others' eyes and hearts, forcing them to halt in their tracks, astonished by Chen Chang'an's display. Chen Chang'an? Ji Wentian's face twitched repeatedly. How did you become this powerful? Ning Tingyu's beautiful eyes shimmered with a captivating light. The man before them had previously been no match for a 10th-level Heavenly King. To their shock, after consuming the lotus, not only did he not explode, but his combat prowess soared to terrifying heights. Chen Chang'an. Dong Yinglai gritted his teeth. The instantaneous slaughter of his 5 national protectors caught him completely off guard and left him bewildered. He believed in the ability to battle beyond one's rank. Yet how could it escalate to such a degree of effortless annihilation? A faint smile graced Chen Chang'an's lips. Dong Yinglai, Zhao Tianwei, Nanzhan, all of you come forth. I shall bury you all. As he spoke, a massive ancient bronze coffin, measuring 5 or 6 zhang in length, materialized beside him with a resounding bang. Crack, crack, crack. The coffin lid slowly opened, revealing a gaping abyss-like darkness within. The sight of such an eerie coffin sent chills through the hearts of Dong Yinglai and his cohorts. Zhao Tianwei, Nanzhan, and the patriarchs of their respective factions could not muster a smile. Chen Chang'an's ability to effortlessly slay 5 heavenly kings in an instant, coupled with the emergence of this strange bronze coffin, instilled a profound sense of unease in these dominant figures of Dongzhou. Humph, a mere charade, Dong Yinglai scoffed, as a spear materialized in his hand, unleashing a cataclysmic force as he lunged towards Chen Chang'an's chest. A sneak attack. He, a half-emperor, resorting to ambush. The tempest unleashed was beyond description. In an instant, it seemed that the black spear in his grasp would pierce through Chen Chang'an's heart. Die. Dong Yinglai's lips curled into a sinister grin as he exerted more force behind the thrust. Chen Chang'an's gaze narrowed, a cold smile gracing his lips as he raised the guardian's sword to block his chest. Boom! A tremendous roar erupted, accompanied by a sound that pierced the eardrums. The space trembled. The ground shattered. A formless shockwave surged forth, causing countless people to recoil in pain, their skin prickling, their garments billowing. Swoosh, swoosh. Bang, bang, bang. Chen Chang'an, wielding the guardian's sword, parried Dong Yinglai's thrusts repeatedly. Simultaneously, his 4 flying swords formed a deadly formation. Swoosh, swoosh. Dong Yinglai evaded 3 of the swords, but the last, the fierce wind, pierced straight through his skull. From Chen Chang'an's perspective, he could clearly see the hollow in Dong Yinglai's head and the scene behind him. Thud. In Dong Yinglai's trembling eyes, a refusal to close, disbelief was palpable. The ruler of Dongxian Kingdom had fallen. The remaining individuals were struck with shock. Dong Yinglai is dead. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Chen Chang'an's 4 flying swords did not grant them a moment to react. With howls of wind, another 4 or 5 elders at the 10th level of the Heavenly King realm met the same fate. Ah, ah, ah. Cries of terror erupted amidst the faces of the remaining Zhao Tianwei, Nanzhan, and their patriarchs as they gazed at Chen Chang'an, brandishing his gigantic sword. What manner of origin, what talent, could lead to the emergence of such a being, entirely transcending comprehension, wholly distorting reason, instantaneously slaying a 10th-level Heavenly King? Killing a half-emperor within 3 moves. If granted time to grow, would he not be able to dominate all of Dongzhou? As this thought crossed their minds, a chilling sense of dread and murderous intent surged within them all. Especially for the patriarch of Dongxian Kingdom, the desire to eliminate Chen Chang'an burned fiercely within him. He, Chen Chang'an, must die. Zhao Tianwei's voice involuntarily escaped through gritted teeth. Boom! Kill! Qin Chang'an must not be allowed to leave here alive. Zhao Tianwei and the others roared, each one pouncing upon Qin Chang'an like a pack of ravenous wolves that we vow to protect Qin Chang'an at all costs. Ji Xuangu bellowed. Ji Wentian, Duanmu Tsang, and the others also recognized Qin Chang'an's immense potential, immediately dispatching people to safeguard him. With Qin Chang'an, the great Zhou kingdom would undoubtedly rise. Boom! In an instant, both sides clashed anew. Meanwhile, the bloodied and previously injured Ning Tingyu was frantically consuming medicine to suppress her wounds and fight back. The thunderous sounds reverberated once more. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Another dozen elders at the Heavenly King realm found their heads severed, their bodies and heads kicked into the god burial coffin by Qin Chang'an, the patriarchs of Dongxian Kingdom, Nanming Kingdom, Southeast Wind Alliance, along with Zhao Tianwei and Nanzhan, watched in terror as Qin Chang'an continued to dispose of bodies mid-battle, a sense of dread enveloping them. This man, whether in combat experience or mindset, was extraordinarily exceptional. It drove them to the brink of madness with envy. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Qin Chang'an's 4 flying swords resembled the scythes of death, cleaving through the heads of their elders one by one. Stand back, surround the area, and allow none to escape. Qin Chang'an roared at Ji Xuangu and the others. Ji Xuangu was momentarily taken aback. Yet, witnessing Qin Chang'an's unparalleled rampage, he felt deeply shaken. Even as a first-layer sage emperor, he could offer no assistance. Moreover, it was evident that Qin Chang'an intended to eliminate them all. What a ruthless young man, such a terrifying youth, unseen throughout the ages. Young friend Chang'an, be careful, I assure you. None shall escape. Ji Xuangu's eyes glinted with cold determination. Their only recourse now was to heed Qin Chang'an's command. He then shouted to Duanmu Tsang and the remaining 5 elders of the great Zhou kingdom surrounding the area. Indeed, the elders of the great Zhou kingdom felt a tumultuous storm brewing within them, from being pursued to now encircling their foes, denying them an escape. This had entirely subverted their understanding of the great Zhou kingdom. Even Ning Tingyu was taken aback, casting several intense glances at Qin Chang'an before quietly departing. She had acquired the root of the primordial Tao lotus, although Qin Chang'an had consumed the petals. Possessing the root meant she could cultivate it and eventually produce flowers. Humph, Qin Chang'an, I shall remember you. Ning Tingyu huffed, her figure vanishing from sight at this moment. No one paid her any mind. The people of the great Zhou kingdom were fully focused on the remaining members of the 3 major forces, ensuring they did not escape. The members of the 3 major forces also had compelling reasons to eliminate Qin Chang'an. Berserker-S Fury. Explode. Blood Demon-S Light unleashed. In the arena, Qin Chang'an activated his Berserker-S Fury and the Blood God-S Art. Instantly, golden light enveloped him, with a blood-red aura swirling around, creating a shockwave that surged for thousands of feet. Boom! The violent energy instantly suppressed the 3 Saint Emperor realm figures before him. They were the ancestors of the 3 major forces. Bang bang bang. Qin Chang'an's combat power soared rapidly, his guardian sword erupting in an explosion, shattering all the incoming weapons around him. Huh? What? The arena erupted with cries of astonishment, agonizing wails, and the chaotic clamor of explosions. Those elders at the Heavenly King realm were either slain by Qin Chang'an or turned into headless corpses. The watching elders of the great Zhou kingdom gasped in shock, their gazes upon Qin Chang'an gradually filled with profound dread. Boom, boom, boom. At this moment, the only ones capable of facing Qin Chang'an were Zhao Tianwei and Nanzhan, both at the Half-Emperor realm. They were exceedingly cautious, barely avoiding having their heads severed by Qin Chang'an. 3 elders remained, their ancestors, first layer of the Saint Emperor realm. As they fought, the 3 ancestors grew increasingly alarmed, their eyes reflecting shock, astonishment, confusion, and an indescribable bewilderment. Over 30 Heavenly King realm warriors met their demise at his hands, and it seemed he did not intend to spare the remaining 5. What kind of monster is this? Zhao Zhan and the others were deeply shaken. You, all, shall die. Qin Chang'an uttered with a low, cold laugh, his figure shooting forth as he activated the martial aperture realm. His speed suddenly increased. Whoosh! In an instant, he dashed past Nanzhan. All of Nanzhan's spiritual energy collapsed and shattered. His body, along with the long sword in his hand, was bisected by Qin Chang'an, transforming into 2 segments, they shattered further under the explosive power of Qin Chang'an's demonic soul, falling as a rain of blood mixed with soil. The ruler of the southern Ming kingdom, Nanzhan, was dead. The remaining three ancestors, along with Zhao Tianwei, were left in shock, their pupils dilating and then frantically contracting. Half Emperor realm power, Zhao Tianwei stammered. His voice seemed to struggle to escape from his throat. After Qin Chang'an activated the martial aperture realm, his combat prowess surged wildly. That was undoubtedly the power of the half-emperor realm. He gazed at Qin Chang'an, unable to believe his eyes for the first time in his life. Nor could he trust his spiritual senses. The ruler. The ancestors of the southern Ming kingdom widened their eyes, their pupils trembling with sheer horror. The same was true for the ancestors of the eastern Xian kingdom. For the ruler of the eastern Xian kingdom, Dong Ying, had also perished. This time, it was a complete loss. With both the woman and troops vanishing, Zhao Tianwei's shock had yet to transform into fear when a pressure akin to a terrifying demon suddenly loomed closer. "Ah, Tianwei, you must flee," the ancestor of the Southeast Wind Alliance bellowed, not wishing to see his juniors perish before his eyes. Boom! He instantly slashed his sword towards Qin Chang'an, attempting to block his path. The might of the Saint Emperor realm erupted to its fullest. With such a vast disparity in realms, he believed Qin Chang'an would not so easily traverse it. Soul of Rage, unleash! Qin Chang'an snarled with a sinister grin. With a resounding boom, his aura surged once more. The first realm of the martial aperture, demonic soul, and the second realm, soul of rage. Under the activation of these two realms, not only was Qin Chang'an's soul strengthened, but so was his power, shaking the mountains and seas. Simultaneously, Qin Chang'an activated the second form of the blood god's art. In an instant, his power erupted in a manner beyond comprehension. The guardian sword in his hand struck down fiercely upon the ancestor of the Southeast Wind Alliance. Bang! The explosive sound detonated before the ancestor, his long sword shattering into fragments under his terrified gaze. Qin Chang'an's guardian sword continued its descent with the weight of 1,000 mountains. Boom! His arms shattered, his body crashing down into the depths of the earth, buried beneath the collapsing ground, along with his anguished screams. Soon, deep underground, the faint life force vanished in an instant. The ancestor of the Southeast Wind Alliance was dead. The remaining ancestors of the Eastern Xian Kingdom and Southern Ming Kingdom finally felt fear, contemplating escape, but they were horrified to discover that Qin Chang'an had already surged toward them. First was Zhao Tianwei, who gazed at Qin Chang'an, resembling a god of death, with sheer terror. Die! Qin Chang'an roared, the guardian sword in his hand descending directly. Qin Chang'an, hold your hand. Do you desire to make the great Zhou Kingdom your mortal enemy against our three major forces? Boom! His words barely fell when Qin Chang'an's sword struck him. Zhao Tianwei's defensive barrier and treasured armor crumbled like thin paper. A deep gash was carved into his chest. Boom! As he was sent flying, he could no longer withstand the furious sword intent of Qin Chang'an, splitting into two. I am an outer sect elder of the Taizong sword sect. This phrase escaped his astonished lips before he fell silent. Completely lifeless, his eyes wide open in death. Swish, swish, swish. Four flying swords sealed off the escape routes of the remaining two ancestors. They gazed at Qin Chang'an with faces filled with despair, still attempting to resist, yet they were both paralyzed with fear, utterly incapable of matching the frenzied onslaught of Qin Chang'an. Two first-level Saint Emperor Realm warriors were thoroughly suppressed by an 8th-level Heavenly King Realm Qin Chang'an. This was a nightmare they had never encountered in their lives. Previously, they had entertained thoughts of slaying Qin Chang'an and everyone with him. That notion had become their most ridiculous, lamentable, and foolish jest. Qin Chang'an, I shall fight you to the end. The ancestor of the Southern Ming Kingdom howled in despair, his spiritual energy erupting violently. Countless beams of sword light surged forth, enveloping Qin Chang'an in a deadly aura. Burial sword art, shatter the heavens. How could Qin Chang'an fear him? The sword technique, imbued with thunderous illusions and tremendous destructive power, surged forth, clashing directly. Boom! The surrounding space trembled violently, distorting the void. The violent heavy sword struck down. The ancestor of the Southern Ming Kingdom was struck as if by a celestial hammer, his entire body shaking violently. Ugh! Ah! His face turned as pale as paper, blood gushing from his lungs and surging to his throat, which he forcefully swallowed down. Ah, he glared in fury, his blood, spiritual energy, and soul burning wildly. I will drag you down with me. The ancestor of the southern Ming kingdom roared, the overwhelming sword light akin to a raging tsunami. Crashing toward Chun Chang'an. Boom, boom, boom. The heavy sword in Chun Chang'an's hand stood firm like a towering mountain, acting as an indomitable shield before him. Simultaneously, two flying swords whistled, relentlessly slicing at the body of the ancestor of the southern Ming kingdom. Whoosh, 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 sword after sword. The sword energy buzzed, piercing the eardrums in an instant. The ancestor of the southern Ming kingdom was torn to shreds, dragged rapidly into the abyss of death. Swish, swish, swish. Amidst the frenzied sword energy, the ancestor of the southern Ming kingdom was completely obliterated, becoming a cloud of flesh scattered across the sky. Not far away, the other two ancestors of the eastern Xian kingdom watched in horror. Their scalps tingled with dread, their spines, and every bone in their bodies trembled with a blood-chilling terror. Swish, swish. At this moment, the four flying swords locked onto the surroundings of the ancestor of the eastern Xian kingdom, sealing off all routes of escape. What level of sword is this? The ancestor of the eastern Xian kingdom was utterly astonished. The sharpness and durability of these flying swords were simply monstrous, surpassing the king-level weapons in his possession. If he were not careful, he could lose a chunk of flesh to those flying swords. He turned abruptly, and his gaze met the eyes of Chun Chang'an, which shattered his heart with terror. Chun Chang'an. His trembling teeth struggled to utter these three fearsome names. The world before him faded into an endless darkness. His head had vanished from his body. Burial sword art. Instant kill. Chun Chang'an softly murmured, his figure already before the headless body. Seizing it and casting it into the god-burying coffin. I have prepared a coffin for you. Isn't that generous? As he spoke, he continued to command the flying swords, drawing in the scattered heads, bodies, and mangled flesh, all consumed by the god-burying coffin. They were being refined within. Thus, in this moment, the rulers, elders, and ancestors of the eastern Xian kingdom, the southern Ming kingdom, and the southeast Wind Alliance, who had entered, were all vanquished by Chun Chang'an. Surrounding him, Ji Xuangu, Ji Wentian, Duanmu Tsang, and the remaining 5 guardians of the nation were utterly dumbfounded, their mouths agape. Their throats struggled to produce sound, yet not a whisper escaped. The youth before them, resembling a god of slaughter, had committed an act that would shake the heavens. Old ancestor. Ji Wentian turned dazedly to Ji Xuangu, who was equally stupefied. Chang'an has slain the rulers of 2 nations. What about us? He finally regained his senses, realizing that Chun Chang'an had indeed killed the rulers of 2 other nations, along with the leader of a formidable alliance. Would this not plunge the great Zhou kingdom into war? Ji Xuangu was equally at a loss. He was merely an ancestor, having never dealt with national affairs. He could not fathom why such an extraordinary being had emerged from the seemingly insignificant eastern state. And moreover, this monster belonged to the great Zhou kingdom. Was this a blessing or a curse? Ancestor, ruler. At that moment, Duanmu Tsang spoke in a low voice, fixing his gaze on the two. We are in the same boat as Chun Chang'an. Do not even think about betrayal, for he, or the Qin family, would be far more terrifying than the other 3 factions. Upon hearing this, Ji Xuangu and Ji Wentian exchanged glances, taking a deep breath at Duanmu Tsang's grim and resolute expression. He was indeed correct. Ji Xuangu clenched his teeth, sword in hand, and suddenly lunged at the remaining 5 elders of the great Zhou kingdom. Swish, 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 boom. The sudden eruption of the Holy Emperor's might and overwhelming killing intent caught the 5 elders off guard. Their bodies reduced to mere fragments by Ji Xuangu's fury. Ji Wentian inhaled deeply. He understood that the ancestors' actions were to prevent the news from leaking. Not only the matter of Chun Chang'an's killings, but also that peculiar ancient bronze coffin. Just a glance at that ancient bronze coffin induced a piercing pain in their minds. It was undoubtedly one of Chun Chang'an's secrets. Buzz. At that moment, as the god-burying coffin absorbed the essence, blood, and cultivation of so many, it erupted once more with a roar, all of it feeding back into Chun Chang'an. Boom! Within Chun Chang'an, the power exploded like a volcano. His cultivation surged at a terrifying rate. 9th level of the Heavenly King Realm. 10th level of the Heavenly King Realm. Buzz. It seemed as though some shackles had been shattered, yet others remained unbroken, propelling Chun Chang'an's realm into the semi-emperor realm. Hiss! The three, Ji Xuangu, Ji Wentian, and Duanmu Tsang, gaped in shock, their eyes nearly bulging out. What on earth? What monstrous rate of advancement? Could it be due to that bronze coffin? The three exchanged glances, each feeling an overwhelming sense of shock. Who? Chen Chang'an retracted the four flying swords, clenched his fists, feeling an explosive power coursing through him. As his fingers contracted, it felt as though space itself was being torn apart. What terrifying physical strength! Chen Chang'an felt a surge of excitement. He stored away the god-burying coffin, wielding the massive guardian sword. His icy gaze fell upon Ji Xuangu and the others in that instant. They felt as if plunged into an ice cave. They had witnessed Chen Chang'an's secret. Would he silence them? At that moment, Ji Wentian, the dignified ruler, nearly found himself kneeling. Chen Chang'an hefted the massive sword onto his shoulder and strode toward them. Even Ji Xuangu's heart raced. The current Chen Chang'an was no longer a foe he could contend with. Chang'an. Young. Master Chen, rest assured, we will not breathe a word of this, Ji Xuangu hurriedly assured. His throat struggled to move. Life and death rested on Chen Chang'an's whim. Indeed, Master Chen, I am well acquainted with your second uncle. I assure you, we will keep this matter secret, Duanmu Tsang added swiftly. Young Chang'an, I have always regarded you as a son-in-law. Though I may be timid, I would never harm my own daughter's interests. Ji Wentian repeatedly patted his chest in promise. Bang! Chen Chang'an thrust the heavy sword into the ground with a resounding thud, startling Ji Wentian and the others. They gazed at him in fear, awaiting his words that my future is not confined to this mere eastern state. Chen Chang'an remarked coolly, but I grew up in Chang'an City. It is my home, as long as you do not betray me or my Chen family. I will not act against the interests of the Great Zhou Kingdom that if the Great Zhou Kingdom faces peril, my Chen family will not stand idly by. After speaking, he sheathed the heavy sword. Ah, indeed, young Chang'an, you are right. The Great Zhou Kingdom will always be your home. Ji Wentian quickly responded, relief flooding over him. As long as the royal family treated the Chen family well, the Chen family would not remain indifferent to the plight of the Great Zhou Kingdom. This reassured him greatly. With the Chen family and the formidable Chen Chang'an, the Great Zhou would not fear the other nation's aggression. Ji Xuangu and Duanmu Tsang also breathed sighs of relief. Young Chang'an, what shall we do next? Ji Wentian asked anxiously. After all, the previous battle had already transpired. If they take the initiative, we shall retaliate with overwhelming force. Chen Chang'an replied with a cold smirk. We will eradicate the remaining members of the other three factions in the secret realm. Each word from Chen Chang'an caused Ji Xuangu, Ji Wentian, and the others to gasp in shock. They exchanged glances, their expressions filled with icy determination. This was the only course of action now that moment. Chen Chang'an scanned the surroundings. Where is Ning Tingyu? Oh no, this is bad. She knows everything. Moreover, she took away the root of the origin Tao Lotus. Ji Wentian lamented, anguish evident in his voice. Chen Chang'an's gaze narrowed. That woman was the holy maiden of the 100 Flowers Immortal sect. Silencing her would not be easy. Never mind. The lotus was originally her discovery. I obtained the petals, and it is only fair she takes the roots. Chen Chang'an mused, his gaze shifting back to the pond. Within it lay a flourishing origin Tao Lotus and a coiling dragon. Things might not be so simple. You three, head to the camp of our Great Zhou's prodigies. Find Mingyue and Qin Xian, then bring them along to eliminate Dong Lianxing and the others. Chen Chang'an instructed Ji Wentian. His tone bore no semblance of politeness, sounding more like an edict. Yet Ji Wentian was overjoyed, nodding in agreement without a hint of dissent. After all, with Chen Chang'an's prodigious talent and terrifying rate of advancement, he would soon grow to an immeasurable level. Serving Chen Chang'an now was akin to taking on a great karmic debt. Ji Xuangu also nodded in agreement. Having discerned their direction, the three hastily departed, not bothering to inquire further about Chen Chang'an's intentions. After all, the current Chen Chang'an was no longer their junior. His strength spoke volumes. Once they had left, Chen Chang'an approached the pond. Observing the dense spiritual energy and the terrifying aura permeating the water, he narrowed his eyes and plunged in. Glug, glug. The chilling sound of bubbles echoed in his ears as he descended. And as his body sank deeper, the bubbling ceased, plunging the surroundings into a strange and eerie silence. The sounds no longer spread, and the water's surface lay still, as if the underwater world had suddenly frozen. With only flickering lights resembling fireflies illuminating the depths of the seemingly bottomless water, Qin Chang'an was taken aback. This was no mere small pond. It felt as if he had entered an underwater world. Old Master Guanyi, are there truly treasures here? Qin Chang'an pondered within his heart. It was the Coffin spirit within the divine burial coffin that had previously led him to the water pool. TSK, you young lad, how incredibly ignorant you are. A pool that can nurture the source Tao lotus and transform a mere water snake into a mighty dragon. How could it be something simple? I fear that within lies a terrifying existence that even the 4 great nations of the Eastern state cannot contend with. Hence, they have established layers of barriers, shrouding this place to prevent others from discovering it. While allowing their own descendants to enter and cultivate, perhaps they are merely hoping for a fateful encounter. The former emperors of those 4 great nations are certainly not to be underestimated. The words of old Master Guanyi resonated in Qin Chang'an's mind, causing a profound stir within him. He found the reasoning compelling. Just then, an overwhelming aura, as vast as an endless abyss, surged over Qin Chang'an, compelling him to resist. But old Master Guanyi's voice suddenly rang out, "Do not resist. This pressure cannot harm you." Oh, am I truly so formidable? Naturally, a mere being from a low-dimensional universe thinks to harm a body forged over a century. How laughable! Upon hearing this, Qin Chang'an felt a wave of relief. The divine burial coffin had helped him reconstruct his body, and it was no ordinary form. The terrifying pressure that suddenly appeared could not intimidate his soul or body. In an instant, the aura ahead became chaotic, followed by shock and astonishment. Then, powerful spiritual senses swept toward Qin Chang'an, seemingly wishing to discern what kind of creature he was. Suddenly, a faint sound of surprise emerged. Qin Chang'an narrowed his eyes sharply. Beneath the water pool, there was yet another terrifying existence. He cast his gaze forward, and under the flickering lights resembling fireflies, there unexpectedly lay a massive palace. A palace of such grandeur beneath the water? Qin Chang'an was momentarily stunned. Buzz! Suddenly, the great door of the palace opened with a resonant hum, revealing a colossal vortex that drew Qin Chang'an inside. He had no means to resist, and soon found himself within the palace. As he entered, it seemed as though all the sounds, auras, and even light from the outside world were entirely severed by the palace before him. Qin Chang'an attempted to extend his spiritual sense beyond the palace, but he found only an empty void. This bizarre isolation was utterly spine-chilling. Buzz! Suddenly, the space ahead twisted, blurred, and trembled. Then, a pair of enormous eyes emerged. They were incomprehensibly large, elongated with gray sclera, and the pupils were surrounded by rings of yellow luminescence, dotted with green specks. The immense pupils reflected Qin Chang'an's figure, clad in a white robe and appearing quite disheveled, as if he were entirely ensnared by their gaze. Splash! At this moment, the colossal pupils seemed to tremble, as if the massive body concealed in the shadows was stirring. Accompanied by the sound of chains rattling, it felt as though something was awakening. A human lad has come. How amusing! A profound, ancient voice suddenly resonated in Qin Chang'an's ears and deep within his soul. It seemed as though its body leaned closer, making Qin Chang'an's reflection in its pupils grow larger. The ancient voice continued, "Since you have come here, you are a fated individual for my true self. Young one, do you wish to take me as your master? I shall bestow upon you all my legacies. Come, release your soul, and accept my legacy mark. Once you obtain my legacy, you shall ascend to become a sovereign, a saint, or even that exalted saint emperor, perhaps even a true immortal. Or perhaps you could become the legendary, true quasi-immortal." The ancient voice echoed continuously, laced with temptation and a yearning allure. Yet, Qin Chang'an remained unmoved. His gaze fell upon the intricate patterns adorning the walls and the ground, which emitted a faint glow. Old Master Guanyi, is this a grand formation? Having accompanied his second uncle since childhood, who was a formation master, he understood a thing or two that this palace before him was evidently a spirit-gathering grand formation. It attracted the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, transforming it into a torrent of liquefied spiritual essence. This palace is a treasure. Seeing Qin Chang'an silent, the ancient voice continued its allure. "Young one, do you not desire my legacy? Should you become my disciple, this 5 elements spirit-gathering palace shall also belong to you. It can gather all the spiritual energy from the surrounding world, making it highly suitable for cultivation. The ancient voice was thunderous, and the enormous pupils slightly constricted, exuding an unsettling pressure. Young one, the secret realm. Opportunity, legacy, treasure. These are what your kind most yearns for. Come, release your soul, and accept my legacy. Who are you? Chun Chang'an finally spoke. He, a cautious human lad. Well done, well done. You are indeed qualified to become my disciple. The ancient voice continued. I hail from the Black Dragon divine clan of the divine realm, the most exalted ancient black dragon god. As its proud words echoed, a terrifying, unparalleled dragon might erupted. It made Chun Chang'an feel as though he were bearing the weight of a colossal stone atop his head. Goodness, what an extravagant boast! Old Master Guinea's voice rang in Chun Chang'an's ears. Chun Chang'an remained composed, his expression tranquil. The massive dragon's pupils widened in astonishment. The reflection of Chun Chang'an in the dragon-esque gaze still stood proud, unshaken, showing no signs of trembling or fear. The legacy of the Black Dragon clan? Very well, I am willing to accept your legacy. A meaningful smile graced Chun Chang'an's lips. A clever lad. Come, release your soul, so I may bestow upon you the Black Dragon legacy. As the words fell, two beams of yellow light burst forth from the enormous pupils, instantly penetrating Chun Chang'an's forehead and entering his soul sea. Simultaneously, within the vast expanse of Chun Chang'an's soul sea, an earth-shattering, immense black dragon materialized. It was a 9-clawed dragon with 6 pairs of black wings, its body covered in dark scales. As it emerged, the very fabric of Chun Chang'an's soul sea began to twist violently, as though it were on the brink of shattering. Foolish human lad, your soul shall be consumed by me, and your body shall belong to me as well. I can finally escape this cursed place and return to my dragon clan in the eastern abyss sea. And you, that despicable and vile divine monkey, and the detestable academy head, you Qianin, just wait. The black dragon roared in fury, its countenance fierce and wrathful. Roar. The earth-shattering dragon's roar seemed poised to collapse the entirety of Chun Chang'an's soul sea. Chun Chang'an's soul form clutched its head, writhing helplessly upon the ground, exhibiting signs of excruciating torment. Chun Chang'an's soul form emitted a cry of agony. No, did you not say you would bestow upon me your legacy? Why are you consuming my soul? Chun Chang'an roared in defiance. I have been trapped in this 5 elements demon suppression palace for 80,000 years. Finally, a lad with a rather decent constitution has entered. Of course, I must seize his body and escape. I must take revenge. I will have my revenge. You Qianin, you Qianin, you Qianin, and my daughter too. TSK, you foolish human lad. Do you truly think that a despicable little ant like you could aspire to become a disciple of my noble, ancient demon dragon? Do you even dare to look at yourself in the mirror? The immense body, vast as an endless ocean, emanated a terrifying dragon might that rendered Chun Chang'an utterly insignificant before it. At this moment, the colossal black dragon's soul loomed over Chun Chang'an, viewing him as if he were a mere insect. Strangely, it seemed to be yelling names unfamiliar to Chun Chang'an, laced with deep-seated resentment toward those individuals. Suddenly, the black dragon took a deep breath, its enormous eyes trembling rapidly, radiating an astonishing fury. How dare you? You possess the aura of those 9 individuals, as well as that of the Academy's people. Woe betide you. You are doomed. The black dragon seemed to sense a presence that ignited an unparalleled fury within it, a memory etched deep into its being, no longer wishing to engage in idle chatter with Chun Chang'an. It lunged fiercely, baring its fangs at him. What? Chun Chang'an could not quite grasp what the black dragon had said earlier. As he saw the creature pounce, he swung his arm with great force. Suddenly, a colossal coffin appeared beside him, the coffin of the god of burial. At that moment, the coffin of the god of burial manifested within Chun Chang'an's sea of souls, growing even larger than the essence of the black dragon. The coffin's entrance, square-shaped, resembled a cosmic black hole, emanating an immensely terrifying power of absorption. What on earth is this? The enormous pupils of the black dragon suddenly constricted, and it violently whipped its massive tail and flapped its grand wings, seemingly attempting to escape the coffin's maw. Yet, it was evidently futile. Its entire dragon form was abruptly drawn into the coffin of the god of burial, which then slammed shut with a thunderous clap. Roar! Within the coffin of the god of burial, the anguished roars of the black dragon echoed, followed by frenzied thrashes against the coffin lid. Bang, bang, bang. However, the lid remained firmly sealed, showing no signs of budging. After an indeterminate period, the chaotic struggles and soul-shattering roars of the dragon gradually diminished, eventually fading into nothingness. Then, strands of dragon soul power coalesced within Chang'an's sea of souls, forming his subordinate spirit. It took the shape of an immense black dragon spirit, seemingly becoming a totem of Chang'an's soul. Concurrently, it bore the legacy intrinsic to the dragon spirit itself, a technique derived from the demon dragon. The demonic dragon's world incineration technique. Chang'an's heart surged with excitement as he surveyed the contents with his spiritual sense. First form, wrathful dragon's fire breath. Second form, annihilating azure flame ray. Third form, dragon flame meteor. Fourth form, demonic fire burning the heavens. Fifth form, demonic dragon suppressing the firmament. Sixth form, dragon flame domain fire. Chang'an's eyes sparkled with fervor that it was apparent that these techniques were of high caliber. When combined with his own burial world sword technique and the blood demon god technique, the resulting power would be utterly devastating. He committed the inheritance of the black demon dragon to memory, then withdrew his consciousness and returned to his corporeal form. The black dragon's essence was consumed and refined by Chang'an's coffin of the god of burial. The once glimmering eyes of the dragon dimmed, gradually turning to a grayish hue before ultimately disintegrating into ash. Thankfully, I possessed the coffin of the god of burial, which allowed me to refine the dragon's soul. Otherwise, I would have been overtaken. Chang'an mused, just as he was contemplating his exit when a force propelled him outward. As he emerged into the water, the palace before him shrank rapidly, radiating a profound yellow light, and began to hover gently in front of him. Chang'an understood everything. The Five Elements Demon Suppression Palace was clearly designed to subdue that demon dragon, which was now deceased. Thus, the Five Elements Demon Suppression Palace had fulfilled its purpose and become an unclaimed object. Extending his palm, he caught the diminutive palace in his grasp. In an instant, it felt as though an abundance of spiritual energy from the heavens and earth surged towards him, entering his meridians and permeating every cell and pore within his body. This caused Chang'an's heart to tremble with astonishment. Sensing the uncontrollable excitement radiating from Chang'an, the coffin master chuckled serenely. You, my boy, are quite fortunate. Not only have you become a friend of this old man, but you also have my protection, and now you have gained the legacy of this ancient ancestral dragon, transformed into a demon. It seems your future will be unfathomably formidable. Thank you, coffin master. Without you, I would have been devoured by that dragon soul. Chang'an replied, clasping his fists and bowing to the space before him. I hope you will not regret forming a bond with me in the future, the coffin master continued with a meaningful laugh. Chang'an straightened his posture, slowly stowing the Five Elements Demon Suppression Palace in his robes, paying little heed to the coffin master's words. That he smiled. Let the future worry about itself. For now, I shall focus on the task at hand. Good lad, the coffin master chuckled. Suddenly, the entire underwater realm began to tremble violently. The demon dragon that had been suppressed here was dead, and the Five Elements Demon Suppression Palace had been reclaimed by you. There was no longer a spiritual treasure to control the energies of heaven and earth, and this secret realm is on the brink of collapse. Hurry and flee, the coffin master's raspy voice instructed. Chang'an was momentarily taken aback, just as he was about to voice his regret, when he suddenly realized, with the Five Elements Demon Suppression Palace in his possession, he could establish a terrifying spiritual cultivation secret realm within the Chen family. With this thought, his breath quickened, and he swiftly broke through the water's surface, emerging into the outside world. Boom! The entire secret realm was shaking violently, the spiritual energies of heaven and earth erupting chaotically. These energies seemed to have been startled by something, becoming wildly disordered before beginning to explode. Boom! Layers of defensive barriers cascaded and shattered, the entire space growing blurry and distorted, accompanied by the sound of spiritual explosions. Chang'an set his sights on the direction of Dong Lianxing and the others' camp, rushing forth with great speed. As he approached a short distance from Dong Lianxing's camp, Ji Xuangu and Duanmu Tsang, along with Chun Xian leading the Chun family members, were fiercely assaulting the defensive barrier of Dong Lianxing and his allies. Countless terrifying energies struck the barrier, yet none could breach it. Ji Wentian. Have you lost your mind? Do you dare to come and kill us? Dong Lianxing roared. The great Zhou kingdom awaits its demise. Soon, every member of the Ji clan will meet their end, Nan Hong shouted. Harboring an intense hatred for the people of the great Zhou kingdom, especially Chun Chang'an, and you, Ji Mingyue, I vow to leave you utterly ruined. I will ensure that all the prodigies of the Eastern Xian kingdom take turns with you. Causing Chun Chang'an to wear a green cap, Dong Lianxing continued to roar. Zhao Ziang's expression was grim. If not for the combined defensive formations of their three factions, they would have likely been shattered by Ji Xuangu's assault. Especially the Chun family members, whom he loathed with a passion. The Chun family possessed an extraordinary foundation, even deploying spiritual energy bombs. Could it be that the Chun family had masters proficient in formations and crafting? But how could that be? Such talents were typically found only in sacred grounds. Facing the insults and jeers from Dong Lianxing and Nan Hong, Ji Mingyue remained furious but did not lose her composure. She coldly retorted, "Humph, who dies first is yet to be determined." As she spoke, she glanced at the dozens of people inside. Your two sovereigns, the alliance leader, the elders, and all the guardians have been slain by my brother Chang'an. Humph, and you all shall meet your demise as well. Indeed. What are you all so arrogant about? A bunch of trash. Once my esteemed son-in-law arrives, none of you will remain. Ji Wentian added, his words tinged with a fierce edge. For the first time, he felt emboldened, his voice ringing louder than usual. This newfound sensation was exhilarating. Ha! Dong Lianxing burst into laughter. He dismissed Ji Mingyue and Ji Wentian's words with scorn. Could Qin Chang'an truly have slain their sovereign and elders? He would sooner believe the sun rises from the west, or that a sow climbs a tree. Boom! The heavens trembled. The dense spiritual energy of the world began to boil violently. The layers of secret realm barriers enveloping the area started to shatter explosively. Heavens, what is happening? What on earth is going on? Is there an earthquake? Why has the spiritual energy of this world turned so volatile? It seems poised to explode. Countless voices echoed in shock. Everyone, do not falter. Since our elder brother has commanded us to eliminate those before us, we must break their barrier and annihilate them. Chun Xian bellowed. Yes, the Chun family disciples roared in unison, their battle spirit soaring as they relentlessly battered the defensive barrier of Dong Lianxing's group. Ji Wentian and Ji Xuangu exchanged glances, both astonished by the combat fervor displayed by the Chun family members, who executed Chun Xian's orders without reservation. We shall also give it our all. Ji Xuangu shouted. Thus, one by one, they unleashed earth-shattering killing moves upon the defensive barrier of Dong Lianxing and his allies. Boom, boom, boom. It appeared as though countless dazzling fireworks erupted upon the defensive barriers set up by Dong Lianxing and his companions, only to be extinguished shortly thereafter. This caused the entire barrier to tremble, resembling a transparent membrane that had suffered immense indentations. However, as Dong Lianxing and the others continuously infused spirit stones brimming with spiritual energy, the defensive capabilities of the barrier were replenished. Ji Xuangu saw all this, his brow furrowing in concern. Ji Mingyue mirrored his astonishment, exclaiming in disbelief, although this barrier paled in comparison to the one previously set by the Qin family. It remained remarkably sturdy. Where could they have procured such a formidable defense? It is likely that Zhao Tianwei obtained it from the Taitsong sword sect. Dumu Tsang speculated gravely, his gaze fixated on the sword at the center of the formation. Zhao Ziang's surroundings. Yet, where had Brother Chang'an gone? The rampant spiritual energy in the air left Ji Mingyue filled with worry. Just then, the heavens reverberated, and 4 long swords whistled down, piercing the barrier in an instant. The strength of the barrier began to collapse violently. This was dire. Those were the 4 flying swords of Chun Chang'an. Within the barrier, Dong Lianxing's pupils constricted in alarm, and he shouted urgently. Zhao Ziang's eyes quivered with dread, reflecting the sword light that brimmed with terror towards Chun Chang'an. It was these very 4 swords that had claimed the lives of over 400 members from their 3 factions. Quickly, everyone, channel your spiritual energy into the defensive barrier. We cannot allow that demon, Chun Chang'an, to breach our defenses, or we shall surely perish. Zhao Ziang shouted in desperation, "I in their eyes. Ji Wentian and the others might refrain from killing." Considering the implications between nations, however, Chun Chang'an was nothing short of a madman. All within the barrier unleashed their spiritual energy without reservation, directing it skyward and into the barrier as the four swords struck the barrier, causing it to fracture. The energy rushed in, seemingly smoothing over the cracks. Buzz, whoosh. The four swords ascended abruptly into the heavens before plummeting down, swirling around a young man standing gracefully in midair, clad in white, with long hair flowing as if stirred by an unseen wind. This scene left the people of the great Zhou kingdom in a state of awe. The newcomer seemed like a celestial being descended from the heavens, the sword light howling around him, enhancing his already striking appearance. "Brother!" Upon seeing the newcomer, Chun Xian exclaimed in delight. "Young master! Young master!" The Chun family disciples cried out in excitement. "Brother Chang'an!" Ji Mingwei gazed at Qin Chang'an, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Ji Xuangu, Ji Wentian, and in Dumut Song, the trio of elders, couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Qin Chang'an had finally arrived. It felt as if their morale had been restored with his presence. The other young talents of the great Zhou kingdom looked up at Qin Chang'an with expressions of reverence and awe. Qin Chang'an nodded at them, and then a massive, heavy sword of protection manifested in his right hand. With the appearance of the sword, his aura surged ominously. The crowd gasped, feeling as though a colossal mountain had descended upon them, striking terror into their souls. Even Ji Xuangu felt immense turbulence within. Heavens, he has grown even stronger. The sword art of the world-burying sword, shattering the heavens, quaking the mountains, and shaking the seas. Qin Chang'an bellowed, swinging the protective sword down towards the barrier. Suddenly, it was as if a towering mountain range appeared behind him, descending with an overwhelming force that threatened to obliterate all. Boom! The might of this strike, akin to countless mountains crashing down, unleashed a terrifying force that erupted upon contact with the barrier. The barrier trembled violently, emitting blinding purple light before contorting wildly, resembling bubbles in a tempest, riddled with countless web-like fissures. Crack, crack. The sound of ice shattering echoed as the barrier cracked, flashing with ominous bursts of spiritual energy. Below, Dong Lianxing and the others widened their eyes in horror as the barrier succumbed to destruction. The figure, reminiscent of a death god, hovered slowly above them. An overwhelming aura of murderous intent emanated from him, sending chills down their spines. Ji Xuangu and the others had labored for half a day to breach the barrier, yet it was shattered by Qin Chang'an with a single strike. Such terror. Ignoring the trembling, terrified gazes below, Qin Chang'an's gaze fell slightly, lifting the weighty sword of protection high before swiftly bringing it down. The sword art of the world-burying sword, shattering the heavens. Boom! The massive, heavy sword erupted with resplendent sword light, radiating an earth-shattering might. Crashing down, the remaining young talents of the three factions felt as though they were crushed under the weight of countless mountains, the overwhelming force of the sword instantly compressing their bodies into a mist of blood. Bang! 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 One by one, their forms exploded, showering the ground with blood, a horrifying sight. Dong Lianxing struggled to speak. He had never witnessed someone so much younger than himself unleash such terrifying power. His throat was rendered voiceless, the fear in his eyes dissipating, replaced by the absence of life, for the deathly range enveloped by Qin Chang'an's sword light offered no escape. All that remained was a dazed confusion before his end. He could not comprehend why Qin Chang'an's ascent in power was so monstrous. Boom! Before consciousness faded, his body disintegrated into a cloud of flesh. Nan Hong met a similar fate, his form torn apart by the overwhelming sword force, his agonized roars echoing like a wild beast. The various treasures and garments he wore flashed in a desperate attempt to protect him, yet they too were utterly obliterated by Qin Chang'an's incomprehensible sword might. Leaving him shattered, Zhao Ziyang's upper body tumbled into the chaotic earth, feeling the rapid ebb of life, his vision growing ever dimmer as he fixated on Qin Chang'an's silhouette. "You are half-emperor. How is this possible?" Dust swirled, the ground fractured, entombing Zhao Zhang's final remnants eternally. Yet his last thoughts were filled with endless regret. The Southeast Wind Alliance had painstakingly entered this place, this accursed secret realm, only to encounter such a demon. Thus, aside from the great Zhou kingdom, all who had entered the secret realm met their demise. Over 500 young talents, dozens of national protectors, 3 elders, 2 sovereigns, and 1 alliance leader. None escaped, all serving as nourishment for Qin Chang'an's divine coffin. What sovereign, what crown prince, what sacred ancestor, In Qin Chang'an's eyes, all enemies were but mere weeds. The demonic dragon incineration technique, wrathful dragon's breath. High above, Qin Chang'an continued to raise the heavy sword in his hand. He wished to unleash a once-in-a-lifetime power derived from the legacy he had obtained here. Roar. As Qin Chang'an lifted the colossal sword, a massive black dragon-shaped specter materialized beside him, its scales glimmering with an unparalleled ferocity. Its head, reminiscent of a deer or crocodile, roared with earth-shattering might. Boom! The massive sword erupted with black flames, which transformed into a blaze of hundreds of feet long as he swung down. Buzz! The overwhelming sword light descended, provoking the already raging spiritual energy storm, distorting the surrounding space. Crack! As the sword fell, a tremor rippled through the earth for miles, and in the next moment, mountains crumbled. Boom! The violent upheaval sent forth a barrage of spiritual energy explosions throughout the secret realm. Boom, 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 boom. The frenzied spiritual energy detonated, as countless black flames voraciously engulfed everything, refusing to be extinguished. Below, Ji Xuangu, Ji Wentian, Ji Mingwei, along with the Chun family disciples and all the young talents of the Great Zhou Kingdom, stood transfixed, staring at the godlike figure in the sky. All were deeply pierced by the overwhelming destructive power unleashed by Qin Chang'an. How terrifying is Qin Chang'an? Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The fierce wind howled as Qin Chang'an slowly descended before the crowd. He glanced at Qin Xian and the Qin family disciples, ensuring their safety before shifting his gaze to Ji Mingwei and the others of Chang'an. Brother Ji Mingwei's heart was deeply stirred. What kind of parents could possibly raise such an extraordinary man? He is so formidable. Ji Xuangu's spirit was shaken, leaving him in a state of disbelief. He had been at the first level of the sacred emperor realm for many years, and throughout his life, he had never encountered anyone who could rival the prodigy Qin Chang'an. At this moment, he feared that he would not withstand even a single move from Qin Chang'an. You all need to injure yourselves a bit. If you leave unscathed, people will become suspicious, Qin Chang'an stated. Yes, yes, yes. Cousin Chang'an is right. Ji Wentian quickly came to his senses, hastily taking up his sword and fiercely slashing at his own hand. In an instant, blood gushed forth. The others, witnessing this, immediately grasped Qin Chang'an's intent. One by one, they inflicted wounds upon themselves, leaving them bloodied and disheveled, as if they had just clawed their way back from the brink of death. Once everyone was prepared, Qin Chang'an led them out of the secret realm. Bang! At the entrance of the secret realm, within a vast encampment, Feng Mingho shattered the table before him in frustration. Damn the Southeast Wind Alliance. Father, Feng Zhaofan quickly stepped forward to console him. Please do not be angry, Father. What is done is done and cannot be undone. We will work twice as hard to ensure we do not fall behind the other four major powers. As the crown prince of Fenyu Kingdom, he had unexpectedly lost in the contest against the Southeast Wind Alliance. Observing others entering the realm to cultivate, they felt a deep sense of discontent. Had they foreseen today's events, they would never have allowed the Southeast Wind Alliance to meddle in their affairs. After all, who could have predicted that the Great Zhou Kingdom would emerge victorious and even claim first place? Humph, you do not understand. Feng Mingho sighed. Some matters cannot be compensated for through diligence. They hinge on immense opportunities. Alas, what a pity. His face was etched with regret at that moment. An elder beside him, the Grand National Master of Fenyu Kingdom, offered reassurance. Your Majesty need not worry too much. As the saying goes, misfortune and fortune are intertwined. Our inability to enter the secret realm for cultivation may not be a bad thing after all. He gazed at the spirited young talents of Fenyu Kingdom and remarked, look at our nation's prodigies. When have they ever displayed such remarkable unity and determination? Hearing the Grand National Master's words, Feng Mingho looked upon the resolute faces of his people, and his expression softened. Indeed, you are right, Grand Master. Just then, a guard rushed in with urgency. Upon reaching Feng Mingho, he immediately knelt, his face alight with excitement. Reporting to your Majesty, a significant event has occurred within the secret realm. Speak quickly. Feng Mingho's heart, which had begun to settle, was once again gripped by apprehension.